Mr. President, Anderson said, if for my recent remarks I should be thought intemperate, and that is apparently a mild word for what my distinguished colleagues consider me, then let me say that intemperance itself would be a mild remedy for the abuses our committee has encountered. Mr. President, under what circumstances should a man who knowingly breaks or evades the law not be called a criminal? If he is our neighbor, is he any the less a criminal? Or if he is otherwise a respected citizen of our community? If he is some ignorant black man or Indian, unable even to read vagrancy laws, is he any the more a criminal for breaking them in his ignorance? No, Mr. President, none of my able and distinguished colleagues from the farmland states. Anderson looked around, smiling a little. Some of whom, I see, are no longer present, but if they were, none of those gentlemen would maintain that a lawbreaker should be judged not by his offense but 111, 259. By his place in society or his standing in the community. Mr. President, I can only conclude therefore that my distinguished colleagues believe me wrong on the merits of the case, wrong on the facts, wrong on the law, although I listened in vain this afternoon for the evidence which would point out the errors of law and fact that they must have discovered but that are not as yet apparent to the committee and the staff that have labored for the better part of a year on this painful matter. Now, Mr. President. He paused to shuffle some papers on his desk in the rear row, his tall form bent nearly in half, his big hands fumbling aimlessly, and his hair, as always, in some disarray, a large hank shooting up straight over one ear as if he had slept on it. The notoriety of the migrancy investigation, magnified by Anderson's sensational remarks, was by then great enough to fill the galleries, an unusual sight. Around Morgan, the rows of press seats were also crowded, which was seldom true for floor debate. In the family gallery he could see Kathy, still as always, wearing dark glasses, sitting quite alone, although other senators' wives were nearby. The floor was also better populated than usual, despite the fact that not many senators had taken any interest in the migrancy problem. What had drawn them was the conflict in the Senate itself and, on Anderson's side of the aisle, within party ranks. Rather suddenly, a considerable storm was breaking around a fresh man who was causing trouble in a body that always hoped to avoid it, and in a time when new senators were expected to be quiet and vote right. There were not many in that chamber who had not realized, with their political natures, that Anderson had taken dead aim on Paul Hinman, so he had an audience all right, not sympathetic, not quite hostile, wary, gauging him. You see, the problem is, an old Pole had once told Morgan, ever so often you have a little something somebody wants and you got to decide whether to throw it to him, and what you want to know is, can he manage it? What does he know and who else is with him? And when somebody up there decides to separate the men from the boys, is he going to have what it takes? Because, if not, you could go down with the ship. That was what his colleagues were studying, that after 260 noon, about Hunt Anderson, whom many of them had started to notice. While Anderson was fumbling at his desk, one of senior senators, a border state cutthroat whose power the Finance Committee was at that time nearly total, from his desk across the aisle. Will the distinguished senator yield for a question? He was a renowned cut-a-thrust debater who had only to rise amid the general mediocrity on the Senate floor to send through the working PR rooms the anticipatory call, "Old Ed's up." Without losing my right to the floor, certainly, Anderson said. Senator yields, sang out the chair. At that moment the most junior member, formerly a Western state governor, who had appointed himself to a vacant seat and who was therefore known derisively as the instant senator, an appellation that in the campaign he ultimately had to face, helped sink him without a trace. I thank the able and respected senator. Old Ed, one of those beneficiaries of the seniority system who, despite the fact that his state had little population and was losing most of that, had been around long enough to control finance, influence two other major committees, and arrogate to himself the privileges and attitudes of a sultan, with approximately a sultan's deference to the popular will. Old Ed came around his desk and leaned against it with folded arms, a posture that the Senate press corps had learned over the years. He Assumed only when he anticipated slicing some helpless victim to ribbons. I am sure the distinguished Senator Old Ed's voice dripped with sarcasm. Will be able to tell me what legislation he intends to propose as a result of these rather spectacular hearings he ha been conducting. The emphasis was on the he in order to place the responsibility elsewhere than on good, respectably senators, and Old Ed, who had never been noted for humility, kept turning his head a little, as if trying to see his colleague's certain approbation. What few empty seats there had been in the press gallery had been filled within moments after Old Ed has put his first question. Well, let me say to my esteemed colleague. Anderson continued to fish through the papers on his desk, not looking up, an act of calculated insult to a senator of old 261. Ed's preeminence and vindictiveness. Morgan knew Anderson well enough to know it was an act a dangerous one, he thought. Our committee is preparing a report. We anticipate making lengthy recommendations to the Senate. The able and experienced senator will understand, of course, that until the committee reaches its conclusions the chairman is not able to state what those conclusions will be. Well, will the able and dedicated senator yield for a further question? Without yielding my right to the floor. It all had a certain ritual quality, Morgan thought. A good presiding officer with a sense of rhythm and drama sometimes seemed like a rabbi in the synagogue. While of course I understand that the dedicated senator may not as yet be able to disclose legislation in detail, if he ever will be, could he not confirm for me the rather obvious deduction that it is likely to be labor legislation? Some of it? Anderson straightened from his papers at last and lounged against his desk, as if not to be outdone in casualness. That is rather obvious. Labor organizing legislation. Well, I will say to my good friend, and let me assure him that he is my good friend, that the committee has taken much testimony, which I commend to his attention when our report appears, that attests the farm workers' need for more bargaining power. And the experienced senator does not need me to tell him that in our society such bargaining power traditionally has been derived for wage workers through labor organization. Exactly. Old Ed's voice was sharp with triumph. And so would the dedicated senator. He was bearing down a little harder on the dedicated every time he used it, as if he had found just the right word with which, in good senatorial fashion, to damn Hunt with the faintest of praise. Would he agree with me that if and when his committee brings any legislation to this eagerly awaiting chamber? The slightly nasal voice did not bother to conceal the sarcasm. It will surely be an effort to put one more segment of what used to be free American labor and one last stronghold of free American enterprise. I am speaking of Farm 262. Workers and the great agricultural institutions on which strength of this country is built, an effort to bring th under the yoke of the giant unions and the NLRB and closed shop. Well, now, Mr. President, my amiable with straight face Anderson emphasized the word colleague, making a little speech, which I wouldn't mind except that yielded only for a question. It was a question, Mr. President. Old Ed turned his back and pranced up the aisle a step or two, waving an arm high in disdain and in Anderson's general direction. Have you stopped beating your wife question? But I would never quibble with so distinguished a colleague, so I will just say to him, Mr. President, that while his state, which is not normally thought of as a farm state, maintains its present right to work law, which I understand was passed many years ago during its beloved senior senator's distinguished tenure as governor, it seems to me it need not worry unduly about a closed shop, for suddenly there was a 3x5 card in Anderson's thick hand for the more than 2,000 migrant farm hands who annually work in its potato and vegetable fields and who live, Mr. President, in what much testimony before our committee and to our investigators shows to be about the most miserable and inhuman conditions of any migrants in the Eastern Stream. Will the senator yield? Old Ed was not walking away from Anderson any more, and it was not a question he shouted but a command. Anderson forayed him no notice. I will of course make this testimony immediately available to my distinguished colleague, who naturally has not had time to attend any of our hearings. Mr. President. He will be particularly interested in the evidence our committee has that his state's code on migrant housing, which as a former governor he will surely be familiar with, was being openly violated last summer in more than a dozen migrant camps visited by our investigators. Will the senator yield? Old Ed was shouting almost into Anderson's face, his own was red and furious. Cond III, 263. Shins he was more accustomed to induce in his victims than to suffer himself. A few of his colleagues, even some of the Senate's elders, were looking a bit amused, but that was deceptive. They might not mind at the moment seeing hard-bitten old Ed scratched up a little, but what would stick with them was that it had been done by an upstart who'd better be put in his place before he visited similar indignities on them. In the long run, the old Senate mules would always recognize that their own interests demanded solidarity among them even when they despised each other, as many of them despised old Ed, and for good reason. Anderson's temerity also was making something of a stir in the galleries. Reporters were scribbling, tourists were on the edge of their seats. In the family section, Kathy sat alone, appearing unmoved behind her dark glasses, except to those who knew of her nearly total immersion in the hearings. "Mr. President," Anderson said mildly, "I'd be glad to yield a third time to my amiable and distinguished colleague, even for another speech, and even if I have answered his pointed and well-stated questions, except that I'm due in a matter of minutes at an important committee meeting. I regret I have no more time to spare, but in any case I'll soon yield my right to the floor. Now, Mr. President." "Good show," muttered the reporter sitting beside Morgan. He was an old Senate head. But bad politics in this place. He shook his head sadly. A veteran reporter, he had, like an insect that takes on the color of its surroundings, fallen into a more senatorial outlook than most senators. This sort of assimilation was a hazard of the trade. Morgan could be around any reporter who'd had the same Washington assignment for, say, 2 years the White House, or the Treasury, Capitol Hill, politics, and in not more than 5 minutes deduce exactly where he worked. A reporter who spent all his time and intellectual energy discovering the White House view of things began to think in executive branch terms, to consider Capitol Hill, for instance, a faraway place full of provincial obstructionists. A State Department reporter was likely to regale dinner table. 264. Companions with the same talk about the bloc or the CIATS or the subcontinent or the cables as would the Foreign Service types from whom he had picked up the jargon. Old Senate head sitting next to Morgan that day called senators by their first names or nicknames and gravely discussed with the leadership on both sides of the AI whether there could be adjournment by November 15th or way the session would have to go over to November 17th, weighty matter on the Hill. He could always tell UWI out consulting his discreet notebook the exact status of area appropriations bill. They're still holding out for 10% cut in development assistance, but the administration is too bullheaded to give. We won't be out of here till Christmas, the way it looks now. As Anderson continued to speak, that particular old SEI-8 head sided along his pencil at the floor. He was always eager to point out Taft's desk or Huey Long's. He sighed wisely, "Look at old Ed down there. When he gets through, Anderson'll be lying there in the aisle in little pieces wishing he'd kept his big mouth shut." Morgan was trying to listen to Anderson. "And wait till the next time Anderson wants some highway or hospital money out of this place. Old Ed will run his balls up the flagpole. But these kids, these new guys come in here, I've seen a lot that never do learn how to operate in this place. If you want to get along," Morgan said, "go along." The old Senate head looked at him with deep respect. "The only way. The sooner they learn it the better, in this place. But some never do." He pursed his lips and shook his head gravely. "Indeed does constitute criminal behavior," Anderson was saying, "and if the states, who to this point in time have the only applicable statutes, care to prosecute in any case, the committee can furnish much evidence that will be of assistance. We will forward, of course, our reports to the proper state officials. But, Mr. President, I fear the states will not act. The disgraceful truth is that the states have not acted in the past, and with far greater investigative and enforcement powers at their disposal. THIRD 3, 265. Committee staff has had. We have found so few instances of states acting to enforce their own housing and health codes where these even exist in any way that effectively applies to migrant labor as to be negligible. The same is true for state investigations of conditions in the fields and in the camps, including, I am sad to say, the state of my good friend with whom I have just engaged in amiable colloquy. Now, Mr. President, why should that be the case in any state? His voice rang out a little on the question, and Morgan noticed that the other senators in the chamber were attentive, especially old Ed, who sat glowering and bead-faced. In the rear, from a sofa just by the cloakroom door, Adam Locklear and Matt Grant watched Anderson closely, rather like parents seeing an offspring off to school. The Senate could be interesting humanity on display, but to Morgan it was usually an antiseptic chamber, as seen from the press gallery. The speeches tended to sound alike, and the bills were all reminiscent of other pieces of timid legal prose, and the men who moved about buttonholing one another looked to be of a size. Or maybe, he thought, the gallery was just a bad vantage point from which to see, maybe it foreshortened men and events to look at them from above. Down on the floor, he was certain, the Senate could not be such a pallid spectacle, but was, rather, a formally organized version of the ancient human struggle to emerge from the pack. I think we can only conclude, Mr. President, that the states do not want to act to protect migrant labor. They don't want to interfere with conditions imposed by large grower and packing interests. They don't want to tamper with their farm economies, inefficient though they may be. They don't want to attack the status quo. After all, who among the migrants votes? Which of them pays taxes, has any influence, holds a union card? Most of them are not even white, or English speaking. Many are not literate. No, Mr. President, I greatly fear we cannot look to the states for needed action, not when those who would be benefited are so powerless and those who think they would be injured are so powerful. And I also fear we must not look to the states for the reason that so much testimony before the committee shows so much involvement of so many state of 266 officials in the migrant system. Mr. President, I mean to say, and I assure this chamber that I choose my words carefully, I mean to say that we have reason to believe some state officials not only condone the exploitation of migrants but profit from it. Morgan could feel the tension tighten in the chamber, like a rubber band slowly being stretched toward breaking. That fool is going to do it, the old Senate head muttered. Even old Ed was looking at Anderson expectantly. Morgan knew Hunt was about to take a step that would have large political consequences, but suddenly he was not thinking of that. He was thinking that Hunt Anderson was about to bring down OB himself far more than he already had the great flood tide of the American publicity machine. He was about to open himself to the buffeting and acclaim of the curious and the concerned and the awed and the outraged and the starstruck. That was more than a big step, it was a lunge. No matter what happened, Anderson was going to be forever changed. Kathy would inexorably be drawn along with him, and changed too. Morgan wondered if Kathy, still and attentive in the gallery, was concerned, whether she still believed breaking Hinman would make her husband or whether, in fact, making him would finally be for good or ill, by her lights. But she gave no sign. Abruptly Anderson named Hinman's state. For instance, has in peak months about 14,000 migrant laborers in its vegetable and potato fields and its apple orchards. But in that state, anyone with a strong stomach and average eyesight can in a day discover literally hundreds of violations of what rudimentary state codes there are. The committee investigators have done so. I have done so, and very thoroughly, I may say. But no state action has been taken or threatened, nor so far as the committee can see will it be. Mr. President, we also have evidence from that state of wholesale exploitation by unscrupulous crew leaders and calloused growers and local officials. We will show, I believe, a new kind of fraud in an area of human life where one would have thought all possible frauds had been long ago devised, a new fraud stemming from the recent extension of old age and survivors insurance coverage to migrant workers. I might add that is about the only action ever taken by the federal gov. Old Butts Boy 3, 267. Earnment to help these people, many of whom can claim no state, let alone a community, for their own. And now even that small act of compassion and concern is being perverted by cheating employers. Mr. President, I have asserted that the states are so lax in enforcing their own laws because they have no interest in changing the system. In this particular state, one of the biggest users of migrant labor, Mr. President, there appears in fact to be a high-level interest in maintaining the system. There were audible gasps from the gallery. Ape, the old Senate head muttered. He's gone apeshit. When the governor of that great state Anderson plowed as steadily into his climax as if he were reading an editorial on motherhood into the congressional record, is himself a major though unacknowledged owner of a corporate potato farm and pack shed known as Agri-Packers. A wire service man at the central desk on the first row of the press gallery quietly picked up a telephone with a muffler attachment and began talking over the direct wire. As Anderson continued, the wire service man, his voice inaudible 2 feet away, kept dictating his story, produced almost effortlessly by the supreme skill of his trade, by the professionalism that passed in his life for value. The story was already moving on the wire even before the speech was finished. Which comprises more than 100 acres, each with a crop value of more than $3,000 in a good crop year, and when a youngish senator stood up and stalked into the cloakroom. He represented a major lake state and was honorary co-chairman of Help Hinman, a volunteer committee Hinman's staff had bought and paid for to manage their man's national political interests in advance of his actual campaign. When Agri-Packers fields are harvested each year almost entirely by migrant workers housed in camps maintained to the extent that they are by Agri-Packers. Around Morgan, reporters were jabbing at their notepads or at the yellow sheets the Standing Committee of Correspondence made available in the press gallery. 2 more. 268. Senators, one of whom was said to have his eye on the State Department in the forthcoming Hinman administration, left Anderson's side of the aisle and went to the cloakroom. Someone, Morgan had no doubt, would already be on the phone to the White House, where the hard-shelled old pinochle player who lived there would see immediately that he would have to emerge from his pose of neutrality, either to help rescue Hinman or to produce a saleable substitute if that became necessary, neither of which courses will amuse him. Someone else would by then have an open line to Hinman himself. Then the governor of that state can hardly be considered disinterested, Anderson concluded, adding florid assurances that he was only citing one rather typical example, not trying to make a particular instance of it. The old Senate head next to Morgan was right when he mumbled something about the futility of trying not to sit down after a man had blistered his own tail. He and Morgan both knew the fat was in the fire, and when Morgan emerged into the working rooms behind the press gallery, he found them a bedlam of men shouting into phones and at each other, of furiously clacking typewriters and jangling teletype bells. Morgan hurried around to the family gallery entrance, but Kathy had left immediately after the speech followed, a guard told him, by a man with 4 cameras festooned around his neck. Morgan went across the East Plaza in sharp autumn air to Anderson's office suite, which, small and crowded, was also a bedlam. Probably never going to be any bigger, Morgan thought with grim amusement, not after the leaders get through with Anderson. Morgan was well known on the premises, and guardian Geraldine was long gone from the dangers and shocks of the Capitol. A quick check on the intercom by a busy secretary sent him right into the inner sanctum, the only room of Anderson's suite not jammed with desks and filing cabinets. There was a desk big enough for table tennis, a baronial fireplace, carpeting to the metatarsals, a brown leather sofa and 2 matching chairs, a telephone console winking like a jukebox, and over the mantel a rather undistinguished pastel of Kathy and their 2 children. Anderson had not then been around long enough to collect many of the signed, smiling photographs and the overwritten plagues 3, 269. and framed tributes that covered the walls of most politicians. Kathy and Matt were there. Anderson was on the phone. "I know it gives you problems," he was saying. "I understood that all along. It gives me problems. But I think the president will agree I gave the governor every chance to get it off his back before it came to this." White House. Morgan did not need Mart's low mutter to understand that. Anderson listened for a long time. There was a sense of unseen powers on the other end of the line, menacing shades, imposing presences. Finally Anderson grinned, held the phone away from his ear as if it were red hot, and listened some more. Then, "Well, tell the president, naturally I'm sorry he feels that way. Tell him I'll do anything I can to repair the situation. I don't want to hurt the party any more than he does. But, Charlie, you know this is a matter of principle, and it's too late to turn back anyway." "I know, Charlie. Now you know that's not so, Charlie. No, there wasn't any other governor I could pick on, none involved this deeply. I kept you posted, Charlie. Well, you tell the president I regret it as much as he does." There was more in that vein for 2 or 3 minutes. When Anderson hung up he looked more cheerful than he had in months. "Got the pricks jumping," he said. "How'd it go, Rich?" "The wires are screaming. Matt, see if Hinman has put out anything." It was said with more authority than Anderson usually displayed, and Matt promptly left the room. Morgan had the impression that Anderson was in a sort of ecstatic shock, the way he had seen other men, even in Korea, just after an ordeal, physical or mental, they believed they had weathered well. Anderson was garrulous, exuberant. He strode rapidly about the room, touching things, bending to kiss Kathy, sitting down in one of the leather chairs but quickly rising to walk about again. "Old Ed," he said. "Bastard tried to touch me up. Did you see me pull those figures on him? And those farm characters, like a herd of goddamned bull elephants on the way. 270. To the graveyard. Sweetie to Kathy, did you hear it? Did you make it for the whole show?" She assured him she had. He had done well, pudding do. Old Ed was the best part, better than Hinman. "Right," he said, "right, because old Ed, he runs this goddamn place and, man is he going to REA me a new one first chance he gets." It was as if he relished having defied them, as if he felt true to his idea of himself. "You know something, Rich?" Morgan raised his eyebrows. They were listening. All the old farts were sitting there listening to me. You should have seen the way they look at me up close. That was something, Rich. "And one thing," Kathy said, "if Hinman comes on, they'll have to give you the caucus room. It'll be a mob scene. Bet your sweet ass they will." The phone buzzed. Anderson snatched it up, listened. "TV? I'll see 'em all at once." He looked at his watch. "In 20 minutes. Get that makeup man in here." "Makeup?" Morgan said when Anderson hung up. "Are you kidding? I hate the goddamn stuff, but O'Connor tells me my cheekbones make these big shadows under my eyes, so I look like Boris Karloff without it. That O'Connor drives me crazy." "Yeah," Morgan said. "Me too." Matt came in with a yellow piece of wire copy. Hinman bit hard. Anderson grabbed the paper, read it, handed it to Morgan. Morgan leaned over Kathy, noticing her perfume, and they read the story together. She was warm. Morgan heard her light breathing. His arm touched her shoulder. The story said an angry Hinman denied everything but the Agri-Packers' interest, which he said was in blind trust with his other interests. What mattered was that he demanded to appear before the committee and refute the charges personally. "We've got him." Kathy's voice broke a little with eagerness. She had not even noticed Morgan was beside her, touching her. No one had to tell Morgan that. He moved away, toward Matt. "Hi, 271. By God," Anderson said, I never really believed until this exact second the little son of a bitch would bite. I never believed he'd be that foolish. Matt Morgan had a story of his own to write and was on the way out. Better tell that makeup man to hurry. Just outside Anderson's suite he met Adam Locklear walking along head down, his hands in his pockets, his chunky body bull-like in the echoing dimness of the long corridor. "Well, 5-star, you've got a big story at last," Adam said. "I suppose you'll even be running him for president now." "Should I? If he pulls off the Hinma trick, I guess so." "You're the political expert." "If, you said." Hunt talks as if it's in the bag. Talks easy. That cold-blooded snatch has got him believing he can do anything, but I'm not so sure. Hinman's a big mule. His obvious bitterness at Kathy must have made Morgan's face appear startled. "I'm sorry, Rich, I shouldn't have said that. It's just that Hinman is really such a small part of the whole picture. I'd hate to see the senator get the whole investigation discredited, or let it be diverted into some smelly political fight, by going wrong on this one part of it. Hunt won't let that happen. You know how he feels about what's been happening to all those people." "If I didn't," Adam said, "I'd be off for the cane breaks by tomorrow morning." Morgan's taxi had to fight traffic along Pennsylvania, and the driver made the mistake of trying to go up 14th to K, so he was late reaching the office. Keller, the news editor, was waiting at Morgan's desk. "They're screaming for a start up there. You're on top of page 1 and they blocked out $1.50 just tentatively. Tell em to make it 2. What about text? We'll tack on the right excerpts from Anderson's stuff at the end of your piece so don't take too much space on." 272. Quotes. "They'll take care of the Hinman crap up there, SC just give em a high reference. I need short takes at th hour." Keller turned away, then came back. "Good payoff for you." He gazed at Morgan kindly. "They're happy up there. I can tell, even when the bastards are screaming for copy. A good payoff for us all," Morgan thought as he worked. He knew that what Anderson had most feared was that Hinman would simply ignore the charges. By such a lofty course, Hinman would suffer minimum damage, hold the notoriety of the story within limits, and leave the committee in the position of swinging wildly at a target that refused to act like a target. "Except that I don't personally think he'll do any of that," Anderson had explained to Kathy and Morgan over dinner at La Salle du Bois, the night before he implicated Hinman on the Senate floor. "This is an arrogant man, you see, a very hot boy who's never had anybody stand up to him anywhere along the line. He must be straining at the leash already, and when he hears what I'm going to say, I just don't believe there's going to be any holding him back. Damn the politics of it. You can't say that kind of thing about Paul Hinman, especially not if you're an upstart like me that nobody ever heard of. That's what I'm banking on. He's going to come roaring down here like a freight train ready to run right over me. It isn't even going to occur to him that the smart thing to do is to lie low. The Paul Hinmans of this world don't think they're required to do the smart thing, they think it's a little beneath them." Hinman did come back as predicted, swinging hard, so that there would be the confrontation Anderson wanted most, rather as if, it occurred to Morgan that night, the smart thing somehow was beneath Anderson too. Suddenly, above the clatter of his typewriter, he could hear Adam Locklear, "I'm afraid he'll chase the rainbow." "In one way," Morgan said to Dunn quietly, as if he did not wish Glass to hear, "I suppose you could say I made Anderson a presidential candidate." The green lenses barely moved as Dunn's head nodded almost imperceptibly. "How's that?" Glass brayed from the rear seat. 273. The night he dragged Hinman into the migrant mess. Maybe even Glass could understand some things, Morgan thought, as least Glass was in the trade. "I was writing the story, and I put in a high graph to say that since Hinman's had been almost the only name mentioned for the nomination, if the Anderson hearings knocked him out of it there could be an open convention. And that being the case," Dunn said, "the next thing you had to do was to list all the possibilities." "Right. Right. Now you understand it made no difference that I'd have to attribute the names to political analysts or informed sources. All those frauds would only be Richmond P. Morgan in disguise. And it didn't make a damn whether my colleagues on the other papers would list Anderson with all the obscurities and hopefuls and perennials they might envision in Hinman's place, if it finally came open. Because the truth is, it's not really news until it's in our paper. At least it wasn't in those days. So I wrestled with it a little while, but not for long. A presidential candidacy begins, in my opinion, not in a lot of publicity but in the speculation. All that gossip, insight, fact, fancy, prejudice, and propaganda that political writers like me pass on to the nation, which is just to say our sense of a situation and its possibilities. Usually we're remarkably near unanimity, since we all feed on each other's thoughts and writings, and dredge those up from about the same sources what we see and hear and filter through our experience of politicians, and, more important, what politicians want us to see and hear and report, and, last but not least, our personal likes and dislikes. I don't know about you, Glass, but I've seen reasonably good men never get off the ground, either because they couldn't get themselves into our speculation or couldn't maintain it when they did, and I've seen some nothing balls jump into it overnight because of one speech written by somebody else, or maybe a newsy press conference, or even just a lavish buffet dinner with useful press handouts. And there's nothing like an efficient campaign organization, never mind if the candidate's any good, to catch the attention of the political press. Not a bad system, Dunn said. You guys are a sort of nominations committee acting for everybody else. You. 274. Can't all be fooled all of the time, and damn few of you I be bought. Your biggest weakness is that too many of you want to believe in people and things you're too lazy to cation. But in my experience your committee does manage weed out the culls. Every now and then you do go wrong and put a good man down or a bad man up. How is THA different from anything else in life? And the truth of it is that a man who can get himself into what you call the speculation and turn it to his advantage is likely to be the kind of man who can make the presidency. On the other hand, if he can't even manage the speculation, he'd better stick to his law practice. I think political writers provide a pretty good test of whether a man's got it or not. But got what? Morgan thought. Aloud he said, when they can push themselves away from the bar. Except that reporters tend to fight the last war, like generals. They depend primarily on experience, and as fast as things move nowadays, nothing deceives a man more. Anyway, I put Hunt's name on my list that night. Analysts here credited Mr. Anderson with a brilliant but dangerous political gamble, blah blah blah. By wrecking Mr. Hinman's chances, Mr. Anderson could wreck their party's chances, and perhaps his own future in that party, and so on and so forth. But on the other hand, there's always another hand in the speculation. The national attention Mr. Anderson is receiving and his unique situation as a Southerner defending Negroes could catapult him into the presidential picture, etc., ad infinitum. Of course, that part about Southerners and Negroes was solid stuff, and I got to tell you, none of the other political hacks got that point at all, the one that was really necessary to make Hunt a believable candidate. That's why my story really was the beginning of his campaign, and the funny thing is, I didn't have to write it, and not even a psychoanalyst could tell you or me why I did. Because I liked Hunt, liked Kathy, liked his political style. Because I believed in his character? Let's face it, I stood to gain professionally if a friend became a candidate, particularly if he became president. I enjoyed having the power to validate him in the speculation. I could even work up a little outrage at men like Hinman and the migrant system, and I always tended to support the newcomer against the settled situation. That's 275. In my blood. I think maybe I must have been a little romantic too. I remembered something Hunt had told me when we got drunk one night. What I want is just not to corrupt people or cheapen anything. He actually said that to me. Christ, Glass said, just think what you could have done for him with 30 seconds on the tube. Maybe you were just a pro. Dunn's green lenses turned for a second toward Morgan. Maybe you just knew a solid political angle when you saw one. For whatever reason it had been written, Morgan knew, that story really had been one of the things that had led Hunt Anderson on, just as it had been one of the things that had led the public to accept him as a presidential possibility. Nothing affects a man more powerfully than what he thinks about himself, and Morgan's few words, in such a forum, working on Anderson's concept of himself, had both confirmed and stimulated that shining ideal that, Morgan believed, had beckoned Anderson always. Anderson had been a politician, so he had believed the glowing things he read about himself, even when he had helped contrive them, and it never occurred to him that Morgan might have written that passage out of some obscure or mixed purpose of his own, because everything concerning Anderson derived from Anderson's own worth. Not, Morgan remembered, that Anderson had conceded aching, in fact, the next day, looking rather as if he had just had a sumptuous meal, he had chided Morgan for being premature. "That's not the same as inaccurate," Morgan said. Anderson laughed. "For your information, I'm making a strong denial of candidacy at noon." "You'd better. You can't admit a thing, in fact, you don't even want to, not yet, not until you've sunk Hinman in a mineshaft and filled it up with concrete." Morgan had encountered Adam Locklear just after that day's hearings. Adam was looking no more dour than usual but said right away, without preamble, "So the chief's off and running just like I thought he'd be. Now the whole thing will turn into a sideshow, you watch. Those two tomcats will scratch either other up, and that witch will sit up there in the gallery egging him on, but who gives a damn for some poor bastard with a backache and hungry kids?" 276. "Adam, damn it, that's not fair. Not about Kathy, not about Hunt, he cares about that poor bastard, and you know he dpes. If he did happen to make it, he might even know enough, and have enough guts and firepower, to something done for a change." Adam nodded glumly. "But, you know, Rich, starts down that political road, he goes where it leads, especially with a woman like that to please. Maybe this road won't lead far. Maybe you're right, we underestimate Hinman." "I don't know whether he's underestimating Hinman not," Judge Ward told Morgan the next day. "Personally, never took to Hinman much, the few times I've dealt with him. But I can tell you the White House is boiling mad, and around this place there are a lot of us who happen to think this Anderson is putting himself pretty far out ahead of the party. That might be one thing if he'd earned the right over the years, but who the hell does he think he is? Judge, I hate to say it about a man, but I think Hunt Anderson may be about 98% sincere." "Sincere?" The judge looked at Morgan as if Morgan had body sores. They were sitting in the ornate president's room, just off the Senate floor, where senators came when a reporter to whom they were willing to speak sent in a note. Morgan thought the medallion portraits of Washington and his cabinet, the brumity cherubs, the gilded mirrors and chandeliers, the black leather couches, and the baize-covered Lincoln's table in the center of the room provided exactly the right surroundings for Judge Ward, one of the last senators who dressed the part: high, detached collars, old-fashioned suits, watch chain, gold-knobbed cane, lengthy cigar, always a white flower in his lapel, and all this beneath long flowing blue hair and a pink cherubic face with pince nez. From the galleries, the guides would point him out to the tourists, and in the corridors of the Capitol he could be seen genially showing dazzled school children from Terre Haute the stone staircase up which the dastardly British had charged during the War of 1812. Of course the judge's appearance was more than mildly deceiving, as he had been when he coerced Zeb Vance McLaren into voting for highway billboards. The judge was an authentic Senate potentate. 277. Tate, one of those voracious old sharks who rarely made more than ceremonial appearances on the floor but operated with razor-sharp teeth and abrasive hide behind closed committee doors. Willful and overbearing in his senatorial habitat, deluded by his standing in it, he had once sniffed after the presidency himself, until party leaders tactfully let him know that his connection to the oil companies just couldn't be explained outside his grateful and adoring home state. "Sincere," he said again. "Everybody's sincere in this place, Young man. Everybody's got to be sincere about his own interests and his state's. That's why we're here. I meant sincere about helping these migrants. Judge Ward made an expansive gesture. Oh, that's all right about the migrants. Nobody objects to doing a little something for them. But this Anderson he didn't clear with anybody around this place. He's just gone off on his own. Kathy laughed when Morgan told her of Judge Ward's indignation. It's no laughing matter if Hunt's expecting to have a future in the Senate, he said. No, it isn't. She watched Morgan carefully with her calm eyes. They were having coffee in the Senate dining room, and she had laid aside her dark glasses. But then Adam says you're driving Hunt on to run for president. I'm driving him. She smiled over the coffee cup, a bit thoughtfully. Why does Adam think that? Mainly he seems doubtful Hunt has a strong enough case against Hinman. He'd rather not have stirred it all up. Well, he's right about one thing. She set her cup down with a little clatter. Unless Hunt can back up what he said about Hinman, Hunt won't be running for the Senate or president or anything else. The day Hinman finally appeared in the caucus room, Morgan was afraid for a moment that Anderson really might have underestimated him. The huge room where Joe McCarthy had made and lost his reputation and Estes Kefauver had exposed the big-time criminals was jammed with people. There was scarcely space at the press table to 278, move an elbow, and the television cameras and lights ranked down the far wall in a grotesque jungle of legs, cables and reels and men. In front of the committee table photographers swarmed like flies but far, nosily. By then, and with Hinman to appear, the migrant heings had developed not merely political but social status all over Washington that night. At dinner tables from Capitol Hill to Spring Valley, people would either have there or they would be out of the conversation. Here there in the audience, old hands could spot some of most fashionable hostesses in the city, as well as a numb asterisk of well-dressed women who sought to be seen by the Hiesies. Lobbyists, downtown lawyers, political types sweat through an out-of-office term, a few students and from the original hearing audiences all were there. Wife of a former president was there too, a formidable crone animated and sibilant under a wide-brimmed hat that I blocked the view of those behind her, who dared not protest. 2 rows away the French ambassador's wife appeared in something expensive from Paris, the sort of display for which, it was suspected in cynical circles, she was well rewarded. A few cabinet wives, looking uniformly righteous and unsexed, also were to be seen, and Myrtle Bell fluttered between the press table and a flock of her pigeons who had good seats near the entrance. Senators' wives were everywhere, and even a few diplomats were on hand for the strange American show. The first of Anderson's colleagues on the committee to arrive, knowing the early bird got the photographers, was a Westerner named Updike, with the face of a choirboy and the soul of a rug merchant. Updike and Anderson, ostensibly, were members of the same party, but Updike had been designated by the Senate leaders to represent theirs and the party's interests against the maverick Anderson. There was no hope of prying one of even such facile loyalty as Updike loose from this commitment, since the leaders also were guaranteeing him approval of the development of a big hydroelectric site by a power company that had bought him so dear even he had stayed bought. Next, blinking sleepily and lumbering along like a tank car, was none other than Adolphus Helmut Offenbach, he 111, 279. Of the porcine aspect and drowsy temperament, in whose foreign name Z.E.B. Vance had vainly clothed Matt Grant's acreage poundage bill 3 years earlier. Offenbach was followed by the other minority member, who wore a gay vest and was known colloquially in the press gallery and the cloakrooms as the senator from the Dominican Republic, owing to the flamboyant zeal with which he advanced the interests of the great Caribbean Democrat, Rafael Leonidas Trujillo, who as a result never failed in those days to secure an American sugar quota or to provide vacations in the sun and a sizable campaign fund for his benefactor. In the prickly matter of Hinman, if not on other questions facing the committee, Hunt could count on Offenbach and the senator from the Dominican Republic for the impeccable reason that they would be delighted to ruin their party's prospective opponent in the next presidential election. but Hunt's own political heresy would be made to appear the worse if he had nothing but opposition party support, and for that reason he regarded the last senator to enter the room as the most important of what, in senatorial style, he called this august body. The latecomer was a sharp young patrician from New England, Warren Victor, who was serving by appointment and was already in the late stages of a remarkably brief tenure. Victor's problem was that he could not conceal his contempt for most of his colleagues, including the leaders, who as a result were systematically blocking or killing the few projects he had deigned to seek for his home state. In the long run this did not really matter, since Victor could not conceal his contempt for the voters either, and they were soon to show theirs for him, given opportunity. As he entered the caucus room that day, wrinkling his Puritan nose at the crowd, Warren Victor represented the support Anderson needed most against Hinman. He was the only member of the committee majority who could save Hunt from having to rely entirely on the opposition party. But the bastard just looks at me with those codfish eyes and says he prefers to reserve judgment, Anderson had said. He thinks people like himself, and I suppose Hinman, have some kind of God-given right to run things for the masses. On the other hand, he's so damned ethical I'm 280. Afraid to buy him a drink. I don't have any idea what he'll do except he'll act like an abolitionist. Anderson himself, his sense of timing well honed by Danny O'Connor's coaching and by the long weeks of the hearings, was the last to appear past the great doors from the stairway off the rotunda of the Senate office building. As he entered there was scattered applause from standees outside. In the caucus room there was much stirring and murmuring until the photographers, descending with shouts and flashes of piercing light, blocked Anderson mostly from view, although his odd head, with its hair in the usual twists and cowlicks, could be seen turning courteously as directed. Morgan caught a glimpse of Kathy, entering just behind her husband. Later, he would remember that something had seemed to affrightle him from his seat. He left the press table and shoved his way down the crowded middle aisle to the seat a Senate functionary had been holding for her in the accustomed place near the rear. Gradually, the hubbub around Anderson died, and he moved through the pack of photographers to the rostrum, pausing for a moment to chat with Victor, then again for a whispered head-to-head minute with Adam Locklear, then posing with the gavel for the insatiable stills. Kathy came along the aisle, heads turning to follow her. Far to the front, Myrtle Bell was craning to see what Kathy was wearing. Kathy gave Morgan a small, impersonal smile, sat down, and put on her dark glasses against the television lights. "How's it going to go, Coach?" He knelt beside her, sensing, as always, her gathering intensity. "You tell me. Is he here yet? You think that guy would let anybody top his entrance?" "Kathy. Something I wanted to say." Morgan was surprised at himself. Years later, he still was. She was craning a little, trying to get a view of the doorway through which, at any moment, Paul Hinman would appear. Without turning her head she touched Morgan's forearm as it lay across his knee. "Hunt's going for the brass ring if this goes right today," he said. She looked at him then, her fingers still, tense, on his arm. "Did he tell you that?" "No, he's got to play the game with me." "But I know 281. Is this the time to talk about it?" "I just wanted to say that wherever the road goes, I'll try to be there if you need me. Or if Hunt does." It had not then been clear to Morgan why he said it. He was rather amazed that he had. Much later, after long thought, he realized he could not have said it to Anderson because, from a political reporter to a potential president, it would have been suspect, and from man to man it would have blown too much of his cover, and maybe of Anderson's. He could not have waited, because if all went well with Hinman it would sound merely as if he were climbing on a bandwagon. So it had had to be then, it had had to be to Kathy, and it had had to be said not because Morgan knew or even sensed what was going to happen, but because he could not have known anything but that Hunt and Kathy Anderson were going to pay a price whatever happened. So he had said it, astonished at his own words, but before she could reply other than for a faint momentary tightening of her fingers on his arm, the doors opened and Paul Hinman entered. Hinman was not a large man, but he had vitality and confidence, almost too much of both, and they gave him presence. Before Morgan had even seen him, past the tall doors, he could sense him in the sudden hush. Then Morgan saw him and knew he was going to be hard to handle. Hinman had the kind of swing in his stride, strong movement of his shoulders, forward setting of his head, rather handsome, lean-jawed, with wavy hair that could win a debate or a battle before it started, by impressing an opponent. He looked as if he expected to win, merely wanted to get it over with quickly so he could turn to something important. Not that he was nonchalant, or gay, or even smiling. Hinman was too solemn to take easily any slur on his notion of himself. Yet Morgan thought he conveyed, as he marched toward the seats reserved for him and his party, that he was really present to accept surrender. Behind him, not quite in step, was an unsmiling troop of gray flannels, sober ties, and briefcases. Hinman's entrance naturally created another commotion, set off more flashbulbs and photographers' carrot cries, and a 282 small crisis. Hinman could be seen shaking his head vigorously, and as Morgan made his way back toward the press table he asked Eddie Bontom, a wire service photographer, what was happening. Eddie breathed beer fumes on him. Bastard won't pose with the chairman. Morgan laughed. Can you blame him, bastard? Eddie had seen them come and go and ranked them all a subspecies. But Anderson had been an infighter. Hinman had taken a quick lead by entering the caucus room like Napoleon after Austerlitz, and set a hostile tone by refusing to fraternize with the enemy. Almost before Morgan could get back to his seat, the gavel was cracking, the din subsided somewhat, and Anderson spoke. The Select Committee on Farm Labor Migrancy will come to order. He paused a moment, peering toward the photographers still clustered around Hinman. In other circumstances it would have been the moment for a courteous word of welcome to a distinguished state governor. Morgan looked toward Hinman too. The committee calls as its first witness this morning Mrs. Jonelle Everett of Hartford, Connecticut. Morgan was looking directly at Hinman, and at the sound of the witness's name Hinman's head jerked up. Morgan could not tell whether because of the name itself, or because Anderson had snubbed him by calling another witness, unmistakably signaling that Hunt was not at all intimidated. Hinman stared for a second at Anderson, then made a dismissing gesture to the photographers and began talking rapidly to the gray flannel on his right. Mrs. Jonelle Everett was a well-girdled woman with a sharp, disappointed face, a skimpy fur piece, and a dar hat. Hinman did not look up as she came forward, in a buzz of surprise from the audience, and took her seat. Hunt was explaining something in a whisper to Updike as Adam Locklear gingerly elicited Mrs. Everett's name and address. "And what is your occupation, ma'am?" "Housewife." Mrs. Everett was not one to leave any false impressions. The late Dr. Everett, of course, was in the healing arts. The dental profession, to be specific. Old Bull vs. Boy 3, 283. "I see. Now, ma'am, were you once a professional person yourself, before you married Dr. Everett?" "For many years, I certainly was. An executive secretary. For a number of leading executives. Hiring, firing, everything." "And did you ever work for Governor Paul Hinman?" "Not." Mrs. Everett's voice rose, sharpened after he entered politics. "He said then that he preferred someone younger." She hesitated, her mouth opened, then, abruptly, she was silent. For once she had resisted the temptation to expand on fact, to explain circumstances, and it left her last sentence hanging there, bitter, unreconciled. Reverberating in the caucus room, as if she had described the whole episode, recounted every moment of the years spent in brooding memory. Hinman sat unmoving. "And were you ever the secretary and a stockholder in a corporation known as Agri-Packers?" "I certainly was, and I still own one share of that stock." Not that it's worth so much. How did you come to be the corporation's secretary? Mrs. Everett half turned her head toward Hinman, and Morgan thought he glimpsed on her face the fine glow of moral retribution. When I was executive secretary in Mr. Hinman's law firm, he organized a corporation to buy a farm and packing operation. He called me in, told me I was to be secretary of record asterisk and there wouldn't be anything to it, but anyway I was to have 1 share of stock. She cleared her throat contemptuously. I believe the law required that the secretary be a stockholder. And when did this happen? 8 years ago. I remember it was the year I met the late Dr. Everett at the dog show. Now, ma'am, do you know why you were made secretary of Agri-Packers and given a valuable share of stock? Never made me very much, I must say. The late Dr. Everett, had he not died so suddenly? She could not resist telling all, that one burst of eloquent brevity had exhausted her capacity for restraint. Was going to sell it back to them if he could. Oh, I suppose they just didn't. 284. Particularly want a public connection with it, I'm not sure why. It was all perfectly legal, of course. And how long was your tenure as secretary? Until I left the law firm. Her mouth was open to go on when Hunt began thanking her profusely. She left the stand without looking at Hinman, firm beneath her girdle, her powdered face looking at least to Morgan's imagination carrot faintly relieved of its sharpest edges. She went back to Hartford. She was not even out of the door before Hunt banged the gavel again. Committee calls Mr. Lonnie F. Tobin of Immokalee, Florida. There was another disappointed buzz in the caucus room as the unknown Tobin's name was called and as he came forward. Tobin was looking sharp in an electric blue suit, and he was apparently feeling sharp. He walked to the witness chair with the same nearly dancing step Morgan had last seen at Saugus No. 2 some months earlier. He sat down as if he were taking a seat in a poker game among drinking companions. Peter Butcher, a news magazine reporter across the table. FC from Morgan, made a face and whispered, "Another goddamn sob story to set the scene." Butcher's identification ploy was to be more hard-nosed even than the Pentagon bureaucrats. Updike, despite his supple character, was something of a fighter, and this time he leaped right into the breach. "Well, now, Mr. Chairman, I should think, in all courtesy, maybe now we ought to hear the distinguished Governor Hinman, since I'm informed he's here at considerable personal inconvenience." The chair appreciates the able senator's suggestion, and the chair is sure the distinguished governor does too. The chair thinks, however, that it will become apparent in the interest of orderly procedure why we should first hear Mr. Tobin who, I assure the able senator, is also here at considerable inconvenience. Morgan noticed with foreboding that Victor's thin nostrils quivered more disapprovingly than usual. Adam Locklear again conducted the questioning, from his place between Hunt and Updike. "State your name and address for the record, please." 285. Lonnie Tobin, Immokalee, Florida, when I stays put occupation. What they call crew leader. And what is that? It supplies labor. Get a crew together, keep it together, look after it, take it hither and yon to the fields. You take crews north in the East Coast migrant stream. Don't know about that. Florida, Georgia, Carolina, Delaware, Jersey, Long Island, all up and down there. And in the course of the year, Adam said, have you ever taken a crew to a potato farm known as Agri-Packers? Every year, just about. Hinman was now listening attentively. A little starch seemed to have gone out of him, but that could be for no more reason than that Hinman had been keyed up to tear into Hunt and, instead, was being made to wait until Tobin had testified. Now, Mr. Tobin, Adam said, as a crew leader, do you know about Social Security regulations for farm workers? Yeah. Law say these cats work for one person 20 days in 1 year, they covered. Or they earn more and $150 from any one employer, they covered that way too. Do you have to keep the records, Mr. Tobin? Got to do everything for these cats? Law say the crew leader the employer if he provide the labor and some cat work for him 20 days or make 150 off him. The way it works, then, the grower pays the crew leader for the labor, but the crew leader actually pays the hands, and the law says the crew leader is the employer of record. Reckon that about it? Butcher passed a note across the table. What's this all about? Morgan shrugged and crumpled it up. That means, Adam said, the crew leader has to deduct the OASI tax for any of his hands that are covered. What that? Old age and survivors insurance, what you probably call Social Security. You have to deduct the withholding tax for each of your hands that's covered. 286. Yeah, man, I does that, alright, and then as the employer you have to match that amount out of your pocket and send it to the government, right? What the law says. Tobin spoke with infinite weariness. It's a matching program, isn't it, the working man paying half and the employer paying half. It's a mess, I knows that. There was some laughter in the crowd, and Tobin looked as if he had dropped a third queen to a pair. Why is it a mess, Mr. Tobin? Well, you see now, these cats don't know much about nothin', and they always go in hither and yon like I told you, and so don't many of them know the numbers. Social Security numbers. If they got one, maybe they lose the card. Always something like that. Seem like I just can't keep up. But you always make the deduction from the wages of the covered hands, don't you, Mr. Tobin? Law say I got to. The law also says you have to send it to the government. Asterisk with your matching contribution, doesn't it? Yeah, but if they don't know the numbers I offer for the record an affidavit from one J.D. Jackson of the Social Security Administration, Adam said. It states that since OASI was extended to farm workers, no payments of any kind have been received from a crew leader employer named Lonnie Tobin. Tobin was silent. Butcher was scribbling another note. And it further says that, since then, no payments for farm labor have been received from Agri-Packers, Incorporated, except for the permanent staff that had been covered all along. Butcher slid the note across the table. I see, said the blind man. Morgan winked at him, feeling superior in his knowledge. I think this affidavit ought to go in the record at this point, Mr. Chairman. So ordered, Anderson said. I wonder if the distinguished governor would like to have a copy of this document. He peered with elaborate concern over the rostrum. Old Bull vs. Boy 111, 287. There was a hurried conference around Hinman, in which he ostentatiously took no part. Gazing steadily at the back of Lonnie Tobin's head, there was a curious buzz in the room, and a gray flannel stood up. We would, Mr. Chairman. Hunt passed a piece of paper to a page boy who came running. Now, Mr. Tobin, Adam said, letting go for the moment what your obligations are under the Social Security Act, as amended, have you ever had any discussion with Agri-Packers about whether or not you're obeying the law? Nah, man. They just wants taters, Doug. There was enough laughter at that to cause Anderson to tap his gavel. Yet you as the crew leader are the middleman who relieves Agri-Packers of the legal responsibility for these workers' Social Security payments, reckon so? Tobin's voice resigned him to his fate. They don't worry me none about it. Who do you deal with at Agri-Packers? I mean mostly. White cat named Iranian, he like the field manager out there. And is he the one who pays you, so you can pay the hands? He the one. But Duranian has never mentioned Social Security to you. Not that I knows of. Isn't that worth right much to you then? Much. Tobin was incredulous. He stiffened in something like outrage. Considerin' all I got to do for these cats that mostly ain't worth killin'. He shook his head sadly. Man like me is always behind the 8 ball, see? Always livin' from day to day cause you never make enough to pay the bills or anything. Them deduct pennies don't seem like much to me when these cats don't even know the numbers. Adam's voice was curiously gentle. Dog eat dog, is that the way you see it, Mr. Tobin? I ain't saying that. I only know / got to eat *. Any questions, Mr. Chairman? 288, Morgan was surprised that Hunt had none. Victor used a few moments to express moral indignation at Tobin, who blinked and nodded. The other senators looked blank, and Tobin was dismissed. There was a shuffle of anticipation in the caucus room. Now let's get down to business, Butcher said out loud. Hinman was sitting forward in his seat, obviously ready to rise. Committee will now hear from Mr. Allen F. Winston. Hinman's face went red, whether in anger or embarrassment or both Morgan could only guess. He heard a TV cameraman swear in frustration. One of the gray flannels got up and made his way toward the front of the room, just behind a tall, burly man, a little paunchy, who looked like a former Green Bay Packer. In fact, he was a political science professor who had been elected to the legislature in Hinman's state, owing to a scandal in the other party, whose candidate was charged with molesting a child. As Winston took the witness chair, Updike protested once again that Governor Hinman should not be kept waiting. Once again Anderson explained that the reasons why other witnesses were being called first would become apparent through their testimony. "Are you still a member of the Assembly?" Adam asked Winston. Winston smiled. "I only lasted one term. In my field, Mr. Locklear, those who can, run, those who can't, teach. I'll be teaching from now on." This drew smug laughter from the politically oriented audience, secure in its knowledge that the real thing was different from what the eggheads thought. "And during your one term, did you sponsor any legislation?" The gray flannel suit was conferring with Anderson. He was making vigorous gestures, and Anderson was nodding with exaggerated Southern politeness. "Quite a bit. It's easy to introduce bills." Winston got another laugh with that one. He was flattering Washington with his recognition of the intricacies and hazards of its main preoccupation, not to be fathomed by a mere amateur. 289. "And what happened to yours?" "One passed." "And the others?" "Rocked," said Winston, "in the cradle of the deep." There was more laughter, which is never hard to evoke when you make fun of yourself. The gray flannel went back to his seat with an air of injured righteousness. What did the one that passed have to do with? It wasn't quite revolutionary. It required more comprehensive testing and regulation of school bus drivers. "Did you go right through?" "Oh no. You see, it put quite a few local employees out of jobs, or at least required them to meet higher performance and physical standards." "So how did you get it through?" "I wouldn't have without Governor Hinman." Adam did not look surprised. "He supported that one of all your bills?" "Not at first, not that I knew of. Nobody did, except some other do-gooders." Winston had the right touch in that crowd. Another laugh. Butcher was scribbling furiously, and some of the little red lights had come on. Winston was scoring. Maybe, Morgan thought, he would become one of those TV personalities who make it big by deriding their own attainments or watering down their knowledge. He looked just right for a late-night talk show, or one of those witty little panel groups that comment wryly on State of the Union messages. Then the governor called me in one day. I must say I wondered how he had learned of my talents. Morgan saw the trace of a smile above Hinman's knotted bow tie. He said he liked me, hoped I enjoyed politics. He wanted to help. My bus driver bill had merit. It needed doing and he thought he could swing it through." "And what did you say?" "I asked him who he wanted kidnapped." Even Anderson grinned at that one. "But he said it was nothing like that." The calendar was cluttered, and the leaders wanted to clear a way for adjournment, and for reasons of his own that year, the governor wanted the leaders to have their way. But they were all afraid that the minority or even some of 290 their own people would slip something through in the confusion if a lot of bills came up at the last minute. They just wanted to clear some of the underbrush off the calendar / including your other bills. including literally hundreds of other bills, maybe thousands. It wasn't unusual, I knew that. And I agreed with TT Governor that the bus driver bill was the most important one of mine. Adam consulted his notes, whispered something to their son, then asked, "Could you describe some of your OTER bills, Professor?" Adam had not seemed amused by Winston's quips. Morgan knew Adam was not one to depreciate education, advantages, opportunity, only those who have had them liberal stuff. Reforms. Most of them impossible, I suppose. Like tuition-free state colleges. Anything about migrant labor. One bill. It would have made it mandatory for employers of more than 5 farm laborers in any calendar month to provide at least 50 square feet of housing space person. I didn't think that was exactly communistic. 50 square feet is only a little bit bigger than the top of a table. What interested you in migrant labor? Oh, up in my part of the state, they come through pick apples and they live like dogs. Worse than dogs, wanted to help if I could, and that seemed one-way start. Now did Governor Hinman mention that particular bill to you? The day he called you in. I discussed several of my bills with him, including one. I remember because I thought it was reasonably important. But he said the bus driver bill was the only one could put through for me, so I had no choice. Any questions, Mr. Chairman? Just like to say to Professor Winston, if he ever come to my state to run, I hope it's against somebody else. Victor looked disapproving of this levity but passed, Updike did. The senator from the Dominican Republic wanted jovially to know whether Winston's speechwriter was available for employment by the other party. Often I, 291. Bach's Bavarian cheeks wobbled with jollity, but he had no questions. Winston left the stand and walked into a broad sea of smiling faces in the caucus room. He had risen perfectly to the occasion. Butcher passed another note, no glove on PDH. Morgan passed one back, but sweating. He thought Hinman looked less assured and domineering than he had at his entrance, but the change, if any, was nothing specific, nothing traceable. Sitting there among the gray flannels, barricaded by their briefcases, he merely seemed a little smaller than he had before. Morgan saw suddenly that Hinman was, indeed, quite short. Usually, his presence kept anyone from noticing. Morgan wondered if he stood on anything when he made a speech. Committee calls Irby Cullen of Immokalee, Florida. Audible murmurs of disappointment swept the audience, and the gray flannel who had conferred with Anderson spoke angrily to Hinman. Hinman shook his head, his thin mouth tight. He was not to be surprised again. Updike, watching him closely, also decided to say nothing. Irby Cullen, an elderly black man who had been going up the stream since childhood, told in a listless voice how he had been recruited the year before by Lonnie Tobin for field work and had gone north with him in the old school bus Tobin drove. Ultimately they had worked the fields at Agri-Packers. Drawn out by Adam's questions, Cullen said yes, he reckoned Tobin had taken the Social Security out of his pay. Didn't know if Tobin had sent it to the government. Oh, yes sir, he'd been paid by Tobin all right, 80 cents an hour. Cept on top of the Social Security, Tobin took out 12 cents an hour. Can't say just what for, cept all the crew leaders, they took out maybe that much, maybe more. Maybe for just letting you work, a sort of commission? Reckon so. Make it hard on a man cause he still had to pay for a bed and sompum to eat? Well, as for the bed, he paid Tobin for that, leastways Tobin took it out. Best he could remember, $3 a week for the bunk room, $3 blanket fee, and kerosene extra if it turned cold. Hard to say on account of, no sir, they want no chits or nothin'. Food now, Tobin took that out too, cause he run the lunchroom in camp was the onliest place to eat. Food. 292. Draws from maybe 12 or 13 a week right on up, they ain't no tellin' cause it depend on how much a man eat and drink. See, the lunchroom don't provide no beverage, you got to buy your beverage extra, 25 cents a pop. What about wine? Adam asked. Didn't you have wine in camp? Sometime. How much? Well, $1 a pint, if a man had cash, but Tobin he would charge it up to the lunchroom for $1.25 and deduct if a man was busted. Yes sir, you could get it for 50 cents in town, but, trouble with that, how you goin' to get to town? Now did you get paid cash, Mr. Cullen? After Tobin taken he sent out. Like I say, he don't give no chits, but he always know what to charge. He takes out all his deducts, the lunchroom and the blanket fee, the social security and all, and gives you what cash is left. Ain't much either. And then when you start home to Immokalee, Mr. Cullen, how do you get there? Tobin drive the bus. Adam nodded, as if he had known it all along. And what does he charge for the trip home? $12.50 last year. There were no questions from Updike, but Victor again used free TV time to fulminate against evil. He did it well, but everyone in the immediate audience had heard him do it so often that a buzz of conversation rose, and Hunt again had to gavel for order. Offenbach heaved himself an inch or two forward and asked, "Can you say to the committee, I mean, why do you let this Tobin treat you that way?" "Got to work," Cullen said. "Got to eat. What else I goin' to do? Earn. Offenbach lapsed backward, as if to think that one over. Committee will now hear from Mr. Leon Duranian. 293. This time, Morgan could see, Hinman had not even expected to be called. He looked more casual now, unworried, although the gray flannels were grim with disapproval, and Morgan wondered if Anderson was stretching the suspense too far. Duranian turned out to be a slender, surly fellow in a suit from which his arms and legs stuck out a little too far. No, he had no idea whether Tobin paid in the Social Security to the government. That was Tobin's responsibility. No, Tobin ran the camp, that was the usual arrangement. Crew leaders ran the camp, provided food and beverage. Agri-packers owned the housing, all right, but when the workers came, Tobin managed the camp at his own expense. That was all Tobin's responsibility, part of the system. He provided the labor, agri-packers paid him for it, and that was all Duranian knew. The rest of it was none of his responsibility. Of course, Governor Hinman and the other owners knew nothing about any of this. Why would they? Adam asked. Now what would you say, in those camp houses and bunk rooms where the men live, how much space per man? Wouldn't know. Well, you gave one of our investigators the plans from which the bunk rooms were built. Any changes since then? None, except patch the roof and put in some window lights they broke out. They always break out the window lights. Then it's still got about 500 square feet of floor space. Whatever it comes out to on the plan. And maybe 25 men in there, day in and day out in season. What's that come to, Mr. Duranian? I don't have a pencil. Comes to 20 square feet a man, Adam said. You don't need a pencil for that, Mr. Duranian. How much is 20 from 50? Here's a pencil. 30. Duranian ignored the pencil that Adam tossed in front of him. 30 is right. Now one other thing. Irby Cullen said he was paid 80 cents an hour at Agri-Packers last year. What was the prevailing wage on the other farms around there? 294. About that, I reckon. Must have been. You don't know for sure. We paid 80. I know that. That's strange. According to the State Labor Office, and I offer this affidavit for the record, Mr. Chairman, TF prevailing wage in that area on hourly rates last year $1 even. How'd you get workers for 80 cents? I don't know about prevailing wages. The crew led brought men, we were offering 80 cents, And they took it? I thought they seemed glad to get it. Again, Hunt had no questions. Only Updike spoke up, grilling Durranian on the wage question, as if he wanted to know the secret for himself, then leading Durranian one more through a strong denial that Hinman had any knowledge of how Agri-Packers was operated day to day. As Durranian left the witness chair, Anderson said, "The committee will be pleased now to hear from Governor Paul Hinman." "But the press can't do everything," Dunn was saying. "You could have speculated until you were blue in the face and nothing would have happened if Anderson hadn't knocked Hinman out of the box. He had to do that for himself, and I have to say he did it well. I was glued to the TV set that day, and what I couldn't get over, watching it, was that Hinman never seemed to realize it wasn't his legal position that mattered. He never understood that with the cameras there it wasn't a trial, it was a debate. It wasn't fact that mattered, it was manner." Which was what Hunt counted on, Morgan said, right from the start. He pointed to the private entrance. "Turn there, it's just a mile or so from here." The between-witness chatter in the audience died at the sound of Hinman's name. Hinman did not move. The gray flannel who had conferred with Anderson stood up, looking thunderous. "Mr. Chairman, I am Harold B. F. Ogden, representing Governor Hinman's trust managers in this extraordinary matter. In view of the discourtesy of this committee in scheduling other witnesses ahead of Governor Hinman, who is here at considerable personal inconvenience, and in 295 view of the brevity of the time remaining before noon, I suggest that the committee adjourn for lunch and hear the governor this afternoon." Hinman had never served in Congress, or he would not have allowed his lawyer to criticize the whole committee. Morgan knew that, if it now came to a vote over this request, all the members would have to support Hunt, even Updike, because the one thing that would hold them together no matter where they stood on the basic questions was anything non-congressional that seemed to question their congressional authority or the propriety of its use. If Ogden had confined his remarks to the chairman, he might have made his point. As it was, Anderson was in a position to take a strong stand, knowing the committee would have to back him against an attack on it. "We'll hear the governor any time he wants to speak," Anderson said, "but I would think since his time is so valuable he'd be better served to go ahead now. But it would be most awkward if his testimony had to be interrupted for lunch." "Oh, we'd go on, Mr. Ogburn." "I don't think." Ogden. "I don't think the governor is going to need all day, do you?" "Of course not, but..." "Naturally, if the governor needs a little time," Anderson said, "in view of what's been brought out here, to prepare his defense, why, we wouldn't want to rush him." "Now, Mr. Chairman," Updike said, "I just have to object a little bit right there at that particular point, because I don't think that was at all the point of what Mr. Ogden was trying to say." "Indeed not," Ogden said. "Mr. Chairman, this is not a court of law and Governor Hinman is not preparing a defense of any kind. As his representative, I am compelled to say that we have heard this morning a reprehensible tissue of innuendo and supposition and very little fact that has the slightest relevance to the governor." "Well, he's not here under subpoena, Mr. Cogden." "He's..." "Ogden, Mr. Chairman." "Excuse me, Mr. Ogden. The governor's here." Volume 296. "Terribly, I was going to say. Now the committee is going ahead with its work. We have other witnesses, some of them here at considerable personal inconvenience too. If the governor has been surprised by what we have brought out and wants to take an hour or so to prepare a defense, it's all right with us. We'll be here whenever." Hinman stood up then, and whatever else Anderson saw was lost in the sudden stir of the crowd. Butcher put another note in front of Morgan, in the gut. Hunt had core right to Hinman's weakness. Hinman was arrogant, overbearing, he could not abide the suggestion that he was surprised or confused or had to work up a defense. He wanted to brush Anderson aside, contemptuously disregard the charge against himself, and stalk out the master of the situation. It was what people expected of him, more that, it was what he expected of himself. The attempt to pu his appearance over to the afternoon had been a rather violent rejoinder to Anderson's tactic of making weight. It had backfired, and Hinman was smart enough to know it. Ogden looked surprised as Hinman pushed past him and stalked toward the witness chair. In some confusion, clutching his briefcase, Ogden followed and seated himself beside the governor, whose stiff back now was turned to Morgan and the others at the press table. Hinman did not even wait for Anderson or Adam to begin but quickly stated his end title in tones icy with disdain. "Well, we're glad to have you here, Governor." And Son's voice had become a little more southern, his unruddy hair a bit more tangled. Two networks were carrying the proceedings live THA day, all over America, Morgan supposed, housewives were peering over their ironing boards. The photographers mill and cursed and clicked in front of Hinman, and Anderson waited patiently before signaling them away. "What I suggest, Mr. Oakdale," Anderson said, "is just let the governor proceed any way he wants to, and the chair or the committee isn't clear on anything, we'll ask a few questions when he finishes and maybe even interrupt if it seems useful at some point." Ogden looked at Hinman with raised eyebrows. He paid him no attention. "Mr. Chairman," he said in Old Bull vs. Boyle, 297. Arctic voice, "My inclination, as I listened this morning, was to leave this chamber without comment, trusting to the intelligence and the sense of fair play of the American people to see the situation for what it is, an outrageous attempt to smear me, for obviously political reasons, with the greedy behavior and possible law-breaking of this person who described himself as a crew leader, and with the deplorable conditions he apparently created at the worker camp at Agri-Packers, Incorporated. That was my inclination, Mr. Chairman, and it still is, but I will say this much. Although I did purchase a financial interest in Agri-Packers, all such interests are in trust for the duration of my term, and I therefore have no knowledge, none of any kind, of any of these activities this committee had been exploring. And now I bid you good day, Mr. Chairman." He rose to his feet, as if jerked upright by invisible attachments to his shoulder blades. Ogden rose too, more clumsily. Neither had turned away before Anderson said, apparently unruffled, "Thank you, Governor. I think you might like to answer some of the questions the committee needs to put to you, and I'm sure you'll want to hear the rest of the testimony we expect to take today." "No interest whatever in your testimony or your questions, Mr. Chairman." Hinman turned away with the air of a man tried beyond endurance. The room was quiet. The former president's wife was staring intently at Hinman. The cameramen were peering through their red-eyed machines. "Well, Governor, you're not sworn, and as I told your defense counsel a moment ago, you're not under subpoena. I doubt seriously this committee of Congress would seek to subpoena a state governor, even if you do choose to remain silent." The more Anderson explained that he could not compel Hinman to testify, the more pressure there was on Hinman to do so voluntarily rather than have it appear he had hidden behind technicalities and legal devices. "But I feel in duty bound to inform you that testimony we expect to take later in the day is going to raise grave questions of propriety about your involvement in this matter and about your statement a moment ago that you have 298, no knowledge of any kind of what we've been discussing here." That sent murmurs across the room, and Anderson tapped his gavel gently. "Mr. Chairman, I really must object," Updike said again. "Governor Hinman has already made a very full and straightforward statement, and I congratulate him on it. I see no reason for harassing him further." The trouble with that was that Hinman had done nothing of the kind, which everyone knew, and which made Updike's conclusion patently empty. The patrician Victor chose that moment to intervene. "We must never forget in this body," he said in his pedagogical manner, "the presumption of innocence." Morgan realized immediately that this had stung Anderson. Anderson knew well the difference in a congressional committee and a court of law, but it was not in his ideal of himself that he would take advantage of the former to abuse the rights of a witness. "No conclusions have been drawn here," Anderson said, "I'd remind my able and distinguished colleague that the very reason I have suggested that Governor Hinman submit to questioning is so that he can clear up, if that is possible, the serious questions that have been raised." Ogden set his briefcase on the table with a defiant thump. "The conclusions of the chairman appear all too plain to me," he said. "In view of your own reported political ambitions, and Governor Hinman's high responsibilities, I believe this is the most outrageous and unprincipled proceeding I have ever witnessed. I demand." "No." Hinman's icy voice stopped Ogden as if a tap had been turned in his throat. Hinman sat down again, as starched as before. "Ask your questions, Mr. Chairman." He made it sound as if he would be a reluctant witness to obscene rites. There was not a quiver in his voice, not a hint of uncertainty. Hinman was dead game, nerveless. He must have known by then that he was playing on Anderson's field, by Anderson's rules. He had seen that his adversary was not to be brushed off with a show of disdain. The early witnesses must have suggested to him that Anderson knew a great deal about his entanglement with agri-packers. Yet Hinman had high, 299. Silenced his attorney, spurned his legal escapes, and there he sat, driven to the end of the line by Anderson's goading, but still confident, cool, even arrogant. He could be that way for the same basic reason that he had allowed himself to get into the agri-packers imbroglio and to be drawn into such a confrontation. It simply would not have occurred to him either that he had done anything for which he ought to be held accountable, or that any adversary, in the long run, could get the better of him. He had had too much success, for too long. He had come to believe that he had the golden touch. So he would not concede an inch, and in a sense, therefore, he had Anderson as much at bay as Anderson had him. The match was to the death, and Morgan sensed that there would be no holds barred. "I'd like to establish a basic point first. Mrs. Jonelle Everett testified that you first acquired your interest in Agri-Packers, Incorporated, 8 years ago. Is that correct?" "To the best of my knowledge." "Why have you tried so hard to keep it a secret?" "I see, Mr. Chairman, that you have learned your lessons from your colleague Senator McCarthy." A murmur swept the chamber. Anderson's face reddened. "The answer to that," Hinman continued, "is that I did not attempt to keep it a secret." "Well, you had your private secretary listed as the principal officer of the corporation, didn't you? A business convenience, and not an uncommon one. But isn't it a fact that there was never any publicity of any kind, no public knowledge of your farming interests?" "I invited none. I concealed nothing." "Can you seriously contend, Governor, that if it had been public knowledge that a corporation in which you were an owner made extensive use of migrant laborers, the miserable conditions in which those laborers lived and worked would not have been a political issue?" "That's a complicated and iffy question, Mr. Chairman. I was not in politics at the time of the purchase. And quite obviously I don't know as much about political issues as you do." "Well, you knew you were going into politics, didn't you?" 300. "I may have. But I resent your suggestion and repeat that this was purely a business matter. Wasn't it a rather strange investment for a lawyer?" "No. It was good property with a good earning record, available cheaply from an estate. I organized a corporation and bought it for that purpose." 5 years before you became governor?" "Yes. I was inaugurated 3 years ago, Mr. Chairman, at which time Agri-Packers, along with all my other holdings, were naturally placed in a blind trust." Hinman went into lawyer's detail about the trust, and how impossible it was for him to influence the worth of his holdings, or even to know what they were. "In fact, I am only assuming that my interest in Agri-Packers has not been sold by the trustees, which would be their right to do if they saw fit. I have no idea whatever of the present value, if any, of that holding." "Were you perhaps assuming that it had been sold when you influenced Assemblyman Winston to drop his migrant housing bill?" "Oh," someone murmured audibly from across the press table. "Below the belt." "Maybe it was," Anderson said late that night, when he dropped by for a late drink at the house Morgan had bought in Cleveland Park. By courtroom standards, I mean, or in some ordinary case. But we weren't in a courtroom and the case wasn't ordinary. It's hard to hit a man like Hinman too low, and I thought it was important for the country to see what kind of man he was, to know what he was capable of, before we made him president. If I had to shake him into losing his temper and blowing up, well, that was what I had to do. Morgan squinted at his nearly empty glass. Isn't that saying the end justified the means? I think it's saying the means made the end possible. That's what I thought was important, and I still do. Morgan was on his third or fourth drink and went a little further than he had intended. And what's the end? To knock Hinman out of the White House or to put yourself in? Old Butts Boy 301. Anderson put his drink down and stood up. I'd have expected that from some people but not from you. TM sorry. Morgan stood up too. I only meant that sometimes it's too easy to lose sight of one's own motives. Sometimes they get disguised as principles. Morgan knew something about that. He knew how a man could fool himself, and often did. Oh hell, Anderson said. I can't help it if what tears down Hinman also happens to build me up. I still have to do what I have to do. What I think is right besides, a mean, tough bastard like that is bound to have 9 lives. Morgan walked out with him. It was a cool, quiet night above them. The cathedral spire stood whitely lit against the sky. Far down the hill there was a faint rumble of traffic on Connecticut Avenue. The house was dark behind them, and out somewhere, little Richie asleep, a light burning. Only in Morgan's littered office downstairs. You don't pull your punches, do you? Anderson paused on the sidewalk, looking down at Morgan. Some of them. Maybe lots of them. It wasn't any fun for me today, you know. Doing what you think you have to do usually isn't. Especially, Anderson said, if there's any doubt at all in your mind that it is the right thing. You have to put doubt aside. He had certainly shown none that day, nor had Hinman conceded him an inch. He had waited a full 30 seconds before answering, while he stared coolly at Anderson. I assumed nothing. I had no knowledge at all that Assemblyman Winston was sponsoring such a bill, before I conferred with him as he has described. He made no great point of it to me even then. No hearings had been held on it, not that I know of. Thousands of bills are introduced pro forma in our legislature every year and are never seen or heard of again. I had an agreement with the legislative leaders. I merely asked the assemblyman to help us clear the calendar, which he did. Anderson sounded incredulous. You had no knowledge before he told you of a bill that would have forced you to better than double the migrant housing space at Agri-Packers, and cost you thousands of dollars. To say nothing of 302. What it would have cost all the other growers in your state. I do not, Hinman said, keep up with all the minor legislation introduced by minor legislators. The measure of Anderson's tactics and the seeds of Hinman's destruction were in that exchange. Morgan knew Anderson and Adam Locklear did not have any evidence that Hinman had deliberately maneuvered to kill Winston's bill, which could have been buried in any of 1,000 ways, state legislatures being what they were. But in view of all the testimony so far taken on the plight and exploitation of the migrants, Hinman's contemptuous attitude of not having known what was happening at Agri-Packers was damaging, and for him to refer to Winston's bill as minor was nearly disastrous. His reference to Winston himself would have seemed discourteous and ungracious in any case. Anderson seized the opening. What about major legislation, Governor? Have you introduced a program that would stand a chance, that would aid migrant workers or improve their living and working conditions? That is hardly one of the major priorities of our state. Mr. Chairman. Well, at peak season you have as many as 14,000 migrants at work in your fields and orchards. Have you got another 14,000 people as badly off as they are? They are not, of course, our citizens or taxpayers, in most cases. But this committee can rest assured, Mr. Chairman, that my priorities researchers and program planners will recommend to me what may be necessary when it becomes necessary, and it will be done if it is within the resources of our state. I wish it was that easy around this place, Anderson said. Are we to understand that your experience with agri-packers has given you no ideas of your own in this field? I have never acted as operating head of that corporation, Mr. Chairman. I might point out Hinman was swinging along in fine style, sounding confident and competent, the way he did on Meet the Press, that although there was testimony earlier today suggesting the possibility of fraud in the collection of Social Security taxes from Lot III, 303. Borrowers at agri-packers, the federal law extending OASI to farm workers did not take effect until 2 years ago, a full year after the trust took over my interest in agri-packers, which is not in any case and by your own testimony the employer of record. So you're in the clear on that too. I am in the clear, as you put it, entirely, Mr. Chairman. But surely even you can see that the Social Security matter is particularly irrelevant to me. During the 5 years that you owned agri-packers before becoming governor, Anderson asked, not conceding the irrelevance, did you ever visit the property? Occasionally. The migrant camps? I suppose so. I don't recall specific occasions. And what did you think of conditions? Well, of course, Mr. Chairman, one doesn't expect the Waldorf in such places. I am not among those who believe such people as migrants are incapable of taking care of things or bettering themselves. But they are itinerant, and that can lead to irresponsibility, and I suppose growers have to take that into account when they provide housing. All right, but I asked what you thought of conditions in the camps at agri-packers. I believe they were rated as good as any in the area. How many square feet per man? I object to that question, Ogden said sharply, as if he had been seeking an opportunity to break in and earn his fee. Unfair, irrelevant, misleading. Withdrawn. Did you understand, Governor, that the crew leader ran the camp? In a general way. As I said, I never acted as operating head of agri-packers. So here's your position, Governor, as you see it, and correct me if I'm wrong. When you bought this property and concealed your interest in it, that wasn't political, that was just business. When you became governor, you didn't know Mr. Winston had a bill in to improve migrant housing. No responsibility for killing that, much less supporting it. The Social Security law was changed after you put the property in trust, so no responsibility for that either. 304. Even if the people who in fact work for your corporation are defrauded of their OASI. As for the camps, the crew leader ran them and agri-packers are as good as any others. No problem there either. And if there were, none of it is your business. Does that state your position, Governor? Hinman obviously had a sense, by then, of having set his foot wrong, but he had not got where he was for nothing. He went smoothly, toughly, to the offensive. Well, Mr. Chairman, if I sat where you sit, and you sat where I do, I suppose that's about the way I'd describe it. If I wanted to destroy someone for political purposes of my own, that might be the way I'd try to do it. If I wanted to smear someone, I could hardly do better than to go about it just as you have. If I had the kind of political ambitions you're reported to have, I might possibly see my way clear to the kind of course you're following. But none of those are true, Mr. Chairman, and so I think the way / would describe my position is that I find these charges of yours totally unfounded, irresponsible, and politically motivated. The caucus room was so quiet that at the press table some of the TV crewmen could be heard muttering among themselves, oblivious of what was happening or of anything but their lights and reels and dollies. Butcher shook his head, for what reason Morgan could not say. Morgan, looking back along the middle aisle, saw Kathy sitting forward in her seat for the first time since the hearings began. Her air of calm remoteness vanished, her dark glasses in her hand at her side. That was the moment, She told Morgan years later, that was the time I was most scared Hunt would quit. That was when he had to have iron in his backbone, more than I was sure he had, if he was going ahead, because all those things Hinman said were exactly the kinds of things that would disturb Hunt the most, attack his idea of himself, make him question what he was doing. That was the moment I knew was coming sooner or later, when Hinman would put it that way, and then Hunt would either go on or back off. And I couldn't be sure which he would do. Let's just look at one more point then, Governor, Anderson said. You heard the testimony, did you not, that 305 agri-packers' wages ran 20 cents lower last year than the prevailing wage in that area. Can you explain that? I have stated and restated, Mr. Chairman, but you seem incapable of understanding, that I have absolutely nothing to do with the management of agri-packers. Nothing, Mr. Chairman. It is an absolute word. But what about 5 years ago, Governor? 8. Right before your trust was set up. I had very little to do with the management of agri-packers then, and I have nothing at all to do with it now. You just take the profits. And the losses, if there are either. Did you ever know Lonnie F. Tobin? Hinman turned his head, as if from a disgusting object. Then he snapped it back toward Hunt and bit off his words curtly. Certainly not. You're sure of that? Not only sure, Hinman said, but extremely tired of having my word questioned in this manner. Then as far as I'm concerned, that'll be all. Anderson suddenly sounded almost uninterested. Any other questions? He looked in either direction. Well, personally, Mr. Chairman, Updike said, I thank the distinguished governor for coming here and discussing these matters with us so fully and frankly. Hinman, already standing, nodded at him without smiling and turned away. Ogden, as if reassured that the world was round, drew himself to full Wall Street dimensions and said, I repeat, Mr. Chairman, that I have found this proceeding extremely distasteful and Anderson's gavel cracked like a rifle shot and he rose to his feet, for once in a smooth, swift motion. His eyes were narrowed, and he leaned forward, menacing in his height and manner. Do you think I haven't? He said in a low, strained voice, as if through clenched jaws. Do you think I like this kind of a thing? To hear what we've heard today? To say what I've been forced to say? To hear myself called what I have been called for trying to reach the truth about a matter of human misery? I'll thank you to remember, Mr. Ogden, this is a duly constituted committee of the Congress of the United States, going about its business of 306. Finding fact and developing legislation. The governor was given every opportunity to say anything he wanted to say. No doubt you and he are going to find this distasteful too, but this committee now recalls Lonnie Tobin. Hinman spun around and stared at Anderson, then slowly resumed his front row seat. As Lonnie Tobin came jauntily forward again, Ogden, his shoulders hunched a little, sat down next to Hinman. Anderson did not even try to gavel down the commotion in the room. Morgan could see Myrtle Bell squawking like a mynah bird to her fluttering companions. In the rear of the chamber Kathy had returned to her customary composed position. She was wearing the dark glasses again. Anderson finally cracked the gavel, the photographers drifted away from Tobin and Hinman, and the caucus room fell silent. The red eyes glared. Adam Locklear rose from his seat and leaned against the wall behind Anderson. Mr. Tobin, Anderson said, recovering the calm voice in which, for most of the time, he had questioned Hinman, when did you first take a crew to agri-packers? 8 years ago, best I can recollect. That sent another murmur over the crowd, and Hinman said something to Ogden. Butcher raised his eyebrows and bent to his notes. And who did you deal with that first time? Mostly Duranian. What did he tell you? Said he was new, the owners was new, everything new, and they wanted new crew leaders, new hands, start a whole new thing out there. He wanted you to bring up the hands. He say he gon make it worth my time. How was he going to do that, Mr. Tobin? He say come on round here tomorrow about this time and see the boss. Another murmur. Hinman did not move. So I goes round there, and Derounian and his boss, they waitin' for me, all right, and Derounian he say do I want the contract? And I say, man, they all want old Lonnie to bring em a crew cause I don't cause em no trouble when I do. Did he make you an offer? He say 307. Who did? Derounian. He say, look man, forget them others, we gon pay you 5 cents per hour for every hour your hands work for us, and you gon take a potful of money out of here in December. And I say, how you gon do that? And he say that what he gon do if I bring em in there for lesson what he got to pay somebody else. And so that year they was payin' 75 around there and I let Derounian have a crew for 55. So by the time Derounian paid you a nickel an hour, he was about 15 cents an hour ahead on his wage bill. Good deal all around, Tobin said. Gone back there every summer since, same deal. Course the rate's gone up. Morgan moved his foot, and every person in that room could hear it scrape along the floor. It was hot under the fights, still. Adam Locklear moved to get a better view of the witness, and his slight motion took every eye. Mr. Tobin. Anderson fiddled with his papers for a moment. You said Derounian's boss was with him when you made that deal 8 years ago. Stood right there. Derounian, he say to I'm, this way we not only save, but Tobin, he'll see to it we get good hands when we need good hands. And what did Derounian's boss say to that? Nothin' one way or nother that I can recollect. Now after 8 years, Mr. Tobin, can you remember what Derounian's boss looked like? Don't forget many faces. Is he in this room? Derounian's boss. Tobin swiveled around and pointed directly at Hinman. Big as life. That cat over there. Hinman stood up, the sound of his chair scraping beneath him the only sound in the huge room. As if at a signal, Ogden and the other gray flannels stood up, grabbing up briefcases and topcoats. Everyone watched them. Nothing else moved, except the hungry, turning cameras. Mr. Chairman Hinman was staring directly, coldly, at Anderson, his voice as firm and icy as ever. This is a tissue of lies and deceptions to which I refuse any longer to be a party, however innocent. I bid you good day. He was heading for the big doors, the gray flannels falling in behind him, when Anderson's voice crackled through. 308. The room. Do you wish to respond to this personal identification by an eyewitness, Governor? Hinman stopped, spun on his feet as if executing a Terry maneuver, glared a moment at Anderson, then malevolently on Lonnie Tobin, who still sat half-turned the witness chair. You may take your choice, H said clearly. He seemed to choke, then spat out his words. My word. Or the 8-year-old recollection of this colored person. Morgan looked immediately at Victor. Shock and distaste flashed on his face. Hinman had lost him, Hinman had lost everything with those few words. Morgan looked back as Hinman resumed his march toward the doors. Ogden and the gray flannels fell in obediently behind him. Their footsteps clattered martially, defiantly. Let the record show. Anderson's voice sounded drained, tired, almost hurt that the witness, Lonnie Tobin, pointed to Governor Hinman in response to the question of the chair. Morgan caught Adam Locklear's attention and lifted his eyebrows. Adam shrugged. It was a weary gesture, but Morgan could read little into it. Someone opened the big doors. Flashbulbs were popping. Hinman went out of the room with dignity, unhurriedly, without looking back. At his disappearance, the stillness of the caucus room was broken. Excited voices began to rise. The gray flannels followed Hinman, one by one. As each man went past the door, the noise level in the big room rose steadily, until there was an uproar. Anderson began banging the gavel, the flashbulbs turned toward him. Adam Locklear had disappeared. People began leaving the caucus room in considerable numbers, making a noisy crush near the doors. The former president's wife sailed splendidly out beneath her hat. The show was over. Anderson finally obtained enough silence to conclude. "Mr. Tobin, has the committee offered you any inducement of any kind?" "How's that?" "I mean, have we paid you any money or promised you wouldn't be prosecuted or anything of that sort?" Morgan thought he knew why Anderson seemed, at last, so listless, almost uninterested. It was more than emotional. Old Bull vs. Boyle, 309. Exhaustion. He was beginning to wonder whether it had been worth it, how it all squared with his lofty self-image, that ideal of himself that was so much of his life. "Ain't promised me nothin'. Ain't nobody ever give Lonnie Tobin nothin' he didn't hustle for hisself. Then why tell us all this? Some of it obviously may tend to incriminate you." "Yeah," Tobin said. "That big cat up there," he pointed to where Adam had been standing. "He say do I keep my mouth shut, they gon' throw it all on me. He say I better tell the whole story like it happened or they gon' try to throw it all on me. Just like they done." "I see." Anderson brooded a moment, then said, as if to remove any doubt, "Did you ever recruit any of your hands for agri-packers through the Farm Labor Service?" "Some." "Well, did you know that the law is very specific on that? I have to inform you that no person may use the Farm Labor Service, which is federally financed, if he charges a fee to either employer or the employee." Tobin shook his head miserably. "Sure is lots of laws." Morgan got up and started through the stream of people moving quietly toward the doors. A strong hand seized his arm and held him a moment against the flow of the crowd. Adam put his face close to Morgan's and murmured, "Now we know who won't be the next president." "But who will?" Was Tobin lying? "How do I know? Except that everybody lies, everybody helps himself." "Why shouldn't Tobin?" Morgan pulled away and went to sit by Kathy, just as he had the day the hearings had opened, all those months before. "You called it the first time." "Hunt's finished him, all right. Hinman's exit line did it, if nothing else." She took off her dark glasses with one hand, seized his hand with the other. Her grip was strong, hot. "Now what, Rich?" she whispered. "What comes next?" But Morgan knew no answer was needed. He knew she scarcely saw him through whatever wild surmise danced mad and enticing before her blue elated eyes. He watched Adam Locklear leave the room. 4. Several cars already were standing in the gravel drive in front of Anderson's house, freshly painted that year, Morgan saw, and romantic as ever atop its hill, under the trees that shaded its lawns. Morgan hated it still, hated all it suggested, but it had been the right house for Hunt Anderson. Morgan had to concede that. It was a house out of legend, a monument to a dream not unlike the one that had taken up Anderson, led him on, dropped him at last, not so much broken as defrauded, just as the fairytale vision of a big white house on a green southern hill could not stand much historical investigation, so Anderson's dream had not sustained the application of a man's life. State troopers were on hand, ready to direct cars MTO the meadow across which Anderson and Morgan had walked laughing beneath stars. Dunn followed their hand signals meticulously and stopped. Morgan stepped warily out of the car's air conditioning into the sun, white and merciless in a ceramic sky. The long exhaustion of summer had left limbs and shrubs, even the meadow grass, drooping, rank, coarse as women painted against the fading of the seasons, and that too, Morgan thought, was just right for the day of Anderson's funeral. He walked reluctantly between Dunn and Glass, as if to his own obsequies. Dust from the drive drifted pallid and stale in the still air. He took a futile swipe at the tiny insects swirling about his head from the rich surrounding fields. "Beautiful place," Dunn said. 310 for 311. They walked toward the house, passing occasionally through shade from the trees, patient in the sun. A man came out on the porch, looked at them, then came down the steps. "Hello, Ralph," Morgan said. "Glass, this is the man you want to see." They shook hands briefly. Ralph James was effusive in his greetings to Dunn, and Morgan suddenly realized that James was out of a job. He might hang on briefly with Anderson's successor, but most senators wanted their own assistants, personally chosen. "Your crew's here," James told Glass. They set up around on the patio. He waved vaguely toward the side of the house. "There's another crew down from the state capitol and they're out there too, and I'll try to steer the senators and the governor and so on, when they arrive, right back there for whatever you want." "Yeah, well, sure," Glass said. "What I was really hoping for was to get a look around the place, some local color stuff maybe. Like the graveyard where old Bull's supposed to be buried." James cleared his throat. Well, yeah, but the graveyard. Fact is, Mrs. Anderson just told me a minute or two ago absolutely not no TV at the services." Glass looked stunned. "But I mean for the Blakey show. Doesn't she want the services on the network?" "I'm doing everything I can," James said. "I really worked on her. But maybe a shot or two out there before the services or something." Dunn chuckled. "If she said no TV, Mr. Glass, she meant no TV, I can assure you." "Mr. Sam was buried on TV," Glass said. "I was there myself. They bury presidents on TV, don't they? What's so different about this guy?" "He's not going to be buried on TV," Morgan said. "That's one difference anyway." Suddenly he was impatient to see Kathy. As if anticipating Morgan's thought, Dunn said, "Where is Mrs. Anderson, Mr. James? Can we see her?" "I think so. You know, she really looks fine. Bobby, her son, got in from school last night, and he's around somewhere too, and one of the morticians. Why don't you just—" 312. "Go on in? There'll be people all over the place before long." A black man was coming down the steps. He was older, slower, but Morgan knew him. Morgan went to meet him and took a big limp black hand in both of his own. "Jody, damn it, what we going to do now?" Jody's sad, stern face crumpled a little, and he squeezed Morgan's hand, or Morgan thought he did anyway. "Got to get on somehow," Jody said. "Don't feel much like it today." For years Jody had taken care of Hunt Anderson, there and in Washington, shepherding him through the worst times, wary in the background during the best. If there was one living soul in this world he loved and counted on, Morgan said, it was you, Jody. It was true enough, but Morgan felt cheap and false saying it. Like many people brought up in the South, he feared that hacks peered with cynical vision through his determined and transparent goodwill to his indomitable white core. Morgan tried so hard not to be racist that he knew it was no use. It would never die within him, that racial consciousness, rank and taunting down there where it had been grafted to his soul, and only in the highest euphoria could he even delude himself that, as with a fearful man overcoming his fear, the greatest blow to racism was to recognize and stifle it. Jody would know he was doing just that. They all knew he was doing it, Morgan thought, every time he did it. Jody took his hand away and shook his head. "Mr. Hunt always made me feel like somebody," he said. "Ms. Anderson seen y'all coming out the window and she asked me to bring you right up, Mr. Morgan." That, Morgan thought, would put Dunn and his goddamned green glasses in his place, but Dunn was talking as easily with James about flight schedules as if he had not heard, even though Morgan, following Jody up the steps, was certain that he had heard. Then he forgot Dunn. Until he actually reached it on. Till, in fact, he could smell its heavy sweetness inches from his face. Morgan steadfastly had not let himself see the white spray of flowers by the door. Until then Anderson's death had seemed real, permanent, a fact. Only in short bursts of odd realization there would be no more wordless 313 Sunday rambles in Glover Park or along the canal towpath or to the St. Gaudens in Rock Creek Cemetery, nor would they again come upon each other unexpectedly, as upon a rescuer, at some stupefying smoke-fogged embassy reception where they would retire to a corner to look boozily around on the entangled aspirations and pretensions prancing before them. For sure, there would be no more of the long, disjointed telephone monologues in which Hunt Anderson in recent years had alternately fascinated and bored his intimates, and at last Kathy would give up any pretense of interest in the Senate Wives Club. The spray forced realization of a different order. It evoked no subliminal blaze of mere memory or regret. Once recognized, the spray was threatening as truth. It put the mark of death blatantly on Anderson's house like triumph and ominous warning, all at once, serving unctuous but insistent notice from the living to the living. Going past the spray, still looking away from it, Morgan thought that only man in all the universe had the courage and the cruelty, the arrogance and the understanding, the subtlety and the gall to celebrate his momentary survival and proclaim the waiting darkness with a single perfumed symbol. In the cool hall lit dimly by the fanlight over the door, Jody turned back to him, his face indistinct above his white jacket. "You want to see Mr. Hunt first?" "See him?" Suddenly Morgan was confused. Things were too much for him. The question seemed to belie the day, the white spray by the door. "Look just as natural as I do. 'Cept now he looked more like he looked 10 years ago." Jody stepped back and held out his arm toward the door into the formal sitting room. Beside the door there was a small stand with a shaded light over it. A book stood open on the stand. "Oh," Morgan said. "In there you mean?" "Brought him home this morning early. I said to Ms. Anderson, I said when I seen him, they was peace in his face again." A slender man in dark blue came out of the sitting room. "Do come right in," he said. "We're viewing until 3 p.m. "Oh. I suppose," Morgan said, "later maybe. I mean, maybe later would be better because." 314. "I'm on the way up to see Mrs. Anderson." It had not occurred to him that the coffin would be open. It seemed unlike Kathy to permit it. "Of course." The slender man picked up a pension to the stand and held it out to Morgan. "The family will want you to register so they can know you were with them in this sad hour." Morgan eyed the pen with loathing. But he took it and meekly signed his name. No conditioning was more powerful than whatever it was that decreed that an undertaker could not be defied in the presence of his work. Beyond the open door Morgan could see a bank of flowers past which, he supposed with obscure resentment, was the open coffin. "Ms. Anderson's bearing up just beautifully," the undertaker whispered. "She is carrot source of real strength to the family." Morgan hastily followed Jody up the curving staircase. As he came round the bend he saw Anderson's son sitting on the top step, staring at him. Morgan put out his hand. Old Bull's grandson took it reluctantly. "Well, Bobby." Morgan knew as he spoke that there was nothing to say. "You're the man of the family now. You're going in to see her." Bobby pulled his hand away and stared past Morgan. He was thin, tall, but as he sat hunched and tense on the steps he seemed no more than a child to Morgan, who could remember him bouncing and scrambling on Anderson's lap. "I can find my way from here, Jody." The black man nodded and walked down the hall toward the back steps. Morgan touched Bobby's shoulder. "Why don't you come along with me? She sent me out so she could talk to you." "All right. We'll talk later then." "There's nothing to talk about." Morgan could not dispute this. He thought of his own son, several years younger than Bobby. "I've got to take more time with Richie," he thought. "I owe him more of my time than he gets." He touched Bobby's shoulder again and went past him. "Don't you stay long," Bobby said. "Don't you stay long in there with her, you fucking bastard." 315 Morgan stopped, turned. He had known all along, he realized, what the trouble was. But what was there to say, even so? "Sorry, wish it hadn't happened." "That would be worse than nothing," he thought, staring down at the rigid, miserable back, the thin, long neck, the head that had never seemed so much like Hunt's. How was living to be explained to anyone? And even if you could explain it, you couldn't justify it with words. Living was its own justification, or it had none, and when it brushed you aside or knocked you down, you had to get up and go on to your own knowledge of it. Not even a storyteller could make a substitute for that. Morgan went on down the familiar hall and knocked on the door. His heart was pounding heavily, as it sometimes did when he had not seen Kathy for a while. Hearing her call, he fumbled with the knob that for years now had turned too loosely in its fitting. Then the door opened and he went in. Kathy was standing by the window in the hot morning sun, with her back to him. The air in the room was cool but not chill with air conditioning. The way she always kept it, it was as much a sitting room as a bedroom, and on a low table before a sofa there were a coffee pot and cups, with a single rose in a stem of crystal on a silver tray. There was a pink coverlet on her bed, but the room was not overly feminine. Books were scattered about, and there were family photographs on the wall and an exercise bicycle in a corner. Morgan walked without sound across the thickly carpeted floor. "You ought to get that doorknob fixed," he said, as he had so often said before. She turned and came fiercely into his arms. She was wearing a loose quilted robe that fell to her feet, and she was without makeup or perfume. There were too many lines, now, near the corners of her full mouth, and the shadows under her eyes, pale blue in the morning light, would never again be mysterious or suggestive, but Morgan did not care. He knew the range and depth of her, the richness of her body, and the strength of her presence, all combined, for him, in a beauty that would never fade, never cease to draw him into its unending vitality and variety. He held her tightly, his heart still pounding. Her forehead was 316. Hard against his shoulder, gouging him, and he felt her strong arms squeezing his waist. "Hold me, Rich." Morgan bent his knees, slipped one arm below her waist, and picked her up. Although she was not small or light, she moved her face from his shoulder to the hollow beneath his ear and took the skin of his neck between her teeth. He began to twist from the waist, rocking her gently. He rocked for a long time. She was not biting hard, but to him it seemed that she was penetrating him, sinking herself into some deep and vital place. Eventually she moved her mouth to his ear. "But I'm alive, Rich. I'm alive." Morgan murmured into her hair. "We're both alive. They called me. Some policeman called me." He mumbled, and I didn't understand. Then I did understand. The first thing of all, the first thing I thought was, I'm still alive. Her lips moved along the line of his jaw, and he turned his head and kissed her avid mouth. For a long time, desperately, their lips and tongues searched for the life in each other. Then she moved her head an inch and spoke against his cheek, into the moist place at the corner of his mouth. "After that, it was awful. After that, I thought about Hunt and all the years. I called Bobby, and there were a lot of things to do, and everything was awful, and blue. Along about 10 o'clock I got away from people and went out in the field somewhere and lay down in the grass and cried." Morgan rocked her again and she curled a bit in his arms, and his chin fitted exactly over the top of her head, lying softly against his chest and neck. "But every second of all that, down under everything else, I was thinking, I'm alive, I'm alive. Was that bad of me, Rich? Wrong, just to keep thinking of my own life, that it wasn't over, I still had breath and sight, I could still do things, there was time. Was that wrong, when Hunt was dead? How could that be wrong? It's just the truth. And then later, when I was alone in here, still thinking all that, I wanted you." She lifted her head, and her mouth butted fiercely at his, her teeth sawing his up. Morgan let her slip through his arms, her robe rising 317 along her legs, until her feet touched the carpet. Her hands came behind his head, and with his own on her hips he pulled her against him. She barely moved her lips from his when, finally, she spoke again. Why didn't you come? Why weren't you here when I wanted you so much? I didn't know. But that was not good enough for the moment, so Morgan lied effortlessly, with the practiced skill of long life. Matt gave me the impression somehow I'd maybe just be in the way, and anyway I thought maybe you'd think I was pushing it if I came along in the middle of the night. Pushing it? You liar. She moved against him. I was lying here aching for you, but you weren't aching for me. Kissing her, Morgan did not try to lie again. She pushed her hands between them and opened her robe at the top and her thin pajamas beneath it, and he lowered his head and put his lips eagerly on her breast. You love that, Kathy said, touching the back of his neck. You love that better than anything else. That's what I wanted most last night, to have you doing that so I could really know I was alive. She moved quickly away, smiling wickedly. I wanted everything else too, but you've never been as good at that, and now all these people around, there's no time. That goddamned Matt should have told me to come out here. Reading her new mood, the kind of flashing change he had so often seen in her, which gave her so much of her power, Morgan went to the coffee table and poured himself a cup. You want some hot? No, thanks, I've had gallons. She had gone back to the window. Matt's broken up, isn't he, Rich? He's taking it as hard as Jody, even if he does have this notion about the seed. Harder than you and me. There was always, he thought, even at the best of times, the thinly veiled urge in each of them to hurt the other, to hit hard at exposed places. She struck back. Because they don't think about themselves as much as we do. That may be. Mostly because they were more wrapped. 318, up in him, their lives had got dependent on his. They looked after him. She turned to look at him, suddenly not fighting. And our lives went the other way. You're right, poor Matt was always afraid that was what would happen to him. He talked to me last night, but not about that. About me. Why about you? About wanting the seat, mostly about Hunt. Matt says he betrayed Hunt. It wasn't all my fault, Kathy cried out bitterly, defiantly. Once Hunt got in politics, everything had to revolve around that Matt, me, the children, everything. It was Hunt's fault as much as mine, and Matt wasn't so high and mighty about it either. I know he wasn't. I don't think it was anybody's fault. It was mine. She sat down beside him so childishly contrite he almost smiled. Back then, Hunt and Matt were so much alike. They both looked through me as if I weren't there. Hunt decided to be a politician, and at the same time he decided I'd be a politician's wife, and that was all there was to it. I knew Hunt, there wasn't anything to be done about it with him. He was reaching for something. It wasn't me, he thought he had me. So I made Matt look at me, not through me. Matt wasn't as hungry as Hunt. I could make Matt do what Slash wanted. And it wasn't too difficult. Difficult enough. She took his hand and held it to her cheek. But then it was like the things you used to want so badly for Christmas. Once you had them, they didn't matter after all. I wouldn't know much about that, Morgan said. I don't think I'm a bad person, Rich. Not about Matt, not about you. Anyway, you can take care of yourself, even with that little peach you married. I used to worry about Matt, but not anymore. It's funny. I needed Matt, and then it turned out Hunt really needed him, and maybe that's the way the world works. She was stroking her cheek with Morgan's hand, gazing past him with absent eyes at, he supposed, the irredeemable years. A long time ago I told Matt. It might work out that Hunt would be his man, not the other way around. And that's the way it happened, didn't it? 319. These last years, I mean. Matt's had to be everything but a senator himself. Everything but. Which is why he wants the seat for himself. But I'm not going to think about Matt anymore. I'm not going to think about Hunt either, not until they sing Abide With Me, and that'll tear me up, but I'm not going to think about it until then. She was strung as tightly as a rubber band doubled over, and Morgan let her talk on, not interrupting. She took his hand and put it on her leg and held it there, touching it insistently, moving it, toying with his fingers, never shifting her gaze from its focus on old shadows. I can't go downstairs, the coffin's open. I couldn't go near it. The only reason I let that fag undertaker do it that way, Bobby said he wanted it. Bobby said it didn't matter who looked or didn't look, the damned body snatchers weren't going to close his father up until they had to. I think Bobby may hate me, but the worse Hunt got, the more Bobby worshipped him, as if the more Hunt refused to deal with life, the more Bobby saw him as a hero. Some sort of lone eagle. Isn't that wild? I suppose Bobby won't deal with life either. Or can't? She paused, pulling gently on his fingers. I wouldn't say that. Morgan pulled her against him. And he doesn't hate you. He's only a boy, and it's all been hard on him. He and Kathy had been especially hard on Bobby, he thought. He did not dare ask her, on this day, if she understood how much Bobby knew about them. Hard on him. I know. The night little Kate went to the hospital, Bobby was already asleep, and I had to come home in the morning and tell him Kate wasn't coming back. So Bobby went to bed with a little sister and woke up without one. Last night I told him he didn't have a father anymore. That other time, his father was out in New Mexico. That's wild too. Talking to some delegates. Imagine being in New Mexico and back home your little girl dies in convulsions. I had to tell him, I always bring the bad news, it's my fate. Hunt said to me on the phone, I think I've got the delegates, but what good does that do now? Of course that didn't last for either of us. After Kate died we both threw ourselves into it harder than ever, but you know all that I don't sup. 320. Pose Bobby understood why, or any of it? I think he may and blame me about Kate because I was the one that was there. The way some things work out is really wild. And when it mattered most, everything was for Hunt. Stop feeling me, Rich, I don't want to get in the mood again. Morgan left his hand beneath her robe. Why wouldn't it be a good idea if I carried you over there to the bed and tucked you in and pulled the shades and sat with you while you sleep a little? You're going to break like a pane of glass. The hell I am, I'm not going to break. Hunt broke, but I didn't and I won't. Besides, you just want to make love and there's no time. There was a knock at the door, and Morgan took his hand away, sick with desire and his own clumsy duplicity. She went to the door, and he watched what he could see of her body moving under the robe. Suddenly it came to him that everything was going to be changed. There would not be merely an absence of Anderson, but all his presence had caused and affected would be different. Bobby would be the man of the house, in fact. And Kathy was not ageless, nor was he. The years lay bleak and empty around him, the air conditioning whispered obscenely. Jody was at the door. The governor on the phone for you, Ms. Anderson. There was no awe in Jody's voice. He had for years lived among governors, senators, cabinet officers, served them unobtrusively, sometimes put them to bed, suffered their indifference. Oh, I'll take it here. Kathy turned away, and Jody pulled the door to, his old eyes looking impassively at Morgan. He knows too, Morgan thought at once, sure of his instinct. Or perhaps, after Bobby, it only seemed that everyone knew. Kathy went across the room to the phone. That son of a bitch better not try to weasel out of coming. She pressed a button, picked up the receiver. Hello. Her voice suddenly weak, exhausted, the voice of bereavement. Morgan could hear a faraway quacking, as of birds flying over. So good of you to call again. Hunt would have appreciated that. Yes, I suppose I'm fine, tired of course, but everybody's been wonderful and I'm all right for 321 more quicking. I'm afraid it's an imposition, Governor. I don't want you to feel. Well, of course Bobby would be so pleased, and knowing how busy you are I can't think of anything that would have pleased Hunt more. The interruption had succeeded in pulling Morgan back from the dizzying edge of his insistent sensuality. Listening, he felt weak with relief, as if spared a fearful pain. Kathy hung up and came back to the sofa, nothing absent about her eyes or voice. Do you know much about that man? Morgan shook his head, edging away as she sat down. Run of the mill is my impression, but I don't really pay much attention to state politics nowadays. Oh. I don't think Hunt liked him, but I can't remember why. Anyway, it's for Bobby, not for me. Now get out of here for a while. FVE got 1,000 things to do and I don't want to think or talk either. I'm going to have too much time to do both from now on. Morgan kissed her cheek as sexlessly as if greeting an old lady at tea time. Her mood had shifted again, sliding effortlessly as a child sled on snow into intense fixation on things to be done. Send that fag up, and Rich, be a dear, give poor Ralph James a hand if you can, he hasn't got a clue. Did I see you with that unspeakable dun? I suppose I'll have to see him too. Tell him I'm changing right now. He was eased out of the room as efficiently as if he had been a subscription salesman. Down the hall a door closed. Bobby was gone from the steps. Morgan wondered how often the boy had watched his mother's door from his own, narrowly opened, how often he had waited in the quiet house. The long night. Morgan shook his head. The boy needed affection, assurance, but then didn't most boys? One way or another, the adult world that dominated them was hard, lonely, crushing. Like my birthday cake, Morgan thought, as he often thought, as if it had been yesterday. The long hot summer afternoon, the dry squeak of Estelle's rocker, the occasional dusty car speeding by on the highway, far down the block the whir of a lawnmower. Estelle sat sewing, not even looking up, the line of her jaw as rigid as the corner of the house. When his sister was angry she never raged or lifted. 322. Her hand, she froze into a disapproval so overwhelming in its air of violated probity that he wanted to grovel, confess his worthlessness, beg her forbearance. But Estelle would disapprove of that too. That morning, in the flush of a year's completed growth, flamboyantly displaying his new wallet with its secret compartment, he had bought a box of candy at the drugstore and taken it to a neighbor lady who had the same birthday and who, as usual, had given him a pair of socks to mark the occasion. $1, Estelle said when he told her of his manly gesture. For candy? You could have got a hanky at the dime store for $0.25. That had begun it. By the end of the silent afternoon, in miserable contrition, he had calculated 1,000 items with which he might, for $1, have eased his sister's intolerable burdens. He was crushed, he despised his improvidence and callousness. And there was something else of which he was uneasily aware that he should not even be thinking, toad that he was. Finally he could help himself no longer. Estelle, he said and waited for a sign. There was none, and he plunged desperately on, hating himself. What about my birthday cake? In the kitchen. Cut yourself a piece, I don't care. He rose from the porch steps. A June bug buzzed in the nearby shrubs. You going to eat some of it with me? Estelle did not look up. I'm busy. Don't make too much mess in the kitchen. Morgan could still taste that cake, feel it dry and lumpy in his throat. He could hear the hot, disapproving silence of the kitchen as he sat alone at the table, staring at the Coca-Cola calendar on the wall. Years later the memory of the cake with its red candles never lit, the single triangle he had sliced in it, could bring the sting of tears to his eyes, and it did, as he went downstairs, brooding, and hurried past the open parlor door and the flowers beyond. Morgan found Jody in the rear, told him Mrs. Anderson wanted to see the undertaker, then, overcoming his hatred of the telephone, called his office from the wall phone in the pantry. Janie mumbled something about lots of messages, then switched him to Nat. Nothing really important, Nat said. Billings wants to TV, 323. Talk when you get back. Your broker about Xerox. Hobart to say nice work on the Hinman story. A speaking invitation in Kansas City. Senator Barstow wants to have lunch. Work that in next week. He wants to talk about this feud he's got going with that con man at the Pentagon. What's the Kansas City fee? I told them $2,000 and expenses. They didn't bat an eye that I could tell. Then okay, provided ifs half Q&A, and you can work out the date, but no goddamn cocktail parties with any old ladies. Just young ones. Is it awful down there, Rich? You know what funerals are, a laugh a minute. Kathy's fine though. A slight pause. Mrs. Anderson, Nat said, is a strong person. Morgan knew when to change a subject. I expect to be in tomorrow but maybe late. If I don't get back tonight I'll call in first thing and let you know, but I don't expect that. He hung up, then called Ann. She said he had caught her going out the door to the hairdresser. Then I won't keep you but a minute. It's just I got away so quick last night, and then you were half asleep when I called. I don't think I ever said I was coming home tonight. Suddenly, he thought of the redhead waiting for him on the plane and nearly changed his mind. That is, as far as I know now. Fine, Ann said. I guess not for dinner though. Oh no, it'll be late at best. You go on and do whatever you had in mind. I just wanted you to know I was planning as of now to be back. I didn't have anything in mind, I'll be right here. Well, I just wanted you to know. All right. I stand warned. Oh, for Christ's sake, I didn't mean. I didn't say you meant anything. I just stand warned you're coming home late, that's all. Morgan was silent a moment. Kathy's holding up well, he said. I think it's even kind of a relief. Of course it is. Tell her I'm thinking of her, will you? But not much, her voice suggested. 324. I'll tell her. Don't forget you're out of gin, I forgot to bring it home. Oh, I'll do something about that, she laughed with what sounded almost like amusement. How have you been getting along on your manuscript? What manuscript? You know, that novel you've been working on for so long. I could just hang up. Morgan thought she knew there was no manuscript, only talk, but he had hung up too many times, stalked out of the room too often. It was good theater, even momentary therapy, but it never changed the situation unless to make it worse. That's one of the cruelest things you've ever said to me, Ann. I just thought maybe having to go down there was interfering with your writing, and I know you get so little free time for it anyway. Oh hell, Morgan said. I'll be home tonight. All right. Rich, you're not. I mean, I know what Hunt meant to you, but don't be too gloomy. It was one of her favorite words, to which by subtle shadings of voice she could impart an infinite variety of meanings, all negative. Morgan took it, and her abrupt change of tone at that moment, as a reminder that they were probably about even up in words as in life, and as a plea for him not to fall, as they both knew he sometimes did, into the sort of prolonged depression that she always seemed to think was less a mood than a petulant response to hurts or disappointments. That usually irritated Morgan because he tended to see himself as melancholy, sensitive, borne down by his perception of a demonic world. This time, as if avoiding battle that would be too intense, he decided to concede peaceful intent. He knew there were times when she really was concerned for him, if for no other reason, out of long familiarity, partially shared lives. I'm all right, I'm not gloomy. His voice was a little sharper than he intended, but for once, as if she too were warier than usual, avoiding conflict, she did not pick it up, or perhaps she did. In any case she let it pass. Don't rush back, Rich, if there's anything you can do for Kathy. We're all right here. 325. For once they hung up almost amicably. Morgan sat for a moment on Jody's high stool, staring at the rows of glasses, all shapes and sizes, in the orderly wall cabinets. He had meant to ask especially about Rich Jr., but of course he had forgotten. In the incessant guerrilla warfare of marriage, children were the most frequent victims. I've got to stop this running around and all this bloodletting with N, he thought, but he knew he was not really going to submerge his own life and needs in anyone else's, not even his son's. The pantry door swung open, and Myrtle Bell strode in behind her imposing prow. "Why don't you get off the goddamn phone and give somebody else a chance, big boy?" "Why, you eavesdropping old bitch," Morgan said. "I suppose every word I've said will show up in your column tomorrow." "It would if you'd said anything interesting." She gave Morgan a bear hug. Perfume and powder odors swamped him. "I didn't expect to see you here, Myrt." "And why are you?" He wanted to ask, but she would be too sharp to give away her reason. "You weren't the only one who loved Hunt Anderson, big boy. I was never so broken up in my life as when Kathy called. I caught the morning plane and here I am." Morgan reviewed in his mind which senators might be coming to the funeral. Myrtle could be chasing something on one of them. Or did Anderson's death raise some flashy news possibility of which he had not thought? Something about Hunt he had not known, an old love affair perhaps. Maybe the Long Island beach house woman was coming. That was the kind of story on which Myrtle was unerring. He gave no thought to the possibility that she had merely come to Anderson's funeral. He knew her too well. "Why, Myrt, you know that really moves me. The ends of the earth, that's how far I'd go for Hunt Anderson. Not to speak of Kathy." "Where is Kathy?" Morgan pointed vaguely upward. "Managing things." "Does she know you're here?" "Not yet." "Let me get at that phone, big boy, I've got to call those shits in my office." Morgan abandoned the stool to her. As he was leaving. 326. The pantry. Myrtle called after him, "Doesn't Hunt LC wonderful? Better than he did alive." Morgan wandered out to the front of the house. Jod was managing a party of helpers under the trees, they covering several long tables with white cloths. A number of other cars had arrived, and a steady trickle of viewers was moving solemnly through the sitting room. Matt Grant had arrived, and he and Ralph James were circulating, rather like hosts. Dunn was in earnest conversation with a burly red-faced man in a suit too heavy for the weather and too tight for his body. Morgan recognized him as the state party chairman. It was remarkable, Morgan thought, that the scene was almost festive, but a funeral, after all, was as much a celebration of life as a mourning of death. And there was always in a funeral throng a peculiar intimacy. Old friends would find each other again on Anderson's lawn, old wounds would be healed, and old truths perceived briefly. Once the body had been viewed and the register signed and the closest among them had murmured grave, loving words to Kathy or Bobby, they would all be free to talk, laugh, eat the food of life that would be set out under the trees, reminisce, mourn a little for what had been, and would never be, and in that way love one another truly, if only in passing. As for the dead, as for Anderson, Morgan thought, going down the steps, seeing the line of viewers move on, folks, keep moving. He walked across the lawn, past one knot of men talking baseball and near two large women in hats, who were clucking over the drought, and by a group of student types in long hair and ill-knotted ties, Bobby's school delegation, no doubt, who fell abruptly silent as he came within earshot. Just beyond them Dunn and the state chairman were still talking. "Message from Kathy," Morgan said to Dunn. "She's running in circles right now but wants to see you just as soon as she's got a minute." Dunn adjusted the green lenses. "A short minute, I'll bet. You know Gil Brock, don't you? From way back. From Zeb Vance days." Brock eyed him without welcome. 327. "Those were the days," Morgan said. "Oh yes, those were the days." The green lenses peered from one to the other, like a referee parting boxers. Dunn smoothly slipped idle conversation between them. Gil was telling me that the president looks in bad shape in this part of the country. Dunn had the one thing no politician could get far without, Morgan thought, the ability to pick up vibrations and give them meaning. This was something Morgan had known well enough, but abstractly, in his years of dealing with Dunn. Not until that moment had he applied it to the conundrum of what had happened between Dunn and Anderson at the convention, behind the locked door of the bathroom in Suite 1201. Strange that even that number had stayed with him. He could still see the fake antique chairs in his mind's eye, the bed covered with papers, briefcases, coats, the carpetbag stickers plastered on every mirror, the huge poster on one wall proclaiming Anderson's Inn, and the drooping dried chrysanthemums mournful on the dresser. Yet the central thing that had happened there, the one fact that mattered, still was unknown to him, and now one of the only two men who had been behind that bathroom door was dead and the other was bland, wary, close-mouthed, if near enough to be touched. But the suburban vote, Dunn was saying, I mean. The close-in, middle-class suburbs, not the big rich. I don't think they're conservative so much in any economic sense as they're resistant to change socially. Kathy had called Dunn unspeakable, but Morgan knew her voice, her inflections. The word had been a signal, not a description, a suggestion to Morgan that Dunn was of little consequence to her one way or another, but she would not have bothered even to make the suggestion had it been true, had she not for some reason wanted Morgan to think it was true. Vibrations, Morgan thought, vibrations everywhere. Men lived, died, by them, became president or failed, on the pulse of a moment, by the way other men felt it, or did not. There lay the secret of Dunn and Anderson. And Morgan despaired more than ever at the possibility of learning it, because history, unlike life, was made of words, not vibrations. Morgan, half listening to the political talk, watched Jody 328 come across the lawn toward them. Kathy was ready for Dunn, he thought. But Jody's message was not for Dunn. Mr. Brock, Ms. Anderson, she say, could you step up to see her just 1 minute please? Why? Brock hitched up his trousers, which were already high and tight on his thick body. Why, anything that little lady wants. Yes sir, I'll be right glad. He followed Jody importantly. Little lady, Dunn said, with well-filed teeth. Morgan touched his neck self-consciously. She's kind of in a state, you can imagine. Rigorously not thinking about Hunt, but it keeps breaking in. And the little girl. I hadn't heard her talk about Kate for years. And she's worried about Bobby, he's so angry and withdrawn. But Kathy's still managing things. Drawn down fine but still managing things, most of all herself. Witness Mr. State Chairman Brock's summons to the presence. Glass appeared abruptly at Dunn's elbow. Those Sunsoft bitches, he said. Do you know what they've done now? I don't blame them. I wouldn't let you film the body either. Morgan was faintly discomfited by his own remark, but he told himself it was the sort of deadpan line Anderson himself might have delivered and appreciated. I don't mean them. It's that mother of a producer of mine that's really fucked me up. With loud gasps and small shrieks, several elderly ladies hastened out of earshot. The thin old man who was with them took a tottering belligerent step toward Glass. Glass did not notice. Got me all the way down here with a crew and now they don't want any film at all. That's crazy. Morgan watched the thin man hesitate, then hasten after the gasping ladies. Big goddamn deal. They've got this frigging fashion film out of Paris, a 6-minute piece, and the producer decides he wants it on the show tonight. So out goes Anderson and out goes you know who. I'm not surprised, said Dunn, ever the calm analyst. It's really astonishing how fast a man can fall out of the public eye these days. Anderson went up so fast, he came down even faster, accelerating 32 feet per second, 329. And then there were all his personal problems, and frankly, I doubt if many people watching your show tonight will ever even have heard of him. But I could have been doing the Hinman story, Glass said. The pricks will be on the air with that one all right. You can catch an afternoon plane. Dunn always had schedules on hand, agenda in his heart. One change right into DCA. I might just do that. Glass threw his arms wide in a comic gesture. Old Morgan even got the pussy last night. I struck out all around. First Bobby, then Jody, if only in his careful eyes, and now Glass. Morgan thought that whatever his sins, he had endured more than he should have to. As he saw no point in the mortification of the flesh, he saw no use in indecent exposure of the life within the flesh. Sin, if it existed, demanded only expiation, a private and internal matter. Glass, he said. Don't take the afternoon plane. Stay for the funeral. Glass shrugged. Nothing in it for me. My crew's already packing the gear. But you stay. You mean I might learn something? Glass was grinning, but the tape on his forehead moved a bit up and down, as if his skin were flicking nervously, as if he might be aware at last through his concentration on self that he had struck a wrong note. Glass, of all people, would not be long unaware that a vindictive Morgan could hurt him in the profession, and he could not be sure whether or not Morgan was vindictive. No. You won't learn anything, and I doubt if you'll get any pussy either. But stay anyway. You owe it to Anderson. I'll stay if you want. I don't have to be back until tomorrow. But what do/owe Anderson? Respect. Morgan turned away, toward the steady, penetrating focus of the green lenses and the lean jaw and tight mouth beneath them. Beyond Dunn, Jody's helpers were beginning to bring food from the house, heaping plates of potato salad and coleslaw and sliced tomatoes and biscuits and corn on the cob, several large hams, immense platters of chicken, frosted pitchers of iced tea were placed at either 330 end of each table, and the gathering crowd of mourners began drifting together around the abundant spread. Matt Grant and Charlie French came across the lawn. I was just saying to French here, Matt made them all an elaborate wink, if I ever saw a crowd that could use a drink before lunch, this looks like it. Lead on, French said. Matt gestured with his head toward the house and started off. Dunn and Morgan fell in side by side. Glass hurried past them and began chattering to French. Respect. Dunn did not look at Morgan as he spoke. Why should you think Glass should think Anderson deserves respect? Doesn't every living thing? And the dead for having lived? Even Glass himself. Of course Glass. He struggles too. Well, if you respect everything that struggles, Dunn said, I don't think respect means much. Sure it does. After a while it gets so hard to give. They went up the porch steps behind Matt, who led them past the open sitting room, with its banks of flowers, its straggling lines of viewers moving in and out, to a big dark room deep in the recesses of the house. It was, like Kathy's, a combination of bedroom and office, as Hunt had called it where he had worked when at home. It was sparsely furnished, a big library table that served as a desk, a double bed, a soft leather chair with a floor lamp behind it, a wall of bookcases stacked as much with old magazines and newspapers and Senate documents, several coffee mugs, some meaningless plagues given Anderson in lieu of speech fees, a rack of pipes he had once used and abandoned, as with books, to which he had not been much addicted. I don't have much patience with reading just for reading's sake, he had once explained to Morgan. I guess I want to be told what I need to know at the moment, and straight out, like the size of the defense budget or how many school dropouts we have or what the labor factor is in steel prices. Just abstract reading, just taking myself out of the real world into Madame Bovary's farmhouse or somewhere, hell, it bores me stiff except the sex parts. That was one of the limitations of the political mind, more for 331. Gann thought it confused steel prices and the defense budget with the daily realities of lonely, reaching people, finding their way. But what else were politicians themselves? It was the essential falsity of their lives that, sharing as they did the clay of humanity, they nevertheless concerned themselves with societies and economies, laws and institutions, which could be made to function only by those who measured things in head counts, who made judgments according to the greatest good for the greatest number, and administered affairs by due process. So perhaps only if you did consider the Bovary farmhouse an abstraction, not real, could you also think politics was more important than personality, identity. Could you think, as no doubt a politician had to, that politics changed things any more than the shuffling about of furniture in an over-elaborate parlor? Matt stood back to let them enter Anderson's room. Morgan was last, and as he went past, Matt murmured in his ear, "Brock's got his own man, but he says he won't veto me." Morgan nodded and went on in. He gazed nostalgically around the room while Matt went to preside over a well-stocked liquor cabinet that stood in a corner, with glasses and an ice bucket on its countertop. Many a night, these recent years, Morgan had sat in that room talking and drinking with Anderson, until Jody came, and then he had gone upstairs to Kathy. And if Bobby knew that and Jody knew that, then probably Anderson had known it too. Now that Anderson was dead, Morgan rather hoped so. He realized that he had always hoped so, because if Anderson had known, he had given his tacit approval by his silence. There would be no other way to look at it, Morgan told himself. Not, he hastily conceded, that Anderson's approval or disapproval could have changed it. Dunn, as if by natural right, sat at Anderson's littered table. French appropriated the easy chair. Glass, for one seeming anxious to please, passed around the drinks Matt prepared. Beyond glass doors opening to the rear lawn they could see Jody's white-coated helpers moving back and forth between the tables and the kitchen. Morgan went to the wall upon which hung Anderson's extensive collection of inscribed political photos. 332. "I was looking at those this morning," Matt said. "They'll take you back, Rich. There's that silly Lundy. Old Sneakers Lundy, the senator from the state of Forecourt. Always 2 sets before the morning hour. What's he doing in Hunt's gallery? Don't knock old Sneakers. He kicked in big for Hunt's campaign. The hell you say? And look at this one of the old speaker. Why, he hated Hunt's insides, but listen to this, to an esteemed colleague of the other body." Matt pointed to a framed photograph somewhat larger than the others. "That's Hunt riding in from the airport the day the convention opened. Look at that crowd. Man, I almost thought we had it made, that day. Little did I know." Glass gave Morgan his vodka and stood with them, looking at the pictures, the framed pens with which presidents had signed parts of their names to bills in which Hunt had been interested, and the original cartoons concerning Anderson that he had requested from the cartoonists. "I'd sort of forgotten the way they used to draw him so tall," Morgan said. "Those guys, when they're good, they really make a point. He towers over everybody in all these drawings. Look at that Herblock there." Morgan shook his head. There had been no Anderson cartoons for years. "I can recognize most of these characters, but who's that guy?" Glass pointed high on the wall to a photograph of the smiling, rather jowly face of a young man. It was inscribed in a script too florid to read. "That's the way Danny O'Connor used to look before he got fat and famous," Matt said. "Danny's the biggest in the business now, but he really got his start with Hunt's campaign. Fair enough too, because Hunt's campaign was nowhere without Danny's spots. Not that you'd ever know it, the way you boys in the newspaper game like to tell it. 4. I mean every 4 years, when they have another primary up there," Matt said, "somebody drags out the old clips and writes a feature story about the big upset. No word man, but actually I believe I could write one of those stories myself if I had to. Seems like they all start off with some fellow slogging through the snow and he looks up and there stands this tall guy with his hand out and he says, 'Hunt won that primary, and Hunt was always the first to your help.' And all those stories always go in to say that what won the big upset was Hunt getting out and shaking hands personally with so many voters. Actually it did help a lot, I admit, but the real truth is Danny O'Connor was the reason Hunt won that primary, and Hunt was always the first to admit it. Not that Hunt was exactly one to hide his own light under a bushel. Hunt found Danny during the old migrant hearings when he needed somebody to sort of handle TV for him. Danny was an Irish cop's kid who started out in radio doing singing commercials and switched to television early. Only he was the kind of a guy who never could make it with one of the networks or an ad agency because they wanted these big money makers who never rocked the boat. But Danny, all the big producers had fired him at one time or another, mostly for causing them trouble or screwing their wives or spending money or telling them they were fools. Danny was convinced the industry was gypping him. 333. 334. Out of the Jimmy or the Emmy or whatever it is, even though he just had this one series of his own they put on at 7:30 a.m. on Sundays, where he just used the camera without any words or music or explanation because Nye's basic idea was that TV was visual, so the nearer you came to no words at all the nearer you were to perfect TV. That's the kind of crazy ideas Danny used to have. He actually did a show on the Battle of the Bulge without words or sound effects. That was the one Hunt saw and decided to hire him, but Danny's series was taken off after 3 weeks because of a show he did on garbage disposal. Danny was pretty funny about it, he said, even at 7:30 a.m. Sunday he wasn't commercial enough, and I can believe it, although he's in the big money now from political TV. It was actually Kathy who talked Hunt into going for a TV man, and he was one of the first politicians to take on a guy just for that, even if it wasn't his idea. Every night Hunt would come home from the hearings, you see, and there'd be Kathy telling him he wasn't getting enough mileage out of the tube, they were missing the best stuff, or putting on the dullest, or not giving Hunt the exposure he deserved. She never missed the hearings, and then she'd sit down at night and make notes on whatever there was on the 7 o'clock news and the 11 o'clock, and then she'd be up early the next day to watch the morning shows too, and I tell you one thing, she had a sharp eye. Sharp as a tack. She just never let up on Hunt until he agreed to bring in somebody to improve the TV. Kathy can be hard to argue with. I'll say she can, you mealy-mouth prick, Morgan thought. Silently sipping his vodka under the picture of Danny O'Connor, listening as if he could not have remembered it all himself, every word and moment of it. Yes, by God, hard as hell to argue with when you're crawling into bed with her, you pious hypocrite. Morgan knew that was really only the lingering trace of the trembling passion that had seized him in Kathy's room. Worse, he thought, it was sick evidence of the latent jealousy he still felt whenever he thought of Matt Grant's having been chosen before him. 335. So Hunt checked around and a few people came in, Matt was saying. Outright flax mostly, and then one day Danny O'Connor showed up carrying the Battle of the Bulge in a can, and Kathy and Hunt sat down and watched it. They took him off to lunch, and Hunt put him on the payroll that day. I'll bet anything it was Kathy who decided it, even though she told me Danny tried to feel her up on the table. Hunt handed him over to me, and Danny said in that careless manner of his, well, let's make that big redneck famous, huh? I never did find him a desk, but Danny worked pretty much out of his head anyway. Now, off the record, he didn't do so much for us as you might think during the hearings because he didn't come aboard until about the time I had them going so good news-wise that we didn't need him all that much. He knew all about angles and zooms and prime time and Nielsen and stuff like that and girls. Danny O'Connor was unquestionably the most indefatigable chaser I ever met. He scored too, to hear him tell it, and he spent a lot of time at first finding out who would and who wouldn't among all those girls working in the Senate office building. I'm dead and this is heaven, he used to say. But at first he didn't know his hat from third base about politics, especially the running for office kind. Pretty soon he started learning. He went back to Hunt's state campaign and got out all the TV and ran it over and over, like a football coach studying his team and their opponents before a game. Then he went down there and spent a lot more time in the local stations, going over all their old news film, and then he got some stuff one of the agencies he'd been fired from had made for a lot of other candidates, and he studied that too, when he wasn't making out in the file room. That whole year and a half, between the migrant hearings and Hunt's announcement, Danny just sort of drew his paycheck and went about his business, and if you'd asked me what he was doing I'd have probably said nothing but screwing. He doesn't even have a desk. That shows you the kind of bureaucrat I am. First things first. But Hunt always ran a loose ship, only it turned out Danny knew about as soon as any of us that Hunt was definitely going to run, and when we went into that first primary up there, it also turned out Danny was the only one. V. 336. Ready. I'd been running the Senate office practically single-handed while Hunt rambled around the country lining up supporters and delegates and money, not enough of any of them, and I didn't have a clue what Danny had been up to. Okay, he says at the first staff meeting for the primary campaign, just as if he's in charge. Now here's what I need. I was going to be campaign manager, I'd just found out, and I'd never set foot in that state, which was typical of the way Hunt organized things, but I doubted if Danny O'Connor could tell us much about it, so I sort of frowned at him. But he went RIHT on. The spots are in the can, he says. The only question is where are we going to show them? What spots? I said. The campaign spots. Now this agency in New York I got spies in tells me we only got to have a couple of channels to cover that state like long underwear. Here's the rate cards, and I'm figuring 5 spots a day for 2 weeks on both only costs us $7,000 or $8,000, which is a Brinks job. I jumped right out of my chair. Are you nuts? $7,000 or $8,000 for television spots in one little state. That may not sound like much now, but back then it was a wad even for TV. Not counting the last week, Danny said, not turning a hair. Then 10 a day and 5 in prime time. Maybe 10,000 more, but what's money? Whatever it is, that's a lot of it, I remember Hunt saying, which was understatement if I ever heard it. But then Hunt always acted as if campaign money grew on trees. And what about longer shows? I said. What about a closing speech the night before the primary? We'll need 15 minutes at least, maybe on both channels if we can get them. Speech, Danny says. Lay down my spots on 2 channels on this schedule I've got, and you can go lie in the sun somewhere, boss, and play diddles with Kathy. Who listens to speeches anymore? Not me. Well, to be perfectly frank, that was probably pretty close to the truth, although, at the time, I went right down the line for just a few spots and putting what TV money we for, 337. Had into a couple of set-piece speeches near the end of the campaign. It seemed more presidential to me. 44 TM with Danny, Kathy said Kathy always sat in on the staff meetings after Hunt started running. We brought him in here to give us good TV, and I think we ought to go along with him. I don't listen to speeches either, and I don't know anybody that does. But I won't go. He in the sun. Hunt had his feet up on his desk, the casual way he liked to look, studying the rate cards. At these prices I couldn't afford it. What do you say to half that budget, O'Connor, *M if you don't put it into any lousy speeches, * no speeches at all, not on TV. We're going to shake every damn Yankee hand in that state, do some street corner stump speaking, and if they're as good as you say they are, we'll show those bloody spots till we're bankrupt. If that won't do it, we'll come back to the Senate and forget it, *, and that's the way we plan the strategy for the big upset. We cut back Danny's spot schedule a little, not touching the final week prime time, and actually, I'll have to say this, when I finally got a look at the spots I sort of changed my mind and wished we'd booked more time slots for them, not that we had the money. But at that point it seemed to me we were going to need everything we could lay our hands on. I guess I was still in college, Glass said. In college the only thing you bothered about was pussy and basketball. But I can remember the headlines about what a big upset that primary was. But in retrospect, I mean looking back on it, French said, you can see what a setup it really was for Anderson. It's a wonder some of us didn't see it at the time. Till bet some did. Morgan's voice rang savagely in the room. I'll bet Dunn saw it. No. The green lenses moved slowly side to side. I was as fooled as all the other so-called experts. But that's the way you learn things. Being fooled. A lot of ideas people just take for granted in politics nowadays, Matt said, they really saw for the first time in that campaign. Like Danny O'Connor's spots, nobody had seen anything like them before that primary. I guarantee 'em. 338. Tu that. And people in those days still thought political organizations counted for more than anybody thinks they do now. Maybe that was the real key to it. Or maybe it was more nearly that it wasn't until about then that it began to look like old men couldn't get elected anymore. And don't let anybody tell you Hunt Anderson himself wasn't surprised the way it turned out, at least the size of it. One thing for sure, from the president on down the party bosses just plain underestimated Hunt, and so did the press experts too, even Morgan here, for instance. Hell, I've got admitted, I had to be convinced myself. Even after he blew Paul Heyman out of the water, even after the Time cover story on what they called the darkest horse, quite candidly, when he told me he was going to move around the country and actually see if it looked possible, you could have knocked me over with a feather. Not long after the migrant hearings ended, there were congressional elections that had to be gotten out of the way, before anybody would really pay attention to a presidential election 2 years off. All the publicity put Hunt in demand as a speaker and fundraiser, and he campaigned all around the country for senators that had to run that year, mostly for the younger, more liberal ones that he dealt at home with and that he could possibly later expect some help from. That was a good year for the party, if you remember, and Hunt's candidates did all right, so by and large he came out of it in good shape, pretty well known, with some due bills in his pocket, some friends scattered around, and looking like he had some coattails. But with a year still to go before the first presidential primary and almost 2 to the election, the big problem other than his youth and inexperience was the opposition of the regulars in the Senate and the party. I mean, that was tough. Heyman was out of it, but he was still governor and still had some power, and people who'd made commitments to him and people who'd expected to go up with him, there wasn't a chance that any of them would forgive Hunt. I don't need to tell you guys that that went double for the president, because all those others that were so down on Hunt. I don't need to tell you guys that that went double for Hunt were mostly the party people the old man depended on the most and stood up for the strongest. And while I 339 wouldn't want to be quoted on it, I'm not sure Hunt cared all that much how they felt. He wasn't one to sit back and let somebody else do his hauling for him, and in those days he thought he was Destiny's Child, They all do. He just kept moving around, making speeches, shaking hands, telling people that if he ever ran for higher office he sure would appreciate their help. That was the kind of stuff he was good at, while I was back in the Senate working my ass off on his migrant bills. The first big break Hunt got was a story Morgan wrote that a couple of the big civil rights organizations were looking favorably at Hunt. That was important, Hunt being a Southerner, and it showed how the migrant hearings had got the colored issue off his neck. Then, of course, he had friends here and there, from the Ivy League and his New York lawyer days and the old home state organizations, and some new people he'd naturally picked up during the congressional campaign and after the hearings brought in so much publicity. Pretty soon there were these Anderson for President clubs going to work all over the country off the record, with a little stimulation from the head man. Danny was promoting him on the TV shows all over the place, even the game shows, and Kathy too. Danny said Kathy was very exposable. In the fall of that year all the clubs gave these $25 dinners. They didn't want it to look fat cat, the way $100 dinner always does, and what they all put on the plate was just one hamburger. That's Kathy's. idea, not Hunt's. A lot of people came to those $25 hamburger dinners, and they raised a lot of money, but what was really important was the publicity and the way they dramatized Hunt as a sort of poor man's candidate running against the bosses. All of a sudden, it just sort of dawned on everybody that without anybody really noticing, and without any formal announcement of any kind, Hunt Anderson was out front of everybody. And he hadn't even been in the Senate quite 3 years. Morgan said, out front, but then nobody else was really running. That's not fair, Dunn said. It's true, but it's not fair. Anderson was putting political capital in the bank. I could see that from where I sat. He didn't have any of the pros. 340. With him, but nobody else was doing anything. I told the president that myself. And there were lots of others telling him if he didn't get a candidate in the field, Hunt Anderson was going to be hard to catch. That was it, Matt said, you put your finger right on it. That was what Hunt kept saying when he was in the office long enough to talk about how it was going. Everybody else on the list of possibilities was holding back, waiting for the president to make his choice, each one hoping the old man would point the magic wand at him. But the one thing sure is he's not going to lay his dirty hands on us, Hunt used to say with that crazy self-confidence he had back then. Because even if the old bastard would take us, he'd say, he couldn't get any of the other old bastards to go along, and some of the Hinman types probably would take a walk all the way out of the party. So put that together with the fact that, after the hearings and the elections last year, we're the best known of the whole list, and there's the big issue right there, bossism. Old Bull's boy beat the bosses down home, and stood up to them on the Hinman thing. So we're the people's candidate, but the leaders are going to come up with some other guy and try to ram him down the people's throat, and that's going to play right into our hands, you wait and see. Personally, I was never that sure it was so good to have all the powers against him, and of course I turned out to be right. But I'll be damned if when the president finally did make a move he didn't do just what Hunt expected. By then, it was only let's see maybe a month or so before the first primary. Maybe 2 months. Joe Bingham had started making his move down south, not that he had the chance of a snowball in hell, but he saw the vacuum after Hinman. He and the other Southern leaders were putting together the Southern delegations, all except ours, behind Joe as a regional favorite son to swing some real weight at the convention. Naturally, most of the Southern boys weren't too keen on Hunt. He even had some trouble in our delegation, after he began to build up his civil rights backing and reach for the big city colored vote. And of course Joe Bingham started getting big ideas, maybe he could actually make it. They all do. 341. Funny how the Bingham thing used to get under Hunt's skin. He wanted it all, and it rankled him that he didn't have the South too. Particularly the South. I'm Southern, he used to say. I'm twice as damn Southern as Joe Bingham ever thought about being. It was silly, but he never conceded that the colored issue had really shut his water off down there, except where they sort of had to support him in his home state, and particularly with Joe Bingham in the field. Joe was a fire eater and he had the Southern delegations in line, and there again, you see, the president had to take a hand. The old man couldn't stay out of it after Hinman collapsed on him, because if anybody was going to shake any of those Southern delegations loose from Joe for anything less than a price nobody could afford to pay, it wasn't going to be Hunt, it was going to be the president. The old man maybe wasn't popular down south, but at least he had some old-time ties to some of the Southern leaders and he knew how to play that kind of a game. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. So that put the ball in his court too, and before long you newspaper boys were writing a lot of stories about how everybody was waiting for the president to point his finger. The way things go, when one or two big columnists printed that, every one of them chimed right in like sheep, they always do, and then, by golly, people who hadn't even given it a thought really did begin waiting to see what the president wanted to do. To be perfectly frank, half of what happens in this world probably wouldn't happen at all, in my judgment, if there weren't any damned newspapers. But don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking you boys personally. So finally at a news conference one day that winter, a month or so before the first primary, some half-ass reporter gets up and puts it to the old man straight away. Who did he support for the nomination? Why, he says, grinning a little, there was a long list of good party men and he bore down on that a little that he thought would make a good president. Well, Senator Anderson was active, was he on that list? And the old man just grinned some more and said a lot of people were on it. Well, then, who were some of them? So he toys around with that, mentioning no names anybody believed, and then some smart guy hops up right 342 at the end and says, Mr. President, is the vice president on your list? That was planted, Morgan said. I was there, and they had the son of a bitch that asked that in their hip pocket. I can't stand a reporter that plays ball. But some do, Matt said, I grieve to say. Anyway, the president answers right off that the vice president was not only on it but at the top of the list, and you can bet that sent the boys running for the phones as hard as they could go. And of course the vice president, they hardly got that on the wires before he comes out with the kind of statement they always make: he wasn't running, he wasn't seeking the nomination, but if the party saw fit to turn to him, why, naturally he'd serve the great American people any way he could with his great experience and dedication and so forth and so on. So right away that made the vice president the front runner, not Hunt anymore, and right away the vice president began going around the country acting like a candidate and drumming up some crowds. The president couldn't have picked a more popular man, and for a while there I'd be less than frank if I didn't tell you that even Hunt was knocked off his pins. Popular, Dunn said, but I never bought the vice president for 1 minute, and I doubt if any of the other leaders did. It was obvious to me that the president was just holding the fort until he could find his real candidate. Why was the vice president popular when you got down to it? Because he'd spent the best part of 69 years being a backslapper and a good old boy and going across the street to keep from making anybody mad. The old gentleman would rather have climbed a telephone pole to duck a fair question than stand on the ground and answer it. It wasn't just politics with him, he was a genuinely kind man, one of the few I ever knew, maybe the only one, and he knew the truth was likely to hurt, so he avoided it. He liked people and he wanted them to like him, and that was how he'd made his way up. But that kind of thing comes to an end somewhere, and if it isn't sooner it's certainly at the White 343. House. Governor, senator, even vice president, all that was fine. But none of the pros could buy the old gentleman for president. Well, I can tell you one thing, maybe it looked that way to you, Matt said, maybe you didn't think he was much of a candidate, but the way it looked to us, he was a humdinger. The first poll that came out he was so far ahead, I said to Hunt, that just about does it, I guess. And he thought so too, I could tell, but he kept insisting that a poll was one thing and a polling booth was another. Which is true, but he was pretty down, Hunt could never fool me. After that news conference, after the old man put the vice president in, Hunt got a sense of what they could do, the power they had. It took the edge off his self-confidence, and it made him think about the hard road ahead, the long way he had to go. Just candidly and not for publication, I think he might even have chucked the whole thing if his little girl hadn't died. After that, he just wanted to keep busy, and so did Kathy. It was a hard. Morgan was thinking in exasperation, no, that wasn't it. Which is why you didn't and couldn't last with her, why? You're not ever going to be a storyteller even if you do remember the facts, or anyway most of them. You're no good on the vibrations. Because it wasn't just what Zeb Vance used to call running fever that had hold of Hunt Anderson. Oh, it had him by the pecker. He had had the golden touch long enough that all of a sudden everything seemed possible, and he was reaching out as far as he thought a man could. But that wasn't all of it. Kathy, for one thing, Morgan had known, if Matt had not, that she was with Hunt at last, the way she'd never really been with him until the hearings, the way she'd never be again after the campaign. She believed in the golden touch too and urged him on, manager, cheerleader, and disciplinarian all in one. She got him all the way off the bottle and on a diet that melted 10 or 15 pounds off his waistline. She hauled him off to church on Sundays. She threatened him with mayhem if he so much as winked at a girl or breathed a four-letter word in an empty room. 344. It's still a Puritan country, Kathy liked to say. Even most people go to church with a hangover. So control yourself. I never knew you had to be a monk to run for president, Hunt once complained, about half in earnest. Morgan thought Hunt was secretly a little proud of himself for the sacrifices he was making. It appealed to his romantic sensibility, to his notions of virtue and commitment. Some monk. Kathy ran her hand along his jawline. Morgan could remember thinking that she was not given to many gestures of affection. The thought of her touch made his stomach constrict. They were having lunch in the Senate dining room, and Anderson had rather ostentatiously recoiled from the Localori special diet just placed in front of him. Danny says if you can take off one more chin he'll be ready to shoot the horseback commercial. Spot, goddammit. You and O'Connor act like I'm a new dog food. Kathy had also become an operator in her own fashion. She had had a lot to do with the club activities, and she began getting around to speak to the kind of women's groups she had previously scorned. She had a flair for publicity, when she wanted it, and she began appearing regularly on the Post and Star women's pages, not as the sexy swinger of that first Myrtle Bell column but as fashionable hostess, closestress, and do-gooder, even once as a French cook. The little Georgetown house and the postage stamp garden were well in the past that winter, and the Andersons played the big reception small dinner game from an imposing brick pile on California Street just off Embassy Row. I could have bought up 2 counties down home for what she paid for this car barn, Hunt told Morgan proudly, as pleased by the house as by his new asceticism. And if anyone had studied Kathy's dinner lists closely, they would have been seen to be jammed with big parapolitical names, potential contributors, influential editors, columnists, and network executives, ex-cabinet members, Washington lobbyists and lawyers, the kind of bank presidents who had made it big and rich from political appointments to the Treasury or the Federal Reserve staff or the Council of Old Bull's Boy 4, 345. Economic advisors, international affairs buffs from the Wall Street law firms and the better foundations and institutes, some academic in and outers, the types who took high visibility political or government jobs and held them until their leaves of absence were strained, then went back to the campus to write a book and teach any course they couldn't avoid until they had served enough time and penance to rate another LOA and could swing another deputy assistantship or White House staff slot. Those were the kind of people who had to be made to take Hunt seriously, Morgan knew, if he was to get together money and backing for a credible presidential campaign. Kathy stage managed it nicely. She knew how effective it was to corral 9 or 10 of them in Hunt's study, submerge them in good brandy, strong coffee, Cuban cigar smoke, and leather chairs, then get Hunt started on the kind of long, astute, genial discourse monologue almost of which he was a master. It exasperated Morgan that Matt Grant hadn't yet explained that Hunt was best at close range. Hunt had language, wit, a mobile face, expressive hands. He was tall and forceful enough to dominate a room, an important matter in presidential politics. Mousy men needn't apply. He was doing his homework too, and while Morgan had never been included in one of those smoke blowings, he had heard echoes of them, and he could imagine Anderson articulate, informed, frank, sometimes, as befitted a Southerner, convulsing the group with funny yarns, even some raunchy old bull stories, but always appearing solid, trustworthy, moderate. The public renown of the Hinman hearings had been all very well, but it did not necessarily convey the respectability and reliability the big-time president watchers demanded. Running against the bosses was all right too. It was even advantageous if not carried too far, but Hunt already had the reform vote, and these men would have shied from a really hot-eyed idealist, who would be certain to have his head in the clouds. Morgan knew it must have tried Kathy almost beyond. Wasn't thinking about herself, wasn't just glad to have survived. She was as near broken as he would ever see her, but not really, not even then. Even before Hunt got in from New Mexico late that night, there had been no jet flights in those days. Everything was being managed, all arrangements were well underway. Morgan met him at the airport, not by her request but by his own. Hunt snuffled a little in the car on the dark drive to his house, in the cold and the drizzling rain that had finally oozed from the morning's cheerless sky. Morgan said, "What the hell, a man was entitled to put his head in his hands and cry out loud for his children." But Anderson straightened then and blew his nose vigorously. "I keep thinking of the 2 brass buttons on the back of that navy blue sailor coat she wore," he said. "When we bought her the little bike, I didn't believe in training wheels. I thought they kept you from learning. I was a big goddamn busybody about it. So I kept putting her up on the bike and she'd ride a little way and fall off, and I'd pick her up and put her back on and she never even whimpered. She kept falling and then she finally got it going, right around the house, and there she sat, straight as a ramrod, pedaling along in that little blue coat, and I can still see those 2 brass buttons on her straight little back going away from me. Just last week, out at the shopping center, there was one of those merry-go-rounds in the parking lot and she wanted a ride. When we got there, just at that moment there weren't any other children, but she wanted to ride anyway, and I put her on. So she went round and round by herself, with her little back just as straight as always, and there were those 2 brass buttons going away from me again, and I thought about the bicycle and how I had made her get up and keep riding every time she fell. Christ, I thought she was all right when I left yesterday." Later, when it was over, they came one evening for drinks. Kathy never made an objection again when Hunt had a couple of scotches and was gentle, the way she could be when she wanted to be, and it was pleasant by the fireplace. Morgan asked Hunt what came next. "Why, we're going on," Anderson said without hesitation. 348. "It won't be as much fun, but it would be worse than ever to lose now or give up." That was a puzzle since, at age 6, Kate had scarcely known or understood what her father was up to, much less expected anything but warmth and protection from him. But then Kathy said, "Life seems empty enough now," and Morgan had understood. So you can say they just needed to keep busy and not think about Kate, if you want to, Matt, but that wasn't what they meant. They meant having lost one child, one part of themselves, they couldn't stand to lose another. With his facility for hearing conversation without really listening, Morgan knew Matt Grant was still talking. "But after the child died, we had to gear up the staff. Because there wasn't any further doubt about it, Hunt was going in the first primary, vice president or no vice president, come hell or high water, and actually, just here in this room, I suppose there probably were some sympathy votes in it, although Hunt never said a public word about Kate or played it up in any way. What he did do at about that time, maybe you remember, done, he went to see the president and laid his cards on that table. Then he came back to the office madder than hell. What had happened was, first Hunt assured the president that if he could have run again Hunt wouldn't have dreamed of challenging him. He tried to explain that what had happened to Hinman was Hinman's own doing, not Hunt's. And he said he was a good party man, always had been a good party man, had proved it in the congressional elections the year before, and that all he wanted was a fair shot, the same as any other candidate, not to be shut out in advance. But that old man was hard as nails, you know that, done. He sat there stone-faced, hardly even speaking, and when it got down to the nut-cutting, he took off his glasses, blew on each lens, polished them with his handkerchief, put the glasses back on. All that was engraved on Hunt's mind, and after Hunt told me about it, it was on mine, and said, "When a man acts like a billy goat, he's got to expect some folks you think he smells like one. I've already made my commitments." To the Vice President. 349. To the party. "You want some advice, Senator? From you, Mr. President, I sure do. Play up that bossism bullshit. It always reads good and it's the only shot you've got. Carrot, just so you know it's nothing personal, Mr. Precy. Dent. With me either. But with some of my people in the Senate and the party, it's a different story. You know that, and you know I got to stick with my people. All right, Hunt said. I understand. But he was spitting mad. He went right out and told the reporters the president had other commitments, but he would make up his own mind and not let the party bosses stop him from running if he thought the people wanted him. Off the record, of course, he never had any intention of not running, not even if the president had asked him not to. So he went on and announced pretty soon after that, and then it was February and there he was, just over 3 years in the Senate of the United States and just 43 years old, running in a presidential primary against the Vice President of the United States, who'd been in politics about a half-century and had shaken more voters' hands in all those years than there were people in most countries. But that was the kind of windmill Hunt Anderson thought in those days he was borrowed to charge. And I'll tell you one thing, it was right about there that Danny O'Connor and his TV spots turned out to be money in the bank. There were 2 series that we used up there. One we called Strong Silent Man. They were Danny's favorite kind of stuff, without sound of any kind, half-minute or 60 seconds. Remember that long shot of Hunt coming up the Capitol steps toward the camera with the Supreme Court building in the background? He kept getting bigger and bigger, and finally it was just that honest-looking face of his right in the camera, and right then Danny froze it and the slogan came up on the people's business. And then Hunt's name, and that was all. Another one showed him in a crowd shaking hands, head and shoulders over everybody. Still no sound, and all the people trying to grab his hand. With Hunt smiling. All it said was, "Let the people decide." And the best one, I thought, had the slogan "His Own Man." It showed Hunt getting up from his desk and walk 350 ing alone down one of those long corridors in the Senate office building, and then on the old Tunerville trolley. Still alone, and finally walking into the old migrant hearing room and picking up the gavel and banging it down once, like he was splitting a rail. The emphasis was all on strength and independence character, you see, and just in all candor, if Danny had known a damn thing about politics, if he'd been what they call a pro, he probably wouldn't have fallen back on anything that simple and that effective. Not that I've got anything against the pros, done. The other batch of spots was more on issues, but they were original too. When Hunt had gone up there a couple of months before the primary campaign broke out, Danny went along with a cameraman and a sound technician, and Hunt got some students and professors in a conference room somewhere and let them go at him for all one afternoon. And there were Danny and his people, getting every bit of it on film and tape. Then Danny edited the parts he wanted into spots of Hunt talking informally about anything under the sun they'd asked him. And he got lots of the kids in the film, which put the emphasis on youth, because by then they knew the vice president was running, and he was older than God and looked it. And I'm here to tell you that Hunt Anderson may have had his faults, and I've got good reason to know most of them, but nobody ever was better than he was in that kind of setting, a small room and a few people and no holds barred back then. Nobody had ever seen that kind of political TV, certainly not the vice president. So I'll tell you one thing, those spots hit that state like a whirlwind. Danny just might have been right, that Hunt didn't even need to go up there at all. But nobody had campaigned in that particular primary in years, and the vice president had already made a big speech saying that the dignity of his office would not permit him to barnstorm. Joe Bingham was busy down south. So Hunt saw another chance in that. 2 weeks to the day before the primary, he appeared one morning on a street corner and started shaking hands. That afternoon he was in another town, and the next day 2 more, and the state papers were blanketed with stories about the presidential candidate who'd personally come up to that backwater state, saying he was looking for help. 351. And the next day, the papers carried his delegate slate, and it was just a plain damn shocker. One of the opposition said they must have been just folks he met shaking hands, and hardly anybody outside their hometowns had ever heard of any of them, and that made a hell of a point when you lined up all those unknown names beside the vice president's slate, which had every big name you could think of in state politics, from the governor and 2 senators and a couple of congressmen right on down through the highway commissioners and some county sheriffs. You know damn well where he got those people, Dunn said, and it wasn't on the street corners shaking hands. He got them where he got his people everywhere he went. They were the ones who'd been trying to get into politics, who wanted to try new things and shake up the state, or who just wanted to push the old crowd out and take over themselves. They scared the organization to death, so it shut them out. And so they were sitting there waiting for someone to come along and lead them, and Anderson did. I wasn't there but I know, because that's what he did everywhere he went. That's exactly what happened in our state later on, French said, holding out an empty glass to Matt Grant. Hell, he started out that way in his own state, Morgan said. Of course, Dunn said, shaking his head when Matt tried to take his glass too. Most of those people who cracked the old organizations back then, if they did now, they are the organization. I could point you out a lot of regular party people in this country today, including some you wouldn't trust with the tax receipts, that got their foot in the door going against the bosses with Hunt Anderson. I could too, but you won't find many of them who'll admit it, Matt said, reaching for Morgan's glass. Anyway, Hunt's being up there in the flesh and having that slate of unknown delegates, you can see he hardly even had to state the case that he was the people's choice running against the bosses. So there he was, all over the streets and in the headlines, and the last week he brought in Kathy. She started working the women's clubs and the church circles and the department stores. But not taking anything at 352. All away from Hunt and Kathy. What I still think was really the clincher was all those TV spots Danny had running practically all the time. A blizzard came up 4 days before that primary, and it didn't hit that state half as hard as that TV blitz and the Anderson campaign. Hell, they were prepared for snow. Taking his second drink from Matt's hand with nostalgia, as if for youth, as if for a time of hope and even belief, Morgan was remembering for himself, more nearly a circus than a campaign, because nobody knew the route from one place to the next, and so the schedules were usually off, and even when they weren't, Hunt couldn't keep to them one more hand to shake, one more burly old bastard in a red checked shirt to be assured that the communists had to be stopped, by God. Like as not no driver, or not enough drivers if there was a caravan, so some pimpled teenager would have to be pressed into service to take the car careening over the frost heaves and ice patches to another quiet white town or another grim block of houses clustered around the edges of a decrepit red brick mill. Sometimes the old mill stood there idle, useless, and the old people sat by their fires, useless too. Or to a civic club luncheon in a larger town, and Hunt invariably late, or maybe an evening rally in some overheated school gym or town hockey rink, Kathy getting the biggest hand, sometimes because she was the only speaker, since Hunt might be held up 20 miles away by an impromptu street corner debate or a snap decision to drop in on a church supper. Never reluctant to break in on some flustered backwater disc jockey to say hello to your listeners out there in this great state, or to put his big feet on some country editor's littered desk for 5 minutes * easy talk about the old virtues. Never failed to ask audiences if anyone had seen the vice president, which would usually get a laugh, whereupon he would say in mock amazement, "You mean the vice president hasn't been to South Waterford? Or Grove Corners, or whatever flattered village he happened to be working?" In one grimy neighborhood of a withering old industrial town, warned by some tomato-faced priest in shiny Surge TV 353. That the prospective audience for the night would be playing bingo instead, the candidate pulled out his wallet, bought up the evening's cards, and told the priest to round up his flock for the speakin'. And going down the production line in the antiseptic new electronics plant off the superhighway just thrown across the state, he posed in coveralls. It was strictly for the photographers at the controls of a baffling array of dials, needles, and flickering lights, but making his way through a dark, barn-like home for the aged, peopled with wisps and ghosts and frail, forgotten old particles of life, the tears in his eyes were not available to the camera. Because back then, Matt was saying, it was just too much for the press boys to believe that a practically unknown senator could even come close to knocking off a big wheel like the vice president, who had the whole party with him. Of course, somebody around that smart old bastard in the White House, maybe he was the one himself, finally got the wind up. And as if he felt something coming, and was trying to guard against it in advance, at his last news conference before the primary, the president tossed off one of those remarks of his that everybody always remembers. "Primaries," he said, "are bunk." Up there in the snow, the next morning, somebody read that out of the papers to Hunt. "That means we're in," he says, but those smart-ass reporters still didn't believe it. They never do. Actually, the first thing any of the experts saw that made them think something was up was the turnout on primary day. There was snow ass deep most places, but you should have seen those lines in front of the polling places. I remember a couple of the press boys came to see me and asked what I thought it meant, and I told them it meant they had egg on their face and it looked good on them. They wouldn't admit it even that late. And Danny O'Connor was sitting there with me while I talked to them, and Kathy too. Hunt was somewhere still shaking hands. He never stopped working that state till the last polling booth was closed, and when the boys left, still looking puzzled, I remember Danny made this kind of a gesture like sweeping trash out of the room. "Those guys," he says. 354. "They're out of business because of my spots and they don't even know it yet." And Kathy went over and hugged him. "You big old mackerel snapper asterisk," she says, "can we do it? Are we really in?" And naturally, Danny being Danny, he grabs a little ass while he can, but fortunately I'm standing there too, and damn if Danny didn't put his other arm around my shoulders and pull me into the huddle and give us both a big Irish bear hug. "Sweethearts," he says, "are there lots of broads in the White House?" Asterisk. Morgan's relentless memory prodding him again. That was the night, coming back through the white stillness of the countryside, birch stalks gleaming in the moonlight, old farmhouses and attached barns stretching back from the roadside, through the woods maybe the bare expanse of a pond, frozen, snow-covered, stark as death. The campaign over, the polls closed at last, Hunt on the way back to his hotel headquarters miles to the east, behind him the last long walk along some dim winter evening street, shaking hands. They were being driven by a young lawyer who had helped run the campaign. Beside him was the only other reporter who had covered Hunt's final trip, a taciturn local who had forgotten more about that state than Hunt and Morgan would ever know. "Have I got it won?" Hunt asked him. Yeah. If it's close, can they steal it?" "Won't be close." "Well, for God's sake, why didn't you write that, The lawyer showed his exasperation, and his youth. "Papers out against your man." Morgan laughed. "Hell of a way to run a newspaper." Hunt was slumped far down in the seat, a gangling form beside Morgan in the darkness. "I don't think it's close either. But if it was, they'd steal it." Yeah. Morgan thought of all the ABS in his trade, or anybody's, obscure, wasted, plodding on. "Well, they can't stop you now." The young lawyer 355 looked momentarily over his shoulder. "Senator Anderson, I'd like to stick with your campaign all the way. Can you use me? I don't care how minor a job. I've got some savings, I don't ask to be paid." "Sure, I'll tell Matt Grant to sign you on. I need all the help I can get, and many thanks." The ungainly form moved, a slow, tired heave. Morgan could barely hear his voice. "But don't you believe they can't stop me? There's a long way to go. And after a while, a long way to go." And while the young lawyer was parking the car, off to his office, Hunt and Morgan creaking up a rear service elevator smelling of fish toward the sounds of celebration already audible from Anderson's headquarters suite, Hunt said suddenly, "It's not as much fun as it was. It's all too complicated. All the money it takes. So many people getting involved, like that young fellow using up his savings. And in the end, Morgan said, he'll want something from you. Hunt stared at him, weak eyes more tired than usual. The elevator jerked to a stop. He took his glasses off and rubbed his eyes with his knuckles. It'd be better, he said, as the doors began to open on the Victory, if a man could just depend on himself alone. "'Excuse me, Mr. Grant," Jody said from the doorway of Anderson's room, "Ms. Anderson like for you to come up a few minutes if you don't mind." "Tell her Dunn's here," Morgan said, rubbing it in. "She knows that." The green lenses turned with maddening deliberation toward Morgan, then away, as Matt Grant hurried out of the room. "But what I don't understand," Glass said as he looked at the pictures on the wall, "is why if Anderson was all that good they didn't hold their noses and accept him just in their own interest of having a winner." "Because they couldn't be sure," Dunn said. "In the first place, political leaders are good haters, and Anderson threatened them all when he ruined Hinman. So they had it in for him. But even if they could have swallowed that, they thought they couldn't afford to let an upstart knock their heads together. They thought they had to demonstrate who. 356. Crack the whip or they might not be able to hold own people in line. But the worst problem was they weren't sure about Anderson. They didn't know him. He was a maverick type, he didn't come to them for help. They couldn't be sure what he would do or how he would do it or who with. Politicians want to know where they stand, and with Anderson they couldn't be sure. When he began to look like a vote-getter, that just scared them more. Including me. Then you must have been mighty scared after that first primary, Charlie French said, because I remember Hunt Anderson looked like a vote-getter then, if anybody ever did. Our state held the next primary, you know, and when Anderson made his next swing through, he really had some momentum going for him. At that time I was just a young local, of course, not a big-timer like Rich here, but I was trying to break into the big political stories and I'd have given an arm to get the Anderson assignment. I worked like hell on it, read up all the background, but we had this ass-kisser the managing editor thought was the hottest thing since Walter Winchell, and naturally he got the assignment. But I was used to that, even then. I only got to do one real story about Anderson because teacher's pet had a cold one day and they sent me out in his place. But it turned out to be big. You see, after the big upset in that first primary, the way I remember it, the other guys switched tactics. The president had called the shot when he said primaries are bunk, and that was their line from then on. Of course they never let the vice president go up against Hunt Anderson or anybody else, not in our primary or any of the others, and they kept insisting that primaries didn't necessarily mean anything, didn't prove anything, wouldn't matter at the convention, where the party would make a real democratic national choice that everybody could agree on. But they kept doing their damnedest to beat Anderson anywhere he ran. In our state they put up the governor as a stand-in candidate, and of course he had the whole state organization behind him and anybody he wanted from Washington. A regular parade of bigwigs coming in. But Anderson started for 357. Right off the same as he did in the first primary, with a delegate slate of unknowns, a blast at the bosses, and lots of TV. But I'm probably boring you experts. Not me, Morgan said. That was the one primary I didn't spend much time on. Because, he thought, with unabated bitterness, right about that time that son of a bitch was fucking up everything, including Anne, but I'm not going to start brooding about all that again. Everybody always thought they'd promised the governor second place on the ticket, French said, if he could win as a favorite son and knock Anderson off then and there. The governor knew the state better than Anderson, but on the other hand the state knew him too, and the voters hadn't exactly been thinking of him as presidential timber. So I guess it started off about even Steven. The way that particular governor figured things, the guy who won elections was the guy who hit the hardest in the most exposed places, so he waded right in on Anderson. First he pulled out the carpetbag issue. What the hell right did somebody have to come in from outside and run against a state's favorite son? But Anderson just kept talking about bossism and shaking hands and showing those TV spots. He'd had all that publicity as the man who had beaten Hinman one way and the vice president another, and a lot of people by then actually thought that Hunt Anderson was maybe going to be president, although frankly, as for me, I never believed things go that well. And you have to remember that in our state people are usually against the ins, and for damn good reason. Besides, the vice president hadn't looked so hot in that first primary and nobody took a cornpone like Bingham seriously. The only other guy anybody thought about in those days was old Stark, and he didn't enter our primary. Or any other, Dunn said, because he only had one chance and he knew it. Stark had that big liberal name and a lot of due bills, and the minute he let people know he was available he picked up a lot of Hinman's old liberal support people who didn't necessarily follow the president's lead and were too hot about the issues to back the vice president. Some of them probably wouldn't even have been 358 against Anderson if he hadn't been the one to shoot to Hinman. So Stark could have some strength on the floor /M right, but he was a stick of wood with that long Brahmin face and that Yankee accent, and if he'd ever wandered into a primary against Hunt Anderson he'd have been clobbered. The one chance Stark had was to will and deal at the convention and hope the president would swing behind him. Or that he could make a deal for number 2. It's all pretty dim in my memory, French said, except, what happened in our state. It must have been confusing as hell for Anderson at the time, I mean trying to run in so many states all at once. They don't come one after the other in orderly fashion. And the way I recall it, in one state they'd have a write-in going against him for some congressman who wasn't even a candidate. And somewhere else they'd put up just the delegate slate against him with a lot of big names but nobody on top of the ticket. Of course Stark and the vice president could always say they weren't running, because neither of them ever announced formally until after the primaries. The only guy who could lose a damn thing in one of those brawls was Hunt Anderson, because he was the only one who couldn't duck any challenge. He had to run everywhere and keep winning. Anyway, while Anderson was out of the state, campaigning somewhere else, this big-ass governor of ours got loose and made this crazy speech. Says he's going to play 20 questions with the carpetbag candidate, pulls this sheet of paper out of his pocket, and roars out the 20 questions like the announcer at a heavyweight bout, which was just about his speed. I don't remember them all but you don't have to guess hard. The first one was something like, why should the people of this great state think that your youth and inexperience qualify you to be president? Then they got worse. I remember one was, will you use the same McCarthyite tactics in this campaign as you did in smearing Governor Hinman? And in view of your attacks on party leaders, can we expect you to remain loyal to the party if nominated? And when he'd read off 20 questions like those, the governor stuck out his belly and brayed into the mics, now if the carpetbag candidate for 359 dares to come back to the state, I want the answers to all those questions and I want them straight. Well, it happened that the one day the office sent me out on the Anderson story was the first day Anderson came back to the state. There was a big crowd of press and supporters at the airport. TV cameras all over the place. One of the Catholic school bands was playing. You see, the public schools were so afraid of the governor that Anderson's advance man couldn't even rent one of their bands. There were these rumors that the state police were going to make it hard for the Anderson motorcade to get around, and I knew for a fact that the governor had passed the word around to the state employees that if anybody turned up missing from work while Anderson was in the state he'd better have an ironclad excuse. So there were some who were saying that Anderson might as well write that state off and get onto some other primary, including some of his own local backers. I just happened to know but that morning at the airport I knew the minute he came out of the plane to the top of the ramp that he wasn't going to do it. Because he stood there waving with one of those long arms of his, and in the other hand he was holding up the biggest, gaudiest carpetbag you ever saw. That's when it got to be his campaign trademark, Morgan said. French drained his glass. Of course you were there too, I guess. No, Morgan said, not that time, I had some personal business to tend to. Personal as hell, sitting home 4 days in a row waiting for the phone to ring or mail to come or the door to open or a time bomb to go off or something, anything, to happen, just sitting there with the badly typed capital letters of the note burned like a cattle brand in my eyes, my brain, Rich, I've got to find out something. Don't explode, will call soon or get in touch. It's my life, I think. And well, of course, French was saying, the crowd really loved that carpet bag. Anderson got a lot of TV out of it too. They put him on a little stand the advance men had provided and introduced him, and a lot of housewives were 360. Going through the crowd, passing out buttons shaped and colored like Anderson's carpet bag, no slogan, just the ton. And then it got quiet, and Anderson stood there a minute, holding the carpet bag. Well, folks, he said at last, as if it had finally come to him what he ought to say, we're glad to find so many of you don't mind our coming back to your great state. And they all cheered that, because people in this country will always cheer something they feel a part of, like their high school or college, even if it's something as big and shapeless as a state. Maybe there's so few things you can feel a part of. We've been surprised to learn, Anderson went on, that apparently your governor thinks your state is some kind of an exclusive club, like the one he belongs to over on top of the Midtown National Bank building. Somebody had done some good research for him, you see. The governor's membership in a No Jews, Fat Cat Luncheon Club had become public knowledge since his election, but no one had had a chance to use it against him in a campaign. Or maybe he thinks now that you've put him in public office that gives him some kind of right that everyday people like you and me don't have some kind of right to say who can and who can't come here and talk about the people's business. He put the carpet bag on the rail in front of him, and the boobs were shouting, no, no, and yelling and whistling and jumping up and down like idiots. But you don't believe he's got any such right, and we don't believe it. More stomping and whistling. That's what this campaign's all about, here and in every state. The governor isn't a real favorite son, he knows it, you know it, we know it. He's a sort of department store dummy standing there in place of the vice president, and the White House pulls the strings on both of them. I remember that line almost exactly. Well, we're just not going to let these self-apjj-pointed bosses and leaders dictate to us who we can vote for. He'd been fumbling with the carpet bag, and while the morons yelled some more, he finally got it open and pulled one sheet of paper out and held it up over his head. Now, folks, we've been handed a list of questions. 24, 361. Questions. Lots of hooting and jeers and laughing. We've been studying them on the flight out here, and it appears to us that what they all say, one way or another, is, Senator Anderson, have you stopped beating your wife? And when they'd stopped laughing like that was really funny, he waved the paper at them again. Well, there's only one way we can answer that question, folks. Here's my wife. Kathy, come on up here. And she came running up the steps behind him to stand beside him, holding some roses and waving, and if they'd been cheering up to that point, they really just erupted then. She was the kind of looking girl in those days that right away everybody in that audience knew it probably wasn't beatings Anderson gave her, not with the legs on her and the way she was built, so for a long time the two of them just stood there waving, with the crowd roaring. I looked around at the cameras, and sure enough the little red eyes were burning away. And I'm thinking the governor must be getting himself an eyeful. Your governor said he wanted straight answers, Anderson finally went on when the boobs got quiet. Now even if Kathy here is the best answer we can give anybody, still. The governor seems to want us to play by his rules, the way he wants to lay down his rules about what you folks can do and what you can't. Well, we've thought it all over and we've decided that if he wants straight answers, we're going up to the Capitol right now and give him some. And of course that had them screaming like nitwits, which crowd types practically always are, and they went off even louder when he managed to make them hear that he was inviting them all to come along to see the governor. Now I never heard that story before, but that was absolutely characteristic Anderson politics, Dunn said. One thing he taught us all was to confront problems head-on instead of bobbing and weaving. Or at least appear to. With television, what comes through strongest is the impression you make, not what you actually do or say, and Anderson was the first big-time candidate to catch on to that. Well, he never got to face up to the governor that day, French said, but it wasn't for lack of trying. It took them 362, some time to get organized. The advance man was the local Episcopal rector, and hopeless. By the time they got the motorcade moving, they'd lost a lot of the crowd, and sure enough there was no police escort and they had to stop for red lights and creep along through traffic. After that, incidentally, any time Anderson was in our state, he'd announce that he wouldn't take a police escort, and he'd make a big thing of how he wasn't going to hold everybody else up in traffic just so he could get around. Of course that made the governor look sillier than usual when he'd drive someplace with a dozen motorcycles howling out front. But that particular day it took Anderson a good hour to get to the Capitol, and when he got there only a dozen or so cars and a busload of press and cameramen and campaign workers were still following. Even so, there were maybe 100 people all told, and when Anderson led those troops up the long steps to the Capitol portico, the delay had given the TV plenty of time to set up at the top. The half-dozen fat cops out there weren't able to do a thing. You can guess the kind of cops they were: unemployed cousins or brothers-in-law of somebody important who'd cadged them a spot on the state payroll. One of them waved his stick at Anderson's advance man for about 30 seconds, and then the whole crowd just moved right on past. A jid through the rotunda, and the tourists either cleared out of the way or joined up to see the action. We went thundering down the corridor toward the governor's office, with the cameraman scrambling to keep in front and the writing press shouting questions at Anderson and everybody in the rear shoving up behind the people in front. It was a good-natured crowd, but I don't mind saying, it was a little scary. That kind of thing can turn ugly in a flash, and I kept thinking somebody was going to get trampled. Of course today we've all been through that kind of crunch and worse 100 times. I don't understand what's happened to make people march and demonstrate so much. I'm just a reporter instead of an analyst like Morgan and some of the others, but it was my one day with Hunt Anderson that I got my first taste of it. Anderson was up front, so tall you could see his head over everybody else. When we got near the door of the governor's suite, he took a long jump forward, got a yard for 363 or so out in front of the mob, turned and held up his arms and shouted something. I never was sure what it was, maybe just hold up a minute, or something to that effect. Whatever it was, mostly those long arms going up, it seemed to have an instant effect. Everybody came to a stop and got quiet. So don't let anybody tell you Hunt Anderson didn't have magnetism. Let's keep it down, he said, let's let everybody hear and nobody get shoved. And for the next few minutes you'd have thought you were in church. A couple of TV cameramen with those big monsters on their shoulders got through the door first with their sound men, and then Hunt and the advance man followed them into the governor's suite, and some of the writing press got in too. I was just outside the door when some wire service son of a bitch shoved his fat ass in ahead of me, even though I'd been in front of him all the way down the corridor. But I could hear every word even if I couldn't see anything. Like to see the governor, I heard Anderson say. There was this growl. Anybody who'd been around our state knew right away it came from Cappy Webb, so called the governor's but in fact his brains, to the extent he had any. Cappy was handling maybe his third or fourth governor by then, and there were reports he had warned Washington before the primary that this particular number wasn't exactly a racehorse, and one night after the Capitol Correspondents' Dinner, which naturally is always a monumental drunk, Cappy had a load on, and I heard him say myself the governor was too dumb to sell ass on a troop ship. But Cappy wasn't a fool or a coward, maybe not even personally much of a crook, and any reporter who ever worked with him will tell you he never lied to you without tipping you off that he was lying, so you wouldn't crawl out on a limb just on his say-so. Not here. I heard Anderson say. Then we'll wait. This time I made out Cappy's growl. Gone for the day *, but right here in the paper, Anderson said, his schedule shows lots of appointments right in this office we're standing in. Schedules change. Cappy was not a man to be intimidated by mere facts. We'll wait anyway, Anderson said. Where is he? 364. Cappy cleared his throat with the sound of a bulldozer. At the university. Regents meeting. The university was 2 hours' drive to the south, and the governor had never been known to attend a regents meeting unless there was a football game the same day. That's not on this schedule in the paper. Hunt's voice had risen a little, and the crowd behind me was beginning to buzz with the news that the governor had gone out the back door. Don't you fellows know what you're doing around here? We're flexible, Cappy growled. We don't get ourselves all locked up tight like some people. Senator, you flexible enough to send the governor to the other end of the state when he sees on television that we're coming to give him those straight answers he wanted in person, Senator, Cappy growled, unruffled, you don't maybe have any idea how flexible we can be around here. Later Cappy told one of our Capitol reporters that he was thick with, that if he'd had his way the whole 20 questions bit never would have come up. But after it did, no matter how bad it made the governor look to bug out, Cappy said sending him down the fire escape was better than facing him up to hunt Anderson in a television confrontation. Anderson would have bounced the slob off the walls, Cappy told our man, and he'd made sure it couldn't happen. So there was a surge back out into the corridor, and I managed to get a good hard elbow into the ribs of that fat-ass wire service prick. Then Anderson's tall figure blocked the doorway. Folks, he said in that relaxed voice of his, which still could be heard down the narrow Capitol hallway, looks like we've got to play 20 questions all by ourselves. That about brought the house down and the yelling almost deafened me. But he held his arm up and got them quiet again. So if you'll all go on outside and gather round, we'll let the good folks that work here get back to their jobs, and we'll let the TV people come out there with us and play the game by our rules. Well, you can see what a story that was for me, that one day I was on it. I led the paper for once, and actually Cappy may have been right, but I still think that day was the reason Anderson won our primary going away. Everybody for 365 in the state saw him on the TV news that night, answering the governor's questions on the Capitol steps, without a sign of the governor anywhere in that vicinity. And from then on, every appearance he made in our state, every time he stood up in front of a crowd, Anderson put an empty chair right beside him. And then he'd open up the carpet bag and take out the 20 questions and invite the governor to come up, have a seat, and get your answers straight as your bourbon. But of course the governor never showed. Cappy had decided to play it the other way, and Anderson would always say, I guess he's too flexible to come. And I don't know what you experts think, you're the ones that know /why, but I call that hard stuff to beat. Damn right, Morgan said. What happened to the ass-kisser that missed a story like that, Charlie? He's managing editor now. The way you guys tell it, Glass said, I'm getting the idea this Anderson was the greatest thing since the wheel. Which is exactly what lots of people were beginning to think about then, Morgan thought, brooding, the past to him as alive in the room as Glass restless under the pictures. Except that it was clear, if you looked closely enough, that step by step Anderson was burning his bridges behind him and separating himself that much more from the party and the leaders. First, Hinman, then the vice president, then that hack governor, and all the while that constant attack on the bosses. Even in hindsight, Morgan did not consider that Anderson had had any real alternative, but his campaign had cost him dearly. It had meant that in the long run Anderson was relying wholly on popular support and putting himself completely in opposition to the interests and institutions and personalities that order and manage the customary politics of democracy. And Morgan had known even then that nothing scared those interests and institutions and personalities as much as the notion that ordinary, run-of-the-mill people were about to run away with things. But that was what they'd have been doing if Anderson had won, or so it 366 must have seemed. So the fight had grown rougher every day. It had taken its toll, too, even on Hunt Anderson. When Morgan had finally got out of Washington again that spring and joined Anderson down south, he could see lines of fatigue around the corners of Anderson's mouth and eyes, which looked weaker, more tired, than ever. He fancied there was more gray at Anderson's temples, a more pronounced stoop to his tall figure. "What the hell are you doing in this god-forsaken swamp?" Morgan said, trying to sound cheerful. "You couldn't beat Joe Bingham down here with a bullwhip. God himself couldn't beat Bingham down here." Anderson chuckled, without much amusement, which he had started to do more and more as the campaign wore on. They were riding together sometimes. Looking back, it seemed to Morgan as if in that campaign he had spent more time with Hunt Anderson in the back seats of automobiles than anywhere else after a morning of touring the hot streets of some stark, pack-shed town where the people on the sidewalks looked at Hunt's outstretched hand with glum suspicion, toward a Rotary Club luncheon in another town that would not be much different, certainly no friendlier. "I'm not trying to win," Anderson said. "It won't cost me much to lose to Joe Bingham in his backyard. Everybody expects me to do that, but if I'm running against the bosses and the interests, and playing for the black vote, I've got to run everywhere and take them all on, the South in particular. Everybody's white knight, that's old Bull's boy this year." "Listen," Morgan said, "they're going to whip your migrant education bill while you're white knighting around this sinkhole." Anderson took his glasses off and rubbed his tired eyes. "I'll be there for the debate. We're not beaten yet. It's more than the debate and the vote. You need to be there now. Matt's good, but Matt's not you. Matt can't get the vote together by himself." "It isn't," Anderson said carefully, "as if I were off in the Caribbean getting a suntan. Running for president is important, it used to say in my civics book. 367. But do you have to shake every redneck's hand in the whole country?" The car sped along the humped two-lane blacktop. In the flat meadows stretching beyond the barbed wire on either side, mangy cattle cropped at thin grass. "We set up a migrant health service last year. We put a code of conduct on the crew leaders and got some social security adjustments. I put in a lot of time on those bills, Rich. Which is what you need to do on the education aid. Don't you think I know it?" Anderson's voice cracked with anger, but Morgan knew it was not directed at him. "I can't be everywhere at once. Besides, a president might be able to do more for migrants than a senator. I tried to explain that to Adam before he quit, but he wouldn't listen either. I don't mean to needle you." "Every right." Anderson rubbed his eyes again. "You know, I did get to wondering the other day where the issues went to in this campaign. Bossism is an issue. That's what the president said." He sounded delighted I'd raised it. "The only shot I've got," he said. "But doesn't it seem to you there ought to be something more than that in all this agony and play acting and rat racing? I mean the shape the world's in, the real problems in this country. I'd like to talk about some of those things. I even think I could maybe do something about some of them if I were president. But it always ends up I'm talking bullshit about how I'm for the people and not for the bosses. I'm actually beginning to feel like one of O'Connor's goddamn spots. It's getting so sometimes I don't recognize myself, much less what I set out to do. What you need is a rest, that's all." "Well, I can't rest. There's not enough days left for all I need to do." "You're doing all right so far. It'll look a lot better to you the first time you take a weekend off and get some sleep." Morgan had known better, but he saw that Anderson needed cheering. Or maybe, he thought, listening to Glass's professional voice, watching the waiters outside on the lawn, maybe 368, was being a professional, and just wanted to keep him talking. A professional could never be sure about things that, because the essence of professionalism was to do work well without having to think about it. Don't kid yourself. Anderson had slumped lower in seat. He propped a long leg over the back of the front. "I have to keep stirring up my people all the time. They think we've got it made because we've won a few worthies primaries. I just look good right now because the other sick hasn't got a horse, and you can't beat a horse with horse, like Zeb Vance used to say. They can't take BL Ham. Stark is a certified S. They're just propping up vice president until they can produce somebody halfway decent. Like Aiken. Aiken's alright, Morgan said. A pretty good governor as they go, but nobody wets their pants when he stands up. But in the end he'll be their man, you watch. When you consider all the other guys, Aiken's by far the best they could do, the toughest for me to take. Listen, some of the bastards even tried to resurrect Hinman, did you know that? I heard the president helped to shoot that down himself. But not until the civil rights leaders went up in smoke. Anyway, the polls showed Hinman was running behind undecided. They were actually willing to consider that bastard anybody but me until they saw he was dead and gone. Aiken is hardly even known outside his state. If he's really the best they can do, you've got a better shot than I thought. Hunt chuckled again, in the same dry, mirthless way. Thanks for the compliment. How's Ann? Fine, I guess. He sighed. With a fine piece like that around the house, you're chasing me around the country. Something's wrong with your priorities, Rich. That's not exactly an ogre in your house. But Kathy's never home. My God, I don't even know where she is today, not even what state she's in. She's running harder than I am. Old Butts Boy 4, 369. And neither of you has to do it, not like the poor old reporters that have to trot along behind you. Some of Anderson's depression had rubbed off on Morgan. Not that I needed much influence to be depressed in those days, Morgan thought, sipping vodka. Anderson's reference to Ann had startled him, that day, until he realized Hunt had been away so much and so busy he couldn't have had an inkling of what had happened. But then, few people did. And so resolutely lived at the side of, rather than as a part of, Morgan's professional life that most of his colleagues in the Washington press and political world knew little more of her, then or later, than what she looked like. And a few idle conversations. Anderson had not pursued the subject. You know that guy from the first primary? The one we were riding with that asked to join up? You said sooner or later he'd want something. I'll bet I was right too. The car was slowing carefully for the outskirts of the town where Hunt was to speak. Its old frame houses and baked streets looked harsh and unforgiving of those who had managed to live elsewhere. Well, I don't know about him, I mean specifically. There are so many like him now in so many states I lose track. But I've thought a lot about what you said. His eyes were closed, as if he did not really want to see another town. It's true, isn't it? Everybody wants something. That's what it's always been about, in Old Bull's time and now. And ever shall be, Morgan said. He was still thinking about Ann. There had been a time when he was always thinking about Ann, reaching for her. If I had ever known what she wanted, he thought, maybe I could have found some way to give it to her. But that presupposed that what Ann wanted was finite, describable, even to her, when in fact, the day she had come back, she had answered his agonized question with cruelly casual generality. Why, Ann? What were you looking for? For something to happen, she said. But nothing did. And Morgan could see precisely what that meant in her finely boned face, in her hard, distant eyes. She had wanted something to happen that had never happened with him, and she believed it never would. Everywhere I go, Anderson said, everybody I talk to. 370. It all comes down to what they want. Textiles wants quotas. And oil wants offshore wells and cotton wants bigger loans and cattle wants no controls. The Negroes want jobs and the whites want their own schools and neighborhoods. Steel wants higher prices and the big contributors want lower taxes. I guess I could cope with the interests though, if it weren't for the ordinary people. They all want something too. The other day some character lobbied me for his local post office, and I'm already getting applications for the customs houses on the Mexican border. The defense workers want contracts and the government employees want raises. I've won a couple of primaries, so already I've been hit up for highways, bridges, dams, sewage plants, cabinet officer, inaugural tickets, and Annapolis appointments, and there's one delegation I could have on the first ballot if I promised to let the Air Force build a new bomber in their state, naturally. The press wants a hot news story every day. The TV wants interviews. The photographers want just one more. People try to pull your buttons off, or your cufflinks, or even your shoes. I got a letter here from a union leader who wants me to wear a hat to stimulate jobs in the hatter's asterisk industry. Sometimes I fall into bed at night saying, "Till see what I can do." Then I ask myself, what's a president for, anyway? And I wonder if there's anybody in the world who doesn't want something for himself, first and foremost. You ever met a man like that? Not even you. You want the presidency. Maybe me least of all, Anderson said. Listen. I figure now I've got a chance to win, Rich. Just a chance. The driver stopped and asked a woman with tullaps how to get to the hotel. She lifted a fleshy arm languidly and held it out in the direction they were going. A long shot, Morgan said as the car moved on. If all the pieces fall into place at the right time. Is it worth it, Rich? Morgan thought about that for a block or two, but he knew before the wheels turned twice that he couldn't answer. And I wouldn't have known, he thought, pondering the question still, wondering if Anderson ever had learned the answer. I wouldn't have known even if I had been the one who was going to have to pay the particular price. How do you measure what a thing is worth, or know precisely for 371 what thing you want? In the matter of living your life, Morgan had learned, famous brands could deceive you, and the Consumer Reports were vague. That long ago Diane was going about their house as before, in her blue jeans with martini glass, the ashtrays were overflowing again, and in a few days it had even become possible for Morgan to resume quarreling with her, and to wrestle vainly with her in the bed, in the black and despairing night. Incredibly, it seemed, life was going on as before she had left him, and returned, and what cost accounting system could cope with that, much less with Anderson's question? When it mattered, the only useful standard of price was what the traffic would bear. Anderson's car had come to a stop in front of a whitewashed building with a sagging marquee. A long time ago, Morgan said, out there in the graveyard, you told me you wanted to change history, but you never mentioned the price. Anderson had his feet under him and the car door open. He looked back at Morgan, scowling. You never forget that, do you? Morgan retreated instantly from any risk of self-disclosure. In my trade, a pro is never too drunk to remember what he needs to remember. Anderson struggled out of the car, his big body barely making it through the door. The driver was already on the sidewalk, conferring with someone Morgan took to be the advance man. Anderson stooped to look back at Morgan through the open door. I never said I wanted to chance being president, did I? He stood aside and Morgan got out too. The unmistakable odor of a paper mill drifted putrid in the air. But the other thing, Morgan said. Showing the best in a man. What's a better way to do it, or at least a bigger risk to take? Selling ladies' shoes. Members of a Rotary Club welcoming committee instantly distinguishable by enormous round name badges. Were being ejected one by one from the revolving door of the hotel and forming formidably under the marquee. Anderson stared at Morgan, the beginning of a smile touching. 372. His mouth and eyes the first real humor Morgan had seen in him that day. You're a funny goddamn kind of professional, you are, one Anderson said. He touched Morgan's arm and turned toward the welcomers. Fatigue disappeared instantly from his carriage, as if it were electricity, energy seemed suddenly to flow through him, and he took 2 long strides across the sidewalk, his big hand outstretched. I'm Hunt Anderson, Morgan could still hear him saying. Mighty nice of you fellows to let me speak. Politicians are a bunch of sheep, Dunn was saying. Look alike, sound alike, think alike. I never thought the public had any idea whether Anderson was much good or cared, for that matter. But they knew he was different because he was doing and saying so many things nobody else had said or done. Whether that's good politics in the long run is another thing, but if you're as shut out as he was, it's a good way to break down doors. Look who's here, Matt said. I found the old coxman himself in the hall, probably looking for a girl. Why, Danny Morgan stood up. It's been a long time. Charlie French. Larry Glass. This is Danny O'Connor, TV genius and lady killer, that Matt was telling you about. And you know Dunn, don't you? Matt's tone was not quite hostile. He's elected some of my people, Dunn said. I thought you'd be here, Danny. Wild horses wouldn't keep me away, only I was somewhere out west making a speech and I got the word late. Not too much water in that scotch, Matt. Dunn, you're supposed to run up to Kathy's room a minute, Matt said. Doors open right at the top of the stairs and she's expecting you. Morgan, watching Dunn leave, wondered if behind those green lenses there was a man who liked to have a woman bite his neck, but one of Dunn's powers was that no one knew anything like that about him. 373. I'm telling you, it really took me back, Danny O'Connor said, loosening his tie. That particular state, I mean, getting the word out there that Hunt was gone. I wanted to howl like a dog, not because he was a great man, or anyway almost a great man, but just because he was my friend. You know, he and Kathy gave me a chance when nobody else would. And I especially remembered that particular state where I was from the campaign, since he actually put me in charge out in that region. One of those states you can ride across all day at 65 miles per hour and not a person in sight, maybe 1 or 2 cows and a windmill. So they've got a primary? So maybe there's not enough voters out there to get your money back, I told Hunt. But you know, him, if there was some place to run that year, there he was, running like hell. Out there we could put a couple spots on 2 or 3 channels and hit everybody. So he decided to do the whole bit on the tube rather than campaigning personally, except the one day he went there to announce his candidacy. Some ex-congressman sees the main chance and leaps in to run stand-in for that flannel-mouth vice president, and he even gets the notion in his fat head he's going to win and be the favorite son, and maybe somewhere on about the 99th ballot lightning's going to strike. And him the kind of a guy that could fuck up a 2-car funeral. Anyway, this fathead goes around debating an empty chair, which is older than George Washington, but pretty soon I can see it's maybe just possibly some trouble for us. Anderson's off somewhere else, and Fathead is making time with that simple-minded gimmick, you get the picture? So maybe a week before the primary Kathy comes in for a day we were putting her into places Hunt didn't have time to go, because that girl had the real pizzazz for the yokels, those tits, and that spectacular S. Worth a first-class mailing to every voter in the state, I used to tell her. So after I grabbed the usual handful and got my ears pinned back. With her it's always worth it. I told her I was worried about Fathead and his empty chair. Too goddamn bad we should lose the ball game in the cactus country, I said. So she gets on the phone to Anderson. 374. No, it was me, Matt said. I remember you had the wind up and she asked what we could do. I said I didn't know. Funny thing, that was about the time I realized how much she was taking charge. Because she said, right away, all right, then I'll tell you what we do. A real tough broad, O'Connor said admiringly. She would knee you right in the crotch. Anyway, the night before the voting out there, Fathead hires the biggest auditorium they have for people, although I believe they got some bigger ones for cows. He sets up his goddamn empty chair and the local TV is all over the place. You get the whole fucking picture? Fathead figures a 10 strike, I heard he put 50% of his whole TV budget in that one big night, which shows what a fathead he really was. And just 1 minute after he gets on the air, he's turning to point to the empty chair, and right that minute Hunt Anderson walks in and sits down in it. Fathead turns into a grease spot right there on the floor. Can you see it? He falls apart so hard Hunt just takes over most of his airtime, and FM back in my hotel room watching the tube and throwing the blocks to some cowgirl I always had a hard-on for 3 days after Kathy came to town, and I'm laughing so hard this cowgirl says to me, "If you think everything's so goddamn funny, WHYNT you just pull that little bitty old weenie of yours out of me." Only I'll tell you the God's truth, I wasn't laughing out there last night when I got the news. It was pretty sudden, Matt said. Not to me. O'Connor finished his drink, held out his glass. To me, he's been dead a long time, maybe since that goddamn convention. Oh, come on, Morgan said. A man's not dead just because he's stopped running for his life. Anything but. Anderson was. O'Connor nodded, lost suddenly in Irish gloom, his big, soft hands coming up to touch his face. Dead these many years, Rich. Dead these many years, and what a hell of a man he could have been too. Well, now, I just don't know so much about that, Matt Grant said. I'll leave the philosophy to you intellectuals, for 375. Although it's a fact that after that campaign and the way it turned out, Hunt never was the same again. All downhill. I'll give you that, Danny, and a hell of a disappointment too. Me personally. Sometimes I think about Hunt the way I guess a father feels about a child he's sacrificed everything for, and the child throws it all away. But what your story really makes me think about was the incredible shoestring way we had to run that crazy campaign. I'm here to tell you fellows, there never was another one like that and probably never will be. Hunt Anderson went farther on less, he got nearer being president without any of the things a candidate's supposed to have, than anybody in modern times. Right, Danny. I guess I was the overall manager, dividing my time between the Senate office and running the downtown shop, an old townhouse we rented on 17th Street, facing Farragut Square. They were going to tear it down to put in an office building, so we got it cheap on a month-by-month lease, and staffed up mostly with volunteers. After good old Curly Layton came in with us, we had a solid man to run the delegate operation in the field, because Curly had some experienced troops of his own that he could use. Curly might look a little bit Hollywood with that hair of his and those ice cream suits, but he was a real pro, he made the operation look more professional than it was. Just the way we got Curly tells you something about the way we had to do things. About Kathy too. JT never has come out to my knowledge, but she just went to Curly, he was governor then, and laid it on the line that if he wanted to control his own delegation he'd better get on the Anderson bandwagon publicly and right away. Otherwise Hunt was going to break the unwritten rules and come into the state primary and beat the hell out of Curly on his home grounds. When Curly scoffed he told me this himself, she pulled a private poll out of her pocketbook and threw it in front of him. Of course it was hypoed to hell and gone, but Curly's just happened to be a state with a high percentage of black voters and poor people, and she figured Curly would take one look at that poll and think back to the big crowd Hunt had drawn in a public appearance there the year before. And we knew Curly didn't much like the precinct. 376. Dent anyway. Sure enough, Curly said all right, he got the message. Which is how we lined up at least one important governor. As it turned out, Curly became a genuine admirer and the Anderson floor manager and main delegate hunter at the convention. A long time later I asked Curly how an old head like him could fall for a cooked poll, and he kind of laughed. It crossed my mind at the time, he said, but how often does a man get the chance to get himself conned by a lovely little mockingbird with legs like that? I think Curly just took one look at Kathy and was ready to be had, and she was the girl who could take him. But in fact, after Hunt and Kathy themselves, we didn't. Have but two real assets, Danny's TV, and a lot of public interest. You mentioned Sneakers Lundy a while ago, Rich. Do you fellows realize he was the only political leader of any stature at all that helped us without having his hand forced in a primary or some other way? And Sneakers was pretty private about it, I can tell you, just kicked in a wad of cash that we sure did need, without any public endorsement. I hate to tell you why, but the truth is the president had told somebody old Sneakers looked like a French pansy with a hangover, and the word got back to Sneakers. It made him furious, particularly since half the Senate thought it was true, and the other half thought it was at least funny. After that, anything Sneakers could do to stick it up the president's ass and break it off, like giving Hunt money, he was happy to do privately, that is. Pity there weren't more with the same grievance, because money was the big problem. We got along just fine without endorsements. Hunt had plenty of money for himself, of course, he could have lived well without lifting a hand. You don't want to forget he was a man who had all the advantages most of us never had. But he couldn't finance a presidential campaign out of his pocket, not even one of the big primaries. As a matter of fact, I know you won't pass this on, he did go pretty deep into capital. Against my advice, I can tell you. I always say a man doesn't really know what he's worth if he's always had plenty. Of course we got a lot of little money, $10 to $100 at a crack, and with the bossism theme, naturally for 377. The big do-gooder groups and the Jewish liberals and the reform clubs and the rich man's conscience money all kicked in pretty good. But not a dime from labor. The president turned those big-ass bastards right off. And not much more from business, except some of the real big money, some oil men, for instance, some of the mutuals, the highway interests, did come through, just to hedge their bets on the White House. And I guess they thought they were at least investing in a Senate vote after Hunt would get cut down at the convention. Which Hunt was careful to explain they were not doing, but those types, you know, they always figure a little cash on the barrelhead can't do any harm, and what's a few grand to them? Hunt never wanted to take that kind of money. He was always a little holier than thou on money anyway, I guess because of his father's reputation. But I'd show him the bills, and if I had to I could call in Kathy to straighten him out. Kathy had about as much scruple as a pickpocket when it came to relieving some lobbyist of a wad, and never mind his motives. Worry about that in the White House, she'd say. They can't buy if you're not selling. Worry about our motives, not theirs. And Hunt would hold his nose and I'd put the money in the bank and she'd go out and squeeze somebody else. Everywhere she went she picked up 1,000 or 2,000 or 10 from some local type she smiled out of his head, and when she made a money pitch to an audience, the menfolk just couldn't wait to throw their wallets in the collection plate. But money was still our big problem, even considering all she raised and talked Hunt into accepting. What we had we socked hard into TV. We had more TV than anybody, and better, because nobody else had realized as soon as we had what TV could do. But it broke us flat. You have to pay for the tube in greenbacks and in advance, or no show. The little we had left went for travel and convention communications and organization, a little for printing. The heart of the staff was just what we'd had, Danny here and Ralph James dealing with the press, and Sprock and Berger grinding away in the townhouse on position papers, Curly on the road. I guess I was holding the whole thing together, more or less. That meant we had to have volunteers or die, which was where those Anderson for President clubs came in. The primary organizations, 378, came out of those clubs full of housewives and preachers and professors and young people who were shut out of the party, and then we just had to move those same volunteers, most of them as amateurish as we were, right onto the convention. Most of us had never even been to a convention. I remember reading a lot of books about the nominating process, and I can tell you, they turned out to be mostly baloney. And when it was over, I kid you not, those debts scared me. The phone company settled 40 cents on the dollar, and airlines for half, but a lot of the landlords and vendors we had around the country never collected a dime. I used to worry about that, but Kathy always said to forget it. If we'd won, she'd say, most of them would have cancelled the debt before Hunt could take the oath. It was an investment to them. But, one way or another, we scraped through the primaries without losing to anybody except down in Bingham country, which didn't matter much. Of course there hadn't been any top-flight opposition, but one way we knew we'd done pretty well, the president got on the horn and asked Hunt to come see him again. That caused some joking around the office, that if the old man was ready to come out for us, we'd have to junk the bossism theme and start talking about continuity. But when Hunt got to the Oval Office and they'd said hello, the president laid it right on the line. "You're still going through with this all the way, Senator? Don't have much choice, do I, Mr. President? You could hear yourself nominated, it's always a kind of a proud moment for a man. Then you could run up a respectable vote on the first ballot, just to keep the faith, and throw it to the vice president the next time around. Our people won't throw, Mr. President. Yours might, but not ours. That's what they all say. You much interested in diplomacy? Not that interested. Well, you know you got to remember in this business, the big possums walk late. Mr. President, I really don't think we've got any for 379 choice now. We've made too many commitments and too many people got their necks on the block. Well, I just thought I owed it to the party to bring it up." "Much obliged," Hunt said. "But anyway, you're not going into the convention with nobody but the vice president, are you?" The president chuckled a little, Hunt said later on. The old man reared back in his big chair, cocky, tough, smart. He'd done or seen everything in politics for 40 years past. "You got some of your daddy's blood," he said. "One of the meanest men I ever knew. Mean enough he'd have blown the vice president over with one puff from his cigar. He smoked good Cubans. Are you as mean as he was, Senator?" "Don't think I'll need to be. Mr. President, we'd still rather have your support than anybody's. After you count up heads and find out the vice president isn't going to make it, and neither is Stark, I hope you'll get back in touch with us." "Stark," the president said. Wouldn't hit a hog in the ass with Stark. "And I know you haven't forgotten, Mr. President, once the party nominates a man, we've still got to win the election." Then Hunt gave him a lecture on how Senator Hunt Anderson had a better chance than anyone else to do that. The president heard him out politely, rocking back in the big chair. Then he stood up and shook hands, a little abruptly. Hunt said he never saw a harder pair of eyes on a man. "Well, Senator," the president said, "if the cricks don't rise, I reckon we'll see you at the convention." So Hunt figured, after that, it would have to be Governor Aiken. And it was about the very next day. Hunt had hardly got out of the president's office, before that goddamn prison revolt broke out in Aiken State. The sons of bitches must have paid off those cons, Hunt said when he saw the headlines. It did seem that nobody could be that lucky, to have that kind of an opportunity handed to him on a silver platter 2 weeks before the convention opened. Looking back on it today, I guess that's when the game 380 was lost, if it wasn't already. Because when Aiken went in that cell block alone and faced down a gang of armed convicts and gave them amnesty if they'd come out in 1 hour with all their hostages unhurt, even Hunt had to admit it was an impressive performance. And when the convicts did come out on schedule and Aiken went right back and called out his legislature and said now would they pass the prison reforms he'd sent up that year and they'd buried 6 feet deep, they not only passed the reforms, they gave Aiken the one thing he hadn't had with a little help from those damned convicts. They gave him a national name and a bold image that people recognized and liked. Of course Aiken wasn't formally in the race, but it was a going rumor that the president had been moving around to get him in it in the right way, and get him known around the country, and we saw right away what a tough break that prison revolt was for us. And when Kathy came back from wherever she'd been when she heard the news, She came straight to my office, sat down by my desk, pulled the phone over to her side, and said to me, "If you ever say a word to Hunt about this, I'll skin you alive." "What's Dunn's number?" Which is the kind of thing I can just hear her saying, Morgan thought, amused, feeling a little like a proud father, the way men do when they discover a woman doing something they might have done themselves, or wish they might have done, except I didn't know then how large a part Kathy was playing in the campaign. He had heard 100 stories like Mart since then. She had been in it so deeply that Joe Bingham's press secretary had told Morgan in confidence that he knew for a fact she was screwing her way systematically through the state chairman, so that if Anderson got nominated he'd be the first man to win a convention flat on his wife's back. More. Gan had laughed out loud, knowing that kind of crude rumor-mongering would backfire on those who spread it. Besides, he had thought, you only had to take a look at Kathy, then at most state chairmen, to know that she couldn't want even the presidency that much. But even if he had known about the call to Dunn, he for 381 wouldn't have been all that interested, because, then, he had been preoccupied with N. It still hurt to remember, he thought, scarcely hearing Matt ramble on, out of all the hurts, the humiliations, the heartbreak, that time seemed in many ways the worst. Not that he knew yet exactly what had happened, whether it had been some game of her own, some exercise of contrition, of self-penalty, or more likely mockery, or whether her strange sudden opening to him, that convention summer, might have been a last desperate reach for whatever it was that had eluded her, as something eludes us all, whether, perhaps, she had momentarily believed that in yielding, submitting herself, opening deliberately to penetration that tough core of resistance against which he had battered so often, she would find something ironically more bearable, as if willed and cynical submission would be at once more controlled and less punishing than the fierce isolation of self. Or perhaps, he sometimes thought, she had only been preparing rich ground for the seeds of his destruction, or hers, or both. Never mind, he thought, never mind. But it came flowing back to him, as it sometimes did the stupor of passion that had held him, the magical colors of a sudden life never before known or sensed. It came flowing back, borne perhaps on the memories being evoked around him, of that convention, that hotel, those crowded streets, those interminable hours in the howling, fogged arena, those days and nights forever linked in his being to the one suspended moment out of all his time when he had thought he was going to break through, pierce the walls around him, between them, when in the crisp, depraved, limitless connections of love-making, white and fusing as a welder's flame, he had believed briefly that he would conquer solitude and overwhelm death. He was at the end of isolation, the self would be transformed and reborn in unison. But the truth was, Matt Grant was saying, that when the convention opened, Hunt may have been the big primary winner, but he was in desperate shape. He had shot his bolt in the primaries. There weren't any more delegates to be had that way. Bingham's Southerners didn't offer much hope to us. Nobody quite knew how many delegates the 382 president and the regular leaders commanded that depended on for whom and for what, but the going guess among the columnists was about 400. So the president and Joe Bingham between them could put approximately half the convention out of Hunt's reach. The only way he could possibly make it was to deadlock the whole thing and play for the breaks, or a deal to swing Stark's liberals, maybe, and put together all the favorite sons, including that character Dunn was running. With his own delegation and some strays from surrounding states, Dunn was holding 98 delegates for his man. I'm not likely to forget that number. So you see why Kathy called Dunn when Aiken hit the headlines. Dunn looked like the key to the jackpot. And no doubt by then, Morgan thought Matt's narrative weaving itself in and out of his own insistent memory like a car in heavy traffic, Kathy would have had her doubts that Hunt would call Dunn, because Hunt was essentially a candidate, not a manager. He liked to be on stage, not in the back rooms. A Boy Scout, some of the leaders had called Anderson, even if that hadn't quite fit with their denunciations of his ruthless McCarthyite tactics against Hinman. There was a rumor all over the headquarters hotel, about the time the convention opened, that the governor of an oil state had offered to put some oil delegations together for Anderson, second and third ballot strength, in return for a suitable guarantee that he would turn the tidelands over to the states, if elected. As the rumor had it, Anderson had disdained the offer, although accepting it might have cut a big slice out of Bingham's support and the White House bloc. Morgan had tracked down Matt Grant and asked him about the rumor, and Matt had professed not to know, while suggesting smugly that he did. Then Morgan located Kathy alone, as befitted the Anderson campaign style, at a mammoth cocktail party thrown by one of those Washington hostesses who trail political gatherings as the camp followers used to come along in the dust of armies. This particular crone had rented a ballroom and dozens of bartenders, in the middle of the resulting thousands of Dealey IV, 383. Gates, pals, gawkers, reporters, and wives milling noisily around. Morgan and Kathy were as alone as a couple on a life raft. Kathy looked tired, a little edgy, but not bored. As she talked, her eyes kept roaming the heaving tide of faces around them. She was sipping something bland. A carpetbag button was pinned to her dress, which was cool, discreet. "The story sounds like Hunt," Morgan said, "but it also sounds pretty blatant even for the oil types." She nodded. "But we like it, don't you? It would spoil our image if it had Hunt actually making a sneaky deal. So the story's a plant. Stop being a bloodhound, of course it's not a plant. It just didn't happen quite the way it's spreading." "Then how did it happen?" An elegant old busybody in pearls and a stark button interrupted to talk a little civic uplift with Kathy, who promptly asked her to switch to Hunt, a hard, direct pitch. She got an arch promise to think it over. "Just for your background, and you didn't get a thing from me, that oil jackass did come to see Hunt." Kathy took the scotch out of Morgan's hand, sipped it quickly, handed it back. "About as subtle as an elephant. Thinking of supporting Hunt, blah blah blah. Good government, umph. No question of any promises or anything raunchy like that, but what did Hunt think of higher education? I'll bet he admired it." "Well, the governor admired it too. But it turns out the only way the governor can possibly improve higher education in that poor little old state of his is to finance it with Tidelands oil revenue. But the states just happen not to own the Tidelands, not yet, and he wanted to know what Hunt as president would maybe be willing to do about that. I get the whole fascinating picture." She leaned past Morgan to shake hands with a flustered delegate in a carpetbag button and to compliment his wife on her dress, which was large enough to cover a horse, and had to be. The huge, crowded ballroom was hot and airless. The rumble and shriek of voices rose like tobacco smoke toward the huge limp cloth portraits of the candidates droop. 384. Hing high above them. Akins was missing, and the more conspicuous for that. Of course Hunt gave him a brilliant lecture on state taxation, Kathy said, so if that was a deal, I guess we turned it down, but we think the governor was just playing big. Will, or at the most just sounding us out on his own. He isn't really anybody. I will admit Danny and Ralph have been helping the rumor along, since we're not likely to get much oil support anyway. Where's that little peach of yours? Off somewhere. All this bores her. So I heard. There's somebody over there I've got to see, Rich. She started past him, stopped, looked up smiling, her eyes wicked. Everything's all right with her now, isn't it? Since she's back. Morgan had faced it out. In his euphoria of the moment, he remembered, he had even thought he could afford to be smug about it. Better than ever, he said, and struck back. Better than running for president. And for just a moment, as Kathy slipped away in the crowd, her lovely, still face looked back at him, not smiling any longer. For the first time since he had known her, he saw something hurt in her eyes, something inexplicably wounded, and knew he had reached her. Perhaps that had been an omen, he thought, for both of them. Because later that exact day, in the dim, stale room spared a junior journalist by harassed convention managers, on the experienced bed where he had fallen with Anne, clenched and groaning in the haste that had seized him as he watched her dressing to go out, saw her drawing on her stockings with the effortless grace that never failed to arouse in him something yearning, hurting, that drove him as inexorably as the will to live or the fear of nothingness suddenly, as he thrust himself desperately into her, as if into salvation and surcease, and had gone rigid beneath him, as if in shock, her whole body jerked, her head turned away, her forearm fell stiffly across it, and he felt her hard, abrasive, forbidding, where a moment before she had been soft, warm, enfolding. Like scalding steam from a pipe, words came hissing between her teeth. Finish. Finish. What? He mumbled thickly, out of control, hunched and rooting in stupefaction, his life drawing to an aching 385. Coil somewhere within the ever-threatening void that surrounded it. Finish. Desperately, calling out to her, he plunged on, until at the end she took her arm away and looked up at him with chill, foreign eyes while the coil unleashed itself and he moaned and shook and collapsed alone again, and mortal. "Here's done now," Matt said. "Do you remember when Kathy called you before the convention? Done. Another drink. Just a drop." Dunn sat behind Anderson's table again. "She called me a number of times before the convention." "Oh, she did she?" Morgan thought. "I mean about Aiken." "Oh, sure, she asked me if I thought Aiken would be a candidate. I asked her if she thought the sun would come up. She said, well, that won't force your hand, will it? I said it wouldn't. She said that was a good thing, because Hunt would win if I didn't cave in. I was polite, and she said she and Hunt would appreciate it if I'd keep everything open for a while. That was what I aimed to do anyway, and once she was sure of that, she dropped it. She didn't try to push me where I wasn't ready to go, and she saw she didn't have to, because at that point her interest and mine were the same. But she had more than that in mind," Matt said. "She hung up and she said to me, we've got to have Dunn and I think we can get him if Hunt won't be a fool. I guess she was trying to get the feel of me," Dunn said, reminding me we had common ground. They couldn't win on the first ballot, so naturally they wanted to stop everybody else. I wasn't anxious for anybody to win on the first ballot, that wasn't hard for them to figure out. I had this block of delegates, nothing big, those from our state and a few more from the smaller states near us that have the same problems. We were all behind one of my associates as a kind of regional favorite son. He had some potential, some cabinet possibilities maybe. Some of my PEO. 386. Pi could even see a vice president in him, but I never aimed that high. Besides, he wasn't the main thing. The main thing was that we wanted the party to know / we were there. We wanted to swing weight when it counted, come in and put somebody over. Personally, I didn't much want the president dictating the nominee. Bad precedent, bad business all around. I like organization but not a closed shop. And some of the leaders with the old man weren't exactly my kind of people. So I had put together our block independently and I was floor manager, nothing big at all, but it had possibilities as long as nobody had the convention locked up. We didn't think anyone did. I remember Drew Pearson wrote a piece just before that convention opened. He said it was a mob looking for someone to tell it which leader to follow, and that was about the way we saw it. We had a good head count on Bingham, because you can always tell what the Confederates will do. My memory may be a vote or two off, but I think there were 1,219 delegates that year, so 610 were needed to win. That's about right, isn't it, Matt? You're a detail man. I had Bingham pegged for 265 on the first ballot, and he could hold most of them as long as he wanted. Which depended on how big Joe's delusions were, because the right way for him to play it was to throw the Southern delegation somewhere on the second or third ballot. Stark wasn't quite as easy to count, but our best reading gave him at least 100, maybe more. Nobody thought he could win, except on the outside chance that the president and the other leaders couldn't put anyone else over. I did think Stark had a shot at second place, but I never fuss over second place. You could also tab the favorite sons, practically on the nose. Counting our man and the others, I put the favorite sons down on the first roll call for 150, of which we had 98. So Bingham, Stark, and the favorite sons were about 100 short of a majority, but Anderson's votes meant the old man didn't quite have a majority either. Anderson was actually claiming over 400, but that was kind of hollow. I didn't give him more than 350, and I figured even that was 387. Probably a little high, because giving him that many meant the president and the regular leaders also would have only about that many. But I couldn't figure a first ballot nomination out of that arithmetic, and that suited me. The big question in my mind was whether or not they'd bring on Aiken from the start, or produce him once the vice president had gone as far as he could. I thought the former, but, if that was it, somebody would have to cut the old gentleman off at the knees, and I didn't really think even the president was up to that. They had been close over the years. I thought the president would probably hire the assassin. But for a long time nothing at all seemed to happen. The platform committee got to work a week early. The credentials committee was already in a fight over some rival delegations from a couple of the Hawk-Joel states. The press was in town by the thousands, and that was one of the first. Conventions fully televised, everywhere you turned you tripped over a cable or somebody put a mic in your teeth. By the morning of the day of the first session, the city was practically at a standstill. Hotel telephone service was a memory. If a man didn't know where a service elevator was, the only way he could get out of the headquarters hotel was to walk down 30 or 40 floors. When he'd get to the lobby, he couldn't get to the street or the bar for the bands playing, the pretty girls pinning buttons on him, the rubberneckers standing around, and the delegates talking politics. And still, even that late, as far as I could see, the president and the regulars hadn't made a move. Everyone was talking about Aiken, but nobody seemed to be doing anything, and some of the boys were getting restless. They were afraid they were going to get left, and nobody seemed to have any word from the White House. But you have to expect that kind of treatment if you let somebody else do your thinking for you. The vice president had arrived the night before, in full cry. At the airport, naturally, they had turned out every city employee and his wife and children and brothers-in-law and their families. All the placards had Union bugs and the torches were oil-fired. That rally was as spontaneous as grand opera, but there were a lot of people out there, and it never took more than that to get the vice president going. 388, was watching on television, and he made the kind of speech they hadn't heard since the Cross of Gold, an old-fashioned silver-tongued oration about the road ahead, the winds of freedom, and the blue skies of hope. The vice president had that airport crowd up and screaming, which was what they were there for, but those cameras weren't city employees. They were coming in tight on his sweaty face and his windmill gestures, and when you saw the jowls up close and quivering under the chin, and heard that high-pitched voice calling off those shop-worn phrases, you knew he was finished. Maybe they turned out that big crowd to give him a last chance to show them something, but he didn't, nothing they wanted to see. Whatever style he might once have had, when they turned those cameras on him he was just a garrulous old man. Personally, I doubt if they even meant to give him a last chance. They must have known by then it was hopeless, even if he didn't. The first morning of the convention, as if in the flush of triumph, he grandly presided over a breakfast meeting of all the leaders, even me. I wasn't considered a team player any more than now, but they could all count. My little block of delegates stood up for me. So I was there with the big movers and shakers, some city leaders, a few state chairmen, the top union chiefs, a hand dash, full in all, not counting the vice president himself. I went expecting fireworks. I'd been up early, reading the papers before the hike down the stairs, and had seen the tip-off far down in a RF article that quoted a lot of pals and hangers-on about what they thought would happen. Just a paragraph quoting a certain labor goon, not the kind who was invited to breakfast with the vice president or who conferred at the White House. He had too long an arrest record for that. Never mind who he was, he's been helpful to me. Might be again. I knew him well enough to know he had a sharp eye for what was happening in the unions. They'll never take the vice president, he had told the reporter, or words to that effect. He's too old. After I thought about that while walking down 20 flights, his willingness to tell the truth about the regular's supposed candidate meant to me that the old man was ready to act at last, and labor was going to put in the knife. That opening day breakfast, I thought, would be a 389. Nice private place to do the deed. I doubted the vice president was expecting it. I wasn't sure the old gentleman even read the papers past the headlines, or that if he did, he'd know that that particular union character usually knew what he was talking about. Sure enough, the vice president was all bounce and joviality even at that hour. He'd always been a great yarn spinner, and before they poured the orange juice he was giving us a Herbert Hoover story. Stubborn as he was, stubbornest man I ever met, right in the depth of the Depression, with practically that whole state out of work and hungry, Hoover went to Charleston, West by God, Virginia, to dedicate some kind of a memorial. He got up to speak, and there was a multitude out there, all right, big as that crowd we had last night, and just as Hoover walked on the platform, the National Guard fired off a 21-gun salute to the president. It made a racket like the Civil War, and when the cannonade died down and Hoover was still standing there, some old fellow in the back of the crowd rose up and hollered, "By gum, they missed him." Knowing what I thought I knew, I didn't laugh as hard as I might have in other circumstances. We were at a large table, 7 or 8 to a side and a couple at the ends. I was seated across from the vice president, down a bit, with a good view of his face. He was looking pink, healthy, and pleased with himself. He told another story or two, he had an endless supply for all occasions. So I was surprised when he fumbled in a briefcase, pulled out the morning paper, and laid it on the table folded to the exact page I had been reading before I came. "Now, gentlemen," the vice president said, "I invited you here for a little good fellowship, and to talk about how we'd handle things this week and then in the election. Maybe first I'd better ask you what our old friend Ed meant by what he says in the paper this morning. Who won't take me?" There was a long silence. The old gentleman looked up and down the table. I remember thinking he had a very clear eye for his age, and suddenly his face and jowls seemed not quite so pink, more nearly red with anger. "Ed's usually clued in and I'm not deaf," he said finally. "I've heard all the Aiken talk, but not from the White House. 390, again he looked up and down the table. "But if no one's got anything to say, then I guess we'd all better agree that for once Ed's off base." "Right." I heard a chair scrape back somewhere to my right. The vice president looked quickly in that direction. It was so quiet in that room you could hear traffic echoes from outside, glassware ringing somewhere near. But there were, suddenly, no waiters hovering around us. A somber bodyguard with a Secret Service button in his lapel stood with his arms folded in front of the door, gazing over our heads. "Mr. Vice President, you can all guess which one of the labor statesmen it was. Everybody in this room loves you and respects your record. But some of us have been talking. It's going to be a hard race. We don't know whether a candidate 69 years old can take it, and anyway we wonder if we can win with anybody that old." The silence fell again. Everybody knew the voice that had spoken was not to be ignored. But the vice president was game. "These politicians will surprise you, time and again. You think there's not a vertebra in the bunch, and most of them are gutless wonders, on any reasonably hard public issue, but most I've known, in a personal crunch like that, they'll stand up to the end." That morning the old gentleman never flinched. "After all these years you and I and the other boys here have worked together, I never thought I'd live to hear any of you talk about me as just a candidate 69 years old. Now you know how we all feel about you. It's nothing personal, It's well, if it's not personal, the old gentleman said, it's not anything, it won't hold water at all. I'm 9 years younger than the recent Prime Minister of England. They had one named Gladstone who was 80 Ioxu. Goethe was working on Faust at 82, and if any of you gentlemen haven't read it, I can say it's high time you did. If I mistake not, Oliver Wendell Holmes was up toward 90 before he decided he was too old for the Supreme Court. A man's as old as he feels, and I'm not a doddering fool, gentlemen. What's this all about? Aiken. The great labor statesman was silent a moment, then, in a voice that sounded as if he were choking on his eggs, 391. T've heard you tell Lincoln's story, you know the one. About the man ridden out of town on a rail. When they asked him how he felt about it, he said if it weren't for the honor of the thing he'd rather walk. You and I are old enough friends, been through the wars together, you know I feel exactly like that man right this minute. But I'm afraid. It's been decided. You can't win, Charlie, you're too old. We've got to find somebody else and that's what we're going to do. For one bad moment I thought the old gentleman was going to break at last. He stared across the table, his face muscles working. The skin over his cheekbones was white, stretched, papery. But he still had to have it confirmed. After a lifetime of experience, he had to go for it one more time. He turned to me. You don't run in the pack, done. What about it? This time, I said, TM with the hounds. You can't win. The old gentleman sighed and slumped a little. The room was silent as the grave, no one moved. Then he forced a weary, quick smile. Reminds me of the old fellow down home that went to town every Saturday night and indulged his taste for the bottle, which was considerable. Long about midnight the mules come clomping home and the old man's sons would come out and find him stretched out in the bed of the wagon, dead to the world. They'd put the mules in the barn and the old man to sleep till time for church. It happened so often that one Saturday night they got tired of it and only put the mules in the barn and just let the old man sleep it off in the wagon, to teach him a lesson. And he rose up around dawn and looked around him and then he says, by golly, he says, I've either found a damn fine wagon or lost a good pair of mules. I never heard any laughing as loud as what followed, relieving the tension and getting us over the worst of it. When we stopped laughing, the old gentleman had got himself together, he was still hanging on. Of course, I'm not withdrawing until I talk to the president. Wouldn't be proper at all. Why, certainly, nobody could expect that, the labor statesman put in smoothly. No, I speak for 392. Everyone here, not a word's coming out of this meeting on till you give us your decision. Right. He looked up and down the table with his collective bargaining glare. A general chorus of agreement hailed this cynicism, and then the old gentleman showed his age and the lifetime characteristic that had made him a politician. Maybe he won't agree with you, he said slyly. Maybe he'll tell you boys something you don't expect to hear. In the renewed light in his eyes I could sense the indomitable gambler's streak that runs in them, all the belief that God's hand might still be on the chosen man, and no matter how bad it looked at the moment, together they might still manage to win. I could see all that in his eyes and face, and then I didn't look at him anymore. Well, I'll just tell you what you're bound to know already, the labor statesman boomed heartily, confidently. If the president's with you, then we're with you. Somehow everyone got through the breakfast. It was sumptuous but we ate little, and the talk was desultory at best. As soon as decency allowed, members of the group began drifting out. I stayed to the end. It seemed the least I owed the old gentleman was not to leave him alone at the table. Finally the last small knot of us left the room, the vice president among us, and moved into the sitting room of the suite that had been set aside for him. Just as we entered an aide rushed in from the corridor, clutching some newspapers under his arm. The old gentleman took the papers held out to him. I looked over his shoulder. It was the early bird afternoon edition, and across the top the headline proclaimed brutally President backs Aiken. The vice president's shoulders slumped a little. The headline could not have failed to extinguish the last vestige of the hope that had raged for so long in his thin old breast, but he stayed game to the literal end. He was smoking a cigar, and as I watched he rolled it once across his mouth and clenched it up at a rather jaunty angle, cocking an eye at me. So that little son of a bitch finally sold me out too. The labor statesman was long gone, one of the first to leave, spouting undying affection. It would have been an interesting question for him to answer. I shrugged. The old gentleman knew I wasn't that much in the pack. I guess I am too old at that, the vice president said. 393. Otherwise I'd have seen what was coming. He tossed the paper on a sofa and took the cigar out of his mouth. Anyway, he said, I ain't as bad off as Uncle Joe Cannon when he was 81 and still in the house with me. Everybody knew old Joe couldn't get it up anymore, and one day he got to debating with this lady member and Joe says to her, will the lady yield? And of course she replies, as nice as you please, the lady will be delighted to yield to the gentleman from Illinois. And Uncle Joe in his white beard looks around, grinning, and says in a stage whisper you could hear in the gallery, he says, my God. Now she's yielded, what can I do about it? Maybe the old gentleman could have done more about it than any of us thought at the time, but that's hindsight. Late that day, after Aiken had formally announced he was a candidate, the vice president went on TV and said he was in the race to stay, Aiken notwithstanding. The old gentleman would always pitch in that way for the party. Sometimes I wonder if any disappointment or even outright betrayal can put a limit on his kind of loyalty. Hell, he told me later, those fellows did make me vice president, didn't they? So he stayed one more round that might have been the hardest of all. They only wanted some first ballot votes for him so they could switch them to Aiken on the second, to make it look like a stampede. Exactly the way we had it figured, Matt said. A lot of our people thought we had it made by the time the vice president was dumped. But Hunt and Kathy and I knew Aiken was the real McCoy. Maybe you fellows don't realize it, O'Connor said, apparently recovered from his Irish gloom, but that was my first convention and it was artistically a bomb. Very bad. TV. And the speeches. Christ, as we used to say in Boston, how the wind blew through that hall. Everything was going on, if anything was, off the floor. On the floor, talk, 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 and thousands of people not a one of which knew from nothing, or had even heard anything you could be. 394. Leave, and lots of them asleep with newspapers over their crummy faces. Lousy TV. The only place worth seeing, which I mean is what TV is about, was the lobby in the headquarters hotel. Now, down there you could get some pizzazz bands marching through, snake dances, every now and then an honest to God fist fight. Great TV. Out in the middle they'd put up this big log cabin as the vice president's display, supposed to make you think he's Lincoln, I mean, but it didn't help a bit, did it? In one corner there were all these pretty girls with their boobs out for Stark. They ran his information booth, and that was some information. I think it was Kansas complained, and Stark made M cover up the cleavage a little. I always figured that sealed his political doom. I mean, any man that would do a cowardly thing like that. Anderson was too poor to afford lobby space, of course. We just hung up a big carpetbag banner and sign that says, get on the bandwagon, room so and so. Up there we had dog-ooters that would twist your arm off before they'd give you a cup of coffee. But that cornpone, that what's his face? Yeah, Bingham. He's got the biggest Confederate flag you ever saw hanging down the lobby wall and his girls passing out buttons that say, the South will rise again. I didn't think they ought to allow that kind of thing. I mean VM no bigot. Although I got to admit those little Dixie cups giving out those cornpone buttons, they were something. Wearing these Confederate military outfits with short skirts and cowboy hats and little swords, Really cute broads, and everyone a goddamn bigot to the bone. I made some big time with one of those Confederate quail. Took her to lunch, bought her some drinks and whatnot, and maybe the second time I took her out, over about the sixth drink they all got a hollow leg down that part of the world. I say to the stack it up little bigot, come on, General, enough of this idle chit-chat. Let's get down to brass tacks. Why, what are you talking about, sir? Where you tryin' asterisk to get me to go? Up to my room to see the view, I says, quick as a flash. Why, sir, I declare, I believe if you was to get me up for 395. There, you just might try to get me to go to bed, I mean, all this whiskey and all. Exactly, I says, but only to make love. Well, sir, I don't know what kind of girl you think I am, but I just don't know if I ought to do anything like that. Then I played my ace. General, I says, don't y'all know I'm a Southern Irishman? And those Confederate eyes lit right up till you could see the stars and bars on the whites. Well, I tell you, sir. WHYNT, you go right on up to your room, and we'll just meet up there in a minute after I change. Change? I says. But you won't need any other clothes, General. But, sir. I just couldn't go to a man's room in uniform. Oh, for Christ's sake, Glass said, I'm willing to believe almost anything but you're putting us on. Swear to God, O'Connor said. Listen, that little bigot turned out to be my first wife. She was why I had to leave Anderson. She thought he was a communist. Then the reason I had to leave her was because she wanted me to join the Klan. I only married her in the first place because she was non-political in the hay. Also non-stop. Sometimes I even miss that bigoted little twat of hers. Well, while you were having your fun, Matt Grant said a little dourly, the rest of us were working our ass off. I'll have to say that for Hunt, he never stopped working from dawn to dawn. From one caucus to another, and if there weren't any caucuses to go to, he was up in his headquarters suite shaking hands, or on the phone talking to somebody, or getting himself on TV. I'm not sure when HS slept, or if he did. I know I hardly closed my eyes for 4 days and 4 nights. Hunt would see the press every day and somehow he'd look fresh as a rose and confident as a banker, but it was tough on him. We'd known enough to hold back some announcements, so that every day we could produce some 396 more delegates, or even a whole delegation, as if it had just decided to go for us. I don't know whether that fooled anybody, but it didn't fool us. Of course, we weren't climbing the mountain at all. It's got to be in the roll call, Hunt would say, we've just got to deadlock it and see which way the cats jump. But I was afraid I knew. About that time Kathy got the idea they'd try to steal it from us. God knows, she had reason. Of course, the White House controlled all the convention machinery, and I don't need to tell you fellows, they didn't hesitate to use it either. They did their damnedest to throw out some of our delegations, but we were expecting that. It's old stuff, our people had credentials by the bail. Then we tried a cute one on them, although I was dead against it. Hunt wanted to put in a loyalty oath to drive the Confederate Red Hots out. That would not only reduce the number of delegates needed for a majority, the way he figured it, but it might swing Stark's liberals to us. At the least, it would put Aiken on the spot to know what to do. But hell, we had an ironclad agreement for rights to the floor. They were going to recognize one of our delegation chairmen, and when the time came he was right down front waving his state banner 10 feet from the rostrum. He might as well have been home watching TV. They never did recognize him or hear our resolution, which is what we ought to have expected in the first place. And when we got up a minority report on the platform, with a plank on migrants and another on bossism, they cut us off at the pass, gave us exactly 5 minutes of debate, which was hardly even time to read our report. I had expected that all along. Thank God, there was only a voice vote on that fiasco, because it didn't show how weak we really were. They just had all the muscle, even if we kept telling ourselves we had the people. And as a matter of fact, although they'd stuffed the galleries with city employees that yelled on cue for Aiken or the vice president, that backfired on them because we rounded up a real, honest-to-God crowd outside the hall and kept them stirred up, marching and protesting about not being able to get in the hall. That did just what Danny said it would do, it pulled the TV outside with our crowd, because the TV people go where the action is and there wasn't much inside. They kept 397. Thinking there'd be a riot or something outside. The result was that the whole country got the idea that the people were for us and the bosses were locking them out of the convention. In fact, that may even have been true. But much good that did us inside. In there, the people didn't matter a damn. So no wonder Kathy got paranoid about it. The bastards will steal it, I know they will, she'd say. Kathy was cussing like a man by the time that convention was over, and I couldn't much blame her, although I personally never liked to hear a woman talk like that myself. Isn't there any law in this goddamn country, she'd ask me. Do we just have to let them steal it, the way they wouldn't even let us talk about the platform? Don't people have anything to say about who runs the country? Doesn't it mean anything we've been running all year too hard to take a breath and we're the only ones who've won any primaries and can show any real votes? Kathy was really beautiful when she got mad like that, tired as she was, and under all that strain, those blue eyes would flash fire, and she'd get a look on her face like a queen when they come to take her to the headsman. It all came to a kind of flashpoint for us the afternoon before the first roll call. I guess you'd have to say the pressure finally got to us. It was just before Hunt's afternoon news conference. He was still, technically speaking, the front runner with all his primary victories, but everybody knew Aiken was closing fast. He'd shown a lot of foot in the few days he'd been in it. Not that almost anybody under 70 without a jail record couldn't have moved fast, with the kind of power he had behind him. So we knew the questions were all going to be about Aiken. One of the troubles with a situation like that is the reporters always want to talk about the other guy rather than hear what you have to say for yourself. They bait the bear in hopes he'll fall on his face. Nothing personal, but if you ask me, nothing in this whole business of politics is as rotten and merciless as a bunch of damned reporters smelling blood and closing in like a bunch of wolves for the kill. I'm sorry, I don't mean you guys of course, but I've seen it so often, and they'd 398 have stripped Hunt right down to the bone if he'd ever let them. That day the TV cameras were lined up like artillery and the writing types were sitting there just waiting to get their claws in so the cameras could show everybody the bloodshed and action. No way out of it, in this business, you live and die by the press, so while the makeup man was fretting over Hunt's face, I was filling him in on the latest we knew, which left us still ahead on the first ballot but not by much. Kathy was sitting on the bed, watching Hunt and the makeup man. Pretty ridiculous, she said, just right out of the blue. What? I thought she meant something in whatever I'd just said. Fussing over his silly face like a debutante. There was a towel across Hunt's right chest, under his chin, and he stood up and threw the towel on the floor. Well, do you think I enjoy any of this goddamn play acting and chasing cobwebs? He yelled. Go on, I said to the makeup man, and close that door behind you. He went out, looking over his shoulder at Kathy coming up off that bed like a cat after a bird, charging right at Hunt. You love every second of it and you make me sick, she yelled right back at him. Pretending you're so fucking pure and noble and out there grabbing for it like your father. Oh yes, Hunt said, lowering his voice, but not gently. I know that's what you think, you snotty bitch, but who pushed me into this crazy thing anyway, who nagged and needled and told me how great I was till I didn't have any choice? Now, I said, you two calm down, you're tired. There's no keep out of this, Kathy said. She didn't turn her eyes from Hunt. If you think I'm going to stand here and let you make out the licking you're going to get is all my fault, think again, Buster, think again. I never even wanted to leave New York and go back to that shitty state of yours. / didn't want to run for the Senate, you did. And if you hadn't acted so high and mighty, I could have had this thing won for you by now. But 399. Matt, Morgan said, don't you think this is a little too personal and private? Well, no, God damn it. Frankly, I don't. Because if we're talking here about how it was, this is one of the truest parts, and besides I had something to say in the middle of that fuss that I think was important. Now, just a damned minute. I yelled at both of them. You two just listen to me for once. And I don't reckon either of those two poor little rich kids had ever heard Matt Grant or anyone else raise his voice at them before, and they looked thunderstruck. I was kind of mad at that. I've been hauling wood and carrying water for you two for 4 years now, and I haven't been slaving away just so you could stand here screaming at each other and pulling the house down around our ears. Hunt, you wouldn't even know how to answer the mail if I didn't do it for you, and Kathy, maybe you'd rather be queening it up in some restaurant in New York, but you're here and the two of you managed to drag me with you. And you can both just damn well get hold of yourselves right now, if for no other reason because you owe it to me. In fact, you both owe me a hell of a lot more than that. Well, they stood there staring at me like the world had gone crazy, that big fellow with TV powder on his face and Kathy with her lower lip trembling and tears in her blue eyes, and so beautiful at that moment I just wanted to get down on my knees and take it all back. Matt, Hunt finally said, you're right, and I'm sorry. I'm sorrier than I can say. And I've got to tell you now, Kathy's right. I don't think we can win this thing. Oh, Hunt. Kathy spoke just those 2 words, but I couldn't even begin to tell you how much was in them, how much hurt, and what a sense of how much they had expended of themselves, for it to come to nothing in the end. I just don't see how we can. Hunt was looking at me, but he put one of those long arms of his around her. But, Matt, I owe you just as much as you say, maybe more. And I owe something to Kathy and maybe even to myself, whoever that is. So I'll tell you, we're still going to give 400, them ran for the money, Matt. I promise you. He pulled Kathy against him. They're not going to steal it either. I'm not old Bull's boy for nothing, you know. She kissed him on the cheek, nothing special, and pulled Hunt toward me, and hooked one of my arms with hers, and we all 3 stood there in a little knot in the middle of the room. 17*S, happy face, L said that about Y degree or Father Hunt. Matt's right, I'm tired, so tired, but listen. Listen, you two, I don't think we're going to lose, that was just temper talk. We're going to win. I know we are, we've come this far together and we're going the rest of the way. Something's going to happen, it's going to break for us, we're going to make it break for us. 6. And you know what? I actually thought for a while that she was right. She gave me a feeling we could pull it off somehow, and then it dawned on me that it was really the first time since we'd been in it that I had thought, Hunt's going to be president, maybe he's really going to be president. I looked over her head at Hunt, and he had a strange, faraway look on his face, something hot in his eyes, and I just knew he was feeling what I felt. Suddenly I thought I could tell he was thinking about winning again. As late as that, he was still thinking about winning. That girl, O'Connor said, in those days she could make a man think anything she wanted. Something the public doesn't generally understand, Duro said, is the kind of pressures on people like the French nodded. Politicians, when they lose in public, don't they? Right out in front of everybody. 7. PW. 7. OT*FYF Mugan thought, not necessarily, not even Anderson. What he lost in public wasn't half of what pound, MTUSFM degree NG degree there T*G** that ST degree RV Matt just old shows another thing, as late as that, Hunt still had Kadhi too. But when that convention was over, she was long gone, and MVJSY degree TSTID. He was as good as his word. He G-I4 trademark for *E money, and they didn't steal it from him. That was the first year they tried to have the nominating *Zion in prime time, and it was an unmitigated disaster. They got on the air on schedule, then there was an IV 401 vocation and a speech from a superannuated governor who recounted the glories of the party all the way back to the War of 1812 day by day, one of the columnists wrote. But when they began to call the roll for nominations, the real trouble started, because of those little red eyes watching from the TV platform. The first state chairman that stood up had a voice full of grits. "Mr. Chariman," he roared, "the Gritstead of Alabama." And I knew right away it was going to be a long night. He went on about the Gritstead's pure waters, unbounded opportunities, great traditions, and ditch digger wages for 2 or 3 minutes before he got to the point: the Gritstead of Alabama passes. Bingham wanted to be more than just a Southern candidate. He'd arranged for Arizona, where he had some backing from retired stockbrokers and descendants of pioneers, to yield to his home state for the nominating speech. Arizona yielded, but not without a recitation of its entire history and a catalogue of all its glories, minus the smell of the Phoenix stockyards. When Bingham's delegation chairman got up to announce that his state would make a nomination, it took him 3 minutes by the clock just to identify which state he had the high honor and personal privilege to represent. When the cameras are on him, I'm sorry to say, every man is an orator. The nominating speech for Bingham was by a courtly governor who rolled his R's, but that speech wasn't too bad, only 13 minutes. What hurt were the 5-seconding speeches, which couldn't be delivered until after the 15-minute demonstration that followed the nominating speech. The demonstration featured replicas of Confederate cannon bombarding the delegates with wads of ping-pong balls, each of which had Joe Bingham's picture stamped on one face and the word "never" on the other. The seconding speeches were supposed to be 5 minutes each, but the 5 took just under an hour, with appropriate mini demonstrations after each. All that put Bingham in nomination adequately, but the roll of the states hadn't even got to Arkansas, and there were 4 major candidates and all the favorite sons still to go. I put my man in after Bingham. Profiting by his example, I lopped off 2 seconding speakers and cut our Dem. 402 onstration in half. Nobody else seemed to notice my lead. Stark had Connecticut yield, so his state could put him up next, and the speakers and the demonstration took an hour and a half. Then Aiken went in with the biggest demonstration of all because they had the galleries packed and were trying to show a public groundswell. The vice president, I didn't put on much of a show, he was loyal to the end, but I suppose by then his people didn't really have their hearts in it. Some other favorite sons were sandwiched in there, and finally the roll call came to Anderson's state. I tell you, I almost made up my mind to go for him when I saw he'd taken the same cue I had and pulled out 3 seconding speeches. "My idea," O'Connor said. "We're sitting there watching Bingham's nothing ball show in Anderson's room, and we're pulling up our pants legs while the stuff rises, and I was insisting it was too long. They were turning the viewers to stone. But Hunt kept saying he couldn't do anything about it. His seconding slate was as carefully balanced for geogra, phy, sex, race, religion, and ethnic groups as anything Tammany ever saw. Some of those speakers might go away mad if he backed out at the last minute. But finally the last bigot comes on, and, Jesus! He starts out reading the same Jefferson quote about watering the tree of liberty with a little blood that the seconder 2 speeches back had opened with, and Hunt leaps up like somebody goosed him and yells out, "By God, I can't stand it. We'll go with the black congressman and that old battle axe in the pillbox hat. Forget the rest. We'll pick up 1,000,000 votes just by getting it over with." Well, he might have done just that, Dunn said, but at a convention the problem is the delegates inside and not the voters outside. Anderson didn't have much luck trying to mix the two. The Anderson crowd outside tried to rush the doors and join the demonstration when his name went in. The cops held them back, but the regulars put one more black mark beside his name. I thought it was bad form myself, but it was past midnight and a little melee at least live IV, 403. And things up. Besides, the TV watchers saw the fight at the doors of the hall rather than one more stale demonstration inside, and that probably helped keep them awake. There was only one favorite son to go in after Anderson's speeches, and everybody in the hall began to wake up and move around and the tension began to build. The excitement even television can't quite kill off at a convention, the knowledge that the biggest stake of all is on the table at last. There's a peculiar duality about it. The game is there, in front of you, and yet you know something's probably happening somewhere else. The deck is being stacked out of sight of the players and the spectators. If you're holding cards, looking for delegates, or trying to put them in at the right time and place, it's a racking experience. A convention is no place for quick nerves or impulse buying. There's too much happening, too many currents moving, no one can know for sure what everyone else is up to. Card files and computers are great, up to the first ballot, but after the roll call begins, a man better have an instinct for what's happening. He better have good connections and a settled stomach. That night, it was well past midnight before the convention came back to the great state of Alabama, whose chairman made his speech again, then threw the whole delegation in for Joe Bingham. The Confederates pranced around a little and fired off some more ping-pong balls, just to get things moving. Back then, we didn't have a rule against speech-making when a chairman announced his vote, or that a delegation would be bypassed if it had to be polled. Those were put in later for the TV people. So every chairman made a Chamber of Commerce speech before casting his state's vote, and some of the delegations insisted on a man-be-man poll, so each delegate could get a moment of glory on the home screen. The roll call was slow as molasses. Nobody had expected a winner the first time around, and gradually it came clear that the thing was going just about as predicted. I can't call off the exact vote, but Anderson led with what I'd expected, about 350, and Anderson, 345, Glass said, handing Dunn a book from Anderson's cluttered shelves. Here. 404. It is, right here in the Information Please Almanac. I just looked up the convention for that year. Which was a calculated gamble, Matt said. You see, I wanted to go in lower and have a bigger swing on the SEC-** ballot, but Hunt said he had to run first or drop dead. And we couldn't be sure how many they were going to hold off Aiken and put on the vice president. So we went pretty near whole hog on the first ballot. Then Anderson was right and you were wrong, Dunn said, because they brought Aiken in second at 260-8. If Anderson had been much lower than he was, it would have scared the nervous Nellies in his delegations. And he had plenty to say, nothing of the effect on some he'd won in primaries who were itching to desert to a winner. They panicked quick when the rolls called. Bingham ran strong too, just 5 behind Aiken, but that was high water for him. I don't remember Stark being so weak, but according to this he was fourth with only 128.5. The vice president had 65, quite a come down they set up for the old gentleman, wasn't it? My man and J. The other favorite sons totaled 149.5. So nobody was anywhere near a majority. I felt good about that because it was just about what I'd told my people would happen. Yes, with that adding machine brain, Morgan thought, watching the green lenses opaque and intimidating. It's too bad Glass found the almanac because I'll bet you'd have remembered every vote to within 2 or 3. Not that it matters, but so could I. Morgan had been working in the press area that night, cramped between the teletypist and Hobart chewing his nails. It had been Morgan's first convention, too, as it had for O'Connor, for that matter as it had for Anderson. But Morgan had not let that be known. His paper was treating him as if he were a veteran political reporter, and he was letting it happen. Good cover. Morgan had done well for his editors, he knew that, he was proud to think how unusual it was to be assigned to write the running story for the leading newspaper, never even having set foot in a national convention before. But he was not sure they realized that, for 405. They only knew he could turn out the kind of copy they had to have fast, above all, short graphs and short takes, full of details, long on the surface action, with just enough of the current underneath not to offend their sense of propriety. Morgan was a star in that galaxy, he knew it, they knew it, and never more so than that night. The scene lay before him, that heaving sea of people, the rising tide of numbers, the banners and the bands. The memos were coming in from the floor men, the phone set on his head brought its steady rasp of guidance from the hotels, the headquarters suites, the torture chamber behind the speaker's rostrum. All had to be pulled together, set down, made coherent, dispatched as if in one motion, without hesitation or reflection. Morgan could handle it, he could even silence nervous Hobart with blank stares and insulting disregard of advice. Oh, I could handle it all right, he thought, I was a professional. Out of sheer professional instinct, out of his hard, gem-like talent for imitation and reproduction of everything burned into his brain through years of watching and waiting and reaching, Morgan knew what would happen, what he would write had happened, almost before it could come true, in the inspired rush of description as if it were Prevision from his fingers to the machine to the eager, tearing hands of Hobart to the drum beat keys of the imperturbable teletype to the immense humming night end. Onto the far machines and hardening lead, Morgan felt one long, perfect line of communion pulsing and unbroken, a lifeline, but to what end, what life? And he knew with sick certainty that in this facility alone had he ever found himself, his meaning, his place. Morgan could recognize himself, about the time he filed his third new lead in its crisp professional symmetry, with the same clarity that a few days before had dispelled the late-day dimness of his stale room, the evening flick and flash of headlight beams and street lamps reflected through the flutter of leaves and the limp drift of curtains at the window. He could recognize himself as he had at that moment when Anne had rolled from under him and stood stiffly by the bed. Oh, Anne! White, luminous, tiny in the dusk, saying, not through me, you selfish shit, you're 406. Not going to reach through me like I'm not there. I'm not going to be just some kind of salvation for you. I'm going to live too. Asterisk, and in the bitter salt of seeing clear he was alone as always, knew he would be, but pleaded a last time, don't leave, don't go, I need. But it was no use, he knew as Hedge spoke. I'm going, Rich, Anne said. I have to go. But he had to stay, reach, get on, he knew that too. And it seems I did, didn't I? He had often thought as the years crept by. So that night in the howling hall, with the galleries swelling down on him, and the faces swarming past the rail, and the headphones crackling with another life, in his fingers an absolute mastery, perfect control, oneness with his value. In that moment of his fullest being, Morgan saw himself clear, stripped the phones off his head, stood up abruptly, kicked the rough wood bench backward, and said to Hobart, breath of air. Distress flooded Hobart's stub-bled, harassed face, but Morgan said, that'll hold M for the last edition. They'll have to replay it for the late stuff anyway. How jargon soothes, he thought. Morgan stepped up on the bench, to the top of the thin plank table, feeling it give and sway beneath him, and walked down its jammed length, above pounding colleagues sweating out their grinding copy, that stuff of their lives that in him flowed as easily as blood from an open vein. He leaped down into the crowded aisle, flashed a pass at a surly guard, and trotted down clacking steps to a concrete corridor running dankly behind the hall. Behind him, groans and shrieks went up at some senseless development. Morgan found a booth, slammed the door behind him, dropped in a dime for long distance. And was drunk when she answered. "Just sittin' here thinkin' 'bout you, sweetie." The booth smelled like well-worn shoes. "I been writing my arm off. Haven't stopped all night till now." "Juice what I was thinkin', Just exactly what I was thinkin' 'bout you doin'. You got home all right, did you? Depends what you mean all right. 407. I guess it really is better, Morgan said. I know you were bored out here. Bored there, bored here. Lone there, lone here. S no difference. Can I do anything, N? Any goddamn thing at all? You would T. 'Cause if you would have. But you never did. Didn't what? Jews did T, and said. And if you would have. I'm drunk's hell, sweetie. I'd never have guessed. Not 'cause of you. I didn't think so. 'Cause of my goddamn life. You didn't know I had one, did you? Belongs to me and nobody else. Specially not you. Are you alone? Morgan said sharply, meanly, nowhere else to turn. Have you got somebody there with you? Go back to work, and said. S your thing. The phone clicked distantly, finally. Morgan sat in the booth. It didn't smell like shoes but like a damp basement. Maybe he wouldn't go home at all, he was thinking, little Rich could survive, kids were tough. Or maybe he would take both of them somewhere else, change all their lives. But either way it would solve nothing. Morgan knew that. He sat in the booth a long time. When he opened the door to go back to his profession, his place, his redeemer, they were already calling the roll again. Tried to put off the second ballot to the next day. Matt was saying, but you know how they had that convention by the balls. We couldn't even get recognized, and the first thing we knew they were balloting again, trying to stampede it for Aiken. The only thing we could do was put in our second ballot strength and beg the uncommitteds to hold on. Dunn said, T was feeling a little pressure by then. Sounding as if he did not really know what pressure was or why it should bother anyone. I had one of the biggest uncommitted blocks and of course they were all after it. They 408 knew the vice president's delegates were moving to Aiken. That was a pretty good swing in itself, but they knew I knew it wasn't enough. Aiken's floor manager was a shrewd old ex-senator who played pinochle with the president. Pretty soon I saw him come pushing and shoving down the aisle like a truck. He got down on one knee by my chair and somebody shoved in behind me. It was one of the governors in our block, a fellow with big hopes. I hadn't asked him to listen in, but my guess was that Aiken's floor manager had. Done, you can count the hairs on a Siamese cat, I've seen you do it, the floor manager said. Now, you know you got the chance of a lifetime here. We understand some of these other favorite sons got their ass in a sling, they got to move to Anderson on the second go-round, but not you. Stark and Bingham won't cave in this early. I'm leveling with you, Dunn, because with you we can crack the whole thing wide open. Now's your chance, just what you've been waiting for. I believe I'll hold a while. But listen, that governor of ours was jumping up and down, don't you think? Your man's nowhere near a majority, I told Aiken's floor manager. I thought the White House had more muscle than that. He's coming on. You know he's coming on, you've been here before. Show me some more. God damn it, Dunn. That governor was itchy, he never did go anywhere. We'd hate to be holding the bag if Aiken goes over. Maybe this is the time. Show me some more, I told the floor manager again, and he bludgeoned his way off along the aisle, swearing like a sailor. The phone between my feet began to ring. Stark's people wanted to know indirectly what I wanted. I said I wanted a winner and hung up. It rang again, and a cabinet officer was on from downtown. I promised him to think hard about Aiken and the national security. One of the other governors in our little block came over and asked me if I was sure. I said no, but did he believe I was wrong? A man from Bingham came by and said they'd appreciate it if I 409 held the line, and I said I'd appreciate it if they held the line. An Anderson delegation leader came by and told me about the will of the people. A state chairman who'd already put in his delegation for Aiken arrived to turn the screw, so did one of the men who'd been at the breakfast with the vice president. Then Curly Layton, in white linen and a hand-painted tie, strolled down the aisle. I stood up to shake hands, and he put his lips close to my ear. "You understand our position, Dunn. We can't make it without you, but maybe we can with you." "That's the way it looks to me," I said. Curly squeezed my arm. "You'll be hearing from us." Then he strolled on, as casual in the crowded aisle as a sightseer on Fifth Avenue. Other delegation leaders just happened to wonder. As the great state of Alabama began its Chamber of Commerce speech for the third time, opening the second ballot, the phone rang again. It was Kathy Anderson. "You're a little late," I said. "I've got my spies. They say you're holding asterisk even though I've only got one arm left. What are you thinking of doing? Backing a winner? Then you must be thinking of us." I wasn't yet sure what I was thinking, and not just because of the long distance from 345 to 610. I wasn't against Anderson just because the president and the other leaders were. I thought Anderson had style, and he obviously had more courage and brains than most. I liked the way he'd run in the primaries and handled himself in the pinches. He would run well in the fall, I could see that. As for the other possibilities, Stark and Bingham were clowns, but I could live with Aiken, and I supposed the country could too. I just didn't have much to gain from an Aiken nomination. There were too many cooks to spoil that broth. If I could put over a long shot like Anderson, there would be more in it for me and my people. But moving to Anderson would be a big risk, as far as he had to go and with as much power as he had against him. Besides, I was like a lot of others, I wasn't certain about him. I thought it 410 was rather curious, for instance, that I was hearing from his wife but not from him. In fact, at that point I'd really only talked to him directly just twice. The first time was before he announced and before we closed our state with the favorite son candidacy. Anderson came out for a speech to a civic group and called me. Late that afternoon I went to his hotel for a drink. I told him we'd go to the convention uncommitted past our favorite son, and he understood that. Anderson had as good an instinct for the right move and the right thing to say as any candidate I've ever seen. We got on so well, in fact, that I opened up a little. "Senator," I said, "Tall Hinman's nothing to me. I had no commitments to him. But weren't you a little rough on him?" He looked at me over a glass of scotch. "Rough as a cob? Do you think it was below the belt? I'm more interested in what you think." He nodded and thought about that before speaking. "Maybe I'd have been more precise, if it had been in a courtroom. But I'd have done it some way. I saw places like the camps he owned. I talked to the people he was gouging. I've seen some dead kids in places like that, lots of hungry ones." Hinman didn't care. Lonnie Tobin's identification was positive, there's no reason to think he was lying. "Hell yes, I'd do it again." He reminded me of that the second time we talked, which wasn't until our caucus the second day of the convention. He'd made a good little speech, ripped right in on the bossism thing even with me sitting there. In front of our crowd he showed he knew about some problems that interested us. He had a good line or two on water problems, for instance, and a tough farm program that made sense, production controls. He said he would build up the national defense, which back then was good politics everywhere, and even better economics in our state. He wasn't as bad as some of the delegates had expected on the state's claim to the Tidelands. So when he asked for second choice consideration, there was a decent hand. Anyone can do homework, but not everyone can sound like he knows what he's talking about. Afterward we talked privately, and I told him he'd done himself some good. 411. That made him smile. "With you?" I thought how tall he was, and how much older than when I'd talked to him a year before. We stood in one corner of the big room where the delegation had caucused, and the crowd was moving past us toward the corridor. There was a lot of pointing and talking, and a couple of photographers were snapping away. With all of us, I said. That made him laugh out loud. TN your delegation, they tell me, there's a constituency of just one. You know better. I wouldn't last long if I asked them to do too many things they didn't want to do. But they liked you. Good, I'm glad you think so. But are you still worrying about Hinman? I was never worried about Hinman. Then about me. I own some race horses, I told him. If I waited to buy a perfect horse I wouldn't own any. I'm a long way from perfect, Mr. Dunn. But if they count me out here for what I did to Hinman, I'll still tell you the next day what I told you the last time I saw you, I'd do it again because I know it was right. There's no doubt in my mind, Hinman deserved what he got. But in my experience a great many people deserve punishment, or might if you looked into it. That isn't an idea that inspires me. I'm more concerned about who does the punishing, and how, and with what right. So I wasn't certain about Anderson as the second roll call got underway. Besides, the middle of the convention floor at that hour of the night is a bad place to have to think things through. So I said to Kathy on the phone, they're getting down to our state. Call me back after this ballot, if you're still alive and kicking. We'll be alive and kicking so hard nobody will have to tell you. Then call me back and tell me if Curly can do some business in those Bingham delegations. Just as I hung up, the itchy governor stuck his face in mine, trying to look dangerous. He smelled of whiskey and panic. Our boys are switching, Dunn, it's now or never. The loudspeaker boomed our state's name. I looked back along the aisle a few rows to the itchy governor's dealing. 412. Gashin and signaled to a friend of mine, the man who had picked its members. He came right over. Your man wants to break your commitment. My friend looked at his governor. The loudspeaker was calling again. So were some of my own delegates, trying to get my attention. Then I'll have to poll the delegation, my friend said. Christ. The itchy governor's tough face was beginning to fall apart, and he tugged his tie loose. We'll be left at the post, can't you guys see, the switch is on. Let's poll the delegation then. The loudspeaker called us again. I got up and cast our state for our favorite son, and a big cheer went rolling through the hall. A lot of Anderson state banners were waving at me, and Bingham's people peppered the crowd with some more ping-pong balls. All right, God damn it, the itchy governor said as I sat down. You know I can't swing it if you poll the bastards, they're all your guys, but I tell you, you're both missing the goddamn boat. Tell me later, my friend said, when you learn to count like Dunn. That was the kind of night it was. The place had sorry air conditioning, it was jammed with people who were worn out and short-tempered. Rivalries were strong and nerves were raw. Bingham's delegates constantly waved Confederate flags, and that didn't help anything. When they started singing Dixie, one Northern delegation with a lot of Negroes got up and began singing the battle hymn, and it took the chairman a quarter hour to restore some kind of order. Even then the noise was overwhelming. Trying to move in the aisles was like going 15 rounds. There was a dispute in one of the Midwestern states and the delegation had to be polled. The count came out wrong and they polled it again. The night began to look as if it would never end. Some of my people were catching naps, sleeping in their chairs, and I had to keep a constant eye out that others didn't wander off and get lost in the crowd. I ate a plastic hot dog in a cotton roll and watched Aiken's floor manager come blundering back down the aisle. You dropped the ball, Dunn. Stark's going to move first. You better get with it. 413. If Stark's moving, you don't need me. He glared at me and went away. I called over a couple of my people and told them to find out about Stark. Then I studied my tally sheet. The polling of the Midwestern state ended and the roll call droned on. Aiken was coming up all right, mostly with the vice president's switched over votes, but so was Anderson with some pickups from favorite sons and a handful from Stark. Anderson was no pushover, that was obvious on the tally sheet. Those second ballot gains must have scared Aiken's people, but Anderson was still in desperate shape, all that power behind Aiken was beginning to show. Listen to this from the almanac. Here's the way the second ballot came out: Anderson, 378. That was 33 over the first ballot, so he was still the front runner but just barely. Aiken had picked up 79 to keep second place with 347, and that made it tight as Dick's hatband. Bingham was running steady, up 6 to 279 Lily Whites. Stark was the only one down but just to 123, unless you count the vice president. Of course, all but 3 of the old gentleman's first-round votes had moved to Aiken, and I wondered what prodigies of loyalty or honor or stupidity or missing the word those 3 holdouts represented. The favorite son with the 98, that was our man. There was still no one anywhere near 610, not on paper anyway. But if Stark moved on the next ballot, then Anderson had to have our block to stay alive. The way I read the scorecard, if Stark swung to Aiken and I moved to Anderson, there'd be something near a deadlock, and the Confederates then could probably put over the man they chose, Aiken most likely. If I went to Aiken along with Stark, that would be the ball game, but damn little in it for me. You don't get much for running in a stampede. On the other hand, if I went to Anderson first, what would Stark do? I'd seen him earlier that day, and his nerves were worn as thin as a salesman's shoes. Besides, he had the clear intention of squeezing the vice presidency out of somebody, and I thought Aiken would make that kind of a deal only as a last resort. But while I was trying to figure things out in the middle of that madhouse, I heard the gav. 414. L and somebody making a motion, and suddenly the whole mob was shouting "I for a recess to 10 a.m. There was no objection even from the Aiken delegates. I looked at one of my people half asleep in the chair next to me. If they don't want to vote again right away, Stark must be holding on, I said. Anderson's still alive. I almost got down on my knees when that happened, Matt Grant said. Not just for the reprieve, but I was so tired I thought I'd drop if they went down that roll one more time. But Hunt stood up and turned off the TV and said to Kathy, "Now it's time for the nut cutting." And she said, "Call done." But instead, Hunt got his floor managers and delegation chairman in, jammed them all in that room somehow, while he lay propped up on the sofa, and went around the circle. None of them was giving up or selling out, they weren't that kind, but every single one agreed with what Curly Layton told him bluntly. The word was out that Stark would be forced to Aiken, if not on the next ballot, then soon. So we had to have done or throw it ill. When they left to get an hour or so of sleep, Kathy said, "Now call done." But Hunt said to me instead, "Get Morgan." At the time, Morgan heard himself saying, I could cheerfully have had him shot. I was almost literally dead on my feet. By the time I'd filed my last lead and shoved my way out of the press area, all our hired cars had left, the publisher and the managing editor and the columnists and their wives had got to them first, and the people who'd done the work had to shift for themselves. I was carrying a typewriter and an old briefcase, and I was so beat up I couldn't have walked a block. So I hitched a ride on a beer truck into a part of the city where I could get a taxi. I remember the truck driver was for Bingham because he said Bingham would keep down the coons. But I was too tired to care. I went to sleep in the taxi, and again standing up in the service elevator going up to my floor. I was sitting on the bed with my pants off and wondering if it was worth it to take off my shirt, when the phone rang. Never heard a man swear with more feeling, Matt 415. Said, chuckling. I remember saying he couldn't be any tireder than we were, which just made old Morgan cuss some more. But I'll tell you what I was really thinking while I put my pants back on, Morgan said. It was why me? What's up? You know, to get a call from a leading candidate at the most crucial stage of a national convention, even if he was an old friend at that time of my life, I reckon I'd have crawled up 7 flights on my hands and knees. Which is damn near what I had to do, because I couldn't get the service elevator to come back and the public elevator lobby on my floor was jammed with drunks and delegates and wives and whores hopeless. By the time I managed to haul myself up to the 12th floor, from the 5th, I was leaning so far forward I really was balancing myself with my hands on the steps above me. Anderson's floor was quieter than mine. They had cops on the candidates' floors. Matt had given them my name, and after I showed them credentials there was no difficulty finding my way to 1201. Matt let me in. The living room was blue with smoke and littered with glasses and overflowing ashtrays. I remember the sour light and all those stickers plastered on the mirrors, and the posters on the walls looked sad and ridiculous, like women sobering up. "Hunt's in the bedroom," Matt said. "One got to get an hour's sleep or collapse." I watched, a little enviously, as he went off to bed. Then I went into the bedroom. A big bowl of chrysanthemums was half dead on the dresser. It was hot in there, as if the air conditioning couldn't pump itself that high in the building. They had opened the 2 windows, so you could hear the engine mutter and the truck clatter from the early morning streets. Kathy was moving around the room in her slip. Hunt was in his shorts on the bed, propped against the headboard, under a big Anderson's Inn poster taped to the wall. Danny here stuck that up over their bed for a gag on Kathy. The bed was covered with tally sheets and papers, a tray with the remains of someone's room service hamburger and French fries, and from an open briefcase there was a spill of pamphlets and carpetbag buttons. Kathy looked tired, older even than the hour, and the strain seemed to re. 416. Choir. Her face was pale, unmade up, her hair was in disarray, and her shoulders were slumped a little. A strap kept slipping and she would push it into place impatiently. I threw my jacket on one of the hotel's fake antique chairs and dropped into another, loosening my tie. We were a collection of zombies. "To what / I said, am I indebted for this delightful goddamn surprise?" Kathy looked at me with undisguised disgust. * Not for your wisecracks. Hunt laughed, as he had so often come to do, without humor, a dry dusty sound in the room. "We're on edge, Rich. I don't have to tell you that. I'm sorry, I'm tired too. I was trying to be cheerful and... I guess it's not the time for that, is it?" Hunt may have been as tired as I was, but he didn't show it anywhere but in his face and in the slouch of his shoulders. He had that incredible politician's inner steam, still driving him beyond fatigue, toward the golden M.O. meant, and he seemed almost as alert and intense as if he had just risen from a good night's sleep. "What do you hear about Stark, Rich? 44 going to Aiken for sure. Next ballot. Or the next. Then why'd they recess? Now you I said with satisfaction, and with that seemed to shine splendidly through the fog of my exhaustion, undoubtedly perceive some diabolical maneuver worthy of Martin Van Buren or maybe even Machiavelli himself or one of those old-time cats. But Richmond P. Morgan is of a simpler turn of mind, I'll say." Kathy pushed up the errant shoulder strap. She was still moving constantly about the room, as if unable to stand still or to rest, driven, reaching. "So what simple-minded Morgan sees, and Morgan's spies confirm as absolute incontrovertible fact, is that old razor blade in the White House sent the word out here he didn't want Aiken nominated like a thief in the night after everybody was in bed in the East and the TV turned off. So they went over to mourning, figuring you for dead anyway. H4, 417. That clicks," Hunt said. "That's exactly what they do. And it gives us our chance. Bingham's going to hold forever and they let us off the ropes. That gives us a last chance." Morgan fell silent. He had forgotten nothing. The moment was as clear in his mind as if he had had before him a sharp photograph of the 3 of them in the stuffy bedroom. But some things he knew he could never tell. To do so would have been like exposing that inner core of self he had guarded all his life. Because it had been Kathy who had spoken next, and not kindly, and as if in the last throes of exasperation. "I don't want him here, Hunt," He ought not to be here. Tell him why, Anderson said calmly. She had wheeled on Morgan then, eyes snapping, fists clenched, lunging at him slightly, the shoulder strap slipping down her slender arm and her hair flying unheeded, beautiful as fire. Because you'll go out of here and spread it over your whole stupid front page. You may call yourself a friend, but there aren't any friends when it gets down to this point. You're a reporter first, Hunt, you know he's a reporter first, last, and always. Before Morgan could open his mouth, Hunt spoke again, the authority in his voice unmistakable and final. No, he said. No, Rich is the only one who doesn't want anything from me. Rich won't bullshit me. And Morgan had stared at him a long time. Morgan had sat there lumpish, tired, sick with his own inadequacies, the fierce, relentless reaching of his life. Of all the world he knew, Morgan sat there silent until Hunt Anderson said again, Rich doesn't want anything from me is why I need him here. Kathy stared at Hunt too, the fallen strap forgotten, a white slope of breast heaving with her open mouth breathing. A clatter from the street rose suddenly through the window as if trucks were racing down the block. Not from you, Morgan said at last, the salt sting of tears harsh in the corners of his eyes. Not this time anyway. He hardly even saw Kathy turn away. He saw only Anderson's slow smile, the single nod of his large, odd head. And Morgan had understood then and afterward too much. Of what he had said, done, meant, in those 7 words. Ever to repeat them to anyone. But before I could tell him I thought Bingham's holding out was a pretty weak reed to lean on, Morgan said in a moment, hardly missing the beat of his story. Kathy spoke right up. You know you've got to do it, she said. What's the good of even asking him about it? If Stark goes over, I don't see how you can hold out, I told Anderson. Bingham talks like Stonewall Jackson, but I doubt he'll be far behind when the stampede is on. Oh, old Joe might hold on 2 or 3 more ballots, he's got the fever, Hunt said. What about Dunn? To the highest bidder. And you can guess who that'll be. Well, isn't that still the only chance left? Even so, Hunt was sitting up on the bed, his voice rising a little. If Dunn moves to us before Stark Owen do anything, won't that maybe stop Stark or even make him think about coming our way? Then Kathy charged at him. You're just wasting time you don't have sitting here agonizing over it. What does Matt think? I said. He thinks we've got to have Dunn. Well, Kathy's certainly making her vote clear. Why haven't you done it already, if you think it might work? First, I thought about going to Bingham instead, but that would be dealing with the racists. You're a backslid Southerner too, Rich, you know I'd hold my hand in the fire before I'd do that. And besides, even if Bingham would give, which I doubt, dealing with him would undercut the whole image and idea of our campaign with the delegations we've got. It could be a disaster. So it really does come down to Dunn or nothing, and maybe even he can't pull it off for us by now. But there's a good reason, anyway it seems good to me, why I haven't called Dunn. I'm leaving, Kathy said. I'm not going to listen to this shit anymore. She ran out of the room, the door slammed behind her, its sound explosive in the silence, and I remembered a night years earlier, in this house, when she had slammed shut a window with that same furious crash, as if the hands in their anger had animated the wood. 419. You see, there's something I could offer that green-eyed shark, Hunt said, as if he had not noticed her departure. But Dunn's a real shark, not like these other characters that act tough and cave in. I've studied him. Dunn would take my soul as well as my entrails. Dunn lives on men's souls. He rubbed his eyes for a moment. I noticed the hair on his chest had gone gray and straggly. Then he slumped back against the headboard. Kathy doesn't see it that way. She's had some lines out to Dunn's people. She thinks if I let Dunn know I'm open to reason on state claims to Tidelands Oil, he'd come over for that. Does Kathy really think you might do something like that? After all the things you've stood for. It was my turn to sit up straight. Sweat had dampened my shirt and I felt it clinging to my back. 7 Think I might do it, Hunt said. I want to win, Rich, I've got the fever too. That's what I meant about my soul. That's why I haven't called done. I slumped back in the chair. It would have to be that way, I told myself. A man could never be sure what he would do at the moment of truth, at the 0 hour. It was only natural that he would think about it, wonder how well his nerves and character would stand the test. It didn't start that way, Hunt said. You know, the first time the idea of running occurred to me, I told myself it was crazy. I told Kathy the same, the first time she mentioned it. I told Adam I had no intention. Then you had that story in your paper, and I thought you were crazy too. But I don't remember when I began to think maybe it wasn't so crazy. Even when I actually started moving around the country, I don't think I really believed in it. I'm not even sure I wanted it. But maybe it was in the first primary. Remember the way we shocked them? I began to want it. Not the presidency so much, nobody knows what that's all about until he gets it. I mean, I began to want to win, Rich *, to come out on top. But I was afraid of that. I knew wanting to win can be worse than booze, and I'd stop myself and I'd say, "Where you going, boy?" Only before long, I wasn't stopping myself. I was just wanting to win. And now I'm down to the last trick, Rich, and I guess I'm hooked. I'm lying here wanting to win so much I think I 420 might do anything. I've just been stopping myself from calling done. He fell silent, sprawled long and angular on the bed. I was too tired to know what to say, what to think. The echoes of his voice seemed to ring in the room, and then I realized he was talking again, his voice so low I could hardly hear it. On the other hand, Dunn would see how, if he moved first, it would put the pressure on Stark and maybe turn everything around. And that's the kind of chance I figure Dunn wants, to make a big score by himself, not just part of one with Aiken. So if I'm right, that's my chance. You see, maybe I won't have to make a deal, maybe I can get Dunn in here and make him see how it could work if he threw in for me. I just might be able to pull it off. And if you can't? The words hung there in the airless room, in the echoes I thought I could hear of the slamming door. In that case, I'd probably offer him whatever he wants, Hunt said. That's what I might find myself doing if I call Dunn. Neither of us said anything for a long time. Then, strangely, my exhaustion seemed to go away, and my brain surged. Everything was clear to me. I don't think you'll offer him anything. I don't believe you want to win that badly. T told you once, Hunt said, you're a funny goddamn kind of a professional. But you've got to call him if you want to stay in the running. The question really is whether to call him and take your chance, or to quit and take no chance. Exactly, Hunt said. What's your vote? It had, of course, been foregone, Morgan thought, pausing again, enjoying the suspense of his listeners, how he would answer that question. He wanted to chance it, Hunt had said, the first night they had met. I've got to do it, I was bound to do it. Morgan remembered thinking fleetingly of the great bull calf walk, of Hinman goaded and beaten, but he knew he had been in no real doubt of what he would say, just as he had believed in Hunt Anderson at the 421 start, and through everything, he had believed in him still, at the 0 hour. Maybe I had to believe in him, or in something, Morgan thought, and maybe I still do. I didn't even hesitate, Morgan finally said, I just told him to call Dunn. You can handle him, I said. Your old bull's boy. And Hunt laughed and reached for the phone. Mr. Grant, Jody said, from the doorway, you better come out front if you don't mind. The old senator's here. Senator? Matt said. You mean Senator McLaren? Morgan knew before Jody could answer that of course it was Zeb Vance. That the one. They parking his car now. Well, for God's sake, Glass said, you guys can't rush out until Morgan finishes telling us. Never mind, Dunn said. There's nothing else to tell. The dealer in souls went to Aiken on the third ballot and that was the end of that. V. The services were held at the graveside after the hot sun slipped low in the sky. Well before then, a large crowd of mourners was on hand, the meadow in front of Anderson's house was covered with parked cars, and the state troopers were out on the private road, directing parking along its sides. By twos and threes, people were strolling across the lawn to the house, and some early goers were walking through the woods to the little graveyard on the hill. The stream of viewers through the parlor held steady until, long after the luncheon had been cleared from the tables under the trees, Morgan saw Bobby Anderson come out the front door, march down the steps, and join his friends, his face thin, pinched, his head high and held as if his neck and shoulders were rigid. Morgan knew it was over then, the coffin was closed, Anderson had disappeared from mortal view and lived now only in memory and record. For a moment he wished he had joined the line moving past the body, but it would have been a chilling last memory. Then he wished desperately that Bobby had come to stand with him rather than with his school group. But that was as closed as the coffin and could no more be reopened. Besides, Morgan thought, you made your choices in life, and he had made his, he would not go back on them if he could, he told himself. Still the crowd kept coming. After a while a sleek, noiseless hearse, faintly misted with August dust, nosed among the walkers on the road, with prudence, as if unwilling to. 422 v. 423. Create more business for its owners. The hearse backed near the door of the house, and a few young men went over to admire its fittings and kick its front tires. Bobby went back in the house, looking reluctant, at the side of an assistant undertaker in a shiny black rayon suit and a silver tie. In a few minutes 8 United States senators emerged from the house, pushing Anderson's flag-draped coffin on its rubber-tired platform. The undertaker from the registration stand and his assistant expertly guided it and the senators down the steps. With efficiency, the coffin was slipped into the waiting interior of the hearse. Kathy came out, on Bobby's arm. Just behind them was a silver-haired man with a flushed, solemn face, the governor of the state. He walked with his angular wife, and around the four of them the undertaker flitted like a black moth. The hearse moved a few yards, a black Cadillac slipped into its place, and Kathy and Bobby got in with the governor and his wife. Several buses had been moving back and forth to the graveyard, carrying older people, distinguished guests, and the faint-hearted who did not wish to walk. Morgan saw Zeb Vance and Millwood Barlow entering one of the buses. It fell in behind the Cadillac, and the two vehicles followed. The hearse in stately progression across the fields toward the line of woods. As the bus went past, Morgan saw the faces of senators, bored and impatient, looking down at him. He walked a few steps with Sprock and Berger. It's a strange thing, one of them said. The way your life works out. The other seemed to know exactly what had been meant. I mean when we first went down to testify to his committee. We never thought we'd spend a good part of our lives working for him, the way we have. But we wouldn't have had it any other way. Not looking back on it. Not considering the things we were able to do in our work that he made possible. The fact is, they told Morgan, or one of them did, working for Senator Anderson, especially those first years, we felt we were part of something. It had been a gift of Anderson's, Morgan thought, to make people feel that way, to suggest to them that they all shared an enterprise equally. Which, as the hearse creeping 424 through the dust and the long lines of people walking to the graveyard attested, was only the truth. Maybe, Morgan thought solemnly, the only truth. But it was best not to descend into such gloomy considerations, he thought, lest one become ponderous with wisdom. He held back in search of Dunn, while Sprock and Berger stepped out briskly. Dunn came along with French and Glass. Matt Grant and Danny O'Connor had gone ahead to the graveside some time before, to make sure all was ready. Glass herded Morgan a little aside from the other two men. "You were right, Rich. I'm glad I stayed." "Why?" "You really didn't have any obligation, no matter what I said." "Because I'm interested," Glass said. "I'm wishing I'd known him. Besides, I got a look at her coming out of the house and I'm beginning to understand the way you talk about her. I'll introduce you if there's a chance." Morgan put aside, for at least the funeral hour, the thought that Glass probably was trying to retrieve previous indiscretions. It was a time for charity, and anyway there would be nothing reprehensible about anything so human. Charlie French, mopping his brow in the afternoon heat, edged between them. "Considering the size of this crowd, I guess Anderson must have been a popular man with the home folks." "You can't tell by the crowd," Morgan said, "because a lot of them are here to see and be seen, and a lot more just for protocol. Anderson actually got to be something of a mythical figure down here, the only politician we ever had in the state who really ran seriously for president. After that he dropped more and more out of controversy and out of sight. So at the end he didn't have any real enemies. Matt's been running a good tight operation to take care of the constituents. People knew Hunt was drinking a lot, but that got to be part of the myth. The man who was almost great, then gave it all up or threw it all away, old Bull's boy in the bargain. Hunt had a sort of mystery about him. I think it was more that than popularity." Dunn was walking slightly apart from them, head down, as if in deep thought. Morgan started to move to his side, then thought better of it. Dunn no longer looked in a mood. V. 425. For talking, and until he was, there would be no use trying to draw him out. The four men walked on, among the chattering, perspiring mourners. Not far ahead, the hearse, the Cadillac, and the following bus were moving not much faster than the walkers, partly for funeral reasons, partly, Morgan supposed, to raise no more dust than necessary. The procession moved through the narrow wood and across the branch, where there was a hastily built footbridge. The water ran as clear and swift beneath the bridge, Morgan thought, as one could wish of life. It was strange how deep and dark and oppressive the wood had seemed the night they had sped through it in Anderson's racketing jeep, when in fact, as he had long since discovered, it was only a narrow band of trees on either side of a sighing flash of water. Dunn was walking close beside now, and momentarily they were separated from Glass and French. Morgan felt Dunn's elbow touch his, although Dunn was still walking along with his head down. "I knew all along you were one of Anderson's people," Dunn said, still not looking up, his voice faintly accusing. "You never wrote anything about all that." Morgan did not have to be told what Dunn meant. "Just that one time, and even that was a wrench for me. Even if I didn't have to lie or slant anything. I just wrote what everyone else did, that you two met that morning but you finally supported Aiken. Maybe I should have put in everything I knew about how the meeting came about and why. But he asked for my help as a friend and I gave it to him. I'd do it again but I never have. No one else ever asked me." "A man doesn't make many friends," Dunn said. "That bit about the souls was a little rough, wasn't it? I let that out without really realizing you were right there to hear it. It all came back to me so clearly. I was hardly even having to think what I was saying." But he had left out some other parts of the story easily enough. He knew he had wanted Dunn to hear what Anderson had said. Why should Dunn get off without penalty? They came out of the wood, and Morgan watched the bus climbing the hill toward Old Bull's grave and the waiting place in the earth to which Hunt Anderson would be returned. "Actually," Morgan said, "I don't really know all." 426. "That much more that I didn't write. Just about as much as I said back there at the house." He looked at Dunn without toning his head, keeping his voice casual. "I never really did know, for instance, how far you and Kathy went with that Tidelands thing or what you and Hunt said to each other in the bathroom. Ancient history now." Dunn's shoulders lifted in the slightest of shrugs. Kathy and I talked some about tide. Ik carat T carat. 688. Was F.I.G. issue in our state and I had to listen. The same small shrug. Ancient history. WWRT trademark DNTTSCEUL0T degree F her more than anyone knew. The words were bitter in Morgan's mouth. She came to see me once before the convention. We got together once or twice while it was going on. He turned his head, and the green lenses flicked at Morgan and away I was in loy with her a little, I suppose if that's why you want to know. But when she looked at me all she saw was delegates. So I got over it. They walked on. Another interesting thing, Morgan said, was what you said about who does the punishing. What did you mean by that? Glass came blundering between them. Look at that crowd, he said. At least he's going out in style. Morgan cursed silently, but he knew it was too late. Dunn had moved slightly aside and was walking along again with his head down. It was a miracle to have got him to say what he had. Just above them, people were spreading out on the far side of the graveyard, beyond the big trees and the iron fence that guarded the worn white stones. All around the brow of the hill and far down its grassy slope they stood, with more coming from the wood to join them, men with their jackets slung over their shoulders, others wearing them and wilting in the heat, women in wide-brimmed hats, thin dresses, shoes not meant for walking. Making his way up the incline toward them, Morgan thought suddenly that it was a multitude. Not a crowd, because that suggested more nearly a collection of people, a group drawn together, while it seemed to him that a multitude was essentially a vast repetition, and there before him on the hillside was surely just such a repetition, a simple multiplication of the singularity into which life so deceptively seemed parceled. V. 427. In the presence of the great unity of death, the diversity of life was nothing, as the variety of days to the certainty of night, and in the ant-like swarm of humanity on the hillside, there was none who did not move nearer by the moment to the ultimate earth. A multitude, Morgan thought again, not becoming but understanding himself a part of it, as he climbed the hill. The hearse and the Cadillac went under the arched gate into the graveyard, toward the people waiting on its far side. The bus discharged its passengers at the gate and pulled away to join two others waiting on the hillside. Even its exhaust growl seemed subdued in the oppressive heat. The funeral air. Morgan veered left, not to enter the graveyard, but to find a better vantage point than the far fringes of the crowd. Dunn followed. In the stream of people hurrying up the hillside, Glass and French had disappeared. Morgan went past the gate to a place at the iron fence from which, between tree trunks and past the mute reminding stones, he could see old Bull's outstretched arms and blessing hands. They were spread toward a dark green tent standing above an earth mound primly disguised in a robe of tinsel grass. Beyond the mound, Morgan knew, would be Anderson's open grave, defaced in its simplicity by the last futile gesture of human vanity. Even his corporal remnant would have to undergo the strap and motor contraption by which his coffin would be lowered mechanically, untouched by human hands, into the redeeming earth. Morgan and Dunn stood by the iron fence, watching across the graveyard, as the 8 senators lined up in 2 rows and the coffin came sliding smoothly from the interior of the hearse. This time the senators actually had to carry it a few steps to the waiting grave. Ironically enough, Updike was among them, grown senior and honored, a confidant of presidents, and so was Jack Starrin, now the majority leader. But the big mules of the old days were long gone before. Anderson, old Ed in seedy retirement in Washington, where he sometimes appeared on the Senate floor, unrecognized in the forlorn rags of his glory, Adolphus Helmut Offenbach, a vegetable in the Naval Hospital at Bethesda, where he had lain for years the wasted victim of a stroke, Judge Ward dead, as he no doubt would have chosen, of a 428 heart attack while rigging a loophole during a closed session of the Finance Committee. The senators placed the coffin beyond the earth mound with its fake grass coverlet and retired to the second and third rows of folding chairs that had been set up by T.H.J. Grave. Millwood Barlow and Z.E.B. Vance were already seated. Ed there. The undertaker scurried around the Cadillac and held open its door. The governor and his wife emerged first. The governor snapping automatically into an effective Cornell bination of firm political stance and subdued awareness. OJ, the sadness of the hour. Bobby Anderson came next, looking angry, rather rudely moving in front of the undertaker. Bobby held out his hand to his mother, who stepped gracefully the way she did everything from the car. Kathy was in black, the kind of straight simple dress she always had liked, rather daringly for the occasion, but since for Bly in the heat, it was sleeveless. Despite the southern funeral custom, she wore no hat or veil, although Morgan saw a black touch of some kind in her hair. With Bobby at her side, she moved directly to the front row of folding chairs and sat down. She seemed almost ostentatiously to pay no attention to the stout minister who came unctuously to her side, his black robe flapping in the hot breeze. The governor and his wife were seated beside Bobby. The minister went to the head of the grave, paused while the crowd noises stilled. Suddenly Kathy rose, went around the rows of chairs to the fence, and held out her hands to Matt Grant and Curly Layton. She pulled them toward a smaller gate, and they came inside and sat with Zeb Vance and Millwood. The minister waited until all were seated, then spoke mellifluously into the silence of the hillside and the waiting multitude, "I am the resurrection and the life." Morgan had for years steeled himself against the ancient litanies of youth and belief, they could not be born amid the ashes of life. Resolutely he searched the faces of those beyond the graveyard. Danny O'Connor's red Irish face cholesterol would get him, Morgan thought, get him soon was contorted, as if he were trying not to weep. Myrtle Bell was not even trying, she wept prodigiously, loudly. A thin face, no longer ferrety under graying hair, caught Morgan's eyes and took him back. A.T. Fowler dignified v. 429. By age and a prosperity that had not, after all, been spirited off to Moscow or Peking. Morgan saw Sprock and Berger, as alike as the iron spikes of the fence, and beside them the pouty face of Gravel Rhodes Johnson, who had been volunteering to one and all on Anderson's lawn that he had no ambition at all to return to public service. French and Glass were not in sight, but Morgan saw one of his old editors from the Capital Times, a college classmate with whom he had once planned a movie theater business, faithful Geraldine, gone irreclaimably to fat and convulsed in grief, and the Honorable Billy G. Melvin, expelled by the voters from Congress but for years more honored as the paid executive of his church's populous southern branch. Brought nothing into this world, and it is certain that we can carry nothing out. The Lord. Morgan looked at Bobby Anderson. The boy's face was as stony as when he had sat upon the steps that morning and spat at Morgan his hurt and bewilderment. He stared unblinking at the coffin hidden from Morgan by the mound and the fake grass. In recent years, Morgan knew, Bobby had been exceptionally close to his father, far closer than was Kathy, who had grown steadily apart from Anderson. It's as if after the convention Hunt had nowhere to turn, Kathy had told Morgan in one of their endless discussions of Anderson, and themselves, and what had happened to them. As if he was one of those American athletes in college, who after all that glory and all those cheers never finds anything else satisfying in life, anything else that matters. Or as if somebody smashed the lenses and prisms that he'd always seen himself through, so he couldn't see himself the same way. Am I making any sense? You are to me. Morgan held her more closely. The winter night beyond her window lay on the land like the pale chill light of the moon, but they were warm together, close, and in the grate across the room the last embers of a fire glowed and popped. Morgan had long since left Anderson being prepared for bed in his room on the first floor, after an evening's boozy discussion of the relative merits of the seniority system and 430. All other forms of assigning authority, a subject in which Anderson had developed much interest. Just a question whether you admit it or not, he would say, because in every organization senior men tend to exercise authority, no matter what the rules are. Rules don't make organizations, men do. Procedure controls substance, but there's the rub, Morgan, there's the rub men control procedure. But Anderson was long asleep, and Morgan said to Kathy, "You're making sense to me because I remember the way he used to look at himself, back in the beginning, how he used to say he wanted to take chances." "That's it," Kathy said, "and now it's as if he's taken his chances and lost and won't take any more, doesn't even see any there to be taken. That's what I can't abide, the way he's given up." Morgan luxuriated in the warmth and smoothness of her skin against his own rough and crackly consciousness of himself. He moved his hands on her body, acute sensual pleasure in the touch. But she was talking now, and he knew from experience that she would not slip lightly from one thing to an opposite, from concentration on a problem into the abandon of lawmaking, from fierce passions into commonplace talk. They had been lying spent between love and sleep for nearly an hour before he had ventured the remark that had set her talking, once again, about Anderson. "He's getting worse," Morgan said. "Better than half a fifth by himself tonight before Jody came. And yet—" She turned her head so that it ground a little against his collarbone, and she was looking up at the ceiling, on which the last flickerings of the fire reproduced themselves in long, wavering shadows. "Hunt's not an alcoholic, you know that. He'd like you to think he's in the grip of some inexorable fate pulling him down, but that's not it. He knows what he's doing." Morgan saw that he had opened the door beyond which crouched her ever-present and corrosive speculation on the past, and her own part in it. "I didn't force him to do it, you know that, Rich, that awful night. Morning, whatever it was. I walked out while he was still trying to make up his mind. Isn't that right? V. 431. You were beautiful. Like a thunderstorm. And showing enough to take my mind off politics. So didn't make him go to Dunn, although I knew that was the only chance. And even if I did, he was the one who talked to Dunn, he did that, not anybody else in the world. I think it was this one was flopping out." "Stop it, Rich. Now stop it, I'm serious. Whatever Hunt says now, he was the one who went in that bathroom and talked to Dunn. All by himself. That is what Hunt says, any time he ever talked to me about it, but I thought it was your idea. And if it'd been me in that bathroom, Dunn would have swung to us, I can tell you that. But Dunn just didn't believe in Hunt because Hunt was soft, wish-washy. Just not good enough. Even when Hunt could offer him everything he wanted." Darts of jealousy pinked Morgan. "How do you know so much what Dunn thought?" "Well, Dunn had to tell me. I was Hunt's wife, I'd had all the dealings with Dunn. He owed me at least an explanation." Dunn must certainly have thought so, Morgan thought. Morgan cherished among his secret life notes, and embellished in his storyteller's heart, the account of an obscure colleague who had chanced, during the final balloting, to be cruising the galleries, high above the convention floor, as the delegations rose one by one to destroy Anderson and nominate Aiken. "Of course, I knew Dunn had already voted early in the roll call, and I recognized him right away by those famous green specks," the colleague said. "What a break. I'm thinking, when I see him up there, but at first I just wanted to pump him for some comment on the convention for my sidebar, so I tried to push up close. But then I realized who he was trying to talk to, so I just faded into the crowd a little and put my pencil in my pocket and tried not to look like a reporter." Dunn was standing by the rail of this box, not shouting or even raising his voice, but I could hear him all right. "Mrs. Anderson," he said it several times, trying to get her attention. "See." She was sitting there looking down at the delegates below, staring ahead of her just as steadily as if. 432. There wasn't another soul within 10 miles. Oh, she could hear him all right. If I could hear him, she could hear him, but she never let on, not that gal. I was watching her even second, and she didn't so much as blink or move a muscle in that good-looking face. And then he raised his voice, just a bit, maybe it was really only just a little sharper than it had been, and this time he called her Kathy. "Kath," he said, sharp-like. And still she never moved or let on, not a muscle, not a nicker. She cut him down as cold as I'll ever saw a man cut down in my life. She didn't even look at him to do it, she just cut him dead. And he turned around and walked off. I jumped out and tried to get my comment, and B pointed those green specks at me as if I was some kind of an insect and said, "No comment, no comment." And I looked back at her then, that great looking broad, and she was just sitting there like something carved out of ice. "Why didn't you write that story in your paper?" Morgan had said, when he heard it told a year or so later, on a long press bus NDE in the wake of a candidate touring the Polish vote in Hamtramck. "Trademark UMI story?" the colleague said. "My editor said there wasn't any story since we didn't know what he'd have said if she'd talked to him. We did print the no comment." Which was all anyone needed to know about the common practice of journalism, Morgan had thought, but in the immediate context of Kathy's compulsive recollections and Biss' own small jealousy, the story also raised an obvious question. "Dunn owed you an explanation," he said, "but when did you get it?" "I wouldn't call Dunn a non-stop talker." "Oh, he talked to me. He was a little in love with me, you see, not for sex. I don't think Dunn could get it up for anything but a rigged delegation or a convention deal, but he thought we were two of a kind, and back then he was right. I never really cared a thing about sex either. You taught me to like sex. So he was a lit in love with me until I hurt him. But after the convention, a year or so later, it was some Washington cocktail party. In those mobs you can always talk privately. I told him I was sorry." Morgan pulled her closer in his arms. He could imagine the scene, how the green lenses and the taut face would have concealed whatever satisfaction or resentment or Rev. 433. Solve to hurt or absence of feeling the apology might have caused in Dunn. "What it comes down to," Kathy said, her voice whispering in the dark, "Hunt wasn't good enough for Dunn. That's what Hunt says too. After all that work. After those years and years of working as hard as we did. To come so close to the top, to be able to feel how close we were, and with all the people that did so much for us. After everything, to have it all go out the window like that, at the last minute practically." Her voice trailed off, she had stiffened in Morgan's arms. He sensed, still racking her, across the years, the hurt, the outrage, the reluctance even in the face of established fact to believe. "And he sits down there sucking his bottle like a baby," she said, her low voice savage in the dark. "Don't let him tell you he can't help it. He never has. I never thought so. It's just that he can't hold himself up high and mighty anymore. He can't pretend anymore to be all that much better than his father, or even as strong. So he's pulled back from everything. If he can't be the white knight, he'll be the tragic hero." "Oh, it's all so many years ago," Morgan said. "Don't let it eat you up anymore. Don't let it go on affecting you the way it has, Hunt. Sometimes I think that's why this is all wrong, between you and me, I mean. If I hadn't come along, if you and I didn't have this together, maybe you and Hunt would have got rid of all those old ghosts. No." Her voice was sharp, hard. "After the convention, I could never. Things had been bad for us almost from the start, particularly after Hunt went into politics. You must have known that. It was as if I was the hired consort. Look good, tend the kids, give the dinners, that was all I was supposed to do. We went to bed twice a year, if we were drunk enough. Then the hearings and the campaign, for a while there was a place for me, we could be together in that, you see. But after the convention I couldn't go back even to what we'd had before. What I couldn't take was his just giving up. / don't want to give up." 434, they were quiet for a long time before Morgan said, "All right, I'll stop feeling guilty. Not if I know you. Not the way you dramatize everything." Morgan guided her hand. "Dramatize this? My God," Kathy said, "you must pump that thing up like a tire. Standing by Dunn at the graveyard fence, staring across the mound that hid Anderson's coffin, seeing Kathy's firm bare arms that had held him so often in love and thrall, Morgan was not sure if he had been remembering one night or many. There had been much love-making, endless talk. Sometimes it seemed to Morgan that his whole life had been love-making and talk, and it became difficult to distinguish the bodies and the words, the bodies from the words, the waves of reaching and the eternal mutter of explanation, and so a storyteller could only sift the litter, ransack the past for his needs, take what fitted best for his rickety structures. But sometimes it was even more difficult to know who was storyteller and who was Morgan, at what point the sifter of old conversations and connections had been merely a mutterer of explanations for his own reach. Therefore will we not fear, the minister was saying, and Morgan heard in spite of himself. Though the earth be moved and though the hills be carried into the midst of the sea, though the waters thereof rage and swell and through the mountains. At Morgan's side, Dunn moved slightly. Morgan turned his head and looked at the lean neck, the hard jaw. Of course Dunn had been perfectly capable, no doubt was even more so now, of deciding on the spot that Anderson was not good enough, strong enough, decisive enough. Whatever it had been, Dunn would not necessarily have had a word for his instinct. That was what even Anderson had believed had happened, what Dunn had told Kathy, what Morgan had been for years turning over in his mind, edging it here and there, again elsewhere, still again at another point, as a particularly jagged piece has to be. Tried and tried until at last it can be made to fit in a jigsaw puzzle. But Morgan had never been able to make that piece join v. 435. Smoothly with the rest of what he knew or had concluded. It was a piece that fitted as a story about Dunn, it did not fit as a story about Hunt Anderson. I will be exalted among the nations and I will be exalted in the earth. Which, Morgan thought, the words catching his ear, was about what Anderson had set himself to seek. Just want to show the best in a man instead of the worst, he had said, standing near the spot where now his long body lay enclosed in lead and the flag. Not exactly a modest goal, and no doubt the seeds of failure were in the wish itself. Across the graveyard Zeb Vance craned his neck. Scrawny now with his great age to see around the massive form of a Midwestern senator who sat straining forward as if to miss a word might bring hellfire. Zeb Vance, Morgan thought, watching the old man, had never harbored such great notions about himself, or anyone, as Anderson had. Zeb Vance was a wiser man, had seen too much of other men, knew perhaps himself too well. Still, there he was, squirming on a folding chair, after a drive halfway across the state, when in such heat and at his age no one could have required or even expected him to have come to the funeral of the man who had succeeded him in the Senate. Zeb Vance had been stumping firmly up the steps of the house when Matt Grant and Morgan had rushed to the porch from Anderson's room. Leaning a little on a cane, he nevertheless looked stronger and straighter than Millwood Barlow, who was just behind him, as always. A black man in a driver's cap stood by ready to help. "Hello, Matt, you're getting old," Zeb Vance said. "Where's the widow?" "But you're getting younger every time I see you." Matt took the old man in a bear hug. "She'll want to see you right away." With bright, snapping eyes Zeb Vance looked across Matt's shoulder at Morgan. "Be dog if it ain't our star reporter. Millwood, look who's here. How long's it been since we seen this scout?" Millwood peered uncertainly at Morgan, apparently not at first recognizing him. Zeb Vance, freeing himself from 436. Matt's clutch, put out his hand, still huge but thinner, no to Morgan. Senator Morgan squeezed his hand hard. "It's been too long, too damn long." His voice apparently triggered Millwood's memory. He stiffened, looking more closely at Morgan, then at the handshake. "I'll be getting out of the heat," Millwood said and went past them into the house. "The thing you always got to remember about Millwood," Zeb Vance said, "is what a good heart he's got, even if not each and every one of the Christian virtues. Like forgiving and forgetting." Morgan still grasped Zeb Vance's hand. Oh, Millwood's an ace on forgiving, but where he falls down is forgetting. Millwood's like the late Miss Pearl used to be, Millwood'll hold a grudge till his fingers cramp. Matt, I never thought it'd be me burying old Bull's boy instead of the other way around, be dog if I did. Well, it's always sudden when it comes. Matt's voice descended to the appropriate sepulchral tone. But these last years, he wasn't really well, you know. Too much booze is what they say. Not that I didn't put down my share and still do, but seems like some can and some can't. Well, Matt cleared his throat. It was actually a heart attack, Senator. What I aim to tell the widow, I never got to know the departed Wells I should, but I sure pulled for him that time he went for the brass ring. Always struck me as a kind-hearted man, unlike his daddy. Matt, I expect in the recesses of this splendid mansion us old farts won't have to look too hard for a breath of life to retrieve the day. You won't have to look at all, Matt said. Just follow me. Before the screen door closed behind him, Zeb Vance looked back, bright-eyed, at Morgan. Except for his neck and the cane, the old man showed few traces of his age or the passing years. The gray hair was as thick as ever and still fell in a shock across his forehead. He still planted large countryman's feet as if he were putting down fence poles. For a moment it was as if Morgan looked back across time, v. 437. Not so much at the old Zeb Vance as to the former Morgan. But you take me, Scout, I never had the time for a grudge in my life. How you been doing? Same as ever, Morgan said. Onward and upward. Zeb Vance let the screen close. He was hazy, indistinct, as he moved away beyond it. Only so far a man can go in that direction, Morgan heard him say. And as we have borne the image of the earthy, the minister was declaiming in a voice that easily carried to the multitude, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly. Morgan listened a moment, steeling himself against the emotion he knew would come flooding on the tide of King James's English, in the pounding rhythm of old hymns. They would bring back as nothing else could the cloudless, endless summer of the past, the bright, ordered world of youth where in the red brick church and the starched Sunday school class and the cramped choir loft under the roaring organ there was no doubt at all, no question, none allowed, none sought, and the world lay out ahead, uncomplicated, serene, as clearly posted as Exodus 20. Thou shalt have no other gods before me, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit, steal, covet, thou shalt not, thou shalt not. It wrung Morgan to the core to be carried back, as he always was by hymnal, verse, organ, to that far brief summer of youth, to be made once more to see the old familiar mirage, but for once he listened anyway, struck by the certainty that in choosing the scripture someone had known Anderson well. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed, in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. Even Anderson could ask no more than that. He had only wanted to be incorruptible, Morgan thought, and probably that had seemed little enough to ask when it first occurred to him. Morgan straightened his shoulders, cramped from leaning on the fence, and saw far down the hill a figure striding toward the graveyard. Thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? 438. The blocky figure coming up the hill was as familiar as the ancient question. Adam Locklear had always moved with that purposeful stride, not so much as if he knew where he could come out but as though he had only one way to go, therefore no need to hesitate or wonder. He came on steadily, not hurrying, no doubt hearing the minister's voice roll down the hillside to meet him. For a moment the voice ceased, the lesson ended, Morgan looked back toward the grave. We depart only slightly from the traditional service. The minister swirled his robe gracefully, his voice as richly modulated as a viola so that Senator J. Spencer Burns may say a few words of love for the dear departed on behalf of his colleagues in the Senate of the United States. It was splendidly senatorial, Morgan thought, to suppose that a member of the world's greatest deliberative body might add something to the burial service or surpass the poetry of the Bible, but as long as there was to be a graveside eulogy, Burns would do as well as anyone, better than most. Earnest and hard-working, Burns had little eloquence and less imagination. Burns puts me in mind of the best advice I ever got, Hunt Anderson had once told Morgan. I made this bell-ringing speech down somewhere in the sticks and I pulled out all the stops, I mean I had choirs of angels singing and the trumpets of the mighty sounding. I didn't leave a dry seat in the house. And when I was through, the old editor of the paper down there came up to me about 5 sheets to the wind, got up close enough to knock me down with his breath, and said, "Young man, never be a solemn ass." I keep wanting to tell Burns the same thing. But just as a consequence of his earnestness, like Anderson himself for different reasons, Burns was neither a fraud nor a con man. He had the strengths of his painful limitations, he had had to make the most of a cast-iron character. Morgan watched Burns trudge with sledge-like feet to the head of the grave and give an awkward half-bow to Kathy Anderson. "Mrs. Anderson," he said, "Robert, the distinguished governor of this magnificent state. My able and distinguished colleagues and former colleagues. Friends. I have few words fit for this sad moment." Morgan looked again at Kathy, who was gazing steadily at Burns, her hands in her lap, seeming as closely Conson v. 439. Traded upon him as she had once been upon Matt Grant's description of his tobacco bill, or upon Paul Hinman's testimony. Morgan suddenly wondered if in the midst of the funeral preparations she had heard of Hinman's new position. Burns bumbled along, speaking of Anderson's intellect, achievements, high standing among his colleagues. Bobby's angry face turned once toward the speaker, then the boy resumed his hard glare at the coffin. Burns pointed out Anderson's concern for the downtrodden, the governor eased his ample haunches on the hard chair. Myrtle Bell was taking notes, so was Charlie French, Geraldine wept noisily, and the Honorable Billy G. Melvin stifled a yawn. Burns took note of the fact that Anderson had almost been nominated for president, winning the people's hearts, although another finally carried their banner. A rough, strong hand seized Morgan's arm above the elbow, and he looked over his shoulder into Adam Locklear's swarthy face and warrior eyes. Burns declared that no other senator had been as willing to advise the newer senators or to help with their problems. Morgan and Adam shook hands, although Morgan sensed something hostile in his old friend's manner. Dunn nodded at the newcomer to their place by the fence. By then the sun was far down the west and shadows were long and cool on the stones. Old Bull's tall effigy shaded his son's grave. The dust from the feet of the multitude had settled in the stillness, and there was no hint of a cloud in the darkening sky. And just this final word to his lovely wife and this fine son that's so like his able and distinguished father, Burns said. "I don't have to tell them they can be proud of him because of course they knew him better even than his distinguished colleagues in the Senate of the United States did. But as I was leaving my office early this morning, this young page said to me, 'Senator,' he said, 'what has happened? Where are you going?' And I said the able and distinguished Senator Anderson had passed on. And this young page was apparently rather new at his job because he asked me if that was the senator who had been sick so much. I said yes, Senator Anderson had not been in good health lately." Morgan saw that Bobby was listening. Burns. 440. Plain-spokenness had caught him. And so this little pawpound said to me, "Well, then, I hope Senator Anderson is feeling better at last." And I thought I would just leave his FMILJ with that thought from his distinguished colleagues that we all hope that at last Senator Anderson is feeling better. A more subtle man would have seen the implications of the story, Morgan thought, and avoided telling it, but one so obviously well-meaning and devoid of guile as Burns could have had no other intention than the one his unadorned words conveyed. And so the page's remark, so Morgan thought, became doubly fitting, in what it might suggest to those who had known Anderson well, and in the simple sentiment of comfort Burns had meant to voice. For the first time during the service Bobby Anderson's face contorted as if he were on the verge of tears. Look at her. Adam's voice was no more than a breath in Morgan's ear. Like marble. Like stone. Morgan's eye ran between the huge effigy of Old Bull and the still, taut figure of Kathy Anderson. There was a certain superficial likeness, he conceded, from that distance, and, knowing no more than Adam did, someone could have thought her lifeless, impervious as the carved features of the monument. Morgan's stomach knotted. He knew what life pulsed and stormed beneath that calm, that concentration. Suddenly, disgracefully, he knew he wanted this service, this day, over with. The friends departed, the multitude dispersed, the earth closed anyway. Anderson would have hated this interminable attempt to hold on to some thing already finished. Morgan wanted it over so he and Kathy could be close, secret, alive together in their hiding place, that dark, exclusive circle within which he believed he might even soon, any day now, to need no cov. 3 boys in surplices advanced to the head of the grave under the minister's paternal eye. Morgan shrank. Within himself, he knew what was coming, and he debated silently whether he might not better walk rapidly down the hill, whether anyone, in any case, would care. Certainly not Anderson, who would have been the first to understand. The high, sweet voices, unaccompanied, rose raggedly. Quavered, then steadied. V. 441. Abide with me, fast falls the eventide. Morgan called upon all his powers of abstraction. He thought about his appointment with the publisher. He observed A.T. Fowler shooting his cuffs, Sprock and Berger wrapped by the spikes they resembled. The darkness deepens, Lord, with me abide. Kathy was staring into her lap. Now, she had told Morgan, she would have to think about the years with Anderson, the life they had made. Bobby Anderson's face had gone absolutely blank, like Old Bull's stone eyes. Morgan's mind leaped desperately. Keller should have a raise. He watched Myrtle Bell putting away her notebook in a handbag the size of a footlocker. The thing to do was to put Dunn against the wall before the day was over, somehow divine the truth, or wring it from him. Helpers fail, and comforts flee. Help of the helpless, oh, abide. Morgan gave up. There were 4 verses, 1 down and 3 to go, and he knew them all, knew them with the aching certainty of old lessons learned in the heart. He had not known his father tithed, would never have dreamed of such a thing from the hard, hurt authoritarian who had ruled his first life, but at the funeral, standing between his sister Estelle and Anne, he had been amazed to hear the minister tell the sparse gathering of Ed Morgan's unfailing tribute to the iron god he had feared and followed all his life. And while Morgan was still taking that in, even thinking a little bitterly of what the extra might have meant in ease for his mother, clothes for Estelle, books, the choir had begun to sing. Swift to its close ebbs out life's little day. Earlier, at his mother's funeral he had been too small to realize that she was not just gone away, but gone, still, the weeping around him, Estelle's arm on his shoulder, the blazing white, tearless face of his father, the old women. 442. Clutching him to their kindly bellies, the sad, low croon of the minister. It was too much, he could not fathom it. There was a great mystery that did not fit the brilliant light from the open windows of the church, the sweet smell of the flowers, the treasures of cake and pie and chicken in the kitchen at home. He began to cry then, shaking and whimpering in Estelle's arms, not so much for his mother, whose total absence he had not for a moment supposed, but in nameless dread, a sudden hysterical sense, echoed by the reedy, uncertain voices of the Methodist choir, of the dark beyond the tiny circle of his life. Change and decay in all around I see. O thou, who changes not, abide with me. Morgan put his face in his hands and wept again. This time he cried so quietly that, all the way across the graveyard, he could hear the racking sobs of Bobby Anderson. It did not take the minister long to conclude the service, and after the hymn Morgan was so lost in the reverie he had dreaded, so immersed in things and times past he scarcely heard even the most familiar words, / He cometh up and is cut down like a flower. The minister went to Kathy with comforting words. Local legionnaires removed the flag, folded it reverently, and handed it to Bobby. The senators filed past the family, shaking hands and patting shoulders. Beyond the fence, on the slope of the hill, the crowd began to break into its parts, move away toward the house and the parked cars. The buses rumbled into gear. "Well, Adam," Morgan said ineffectually, feeling his eyes still red and stinging, "you got here." "Had to start at dawn," Adam said. "My old piece of a car kept heating up." "You haven't changed much." "Oh, done." Adam Locklear. From the old migrant committee staff. "It looks as if all Anderson's old acquaintances came," Dunn said. "I'm almost expecting Hinman. Didn't I even see Updike with the senators?" Adam said. "Same old Updike. V. 443 Then that undertaker better guard his hearse." "Did you see the news about Hinman?" Morgan asked. Adam made a wry mouth. "Heard it on the radio. People like that always survive, one way or another. I'd better go speak to Mrs. Anderson, getting here late like this." They made their way along the iron fence, stopping for Adam to chat a moment with Sprock and Berger, then through the arched gate and toward the waiting limousine. The hearse had crept away. Many people now had surged around the grave speaking to Kathy and Bobby and the minister, shaking hands with the governor and the senators, examining the banks of flowers. Adam pushed stolidly through the knots of people, with Morgan and Dunn following. Suddenly Bobby Anderson appeared in their path. "Adam!" The boy's face was glowing, and he almost shouted the name. "Hey, look at that boy." Adam stopped, pulled back in surprise, and glanced at Morgan. "Did you know he'd shot up that tall?" He stepped forward and clasped both of Bobby's arms above the elbows. "I could still throw you up in the air." Bobby's eyes were shining, and he was grinning broadly. "No, you couldn't. I'm taller and you are now and on the wrestling team." "I'm damned." Adam shook his head. "Never thought I'd look up to that little squirt bouncing around the office." "I knew you'd be here, Adam." "Sure you did." Morgan listened sickly. "Listen," Adam touched Bobby's forearm with a blunt fist. "Your dad was a big man." Bobby's voice was choked. 7 know that. Not everybody does. Never mind anybody else." Adam's clenched fist rose, shook as if at the world. "I'm old-fashioned, boy. I think a man ought to live up to his inheritance." "Your dad's yours." Morgan glanced at Old Bull's blank face. He thought of bodies scattered bleeding across a Georgia grade crossing, his father's old Ford crouched on its sawhorses in the weeds, Anderson in his underwear on the bed in Suite 1201. Not so much a legacy as a chain, he thought, not so much something you lived up to as lived with. 444. "Don't worry about me," Bobby said. "You wait and see." "Why, Adam, I didn't know you were here." Kathy came through the thinning crowd to Bobby's side. She held up her cheek for a kiss, looking past Adam's head at Morgan and Dunn. Her eyes too were red, her face a bit flushed. "JVLY car kept heating up or I'd have been here sooner. Hunt would have loved this, so many old friends, so much of his life." "It was a beautiful service," Dunn said. "I've never been to an outdoor service before. Bobby and I wanted it this way. We didn't want to act as if his father was a churchgoer. And Hunt used to walk out here, he always had the graveyard kept up." "Who chose the scripture reading?" Morgan asked. Kathy looked at him, and he saw her eyes fill again, a pulse flutter in her throat. It was the same reading Hunt marked in the prayer book for little Kate. They fell silent. Then Matt Grant and Danny O'Connor joined the group, shaking hands cordially with Adam. I'm going to catch Senator Babcock for a word on the pipeline bill, Dunn said to Morgan. I'll talk to him on the bus and see you back at the house. He stepped forward holding out his hand to Kathy. One way is enough walking for me, so I'll catch the bus. Will I see you at the house? Of course. She was all graciousness and propriety, not so crushed as might be expected of a bereaved wife, Morgan thought, but carrying off the scene properly. She would have been incapable, he knew, of acting as if Anderson's death had been an unexpected calamity putting asunder years of wedded bliss. I've got to move along myself, I can't keep the governor waiting much longer. He's improving his time. Adam looked at the governor busily shaking hands. Kathy looked amused. You don't like politicians any better than you ever did? I liked your husband. But not when he left your migrants and ran for president. Your game, not mine. Kathy put her arm through Bobby's, drew him close. It? L. V. 445. Was Hunt's game too, Adam? I don't think you ever really understood that was one game Hunt and I played together. He stared at her a moment, blocky and strong as the base of Old Bull's effigy. Then he touched Bobby's arm again and stepped back. The governor's waiting for you. Bobby pointed to his school group. I'm going to walk with my friends, they're waiting over there. His mother released his arm and he started off, stopped, looked back. See you at home, he called to Adam, not to Kathy. Morgan observed the details with professional precision, as automatically as a camera. There was something ignoble about it, he thought, the skill with which he performed his observer's work no matter what the circumstances. Only a storyteller could redeem such heartlessness, by clothing detail in truth, and suddenly mortal terror struck Morgan to the heart. What if he was not good enough? What if he could never do it? That's a good boy, Adam said. Takes after his dad. You don't have to worry about one thing. Kathy's cool blue eyes followed Bobby, then came back to Adam. He doesn't want anything to do with politics. She put out her hand to Adam, then to Morgan. We'll talk later, won't we? They watched her walk toward the limousine to rejoin the governor and his wife, to whom Myrtle Bell was pouring out what might, from her earnest appearance and flooding words, have been her life story. Hasn't changed a bit, Adam said. Little older in the face, but look at that shape. And still tough, huh? She gave it to me a little. Because you haven't changed either. Morgan resolved to think no more about himself, or his failures past and future. He put his arm through Adam's, and they strolled toward the grave. If I didn't know better, I'd say you weren't a day older. But then, he thought, in a sense Adam Locklear had always been old. There was no way for him to age much beyond what had happened to him in the beginning. 10 years anyway since I saw you, Adam said. You're a big mule now. Morgan laughed. You always knew how to hurt a guy. But I like what you write. Most of it, when I see it. 446, they looked down at the coffin lying on the machine that would, when everyone but the undertaker's workmen had gone, lower it into the earth. Someone had put several floral sprays on top of the coffin, anything, Morgan thought, to dress up the truth, hide the raw facts of death and disposal from the living. Was it really whiskey that did it, Rich? I don't suppose it helped. He'd had a couple of little heart attacks, and it was another one that got him yesterday. The booze was a big part of what ruined his health, I suppose, but I'm no doctor. Morgan watched the limousine move past them and through the arched gate. The governor was listening intently to Kathy, and on the front seat Myrtle Bell, right on top of the prey, as always, was half turned to join the conversation. He wasn't really an alcoholic, I mean the sick kind who can't help themselves. Kathy thinks he poured it down on purpose, gave up trying after he missed the big chance at the convention. Drinking was part of giving up, being a tragedy, that's what she says. Bitch, Adam said. Hey. Glass and French were calling to Morgan from the gate. You coming? Morgan waved at them. He did not wish to look a last time at Anderson's coffin or to make anything dramatic of leaving Anderson to the workmen. He took Adam's arm again, and they walked slowly across the graveyard toward the gate. "You saw it coming." Morgan resolutely did not look back, and Adam was listening intently. "You saw him getting further and further into the presidential thing, getting the feel of it, the taste of it." "Listen, was Tobin lying when he put the finger on Hinman?" Adam shook his head. "To this day I just don't know. What he said was plausible, it could have been true. On the other hand, Tobin could have thought it would do him some good because it was what he knew Anderson wanted to hear. I told Anderson that from the start." Adam did not seem surprised by the question, he answered as readily as if it had all taken place the day before. "So Hunt didn't know for sure if he was lying either?" V. 447 Of course not. I didn't even want him to ask the question. But he was bound and determined. "I don't know if I want to make that walk again or not," Charlie French said as Morgan and Adam came up. "Why don't we wait for the bus?" Morgan made introductions. "I'm walking," he said, "I can ride buses in Washington." "I'll come along," Adam said, and Glass nodded. French shrugged, and they started down the hill. Most of the crowd had left, except for a few waiting at the bus collection point. The afternoon was nearly gone. Some stragglers were wandering toward the woods and the little branch. Morgan glanced incuriously at those waiting for the bus. One was Curly Layton, who looked up at that moment and caught Morgan's eye. Curly came over with his hand outstretched. "Honor and pleasure," he rumbled in his beautifully modulated baritone, which had yielded not a decibel nor a tone to the advance of age. "Been hoping all afternoon for a chance to talk about old times, although I guess I'm pretty far away from the art. I was just chatting over here with my delightful old friend, Senator McLaren. A great American. We were just." Curly, his hair white and tumbling and his clothes as immaculate as if he had not spent part of an afternoon in the dust and hot sun, orated on. Zeb Vance and Millwood Barlow joined the group. "Why, Millwood, as I live and breathe, here's our star reporter again." Zeb Vance let not a second of silence follow Curly's last word. "Millwood and me been gabbing on so long we missed that dignitary bus, which just goes to show. It don't pay to get old and flannel mouth. But they say the bus is coming back. They can't make Curly here walk, he's got the goods on too many people." "That son of a bitch," Millwood said rather loudly. He glared at Morgan. "Now, Millwood, there's ladies over there." Zeb Vance pointed his cane at those waiting for the bus. "I been waiting many a year to tell the son of a bitch what I think of him." Millwood's voice rose again. "Any son of a bitch that would go behind a man's back and write a story like he did is a certified son of a bitch. No, I ain't going to shut up." 448, Facing the Lions. Trademark dash, N degree W comma, Mill W00 DU 8 degree asterisk no CALZEB Vance Chew Millwoods. Arm, not angrily. Far beyond them, the bie crept out of the woods and started up the hill. "You fellow / just don't pay any mind at all to Millwood. Ever since TL late Miss Pearl passed on, Millwood's got too broody FC his own good. Now, Millwood, you just the son of a bitch put Buddy in jail, didn't he? Just so you'd have to get out in the way of his friend Anderson, and if that ain't a son of a bitch trick for a dink-ass reporter to pull on a United States senator that never done him a thing but favors, I be dog if I know what is." "Millwood," Morgan thought he heard himself say, "I'm truly sorry." He watched the bus grinding up the hill. He tried not to think about anything, he tried not to look at Zeb Vance, at the other gaping faces. "Millwood, you're embarrassing those ladies," Zeb Vance said as if scolding a child. "What would Miss Pearl think of that?" "Now you just keep a decent tongue in your head," the bus muttered to a protesting stop. The door swung open and people began to get aboard, glancing curiously at Millwood. Through the dust floating in the wake of the bus, the long slanting rays of the sun struck curious streaks of orange light. Millwood began to mumble, and Zeb Vance took firm hold of his arm. "All right, Millwood, let's get aboard." "Scout, I reckon you can see Millwood ain't quite hisself, but a little breath of me back at the house and he'll be raring to go again." Morgan nodded mechanically, suspending thought, but he could not suspend emotion. He wanted to hide, not from the shocked, curious faces around him but from himself. It seemed that every deception and meanness of his life, the he's and excesses and failures to see, the withering of Anne's expectancy, every hurt given, all the damage done, down to the tiniest blades of grass trampled beneath his striding teeth, the least blow struck by his outstretched, reaching arms, the events of his life paraded before him, hazy and mottled in the sun-struck dust. But what was I to do? He was sure he heard himself say. "Let's just get on there now and get a decent seat, ZEBV SNE S 3.1 CI. Charlie French took Millwood's other arm. "Come on, old-timer," Charlie said. "Let's you and me take a load V, 449. Off our feet." French glanced once at Morgan. It seemed to Morgan with a certain strange amity. Then Charlie and Zeb Vance maneuvered Millwood toward the bus. "Didn't I tell the son of a bitch?" Millwood demanded suddenly, loudly, of no one. "You sure did," Morgan thought he ought to say. "You sure told the son of a bitch, Millwood." But he knew by then that he had said nothing, nothing at all. "I wouldn't say that old boy thinks so much of you," Adam Locklear said as the bus door closed. "There was a man named Buddy Pruden," Morgan said, speaking rapidly once he started. "Zeb Vance's AA in the old days. I got a tip and looked into it and turned up a few things. Buddy was in with some other staff types anyway, as far as I could tell he was doing favors. Using senators' names and stationery, including Zeb Vance's. Influence at the FCC, SBA loans, things like that. I wrote a story and Buddy and some others went to jail. Zeb Vance took the responsibility for Buddy and retired." "Hell of a story," Glass said. "The duties of a free press," Curly Layton intoned, "are not always pleasant. I may say, however, that you newspaper fellows were always more than generous to me." "Curly, you missed your bus," Morgan said, watching it creep down the hill. "Do me good to walk. Besides, I get a kick out of talking over old times in the art, now that I'm out of it." Morgan nodded absently. "I'm not sure what else I could have done." But Zeb Vance never believed that story was true, maybe because it came just before he was to run again. He always said if I'd brought the facts to him before the story ran, he'd have been able to show me Buddy was framed or didn't know what he'd got into. I was never sure what Zeb Vance thought, except Buddy was his friend, and Zeb Vance stood by him. "Hell of a story," Glass said again. "Buddy only served a few months. But it broke him, he was never the same again. Died a few years back." Morgan started off down the hill and the others came along silently. "I got the State Press Award for that story. Better still, I got a new job in Washington. My start in life, you might say. It really was a hell of a story." 450, they walked on. But I wonder if it was true, Morgan thought, and if Lonnie Tobin was lying, and if Hunt Anderson tried to sell his soul to Dunn, and whether anything at all can be said for sure. He looked quickly, furtively, over his shoulder, against the red arc of the sun beyond the rim of the hill. The workmen were shoveling dirt into the grave. Morgan stopped then, looking back, and the others stopped and watched with him. The workmen, black and stick-like against the sun, moved steadily at their work. Morgan imagined the sound of falling dirt against the coffin. Adam Locklear, watching with him, spoke quietly. "I wonder if I let Anderson down. Sometimes I wish I'd stayed on, worked with him while he was running for president. I was against that, but I kept wondering what happened to him and if I could have done something, how it could have turned out so wrong when it started so right. Maybe if I'd stayed with him. I doubt it, Morgan said. No offense, but some things not even you could do for him. Nobody could have. Some things he just had it in him to do. Maybe I'd at least have understood what happened. Asterisk, I doubt that too, Morgan sighed. I'm not sure anybody ever does. In fact, there are a hell of a lot of things in this world not many people understand, Morgan said as they walked on. He felt himself talking against the dark, against the far, imagined rhythmic thud of falling dirt. It was important to keep talking, he thought, so that they could not hear the falling dirt. Like, for instance, you'd maybe think to look at Curly here, he'd spent his life doing shampoo ads on TV. The fact is, if you don't mind my saying so, Curly was the best state governor I've seen in my time, and I've seen more than I like to think about. I'll defend to the death. Curly looked pleased. You're right to say that. Of course, Curly knows it isn't saying much, considering what governors mostly are, and maybe yesterday's politician is just yesterday's newspaper anyway. We're going down the superhighway so fast maybe there's not even any use looking back. Morgan was talking almost to himself. He knew he could not really let himself think about the grave being filled, about Zeb Vance, Millwood, Bobby, what he feared he would find in his own life, his own disappearing years. But we all keep looking back anyway, don't we? We all keep trying to figure out how we came to be where we are, wherever that is. So here's old Curly looking like he's not a day older, looking just about the way he did at the convention, although even further back than that. They tell me Curly used to wear spats and swallowtail coats until they began to. 451. 452. Whisper it around that he wore his hair long to cover up I. Stoa asterisk. Degree pound carat dec s degree. Why did he wear a low carat New Jersey USAFL degree TDIU carat was degree daily 0 NEW carat the YC0W? Find out, Curly rumbled, beaming. Those coats were part of my style for many a year. You see, old Curly believed in keeping the voters entertained, if nothing else. Like Zeb Vance, Morgan thought, but he said, still interposing memory against memory, you're just covering your tracks the way you always did. You fellows will never get a word of it from Curly, but the truth is that he entertained them all right. But Curly's real style was to give the interest half a loaf and spread the other half around. Curly put up the sales tax and vetoed an income tax bill, because that was what the money in his state wanted, and that's big money. Then he eased down the banking laws so central city banks could put branches in the small towns. That was big money too. Curly figured that was about half the loaf, or anyway about what the traffic would bear. Then he called his due bills. The next thing anybody knew, the school appropriation was 50% up, and there was a medical clinic plan for the countryside where they couldn't afford. Hospitals, a job training program for dropouts, and a state civil rights commission with teeth. And all that was another kind of big money. Nothing revolutionary, you understand, not in old Curly's state, nothing that really threatened anybody. That wouldn't have been Curly's style. Not by a long shot, said Curly happily, because what a long and misspent lifetime in the subtle art of politics taught me, gents, is that the only thing that really scares the bejesus out of the fatzos is the idea of spreading the wealth, what they call redistribution of income in the fancy economics schools. So if a practitioner of the art stays off that kind of foreign idea, maybe even gives the bigger bankrolls a few more bucks to take to the grave with them, why, gents, the truth is they won't make too much trouble over some modest little social program. Frankly, the bastards are usually too stupid to know what you're up to. He cows his modest Uddle Soche program, Morgan said, was what gave him his link to Anderson. He saw you for what you were, Curly. Curly shook his mane. But I couldn't see him until that. Up AV, 453. Fanged Angel, the late senator's good wife Kathy, laid a few measures of public opinion on me. There were times, I confess it in old age, when the spoiled breath of ambition escaped these nostrils. I'm afraid I had to be persuaded to go with Anderson. But I never regretted it. When Kathy got through persuading him, Morgan said, Curly went in all the way and took over the pre-convention delegate operation in the non-primary states. Then he was Anderson's main floor manager. Like Matt said, it was Curly and his people that made the operation look halfway professional. But not even Curly could pull it out for Anderson after Dunn went to Aiken. Could you, Curly? Morgan had heard the news almost as soon as he was awake. He had staggered, almost literally, out of bed, put on a clean shirt, and made his way down the freight elevator to the lobby, which was already jammed. Another reporter grabbed his arm and asked if he'd heard that Dunn was going to Aiken. Morgan said it was news to him and pushed on. He ran into an Anderson delegate who said Anderson would have to pull out now, the shit had hit the fan. On the sidewalk, where Morgan stopped to get his bearings, two characters in monogrammed shirts pushed past, talking about Dunn putting Aiken over. Morgan went around the corner and found his newspaper's rented limousine, in which the managing editor and a couple of other reporters made room for him. They all had heard the same thing. On the way to the convention hall, a radio voice reported importantly that informed sources said it would be Aiken as soon as the roll could be called again. Morgan had spent a good part of his professional life discounting rumors, but he doubted by then that this was a rumor, and by the time the rented limousine left him outside the convention hall his wits were stirring, his eyes had cleared, and he had it figured out that Hunt Anderson must have made his pitch and Dunn behind his green eyeglasses had tot up the odds and played it safe. Inside, in his newspaper's makeshift quarters, the news was all over the ticker, looking official but without any real confirmation from anyone. Morgan bought a paper cup of asphalt coffee, then put a phone call through to Hunt's suite. 454. A minor miracle. Matt Grant came on the line. He'd heard what Morgan had heard but knew no more. He didn't even know where Hunt was, he said, but he did know that Kathy had gone to the convention hall. When Morgan hung up, the chairman was banging the gavel, and Morgan, carrying his steaming coffee, had to race for his place in the press section. Kathy had not been in the hall all week. He searched the galleries for her box, while Alabama declared itself the economic bonanza of the age as well as the foremost supporter even unto death of Joe Bingham, but the place was too dim, the smoke of 4 long sessions hung in hazy planes over the floor, and there was too much movement and color, too many faces and bodies, it was impossible to pick Kathy out of the kaleidoscope. Morgan concentrated on his coffee, tally sheet, and notebook. He could hear in his headphones the voices of the other reporters, trying to pin down the rumor about Dunn, who apparently was giving nothing but no comment to anyone. But there was not long to wait until Dunn's state would be called. The way that hall was laid out, Morgan would never forget. 3 aisles radiated from the rostrum through the delegates. The 2 outer aisles were at about 45-degree angles to the center aisle, which led straight up the middle of the hall. Halfway along its length a wooden tower rose into the murk, which was occasionally pierced by a weak draft of air conditioning to disclose the peering television cameras atop the tower. From where Morgan sat on the outer rim of the wooden platform that had been built for the press to the right of the rostrum there was another like it on the left. He could look straight along one of the angled aisles, and by turning a bit in his seat he could also see along most of the length of the one nearest him. Halfway up that aisle Dunn's delegation had its place. As the name of Dunn's state screeched through the hall, Dunn rose slowly and adjusted the microphone in front of him. Morgan could plainly make out the lean jaw, the carefully combed hair, the green spectacles. Dunn scarcely waited for the silence that fell instantaneously, as if some great hand had turned a volume button all the way down. Mr. Chairman. Unaccountably Morgan remembered that those had been v. 455. The first words he had heard Hunt Anderson speak, 5 years earlier, when Anderson had been starting the long road that had brought him to this place, had brought Morgan there too. Morgan sat twisted in his seat, staring through the haze of smoke at Dunn. Ever after, it was all arrested in Morgan's mind, frozen there forever, like the timeless, suspended life he had seen in the old wetplate Brady photos of another day. The delegates massed on the floor with their upturned, waiting faces, the crowds jammed in the galleries, the wooden tower looming in the center, the banners drooping high above, the state standards atop their slanting stalks, and Dunn's tall figure with the microphone pulled near the green spectacles. Cast 61 votes for Governor Aiken. The moment of silence was shattered by an animal roar. Delegates leaped into the aisles screaming like madmen, the galleries blossomed suddenly with Aiken banners and placards, and down the aisle that slanted away in front of Morgan, a brass band in red coats came thundering on cue, its drums pounding the march, its brasses shrieking "Happy days are here again." Aiken's people had done their work well. Dunn had thrown in his whole state delegation, and everyone in the hall knew that meant 37 more from the states following his lead, so the tide was running at last. Aiken's people, mostly White House operatives and dependents, were ready for the moment with bands, placards, delegations primed to lead the snackadance, galleries packed with the faithful ready to shout and whistle. Someone also had brought a small siren, and as the mass of delegates shoved along the aisles in the sweating, screaming wake of the band, the long, piercing moan of the siren rose and fell through the uproar with curious, ominous insistence, an alarm more than a jubilation, as if to remind the snackadancers that triumph was brief and struggle long. Morgan watched calmly. It must have appeared as if under no pressure. That early in the day he was in no rush to file, and he sipped his coffee, ticking away in memory and notes the few details of color and scene he would later need to recreate the moment in his sure professional prose. He watched calmly, but not really even seeing. He had never realistically expected Anderson to win, and he had a Pro. 456. Professional cover within which to shelter from the ordinary involvements of men, yet there was a certain tart bitterness 7J.J-E and umperness his heart, a momentary raging resentment at the sheer inequity of life, the monumental unfairness of the world that after so many long months of costly, wearing work, after so much investment of ambition, dreams, selflessness, in spite of the clear superiority he felt Anderson had offered, despite all that, mere power had prevailed again, and victory, however brief, had gone to one who had merely been at Nana. Morgan threw back his head to shout into the din, hurl his curse at Dunn, at fate, but as he did so his eyes, as if by magic, found Kathy in her box, alone in her familiar circle of intensity, still, aloof. Morgan thought indomitable. Then the whirls and planes of smoke closed again, and he could see her through them only hazily, but in that moment it came to him clearly that if power prevails, struggle goes on, because power, prevailing, could only accumulate more power, protect power, hoard power. That was the irony of victory, Morgan thought as the crowd shouted and stomped and swirled, that was the circular truth of drum, brass, and siren. Power prevailed and became powerless, struggle continued and was all. So, as the snackadance began to wind down, the Aiken banners to flutter and fall, the placards to dip, the band to march out with a last happy blare of trombones, Morgan told himself that Anderson had lost only to the recurring prevalence of power, which, properly seen, was hardly to lose at all, since nothing save power could truly be lost to power. His rage gone, Morgan felt hollow inside. He was shattered to find that it was an emptiness to have it over. He was not accustomed to defeat, for himself or for those he valued. Usually he tried to avoid situations that threatened rebuff or rejection, but when finally challenged he had always been able to make his way, survive, sometimes surmount. He felt Anderson's failure somehow as if it were his own, and he disliked it fiercely. But there was nothing to be done, it was over. 3. As the roll call resumed and wore on, the delegations began to break, all but those for Anderson. State after state tumbled into place. The column of figures under Aiken's v. 457 name lengthened on Morgan's tally sheet. He kept on putting down figures, looking up no more, making the entries stoically, raging again inwardly. He would see them in hell, he thought mindlessly, he would see them all in hell before he would concede defeat or let them know he was hurt. Hobart touched his arm. A sudden feeble yell went up in the back of the hall. Morgan looked up along the slanting aisle that stretched in front of him. The yell grew into a wilder cheer, and some 60 the Anderson delegation surged to their feet, their state standards waving and dipping. A bass counter-chorus of boos swelled under the thinner sound of the cheering. Hunt Anderson and Curly Layton were coming down the aisle arm in arm, looking straight ahead. Even with his slight stoop, Anderson towered over Curly, and the odd planes of his head looked drawn, edged, pulling his face into a mask. Curly was immaculate in a white suit, hand-painted tie, and cotton hair. They came from under the overhang of the balcony, and the galleries caught sight of them. Another cheer went up, caught, held, until the booing rose beneath that too. Never been done. Hobart was yelling. Never been done before. The chairman was banging his huge gavel, his normally mottled face apoplectic, his bald, bomb-like head wagging angrily. Officials were crowding forward on the rostrum to see what was happening. The roll call had stopped, drowned in the excitement. Photographers were rushing forward, their bulbs flashing, and the cameras on the tower were turning to follow the progress of the two men along the aisle. Morgan saw an Anderson delegation chairman jump up and down and screaming unintelligibly. Near him a whole Aiken delegation was booing in unison and turning its thumbs down. He looked up to find the box where Di was sitting and, through the haze and swirl, saw that Hunt's appearance seemed to have jarred even her iron composure. She was leaning forward, looking down at Hunt and Curly, her hands before her on the railing. Such a departure from the still and queenly attitude she had been maintaining suggested to Morgan that she knew no more of what Hunt was doing than anyone else did. "What the hell's he think he's up to?" a reporter yelled. 458, from a nearby bench, he was glaring as if Morgan were the official Anderson interpreter. Another, from behind, shouted, "Stampede. Bastard must think he can get a stampede going out there." Anderson and Curly were almost in the well before the rostrum by then, moving slowly, still not looking around or waving. Just then Anderson looked up, searched a moment, caught Morgan's eye. Morgan saw his shoulders rise in what might have been a shrug, then Anderson looked straight ahead, still coming on. Hobart was tugging at Morgan's arm. "He's going to try to speak, I swear he is, he must be trying to turn it around." "He's going to withdraw," Morgan said, guessing. "He's going to move to make it unanimous. I'd see them in hell. First," he was thinking. "I'd see the bastards in hell. In person." Hobart was staring wildly, terrified by lack of precedent. "It's crazy." "Maybe he is," Morgan said. "He's never been licked before. But I'd see them in hell." He thought Anderson and Curly disappeared beneath him, into the tunnel that ran under the rostrum and to the waiting room behind it. The cheering died almost immediately, but the booing went on for a while, defying the chairman's gavel. Then Morgan saw one of the party flunkies come rushing along the runway from the waiting room. Beyond him, through a gap in the curtained doorway, he caught a glimpse of Curly's white suit. The flunky whispered to the chairman, who was still banging the gavel, to halt the last dying grumble of boos. The chairman's bald head began to shake vigorously. The flunky went dashing back along the runway, where Curly in his white suit was waiting. Curly's mane tossed angrily, and he called something back toward the curtains, beyond which Morgan knew Anderson must be waiting. "They'll never let him speak," someone said in the row behind Morgan. "You can't speak during a roll call, it's the rule." But Morgan knew that rules at conventions existed to be set aside or broken by those with the power to do it. "Never seen such gall," Hobart said. "Who's he think he is? Goddamn upstart," the reporter behind Morgan snarled. V. 459. V. If he hadn't caused the party enough trouble already. "Pride," Hobart said. "Wouldn't you think he'd have more pride?" "Absolutely not," Curly Layton said. "No way. After that shitbird done caved in so pusillanimously, Anderson had no more chance than a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. Not to take too much credit, old Curly, for one, knew that right away. So I went to the floor quite early that morning, just to salvage what I could. I'd heard the evil tidings about that asshole done from one of his own goons, and my sinking feeling, gents, was that the bird had flown the coop. But by then, frankly, old Curly was I'll own right up to it emotionally involved, as even we practitioners of the art are apt to be. Anyway, it was never old Curly's style to cave in too fast. After all, even caving in, I learned the hard way over a good many years, is a political act. If a sound tactician knows how to cave in, and when why, he ought to be able to get a modest return on even such an unpleasant investment as that. Think no small thoughts, I say. So I wasn't just trying to hold our gallant forces together on the off chance that the reports were wrong. I was raising here and there, I hope judiciously and with some effect, the delicate question of the vice presidency. Now, gents, I know the common view is that that office is not worth what schoolboys used to call a shit in your hat. But frankly, some people tend to forget the fact that, as the cynics say, it's only a heartbeat away from the big casino. I was working without instructions, I confess it, because during the campaign Senator Anderson had graciously tendered me a certain welcome carte blanche. Even so, I knew I couldn't go too far, but I thought my principal had made a good showing against massed and relentless forces, and once the leaders had punished him with a good swift kick in the ass, I doubted they'd be vindictive. Revenge is of small worth in the politician's art, friends, but in all candor old Curly overestimated their practice of the art. But it didn't matter. We'll never know what might have come of my small efforts that morning, because before the hall filled up a messenger found me at my labors and said Senator Anderson wanted to see me. His wish was of course my 460 command. He turned out to be just outside the hall, in a rented limousine with drawn blinds, stylish, I thought, in a roped-off area of the parking lot thoughtfully set aside for we VIPs. I could see right away when I got in beside him that he had not enjoyed, the night before, that sleep that knits the raveled sleeve of care. Senator, I said, elaborately cheerful, if you're going to be president, you got to have a better looking pair of eyes than that in the morning asterisk. Damn it, Curly, he said to me, asterisk, you know we're down the pipe. So I asked him if he was entirely certain about that green-eyed, double-dyed, motherfucking done. He gave me the word himself, Anderson said. There was only one other thing I needed to know then, to put even more wheels in motion than I already had rolling. I told him that in old Cully's judgment there still was a splendid chance for number 2, that in fact I had already laid a few lines in that direction. He recoiled as if I had handed him a snake. Scratch that, he said immediately. I'm not a number 2 man. There was a telephone in the car, and I immediately called one of my lads inside the hall and told him regretfully to cash in the chips. If I may say so without intent to boast, gents, I'd been around long enough to know when a man meant what he said and when he was playing ducks and drakes. Of course the senator was not, I could rather easily detect, in the best of shape to make decisions of high policy, and I suppose that with a certain unscrupulous guile I might have gone back inside and put together a little something without his consent. But when he said he was not a number 2 man, it crossed my mind that for some people that really would be worse than anything second best. And I didn't for a moment doubt that Hunt Anderson was one of those unfortunates. So we sat there chatting idly. It was sweltering inside that car with the windows up and the blinds drawn, but he didn't seem to notice. Pretty soon, on the radio, we heard them start the roll call, and we both listened, as I remember it, without a word. What were words at that moment? It came inexorably, gents, down to that limp prick done, and that settled it. I let the radio have one good blast v. 461. Of old Cully's choicest vocabulary. Anderson just sat a moment, then opened the door and got out as if with a certain relief, almost gaily. As I recollect, he peered back in at me and said, "Let's go, Curly." I was struck almost dumb. "You're not going in that den of thieves," I remember crying out while I scrambled out of the car. But I had trouble catching up with him, the way he was moving across the parking lot on those long legs of his. I remonstrated all the way, and when old Curly remonstrates, gents, he remonstrates. "I'm a delegate," he kept saying, as if that mattered. "I've got a badge to prove it." I endeavored to tell him there was absolutely no need for him to enter that noxious hall. "No need for anything I've done so far," he said. "They've tried to make me play their game from the start, but I haven't yet, and I won't now." I explained, rather patiently I thought, that a candidate's appearance on the floor was generally considered bad form. And what the hell was he going to do when he got there? "I'm not a candidate anymore. I just withdrew. I'm going in there and tell them so in person, and tell all my people to get behind Aiken. That'll show the bastards who's a good party man." Well, gents, there I was, like a cowboy in a rodeo hanging onto one of those bucking steers, and I had about 1 minute, I'd judge, going across the parking lot in the hot sun, to hit on a course of action. Now let it not be thought that old Curly is one to discount gestures, because life instructs us all, if we heed it, that sometimes a well-conceived and well-executed gesture has more effect on men than anything else. But for my principal to go personally before the convention, well, I could hardly help seeing right away that it was going to look grandstand at the least, and at the worst like one last desperate riverboat gamble to stampede the convention. In short, it was going to look bush league and like anything but what he intended, and I'll have to confess to you gents, on the day we buried him, I'm almost ashamed to own it, but just before we got to the VIP entrance the thought did occur to old Curly that maybe the good senator really did have down deep somewhere a Lin. 462. Garing shred of the hope that springs eternal. Maybe he wa fooling even himself. It wouldn't have been the first that had happened to a practitioner of the art, and believe me, gents, I got better reason to know than most. So I caught him by the arm at the door and looked here in the eyes. They were not going to like it, I told him rather firmly, I believe. He shook his head and said to me, "I haven't run away from the pricks yet, Curly, and I'm not going to start now." Once again, with some desperation, I assured him that no one expected him to withdraw in person. He didn't have to go in there. But then he settled it for me. "Yes, I do," he said, and of course that was it. If I could have seen my way clear to deflect him, I certainly would have. I had tried hard, but then I could see his mind was made up. After that, why, gents, I had signed on, hadn't I? For the duration. We had a hell of a time getting past the gate. One thing life has taught old Curly, on every gate, at every gathering, there is some squintus-stupid guard who knows only one phrase, and not even a submachine gun planted in his belly can get another word out of him except "I got my orders." Well, he was there that morning, naturally. Anderson delegate badges were a dime a dozen, and the guards on that gate had been turning away crashers all week. Even when I vouched for him, I still had to get 1 or 2 of my lads to come out of the hall and back me up, one rather physically. And after we got past that obstacle and into the lobby of the hall, Aiken's lousy demonstration was just breaking up. We were just in time for the band to come out of the hall and deafen us, and for a rush of the hoi polloi to the refreshment stands, and the first thing we knew we were surrounded by a mob of people who'd recognized Anderson. Naturally, most of them were Aiken fans, and I suppose seeing their major opponent in the hall scared them, so they started yelling at him. A few were shaking their fists, and we were getting shoved around rather brutishly. Some son of a bitch even spit on me. And one began to notice something I thought strange. Anderson had always been good in crowds, you know, he was what we call grabby, he'd always seemed to love touching and being touched, but that day as we tried to push our way through the louts, he 463 seemed to shrink away from them, almost, I might have thought had I not known him better, to be afraid of them. The smile on his face was frozen, there was something rather blank in his eyes, and the strangest thing of all was that before long I could tell Seven was leading him. It was a little better after we got into the hall itself, there weren't so many people right around us, blowing their breath on us. Everybody was up yelling and booing, but nobody seemed to be trying to get at us, a fact that old Curly, for one, viewed with profound relief. So we went right on down the aisle, and by then it was almost as if I had a blind man at my side, depending on me to lead him along. It was too late to turn back, but in all candor, gents, I was worried as hell. I thought my good senator might have gone into some kind of shock. And then, when that bald-headed old tub of shit with the gavel refused to let my principal speak, why, gents, I like to blew my stack. There old Curly was, in full view of God and everybody, with a shell-shocked candidate on my hands, and enough due bills out on that cueball cocksucker to send him to jail, and he still wouldn't break into his no-good son of a bitching roll call. I knew it was against the rules. Practically everything is against the rules, gents, but practically everything gets done too, one way or another, and you know that as well as I do. He knew Anderson only wanted to withdraw, there wasn't any danger to Aiken or anybody else. Frankly, just in all candor, not speak ill of any man, it ain't my style. I never really understood before what small bore shits they were, how they hated Anderson, how far they were willing to go to pay him out for showing them up so often, for not practicing the art by the rules. So we just had to sit there while the roll call went on. We even had to sit through another Aiken demonstration when he finally got his damnable majority. Just before the roll call was over, old Curly finally had had enough. I went over to that slick-headed bastard myself and put a load right in his ear. Anderson speaks now, I said, right now, or Aiken can forget about carrying my state this fall. You can't do that, says Skinhead. You wouldn't dare. And I told him the hell I wouldn't. I told him that too could play his kind of chicken shit game. And I told him that when Aiken lost my state with all those electoral votes, 464, I was going to make damn sure everybody from the president on down knew just exactly which shiny-headed prick was responsible. And that did it, gents, because before they announced the totals, he finally called my principal to the rostrum. And after all that, Morgan said, Hunt only gave them about 4 or 5 sentences, not even memorable sentences. Friends, you picked the best man, he said, or something like that, and I guess I ought to know, because I learned it the hard way. The Aiken people were in, by then they could afford to cheer, and they did. I'm not sure what else he said, because I was thinking of that first sentence and what it must have cost him. I didn't know then that he'd told Curly he wasn't a number 2 man. But I knew what Hunt Anderson had thought of himself, had hoped for himself, and I thought the empty words of a good loser * wouldn't have come easily, they had had to be learned the hard way indeed, and I remember wondering even then what that would finally mean to him, what it had done to his image of himself. Morgan had looked up again at Kathy's box, it was empty. Morgan wished he were not there either, but he had to be, he was a professional and it was his work, he could not evade the last measure of Anderson's defeat. So, all of us working together, friends, let us move ahead to the great victory we cannot in unity fail to win, * that brought Anderson an ovation, and he stood there a few moments and took it, grinning, waving back at them, while Morgan thought of the irony of the dashing Anderson campaign, with its emphasis on a new kind of politics, finally coming to its end in that hot and smoky hall, with the delegates half listening to a few wheezing old lines out of the limitless rhetoric of all the politics and politicians of the past. And the last straw was that appearing on the floor in person was just the kind of unorthodox thing Anderson had been doing and profiting from. In that sense it had been just a continuation of the campaign, one last step too many. There was, after all, a thin line between a brilliant exploit and bad judgment, and Morgan wondered if Anderson had had the golden touch for so long, had become so accused. Old Butts Boy v. 465 tome to its magical results, that he could no longer recognize when he had slipped across the line. Or maybe they had taught even old Bull's boy that he had to play the game. One way or another, it had come to an end in those last ritual words, the brilliance gone in the blue smoke that hung over the hall, as if from burnt-out fires. Some time later, Anderson told Morgan that when he and Curly had come into the hall and found themselves surrounded by a mob, and then when they were walking down the aisle and heard the booing, he realized he had been wrong to think that the crowds, at least, would never go against him. All through that campaign, Anderson said, I was the popular favorite, or that's how it seemed to me. Maybe I was just reading my own press clippings. But I was the one running against the bosses, claiming they couldn't dictate to the people. I suppose I got thinking of myself as the good guy trying to beat the bad guys. At least that's what I thought the people thought. Then when Curly and I went in there, I saw that crowd thought Slash was the bad guy. It was a shock. I looked at all those angry faces and all those shaking fists, and suddenly I thought to myself, maybe I'm the one that's gone wrong. Maybe I've been fooling myself right along. But that had been years after the event. At the time Morgan had tried to get to Anderson behind the rostrum, but Curly had hustled Anderson out right after his brief speech. There had been a short recess while Aiken got himself together and conferred with the president and the other leaders, but after that the convention went right ahead with the vice presidential nomination. Morgan had to sit through a staff meeting during the recess, then was busy at the phone and typewriter until far into the afternoon. Finally, during another recess before Aiken's evening acceptance address for the prime-time audience, Morgan had time to go back to his hotel for a shower and shave. First, he went straight up to Suite 1201. A cyclone might have hit it. The litter of the campaign was everywhere, posters askew on the walls, pamphlets and photos and badges and press releases strewn over the furniture and floor. In one corner the forlorn soft drink machine that had pumped out cups of the only bribe Hunt's had 466 quarters had to offer. A few workers hung around, consolate. In one bedroom Morgan found Matt Grant, the orderly bureaucrat, pulling together the files in board boxes. Matt riffled a stack of index cards with his thumb. Delegates, he said. I could give you the color of eyes and credit rating on most of them, but it's old stuff now. 2 years of work in these boxes, and it wouldn't bring you 50 cents at the junkyard. Hunt can get an income tax deduction. He can give his papers to some library and deduct the dollar value. Matt's saturnine face frowned. Maybe we'll need the next time around. Maybe we aren't ready for the grave. One, if you've got the stomach for another go, you need a doctor. Where's Hunt? He'd already left the city, going off someplace to lie in the sun. But Kathy was still around, Matt said, waving vaguely toward the farther rooms of the suite. Morgan found her in a bare little room beyond the one where he'd talked to Hunt early that morning. By then it seemed a year or so before. They had used the room as an inner sanctum. All the hotel furniture was out, replaced by a metal desk, a telephone, a few chairs. Beyond the open windows there were street sounds. Far off, a brass band was playing. Kathy was at the desk, a stack of notepaper at her hand, looking tired and a little disheveled. Are you holding the bag? Morgan asked from the doorway. She smiled faintly and sat back. Getting off some notes to a few people who went out of their way for me during the convention. She did not say us. Then she added morosely, a very few. Why didn't you go off with Hunt? The note writing could wait a few days. Forever, for that matter. Morgan slouched low in one of the metal chairs. Suddenly he was tired again, almost as tired as he'd been in the next room early that morning. Hunt wanted to go. I didn't. I don't like lying in the sun. She looked at Morgan steadily. I don't like running away either. Is that what Hunt's doing? V. 467. You saw that scene in the hall this morning. I could see you on the press stand. There are those, Morgan said, who might think you're walking out on his speech was a kind of running away. Not anybody I care about. Not anybody who knows me. It was a bad idea. He ought not to have charged in there. Morgan decided to press her a little. But I'd have thought you'd want to be there to the bitter end. See him there as if he were down on his knees and that bald-headed old prick gloating over him. After all we been through? I couldn't stand a minute of it. She tossed her head angrily, ran a hand through her hair. That wasn't really the bitter end anyway. The bitter end came this morning when Dunn was here. What happened? I wasn't in the room. But didn't Hunt tell you? Just later that Dunn was going to Aiken. Hunt doesn't tell me a damn thing. It was an evasive answer, but at that point Morgan had no reason to believe he would not be able to learn what he needed to know from someone, in time. And he had another, to him more important, question to raise. You remember the day Hinman testified? You remember what I said to you? She thought a moment, pursed her lower lip, shook her head slowly. Well, then, Morgan said, not tired anymore but suddenly as angry as he'd ever been, fuck you. Adam Locklear was right after all. He said you were a cold-blooded snatch, and you are. He got up, kicked back his chair, and started out, not looking back. See her in hell too, he was thinking. I'll see them all in hell. Rich. She said it so softly Morgan almost didn't hear, almost kept on going. When he looked back she hadn't moved, her eyes were steady. Tell me what you said that day. He told himself to keep on going out of the room but he stopped. I said when you and Hunt got wherever you were. 468. Going, if you needed me, I'd be there. Or something sapped like that. She looked around the bare room, at the scattered chair and this is where we're going, isn't it? Morgan felt a certain large triumph, his anger was gone but this morning, he said, you didn't even want him talk to me, you were so sure I was just a goddamn newspaper snoop. Adam was right, Kathy said. Well, forget it. I was angry, the way you always seem to make me. But. Forget anything I said. No, Kathy said. You are still here, rich like Eek said you'd be, even if I didn't hear you say it. Her face began to crumple. She hid it in her hands, and he could just hear her say through her fingers, I do need you, Rich, I do. Before she leaned slowly forward, put her head on the desk, and began to cry. But what really happened? Glass said. When Anderson met Dunn, I mean. I asked him that morning. Curly Layton was beginning to puff a little as the walk turned uphill toward the Anderson house. While we sat there sweating in that closed car, listening to the roll call, I said, "For Christ's sake, Chief, wouldn't that ball-less bastard hold on even one more ballot?" Anderson just shook his head as if he was still puzzling it all out. Just shook his head and didn't say a word. "And you heard Dunn this morning," Morgan said. "As far as I know that's all he's ever said about it." "It's morbid," Adam Locklear said, his deep voice carrying clearly in the evening stillness, this prying back into something that happened all those years ago, with Anderson just now going cold in the grave. "We've all got our own lives to live, haven't we? Cotton to pick and taters to hoe, the black folks say. But I have to admit I'd like to know myself what happened to Anderson. He was one man I believed in. Even when I saw him going off the track, getting those presidential ideas in his head, I thought it was a mistake, but I never thought it would finish him. I never thought he'd wind up a sort of gentle has-been, if that's what he was, much less a drunk. You and he always did drink too much whiskey, Rich, and I used to think you were v. 469. Both really wasting yourselves that way. That stuff never did anybody any good. But back when I was working for Anderson, the drinking wasn't so bad, no worse than with most people in Washington. What shocked me was a couple of years ago when I was up there for some hearings at the Civil Rights Commission, I dropped in to see him and he got plastered at lunch. God damn it, I remember telling him, those hearings you ran on the migrants were the best thing anybody's done around here in years, but what have you been up to lately? He just laughed. We got some bills through for you, he said. I promised you that, and I came through, didn't I? And good bills at that. Actually working. That's why I hate to see you sitting on your ass when there's so much else to do asterisk. And then he said a kind of funny thing, maybe it's not good to take on too much, Adam. Maybe a man like me is only really good for one job like the migrant business. Bullshit, I said. If I believed that, I'd have gone on welfare 10 years ago. Well, he sat there a while with one leg over the corner of his desk, thinking about it. We're all different, Adam, he said at last, as if that might be news to me. You saw your life a certain way, a long time ago, and as far as I can tell you've never doubted it was the right way, and you've always been able to meet the commitment. And then he said another funny thing, think you've been lucky, he said. Now that got under my skin a little. I don't poor mouth myself, you know that, Rich, but on the other hand, where I come from and what I do aren't exactly what you'd call the good life either. So I hit him a little. Oh yeah, I've been lucky, Senator asterisk, I said. Never got started on the social life, I've been too busy, so I never had to break any bad habits or scald my innards with booze. That's good luck all right, and all my life I've been so busy keeping what you call a commitment, I never had the time for a lot of big talk about it or a lot of crap about changing the world. I thought that would get his dander up, but he just nodded at me. Exactly, he said. That's just what I mean about luck. I actually thought he was just joking me along, and anyway he was always a hard guy to stay mad at. We talked. 470. A while longer and then I left. Never saw him again. Now I wish I'd pressed him more. I wish I'd tried harder to get at the root of what was wrong. Or maybe I never would have understood how a man could just waste his life that way. That was a judgment Morgan was not sure Adam Locklear or anyone else was entitled to make, although to some extent he shared it or had shared it. When Anderson had returned from his rest in the sun after the convention, the Long Island woman had lent him her beach house. Morgan remembered he had looked tanned and healthy, and he had gone right back to work in the Senate, almost as if nothing had happened. He made some speeches that fall for the Aiken ticket, not too many because the leaders still didn't like or trust him and didn't want him to get any credit. Hunt also had a Senate campaign of his own coming up 2 years later, and he once quoted to Morgan something Judge Ward had told him, that a senator's 6-year term was like all gall, divided into 3 parts. The first 2 years, the judge had said, you can be entirely a statesman. The next 2 years, my boy, be half statesman and half politician. But the last 2 years, your ass better be all politician or you can start looking for work. Anderson laughed about that. I guess I got into the all politician phase a little early, he said. Anderson was in no trouble in his home state, even though Gravel Rhodes Johnson and 1 or 2 others kept wondering out loud how he'd managed to run for president and still represent the state's interests. That was a backfire line, as it turned out, because a primary reason Anderson had had so little trouble was the prestige he'd built by running for president. Every time anyone mentioned that, even critically, it just increased the effect. Morgan had wondered since if it might not have been a good thing if Anderson had had a tough opponent for re-election, that would have given him a new challenge, kept him running hard, left him no time for brooding. But Anderson hadn't been pushed, only some small-town mayor had finally jumped into the race against him, just to keep Senator Anderson honest, he said, but in fact to make AV 471 name for the congressional race he was planning for 2 years later. Against such a soft touch Anderson hardly had to run at all. A couple of O'Connor's leftover TV spots had been all he needed, and with Matt operating the Senate office efficiently, there was plenty of time for looking back. Too much, Morgan had come to think. Anyway, the drinking had not been the main thing, not at first. What Morgan noticed first was the time Anderson began to spend in his home state, and his lack of real interest in the Senate action. Ironically enough, that helped rehabilitate him with the judge and the other leaders. He was no longer pushing controversial matters or holding embarrassing hearings or putting the arm on senators for tough votes. He wasn't competing for good committee spots or preferences. He was available for peers, to co-sponsor innocuous bills. He was always willing to preside or to sit on the floor while windbags on the other side of the aisle talked banalities. He made cracking good fundraising speeches for just about anybody who asked him, and he was always willing to call for a quorum or to ask to have his vote announced, if it meant some late colleague could get to the floor in time to be recorded. He was, as the Senate measured things, a good senator. He spoke seldom the sound of my voice, he once announced rather slyly while toasting, after too many martinis and too much wine, a colleague who held the one-man filibuster record, is not a music that entrances me as in my youth. When he did take the floor, it was for the kind of brief and pointed remarks that earned for him in the press gallery the reputation of an intellectual, since he was believed to write his speeches himself, which he often did. The press gallery, of course, was a poor judge of intellect, but, among senators, Anderson also earned a certain rare distinction. When he spoke he was regarded as worth listening to, rather than as habitually getting off something for the record or for the folks back home or for the media. But it didn't take those like Morgan, or Matt who knew Anderson long to see that there was no purpose in him, no guiding notion, no sense of activities coordinated toward some coherent end. Before long it had been impossible not to notice that his drinking was getting worse. In 472. Anderson would call up a friend for lunch and it would turn SSII/J. XTFLB degree UTMT degree the afternoon, or after a dinner party he'd drag someone home with him, or follow someone else, and then keep him up till dawn, drinking and yarn spinning and replaying his presidential campaign or the Human hearings. By the time of his next re-election, 2 years after the convention, he had an absentee record that might have killed off anyone else in another state or with a strong opponent. As the years went along, when he'd show up at committee meetings or hearings, he often made the most incisive comments or raised the most penetrating questions, but there was seldom any follow-through, or action but upon the inside. Then he began to show up with decreasing frequency and, worse, sometimes not in the best of condition. The sight of Senator Hunt Anderson, lately the front-running presidential candidate, snoozing gently at the committee table, became all too familiar, if not quite as familiar as the empty place where he was supposed to have been. Before long the extent to which he was being protected by colleagues who had once feared and disliked him was remarkable, but that was the Senate. Colleagues covered up his absences, kept his staff posted, looked after his interests and his states on the floor. When he had come charging into the Senate, seized an issue and a place of leadership and within one term made himself a leader with a national following and a chance for the presidency, they had thought him pushy and unprincipled, but now that he appeared to them as something of a wasting genius, a self-destructive figure with some tragic flaw, they admired him for what he might have been and sympathized with him for what he was. There had been something rather brooding and mysterious about Anderson at that period. Morgan believed Anderson's colleagues thought he had been to a strange place they had never visited, had seen something of its terrors and beauties, and had come back set apart, and properly, from the ordinary struggles of men. Morgan himself believed something like that, particularly after Anderson had said to him, in the course of a boozy luncheon at Dirty Martin's, "You're getting to be a big man around this v. 473. town, Rich. There's a lot of talk about those articles of yours, and I know why. Because I discovered you. Flattery gets you nowhere." Anderson shook a long finger with solemn emphasis. "'Cause you're a romantic son of a bitch. What's that got to do with my increasing fame? Means you keep looking for something. Means you keep expecting things and men to be more and they are. Including Richmond P. Morgan. A very decent fellow but no paragon. So you look at 'em closer than most, again including this RP Morgan chap. And when none of 'em turn out as good as they appear, well, they never do they? Including Morgan. Including Anderson. Including every damn body. Oh, it comes through in what you write. A disappointed quality. Some of those goddamn whistling sentences of yours take the ass right of some poor son of a bitch. Well, what about you? Morgan said. You were the one who was going to change history, remember? I guess you're a hard-headed realist by now. But it had become very hard to get Anderson to talk about himself, except for his campaign. Oh, I remember, he said. I remember every goddamn thing. As a surly waiter set the third round of if tartness in front of them, Anderson held up a warning finger. Morgan, he said, why are martinis at lunch like a woman's breasts? Morgan shook his head. 'Cause one's not enough and three's too many. God bless him. In fact, whatever professional success Morgan was having in those years was like most the product of luck and good timing. He had done good work, first on the migrant hearings, then on the Anderson campaign and the convention. His newspaper had hired him after he had written the congressional scandal piece for which Millwood had upbraided him, but it was his connection with Anderson that had earned him a shot at the convention, and not too long after that, the national political writer had retired, opening that desirable job at the right time. The result was that while Anderson had been sinking into his protected obscurity in the Senate, Morgan had been working what Ann said was 25 hours a day, on. Aiken had the nomination locked up before the fight began. By then Anderson didn't have O'Connor to do his TV or anybody for that matter. Kathy wouldn't touch the campaign. Anderson had no issue, no money, no backing, just a few nostalgic voters and faithful followers. Morgan went up there once, during the first primary, but left after 2 days of the campaign. It made him angry to see Anderson doing so badly, where only 4 years earlier he had so unexpectedly triumphed. But Anderson kept plowing ahead, even when everyone else knew it was no use. Kathy had managed to talk him out of going up there the night the primary returns came in. They had holed up in his Senate office to get the news, which was all in by 10 p.m. Aiken had rolled right over Anderson, who soon went out in the hall where the cameras were set up. The issue had been settled so quickly, he'd only had time for 1 or 2 drinks after dinner, but, to Morgan, Anderson appeared strangely relaxed, almost content. I want to congratulate Governor Aiken, he said. It's getting to be a habit with me. I want to say also that I'm not going to enter any more primaries. If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve. If drafted for the vice presidency, I'll support the other ticket. Senator, one of the TV reporters said keenly, does this mean you've given up national politics? Yes, and vice versa. Kathy, who had been standing beside Morgan, turned and went back into Anderson's office. One old-timer was there from a wire service. He was gruff at best, and Morgan knew he thought correctly the whole thing had been a waste of everyone's time. Senator, he growled, why'd you enter this primary in the first place? Oh, I suppose old politicians never die, Jack. And then I thought I ought to give the people who supported me so generously the last time another shot at it. Turned out they didn't much want it when the bright lights were out and they had wandered back into his private office, past the rooms where Matt and a few staff members were closing things down. Anderson looked at Morgan rather wistfully. I know you think I was 476. A fool too, Rich, but don't be too hard on me. I really did want to see if anybody still cared. Particularly if I did. And did you? No. Which was the main thing I wanted to find out. As for anybody else, Morgan said, you can't really judge by this one result, can you? Doesn't matter, Anderson said. VM free of it now. I'll tell you why you really ran, Kathy said from the other end of his private office. She was sitting on the sofa where Hunt took his long afternoon naps. If you don't know. It was just one more scene in the great tragedy. Like Barrymore falling off the stage into the bass drum. It was politics that ruined him, not whiskey, Adam said. You know that, Rich, you just won't admit it? It was politics that got him to thinking he could do more than a man can do. Morgan had become used to the thinly disguised hostility that had grown between Hunt and Kathy, especially when his presidential campaign was being discussed. Morgan went often with them, in the years after the convention, to the Anderson place. He and Hunt would walk the fields for hours, then go back to Hunt's room and talk and drink into the night. They were men who wanted nothing from each other anyway, nothing more than conversation and company and silence, although Morgan occasionally raised the subject of what had happened at the convention. Most of the time, he thought, Hunt seemed to have a certain contentment Morgan didn't want to disturb. In the convoluted way of life, it even seemed to be Hunt who had become detached about politics, issues, power, where once it had been Morgan who had questioned their efficacy. There were times, Morgan sensed, when Hunt showed a certain protective feeling about Morgan, although it should have been the other way around. Don't take politics too seriously, Morgan, don't be a football coach, Hunt liked to say. One of his favorite quips was that politicians were like football coaches, calm. Old Bulletin W.S. Boy v. 477. Binding the will to win with the belief that the game was important, Morgan always refrained from saying that it had been he who had first given Anderson the saying, years before. Or Anderson would say, for Christ's sake, Rich, life's too short, take some time off, go south, give Richie and that sexy gal of yours a chance to know you. Once or twice Hunt had insisted that Morgan bring them to the Anderson place, but the few times Ann came, she and Kathy didn't get on. They would always make it a more formal occasion. The last time Ann had made the trip she had turned to Morgan rather suddenly on the flight home. You're screwing that hard-nosed bitch, she said. Don't expect me to go down there ever again. What in hell are you talking about? Morgan glanced nervously at Richie, who was sitting across the aisle, reading Mad magazine, and oblivious. I'm not a fool, Rich. I can see what's between the two of you. Oh, come on, Ann. So sometimes I get a little hot and bothered around Kathy, most men do, but that's all there is to it. It was true at the time. Morgan thought how likely it was that imaginary sins would exact their penalties before the real ones. Well, if you're not screwing her, Ann said, you're slipping. Anyone can see she's panting for you. How would you know anything about panting for me? God knows, you never have. And what do you care anyway? Just don't ask me to go down there anymore, Ann said. I've got more pride than you have. Morgan knew she did, she had had to. On the night before their wedding, Morgan had found her teaching school in the town where he had done his first newspaper work. After Ann had cheerfully repelled his customary effort at advance consummation, they had indulged in late cokes and barbecues at the castle, a drive-in with a parking lot so dark that the whole establishment was known as the Rassel. Your last chance, Ann said. Any regrets? 478, Morgan considered the question gravely, as in those days he had considered most things. Some, he finally said. And sat bolt upright. You feastered. Well, I just meant. Too late, Morgan perceived the enormity of his error. Like I always wanted to go around the world, just for instance. Or own a yacht. Things like that. And with a wife and responsibilities and probably children, I mean it's just not as likely anybody can do anything like that. You can have your damned cheap ring back this minute, Ann said, wrenching at her finger. Ah, come on, Morgan said. You know I didn't mean. But Ann had known no such thing, he soon understood, and he had taken half an hour trying to mollify her. The ring would not come off, and she had finally given up tugging at it and sat stiffly against the far door, staring straight ahead while he tried vainly to persuade her that none of the vague dreams of youth really meant anything compared to her. Until at last she had jerked her head toward him as if It were that of a toy, and even in the dark of the car Morgan thought he could see the fierce whiteness of her face. "You listen to me," she murmured, so low he had to strain to hear. "I don't care about your silly dreams. I don't want to hear about your responsibilities. I'm not going to be some kitchen drudge and sexbot for you. If I thought that, you'd never get near me again. Listen, if you marry me, Rich, you'll go around the world. You'll have a yacht if you want it. You marry me and you'll do anything you want. Do you understand that?" "Oh, baby," Morgan said. "God, yes, I never meant. You'd better understand it. Because I'm somebody, Rich. And if you don't understand that, you don't understand anything." But Morgan had not understood, not until years later. He had only wanted her and what he conceived of as marriage and life. Even when it was too late, it seemed to him that his obvious desire to love her as she wished should have been enough to outweigh with her his inability to do so. He knew and was proud, all right, proud and hurt and indomitable, and still reaching. So she had never gone back to the Anderson house, but something kept drawing Morgan back. He believed it was there that someday he would learn what had really happened between Dunn and Anderson, what had been said, what they felt, and how they reacted at that moment when Anderson's expectations for himself had come to their peak. One night in the fall, before Anderson made his brief, farcical jump back into the limelight, he had finally talked about Dunn. "A very sharp man," Anderson said. A fire was leaping in the grate. Kathy had put some splendid ham on the table an hour or so earlier, and late that afternoon they had pulled 4 fine lunging largemouths from the shaded pond in one corner of the Anderson place. 2 had gone back into the water, but 2 were cleaned for breakfast. The 2 men were relaxed, with a bottle of scotch and the fire between them. Anderson was musing, mellow. What the hell? Morgan thought, and asked him again what had happened with Dunn. For a long time after Anderson's quick, short reply, Morgan thought he would say nothing more, and he resigned himself to the usual frustration. Then, "Those green glasses put me off," Anderson said. "I thought at first that was an affectation, a little edge Dunn gave himself. But I checked and found he'd really needed them since childhood. And I hadn't spent the first hour with him before I saw he was a different breed of cat from most Pauls. He scared me a little. I thought he was looking right through me with those lenses. Maybe he was. Maybe he only thought he was." By then Morgan's work had forced him to know Dunn at least superficially, although after the convention he'd had to work at being open-minded about it. "You never can tell what Dunn wants," Morgan said. "I think that's what's so scary about him." Anderson thought about that and drank scotch. "Maybe so. The way you judge a man is what's important. It governs everything. I mean, for example, I judged Hinman right. I figured I could crack his shell and make his arrogance do him in. Everything turned on that, and that's the way it worked out. But I judged Dunn wrong." 480. "Done him wrong," Morgan said, careful not to sound too serious, and there was just enough scotch in Anderson to make him laugh. "I was wrong of $UT Dunn," Anderson went on, "because. Maybe you remember what I said when I called you in that night, Rich. I believed he'd take the gamble. I didn't think he'd take the easy ride with Aiken. I didn't think he cared about just winning as much as he did about pulling off a big score. But in judging him that way, you see, I figured he'd judge me the way I wanted to be judged, thought I ought to be judged. So the real question is, what was his actual judgment of me? What kind of a fell low did he think he was dealing with?" Anderson drank more scotch. Morgan held his breath until Anderson spoke again. The first thing he said that morning, he came slipping in like a thief, looking behind him through those goddamn green glasses, and he said right away, "Are you bugged?" Christ, I was so dead on my feet I get tired all over again just thinking about it. I snapped at him a little. "How would I know?" I said. And he just nodded and said, "You probably are. That old man can get anything done he wants." I guess he meant the president, and I guess he was right. Kathy came in just about then and shook hands. But I could see Dunn wasn't going to talk in there, whether in front of her or not. So I said, what about the bathroom? Yeah, great, Dunn said, and Kathy gave me a look that would have stunned a mule. She's always thought it was just a scheme to get away from her. She flounced her ass out of there, and Dunn and I went into the bathroom, and he actually turned on the shower. I got one of these long legs over the sink and sort of half sat on it. It's a wonder I didn't fall asleep. Dunn turned down the lid of the john, put his foot on it, leaned on his knee, and looked at me through those green lenses. That's when it got through to me, Morgan, when I saw he was waiting on me to take the lead, that it mattered as much whether he judged me right, saw me the way I wanted to be seen, as it did whether I judged him right. The truth was, I didn't have the faintest notion what he thought of me, and it was too late to find out. V. 481 Morgan, his writer's imagination leaping the years, could picture them in that bathroom, with its massive tub and the sink on which Anderson was perched rising on its thick stem like a marble toadstool from the old-fashioned barbershop floor, the dawn light gray at the frosted window. I still don't know how I did it, Anderson said. I was just about out on my feet, hadn't slept in, I believe it was 3 nights. But I pulled myself together that one last time, or anyway I thought I did, and tried to lay it on the line for him. I started by outlining the way I saw the situation. That the leaders hadn't got the mileage they'd hoped for by swinging so much to Aiken on the second ballot. Maybe they should have waited one more. So the next time around, I said, if everybody held tight, Aiken would start to look bad and the thing might begin to slip away from them after all. Dunn just nodded once. So then I said, that's if everybody holds tight. But that goddamn Stark, he won't hold, the way he looks to me. Stark's got the butterflies in his belly, and he's going to Aiken if what I hear is right. You still with me? Dunn gives me another nod. So if it gets to Stark and the son of a bitch goes over, that'll break the dam. But you come before Stark on the roll call that time. Dunn didn't even nod, so I began to pour it on a little. Stop me when I get to be wrong, I said. You stand pat and Stark jumps to Aiken, you're holding the bag, right? We all are. If you go to Aiken first, Stark does too, and that's the ball game, but what's in that for you? That's no score, to put over a guy who's going to get the marbles anyway. Better than holding the bag, Dunn says, just a whisper I could barely hear above the running water in the shower. So I came back at him quick. But what about the other possibility? You better believe I was selling like a son of a bitch. You're ahead of Stark on the roll call, I said, so suppose you swing to me. Meantime, I send Curly Layton over there to stir up Stark's butterflies, and you know Curly can do it. When Stark hears you're going to me, and the demonstration Curly's boys will set off, that's going to put the squeeze on him till his balls ache. At the worst, he'll go on to Aiken the way he figures to do, and we've got a dead. 482. Lock. Or maybe he won't go anywhere, and then we're really in business and Aiken's in a sling. It's even possible Stark'll come all the way to us on the same ballot. I wouldn't bet against it once you crack the whip over his head. That would be the big score for both of us. And then, while Morgan sipped his scotch, his feet stretched casually to the fire but his mind as alert as it had ever been to every nuance of what Anderson was saying, to every recollected detail. Then Anderson fell silent. The fire snapped in the grate, outside a little wind had come up, rattling the shutters, and somewhere in the house Morgan could occasionally hear Kathy, or maybe it was Jody, moving around. The silence began to stretch out, bear down. Morgan had never been so close to knowing. It seemed to him that no less than the riddle of life was about to be answered for him. He feared to put in even a prompting question, lest he shatter the moment Anderson was slumped in his chair, his chin down a little on his chest, his eyes staring unwinkingly at the fire, his hair in its usual cowlicks and sprouts, light and shadow moving softly on the odd planes of his face. Morgan took the empty glass out of his hand and went silently to the bar in the corner of the room. I not only judged him wrong, Anderson said at last, while Morgan was still pouring drinks, but I guess he judged me right. How's that? Morgan capped the scotch bottle, careful to jar nothing, make no unexpected sound or movement. Not the way I wanted to be judged. Morgan went almost on tiptoe across the room, handed Anderson his drink, and returned to his own chair. Dunn not only didn't go for the gamble, Anderson said. He knew I would offer him a deal if he didn't. And if I would offer him a deal, after that high and mighty campaign against the bosses, then of course I wasn't any better than any of the rest, maybe I was even a worse hypocrite, and there was no more reason to put me over than any of the others. Maybe not as much, if he didn't really care about the big score. Morgan felt a mixture of relief at knowing and shock at what he had learned. It did not square, he thought, it went v. 483. Against all his own judgments, against all those instincts about men on which he had to rely in his work. It shook him to have been so wrong. What did you say, Hunt? I mean when you offered him the deal. Anderson made an expansive, dismissing gesture with his long arm and shook his big head. Stop asking so many goddamn questions, Rich. I'm not a bloody reporter like you. I don't remember what I said or he said or anybody said. We weren't in there long enough to say much, it was the hot water he was running and we didn't even steam up the mirror. How the hell should I remember what was said when I don't even want to think about it anymore? Well, damn your eyes, Morgan said, angered by the suggestion that he was intruding, frustrated again at this new curtain rung down in the midst of the play, shocked still at the unexpected nature of the scene he had glimpsed. You remembered what you wanted to remember, or what you wanted me to think you remembered, and now you chicken out of the only thing I ever asked you for. Anderson chuckled. Which happens to be the one thing of mine you or nobody has a right to, not even if I remembered, which I don't for 1 second admit I do. Besides, I keep trying to tell you, what matters is how Dunn judged me, not what I maybe think I said or he said 3 years after the fact. And I know how he figured me, because he told Kathy and she told me, you can bet on that. Do you think he was banging her? Don't be a damned fool, Morgan said, furious. Even if that were true, and it isn't, you ought not to ask me or anybody anything like that. I know it, and I don't really think that. Kathy's too careful to screw around, and she doesn't have to find out things in bed, she's got her own methods. But she was close to Dunn, she talked to him a lot at the convention, you know. He's told her everything that happened and she's rubbed it in so hard, sometimes I feel like striking back. But I guess it was a shitty thing to say. He lifted his glass to the ceiling of the room. I apologize, Kathy, you win again. It wasn't easy on her, Morgan said. She wanted to win that nomination. She wanted it as badly as you did. 484. Anderson's mouth twisted in faint irritation, and he too, a drink before answering. You put that just right, Morgan, just right. I don't reckon I'll be allowed to forget what penned either. Forget what? Morgan was still trying but without hop. What I told you a minute ago, about Dunn. Morgan, WHYNT, you put some scotch in all this branch water you poured in here. And no amount of booze or blandishment got any more than that out of him, then or ever. When Jody came that night, Anderson was half asleep in his chair. Morgan was still fuming, and not at all drunk. Well, I for one just don't like to think of Anderson as being ruined, Curly Layton was saying. They had walked quite near Anderson's house. Most of the cars were gone from the meadow, but the faint odor of exhaust and the dry prickle of dust hung in the warm evening air. But if he was, I'll tell you one thing I've never understood and never will. He was married to about the strongest and smartest woman I ever knew, and a looker at that, how could she let him ruin himself, if that's what he did? After Jody had taken over in Anderson's room, Morgan went into the hallway and up the curving stairs. As his head came up to second floor level, he could see a thin strip of light, dim as a candle's glow, falling across the corridor ahead. He had come up those stairs many a night and stopped in front of Kathy's door, listening, hearing nothing, only the hard pounding of his heart, his shallow breathing, the shudderings and creakings of the old house. He had often put his hand on the loose knob, told himself to turn it, longed for the soft, devouring darkness beyond it. He knew the door would not be locked, was there for him to open. Since that day in the bare little room at the convention hotel, when he had first held her in his arms, Morgan had known he had only to act. The fierce attraction that, subdued or thwarted, had made them clash like natural forces, had needed only the merest recognition, a comforting word, v. 485. A first tentative touch of bodies, Kathy's hair soft as breath on his lips, to flare unmistakably between them. Yet Morgan had waited. Something had kept him going past the unlocked door. Not and that part of his life was an empty chamber, peopled only with occasional remembered sighs, kept neat and untouched deep within him, as a long-departed child's room might be kept immaculate for his imagined return. And not Hunt. Morgan knew Hunt and Kathy had lived for years an arranged life, made intimate only sporadically by the death of a child, the shared struggle of the campaign, and now spiraling, on her part, into smoldering hostility and, on his, into an indifference seldom broken by the bitterness toward her that Morgan had seen that night. Certainly not Kathy. Sometimes, Morgan knew, she watched him with puzzlement, and in the secret clasp of a hand, the flick of an eye, the casual brush of an arm, once in the tension that rose tangible between them as the dust motes in the silent, sun-carrot-stabbed air of a taxi in which they were riding from Capitol Hill to Georgetown in 1,000 ways, Morgan knew she was waiting for him. Himself, then, for he had not acted, nor had he come up the steps even that night intending to act. He stared at the illumined strip of light a long time. It lay there on the floor as if drawn by a determined hand, a barrier, a warning, and he knew if he stepped over it and onto the familiar guest room at the end of the hall he could never come back. So the decision was forced, and there had never been in his mind any doubt of what he would do if that were to happen. He would reach once more, as he had always reached. Morgan went up the steps, seized the loose knob, pushed the door farther open, went in, and closed it behind him. The light came from a small lamp near the window, it left the bed in shadows. Kathy was not in it. She was sitting on the little sofa, just outside the brightest circle of the light. "I've been waiting," she said. "A long time. It's going to be complicated." "Everything's complicated." "No, it was simple not to come in here. It was easy to know you wanted me to come in that door, that I wanted to come in, and still not do it. It wasn't easy for me." She stood up. She was wearing 486. The kind of full-length robe he came to know that she always wore, never anything coquettish. "Wait here and see how much easier than it's going to be now," he said. "Because I'm not just coming in here this once, you know, and never again, you'd better not. And we're not going to have some sneaky little two-bit affair for a little while until we get tired of it. You know that too. Why don't you stop telling me what I know?" She came a few steps toward him, reached down, clicked off the light. "Did you ever have anything in your mind," Morgan said in the darkness, "that was just right, just perfect, that you wanted to do?" "Yes. That's why it was easy for me not to come in. It was just perfect. It was almost a pure vision to think of coming in here. That's why I thought you wouldn't ever come. I know you, Rich, I've known you a long time. You don't want to admit that nothing's pure in life." "I know," Morgan said. "Everything gets complicated." In the dark they had come close together. He put his arm around her, and they went to the window and looked over the fields silver in the autumn moonlight. There was a sound in some far corner of the house, a door closing. Morgan closed his eyes, put his face in Kathy's hair, saw in brilliant subliminal flashes Anne's tight scornful mouth, chick and steak diner flashing red in the night, beautiful long tanned legs, fire shadows dark on Anderson's face. Maybe it was like in television, Glass said. They had stopped beneath a tree on Anderson's lawn. A few figures were moving near the house. The governor's limousine waited grandly at the foot of the steps. More lights had come on, including a dim one in Kathy's room. I mean, in television, Glass explained as they looked at him, the most successful guy finds a role to play. He comes across on the tube as a particular kind of person, you know what I mean? Maybe this Anderson was that V487 way. Like Dr. Kildare. Or Perry Mason. Everybody thinks of a guy like that in a certain way. And if he gets out of that role, he can lose it all. People who saw him one way can't see him any other. But they can turn the dial, Morgan said. The guy that plays the part is stuck with it. 2. They walked across the lawn to the porch. Just as they reached the steps, the governor and his wife, closely followed by Matt Grant, came out of the house. "Oh, Rich," Matt said, "I'm glad you got here." He met Morgan at the top of the steps. Riding in with the governor, he whispered, then, aloud, "There's a message. You're to call Keller at your office. And you just missed Danny. He went off with Sprock and Berger. They said they'd probably see you on the 8:30 plane." Morgan thought glumly of the redhead and glanced at his watch. It was 6:30, he would have to hurry to make it. "Kathy's already said goodbye to the governor, and now she's upstairs talking to Dunn," Matt said. "She wants to see you before you go." The governor loomed up, beaming over Morgan. "I just want you to know your home state's mighty proud of you, Mr. Morgan. Follow every word you write down here. Don't always agree, of course." "I bet not," Morgan said. "Much obliged, Governor. Come see me while you're here." The governor winked massively. "Might even have a story for you." Over the governor's shoulder Morgan could see Matt's pleased face. "I'm supposed to get out tonight, Governor. If I miss the plane, I might take you up on that." Anytime at all." "Well, come on, Alice May." The governor seized his wife's arm. "Let's get over the 488. 489. Creek before dark. Y'all come see us at the mansion." Matt shook hands again, whispered hurriedly to Morgan, "Predate anything you can do." He gave Curly Layton a hand, clapped Glass on the shoulder, held out his hand to Adam. "Hasn't been the same around the Senate since you left." Adam nodded. "I can believe that. Can't keep the governor waiting, Adam. Wish we had more time to talk." Matt hurried down the steps and into the limousine. It pulled away, with a flurry of waving hands at the rear window. "Poor Matt," Morgan said, "I don't think he's got a prayer." "For what?" "He wants Hunt's seat." "Jesus," Adam said, "they haven't got the dirt in the hole yet." "My friend," Curly Layton put a fatherly arm around Adam's broad shoulders, "when I was governor I had a senator die on me once, with 5 years to go on his term. It was the foulest period of torment I ever went through while practicing the art, I don't mind telling you. Running for office was Valentine's Day by comparison. The first 6 hours after we got word the distinguished Senator Daughtry had cashed in, he was on a Foreign Relations Committee inspection trip to the French Riviera. Rest his soul, I had 21 applications for the seat and 18 nominations from people that wanted their man appointed. By the end of the week I had over 150 names on a list, and every one of them an honor to the state with a lot of clout. Hell, my friend, hell, I say, is as Eden compared to what a practitioner goes through when he's got a list like that to weed the culls out of down to one." "What'd you do?" Glass asked. "Appointed myself with a promise to the people to serve out the term and never run again. Only way I could see out of a bad spot. Besides," Cully's jowls shook with mirth, and a curl tumbled across his forehead. I decided I was the best man. Maybe this governor'll do the same thing, Morgan said. I don't see what he'd have to gain by even thinking about Anderson's A. 490. Curly shook his head. No mileage in that. While you guys talk politics, Adam rubbed his stomach. I'm going to scrounge something from Jody in the kitchen. Not a bite since breakfast. I'll come along, I'm starving too. Glass said. They went into the house. Curly and Morgan stood looking out at the darkening sky, listening to the crickets. A black man whom Morgan recognized as Zeb Vance's driver came across the lawn. Lookin' for Senator McLaren. His voice was soft, slurred, and it took Morgan back to many an earlier evening, many another summer, and the crickety sounds of youth. He knew he had to be on guard against nostalgia. If he let himself, he would wallow in it, not so much in memory of what had been as in despair at what was, and would be, in their hard contrast with the soft colors and gentle voices of the recollected past. I'm not sure, Morgan said, wary of confronting Millwood again. Curly picked up the vibrations immediately. Tell you what, he said to the driver, you come along with me and we'll find them inside somewhere. Maybe the senator will even give an old friend a lift to town. The driver came up the steps and they went into the house. For the first time in hours Morgan was alone. He went out to the lawn and sat under a tree, away from the lights on the porch, around which moths were beginning to cluster and flutter. The sun was far beyond the edge of the earth and, that late in the summer, night was falling fast. The sky was cloudless, purple, limitless. A single star hung brilliantly over the house, over the dim light in Kathy's room. Morgan wished he were far away, farther than the star. He wished he were shining and alone in a heaven too vast to imagine, where nothing could be complicated. The black driver came out of the house and helped an unsteady Millwood down the steps. Curly and Zeb Vance followed. As Morgan got up and went toward them they stopped, watching him come into the light. You fellows leaving now? He said awkwardly. Got to get on, Scout. Zeb Vance clapped Morgan on the shoulder. Long drive for the old folks. I reckon you won't hold it against Millwood. He spouted off a little back there. Millwood's got a good heart. 491. I know he has. And I don't think I'm the one that ought to hold anything against anyone. Rumph, Curly said. I'll just shake hands and get on down there to the car and chat with Millwood. Curly Morgan took his hand. I'll be on the road soon, and I'll look you up. But he knew he would not, he knew Curly knew he would not, they both knew there would be no need. Always glad to see old friends. Curly held Morgan's hand a moment, then went toward the car. Morgan saw that the handsome head was not so erect on the broad shoulders as it had been earlier. The day had been hard on everyone. Fine man, Morgan said. Zeb Vance nodded. One of the best I ever knew, and I did know some in my time, Scout. Only Curly went off on purpose, gentleman that he is, so we could chat, and there's nothing to chat about, far's I'm concerned. I told you I don't bear a grudge. I always left that to Millwood and Miss Pearl. Well, then, would you mind not calling me Scout? Zeb Vance peered at him in the failing light. Why not? Because it's what you used to call me, and now it breaks my heart. Well, if it breaks, Zeb Vance said, it goes to show you've got one, Scout. Maybe more of one than you think. Walk with me to the car. They moved along a few steps, then Morgan stopped. I don't want Millwood to chew me out again. Millwood's not but barely compos mentis, if that. I poured enough bourbon down his gullet. I expect that driver had to hoist him into the back seat with a crane. The engine was running, and the door was open for Zeb Vance. He turned to Morgan and held out his hand. You might as well come see me sometime. I'd like to, you know that, but I don't know if I'm coming down here anymore. That was a little dramatic, Morgan thought, but he vaguely wanted sympathy. He was not sure for what. Zeb Vance shook his head vigorously, letting go of Morgan's hand. "Now you don't want to take too much after that fellow we just buried," he said. "He always looked too 492. Me to take things too seriously. What I think is, Ma ought to do the best he can and not believe in too much. So he doesn't get hurt too often. So he don't have to waste too much time bleeding and moaning." Zeb Vance got in the car laboriously, closed the door, and peered at Morgan from the window. "Come on down and see me anyway, Scout. It's hard to go back but it's harder to get away. Hum up, driver." Morgan watched the car move away. That was all right, he thought, not believing in too much was fine if a man could be that way. It was good advice to give. Still, he felt better, having opened himself to Zeb Vance as he had seldom opened himself to anyone. It had not quite been sympathy he had received in return, but there was a certain relief in having shed some of his burdensome cover, as if he had dropped off a heavy coat. Or perhaps he was only dramatizing himself again. Morgan over the hill, or the twilight of life, great scenes from the American drama. He turned toward the house. All the lights in Kathy's room were on, her unmistakable outline moved momentarily across the shade. As close as they had been, he thought, had he ever truly been open with Kathy? Inside with relief Morgan noticed that the white spray was gone from the doorway he met Dunn coming down the curving stairs. Now or never, Morgan thought, but before he could speak Dunn asked if he wanted a ride into town. "When are you leaving?" Morgan asked. "In a minute or so. Those friends of yours from Washington are coming along to catch the 8:30 flight. Mine goes the other way a little after 9. In the car with Glass and French would be no place to challenge Dunn. Besides, he would have to see Kathy, he wanted to see Kathy. Well, I'll get a ride some way a little later on. Jody can drive me if nothing else. I've still got some things to talk over with Kathy. She's holding court upstairs. There was something I wanted to ask you too. I've got a minute or two." The green glasses turned toward the parlor where Anderson's coffin had been. Morgan fancied there was still a faint funeral odor of sickly flowers coming from it. "Not in there," he said and 493. Led the way back to Anderson's room and closed the door behind them. Morgan went to the bar cabinet and poured vodka over ice, raising his eyebrows at Dunn. Dunn shook his head, private behind his green shield. "Anderson's in the ground, Dunn. I guess he was the nearest thing I had to a friend, anyway one that I kept. Those few minutes you spent with him in that damned bathroom all those years ago turned his life around somehow. Everything built up to that meeting and everything went downhill from there on. Figuratively speaking. What's up and what's down could be a matter of judgment, don't you think? I'd like to know what happened in there, Dunn. I can't make you tell me, but I can ask you. But if you have to ask me, it means that Anderson never told you. So why should I? Because Kathy told me what you said had happened. What you told Kathy had happened. You don't believe it? It never sounded like the Anderson I thought I knew." Morgan understood that he was clinging, not just to Anderson's integrity but to some vestige of his own. The green lenses turned, moved slowly, as if Dunn were peering at the pictures and cartoons on the wall. But they were in shadow. The only light in the room was from an old floor lamp near the bar, it cast a small yellow circle around them. For a moment Morgan thought Dunn would step out of the circle, toward the door. "Tell me what Kathy told you," Dunn said. "That the reason you thought he wasn't good enough was that he tried to sell out to you on the Tidelands, and so you thought he was soft and a hypocrite." Dunn came forward into the light. "I take you for a friend, so I'll say this much. Anderson and I agreed that if Stark went to Aiken, particularly if Stark and I both went to Aiken, the game would be over. He thought there was a chance if I moved first, to him, it would scare Stark into holding fast or following me, and I'd make what Anderson called a big score by putting him over. That's what he wanted me to do, swing to him on the third ballot. I don't know if he was prepared to pay a price or how high, b. 494. Cause I told him straight out, and in so many words, no dice. I had decided to go to Aiken and put him over if I could. Morgan set his empty glass down with a small crack. You mean he didn't offer you a deal of some kind? He looked stunned. He looked like he'd been hit between the eyes. He stared at me with his mouth open. Lost the golden touch, Morgan said almost to himself. Anderson really thought he could persuade you, he really thought he could pull it off. They all do, if they're any good. But that was all. He didn't, he was almost mumbling. He was dead for sleep, I could see that, and then I'd hit him where he lived. It was like he was in shell shock. The water was running in the shower, I'd heard the White House had him bugged, it was hot in there, and don't forget, we were both about out on our feet. He was mumbling something about writing my own ticket, I heard that all right, but it wasn't coherent. And then he did a strange thing. I've never forgotten it, Morgan. I can see him in there now with the steam beginning to come out around the edges of the shower curtain. He was perched up on the sink and slumped against the medicine cabinet while he was mumbling and staring at me. And then he stood up. He unfolded himself off that sink and stood straight up, towering over me, and with just the light in there from the frosted window, he seemed even taller than he was. Of course, Mr. Dunn, he said very formally and clearly, of course you understand I won't be able to accept your terms unless they're compatible with the positions I've taken. The words fell heavily, one by one, into the silence of the room. Moving carefully, Morgan poured more vodka into his glass. I must miss nothing, he thought. I didn't know what he meant, Dunn said. I'd already told him I was going to Aiken, but I told him again. Because you thought Anderson wasn't good enough. Dunn shrugged. Maybe we could have put him over and maybe that would have been a big score for me, but I wouldn't have done it if I could have. I didn't give a damn for Paul Hinman then and I don't now, but Anderson gave me a problem. I was afraid of a man who thinks he's got a 495 duty to punish people he thinks deserve punishment, particularly those that are in his way. I'd decided to put Aiken in the White House because I didn't think I'd have to worry about the way Aiken would use his power. That sounds great, Morgan said, just great. But it's bullshit. Dunn, the protector of liberty. Let me tell you what I think, Dunn. You're lying in your teeth. You chose Aiken because he was a conventional pro with the powers on his side. Putting him over at the convention was a safe bet, and you knew you could break bread at the White House table with him. Anderson told me one time he's figured you wrong, and now I see he really did. You didn't have the guts to risk it either way with him, at the convention or later in the White House. And you didn't even have the guts to tell me the truth, much less tell Kathy the truth. Dunn took off the green glasses and rubbed his eyes with his knuckles. Blinking weakly in the dim light, he looked at Morgan, and Morgan knew then that Dunn saw no more clearly than anyone, and could be no more certain of things than anyone who dealt intimately with men. Maybe you're right, Dunn said, putting his glasses on slowly. I was afraid of Anderson, I wasn't afraid of Aiken, that was the nub of it. Maybe I just rationalized my reasons and you're right about them. Maybe I went to meet him that morning hoping he had some better idea than just asking me to chance it with him. And when he didn't. I don't know, it was a long time ago. But one thing I know you're wrong about, Morgan. I told Kathy just what I've told you. Then why would she? Morgan stopped, set his glass down again. A door slammed somewhere in the house. A car started up and left. You'd better ask her. She knew Anderson never offered me any kind of a deal. We could have won it then, that's what she said to me, and I asked her what that meant, and she looked right through me and said, because you'd have changed your mind if he'd offered it, if VD offered it. But he didn't. It seemed like hours to Morgan that he stood with Dunn, silent in Anderson's room. Then the door opened and Glass appeared. "You fellows ready to go?" "Coming," Dunn said. 496. "You'll have to go on without me." Morgan was numb. He knew he was going to be angry, he was going to rage and curse, but for the moment he was numb. "I have to talk to Kathy." "Christ," Glass said, "I was just yakking with her, and I've got to say now I see what you characters mean. A little past the prime, but what a shape on her. You won't make the 8:30 if you don't come now, Rich. I'll catch a flight in the morning." Dunn put out his hand. "Look me up next time you're out my way, Morgan. Lots of other things to talk about, you know." Morgan shook hands mechanically. Glass came into the room, grinning, hand outstretched. "I'll do that," Morgan said to Dunn. "Someday." "S-long, Rich," Charlie French called from the door. Morgan waved to him, then took Glass's soft hand. "Terrific meeting you," Glass said. "I always say you're tops in the media." It might be the nearest thing to an epitaph he would ever have, Morgan thought, raging inside. In the end, his cover story tops in the media was the only mark he would ever make, and at that only upon Glass's swift and shifting world. And that was an ironic justice indeed, the more maddening because Glass himself seemed to have no need for cover. Could it be possible that Glass had no concepts to meet, therefore no failures to hide? Morgan watched Dunn leave the room. Glass still was gripping Morgan's hand. "You know, I learned a little something from you," Glass said. "I mean the way you handle yourself." Morgan laughed harshly. "Better not look too close." "Well, you showed me a lot of class, and so did the lady upstairs. And I guess the way you both felt about Anderson, he must have had it too. A lot of class, tops in the media." Suddenly the phrases seemed no more meaningless than anything else that might be said of a man, or of a life, because who could be sure how another had conceived himself, how far he had fallen short? "I guess that is as good a way as any to put it," Morgan said. "I appreciate that, Larry. I really do." 497. Glass released his hand, clapped him on the arm, and went out of the room. The tape on his neck peered back like an unwinking eye, it seemed to be staring at Morgan long after Glass had gone. Morgan went to Anderson's table, sat down, put his head down on his arms, clenched his fists and began to pound them on the table. Something suffused his brain, he felt for a moment as if the top of his head might fly off. His fingernails bit deeply into the palms of his hand, and his back teeth were clenched so tightly he could hear them grinding, feel the pressure stabbing up his temples. After a while the rage passed, as he had known it would have to, and he began to think calmly about Anderson. Dunn not only didn't go for the gamble. He knew I would offer him a deal if he didn't. Except she only let you think you offered it, Morgan thought, that cold-blooded snatch. He stalked out of Anderson's room, then into the hall beyond. From the pantry at its end he heard the loud voice of Myrtle Bell. "Got it all? Okay, big boy, I'll be in tomorrow." A receiver was banged on its cradle, and Myrtle came charging out. At the sight of Morgan, dismay touched her face, then she barked at him. "Who's eavesdropping now?" "Not me, I'm just coming from the John." "And I'm just kidding." But he could see the relief in her face. "You do remind me I've got to call my office," Morgan said. "Well, I'm off the phone, it's all yours." "Aren't you catching the 8:30 plane?" "No, and you won't either if you don't get moving." He gave her a distant peck on the cheek, patted her ample bottom and went past her toward the pantry. "You're staying here." There was a certain edge to Myrtle's voice that Morgan had heard before. He looked back quickly and thought that her nose was actually quivering, like that of a hound on the trail. "God damn it," he thought, but said, "Oh, sure, upstairs. I'm shacking up with Kathy already, didn't you know?" "Go to hell." Myrtle relaxed visibly. Not that you don't probably have your plans. So long, big boy. He would have to be doubly careful, Morgan thought. 498. Dialing. All such trivia went deep into Myrtle's limitless and unerring memory banks, and now it would take but the slightest hint to send her rummaging like a computer's whirling disks through her vast stored treasure of gossip, observations, implications, possibilities, until inevitably the connection was made. If he thought grimly, thinking of Kathy, Anderson, Dunn, there were anything again to be connected. And would it matter anyway? Janie gave him Keller right away. In the background, Morgan could hear the typewriters clicking out their nightly fancies. Nothing crash, Keller said. Morgan braced himself. The more Keller underplayed it, the more important the event. A famous story had it that one day the financial writer had rushed into the office, livid with excitement, to say that the world monetary system was at that moment collapsing. Take 400 words, Keller was supposed to have said, but he denied it. I offered him 5. It was the way Keller tried, with small success, to keep things in perspective. Cockcroft's office called, Keller said. They want you and only you, and they want you to call tonight, no matter how late. Big deal. This was a message Nat could have delivered, so Keller had something else on his mind. I'll call the bastard, Morgan said and waited. Yeah, well, one other thing, Keller said. I hear by the grapevine up there. Keller spent his days on the phone to the home office, in all its nooks and crannies. The intelligence he vacuumed from his endless conversations was nigh infallible. The little prick's going for you this time. Decoded, that meant the managing editor was after Morgan's neck, and mortally, as compared to less serious knifings in the past. Morgan knew he did not have to tell Keller about the meeting scheduled with the publisher. Keller would know. I thought he would. What's the scenario you hear? Boot you upstairs with a big title and nothing else. Well, keep your ears open, Morgan said unnecessarily. I'll be in tomorrow. Yeah. There was a moment of silence on the line B. 2, 499. 4 Keller said, if you get it, Rich, you think maybe I could talk M into early retirement. Christ, Morgan said, the bureau would fall apart if you did that. Well, it would be the one goddamn dirty deal I couldn't stomach if they stick it to you. Morgan turned his head momentarily from the receiver. He thought Keller might hear the choking sound in his throat. Ah, hell, he finally said, if you're with me, the hell with them. See you tomorrow, Keller said and hung up. Morgan stood a moment in the pantry. He was beginning, he thought a little drilly, to feel stretched, but he could not worry about the managing editor now. He dialed 0, recited his credit card number, and asked for 202-456-1414. Naturally, Cockcroft would be working late. White House, said a brisk operator's voice, as if ready to put the unknown caller through to the president. Mr. Cockcroft, please. Just a moment, sir. There were clickings and buzzes. A bored English accent finally came on the line. Mr. Cockcroft's office here. This is Rich Morgan, returning his call. What was the name, sir? Morgan. Could you spell that, please? Cockcroft knows how to spell it, Morgan said patiently. He called me. Well, the English accent dripped dubiety. I'll see if I can locate him. Try his desk, Morgan said. I happen to know he spends a lot of his time there when it's in the office. The English accent giggled. You must be one of those newspaper men. Put the bastard on, Morgan said. But tell me first, what's a nice girl like you doing in a place like that? At long range, he felt suddenly witty, masterful, in charge of things. The English accent giggled some more, but Cockcroft came abruptly on the line. Yes. The brisk impatience of the word, its unyielding assump. 500. of greater priorities elsewhere, struck Morgan bluntly. He was, in spite of himself, not so much intimidated as made wary. It would not do, he thought, to give this man an opening through which to demean him. "Rich Morgan," he said. "You wanted me." "Well, damn your eyes, Morgan," Cockcroft said merrily in his Ivy League tones. "You slipped us the shaft again." It was condescending, insulting, Morgan thought, that Cockcroft could manage to suggest that the Hinman exclusive had been no more than an amusing incident. "No thanks to you," Morgan said, reminding Cockcroft that, having done his best to prevent Morgan's story, he had after all been outwitted. "I must say you guys got lousy taste over there." His southern accent was becoming deeper, his words were more slurred, as he burrowed into his cover. "How so?" Cockcroft sounded amused again, certain his taste was one thing that could never truly be questioned. "Paul Hinman." "Well, I, for one," Cockcroft said, "rather resented your dredging up all the old twaddle in your piece this morning." "All that's old hat. So is Auschwitz." "I can't accept that at all." Cockcroft was now dismissing Morgan from decent considerations. "Paul Hinman is one of the ablest men in the country, I think that's conceded." "Look here, Morgan." Briskly he put aside the one question as beneath notice and called Morgan to the real point. "I called to ask you to a small backgrounder in my office at 11 tomorrow. Paul and I want to brief you and 2 or 3 of your compatriots on some of the things we have on our plate. Nothing about dirty tricks, of course, but I think we can underpin you a little on some of the trouble spots and pass on our evaluations. Hinman'll just love having me there. We've discussed that. Paul's too astute to blot his copybook before he starts. He's very fast off the blocks." "I'll bet," Morgan said off the record, "I suppose." Deep background. "Just once, why don't you characters lay it on the line?" "Not one of our options," Cockcroft said crisply. "This is a dangerous world we live in, Morgan. Paul's going to be 501. Our man in the back alleys. I don't think the American people really expect him to lay it on the line." Morgan knew he faced the ultimate trap of his calling. He could go and be told what they wanted him to know, or he could stay away and his paper would learn only at second hand whatever it was they wanted him to know. Morgan had long since lost any sense of thrill or superiority at being included among those so selectively admitted to the higher levels of national calculation. He knew the more he operated on those levels, the less he was likely to penetrate the deliberate presentation of things to their actuality. But whether or not he went, Cockcroft and Hinman would have their say, and neither would have to take responsibility for it. And at least, if he went, so Morgan always rationalized, he could cross-examine. "I'll be there," Morgan said. "Good, good. And Morgan, just in the national interest, I hope." "Well, whenever Paul's name comes up in the future, is it really going to be necessary for you to rake over the coals?" "You're goddamn right it is," Morgan said. "See you at 11. He hung up, knowing it was hopeless. Hinman's new activities would erase within weeks any lingering memories of his past. It was the genius of America that all time was present time, the past existed only in the shadows of the soul, where even in its invincibility it need never be acknowledged. Going up the stairs to the second floor, Morgan could hear Kathy's voice. As he came into the second-floor hall, she laughed, the rich pleasant sound of it carrying through the house, attacking its funereal silence. She was in her room with Adam Locklear and Bobby. Morgan stopped in the doorway. "Looks like we're about all that's left," he said. "Well, I can't say I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Come on in, Rich, where've you been?" She looked tired, but calm, in control. "On the phone. It's my fate." Morgan had not missed the sullen glare that had appeared in Bobby's eyes. The boy stood up, unfolding his 502 long body with a certain familiar angularity. Come or Adam, I want to show you what I been doing in workshop on weekends. Adam looked at his watch. I've got to get started before long, but I guess I've got a few minutes. Plenty of room if you'd like to stay over, Kathy said. You too, Rich. Adam shook his head. I'd love it, but I've got to get back. Okay, Bob, what's this great project? Morgan could hear Bobby talking rapidly as they went down the steps. The coffee pot was on the table before the sofa. He poured himself a cup and sat down. It's a scale model sailboat, Kathy said. You'd think it was the China Clipper, the way Bobby's worked on it. She went to her closet, took out her long robe. Adam was always good with Bobby. I guess I was the only one in the family he didn't like. Morgan watched her unzip the black dress behind her neck, her hands and arms graceful as birds. She stepped out of the dress, hung it in the closet, slipped on the robe, and, sitting on her dressing table bench, began to peel off her dark tights. It was so hot, I started to shock the populace and not wear these, but some things even I draw the line at. He looked at her long legs, tanned as ever, but felt nothing, not a tremor. Then she stood up, pulling the robe around her, and came across the room. I saw you crying, she said. I wasn't surprised. I know you're a sentimentalist. I wanted to cry, I really did, it opens a person up. But I just got some silly tears in my eyes, nothing that did me any good. I cried a lot last night though. When those children sang Abide With Me, I thought that was when I'd come apart, but I didn't. And when Bobby started bawling I had to pull him together. So I didn't cry. Sometimes I think I'm not like other people, Rich. I seem to be harder inside, or maybe I'm more selfish, I don't know what's the matter with me. If anything is. Of course, these last years with Hunt some ways were hell, but we'd been together a long time, done a lot of things, there was a lot of just plain familiarity between us, whatever else. He was generous as he knew how to be, and he was good when little Kate died, really good. I've always been grateful. 503. For that. So you'd have thought I'd be more broken up than I am, just at the time gone by and spent together, if nothing else I mean the sadness of the way things turn out. No, I wouldn't have expected that. You know me better than anybody, I guess. Hunt never really did know me at all. As if he didn't really care to, or think it mattered. She sat on the sofa by him, touched his leg, put her forehead momentarily against his shoulder. Maybe he should have got to know you better. She laughed drily. It might have helped at that. But I guess I'll have lots of time now to think about Hunt, where we went wrong. Where I went wrong maybe. I don't want to talk about it tonight, or think about it. She got up, walked toward the bed, turned back to him. Rich. It's not quite positive. I think the governor's going to give me Hunt's seat. Morgan's first thought was professional, / ought to have my ass kicked, that's why Myrtle was here. Then he thought, Kathy could have told me. Kathy did not wait for him to speak. It makes sense, you see, because the governor doesn't want to appoint himself. He thinks that'd be fatal in this state. But he may want to run for it when the special election comes up next year, so he's thinking first about a seat warmer, he's frank about that. On the other hand, a lot of people might want to run then, and he may decide it's best to stay out. So he can't think about just a seat warmer, he might need someone who can win. He wouldn't want his appointee beaten, that would hurt him too. But what about Matt? Hopeless. The governor says staff types never make it. And I must say I agree. No, he needs someone who's got a claim. They put in Huey Long's widow, you know, but also somebody who could run well if it comes to that. I told him frankly I thought I could. Danny O'Connor spoke to him and promised to do TV for me or the governor, whoever runs. You been a busy little bee. That state chairman's a problem though. That Claude, Brock. He's got some assemblyman he wants appointed. Rich, do you know anybody who might get to Brock? Zeb Vance. He put Brock in years ago. 504. Just the man. I'll call him in the morning. Not that it matters. Morgan put down his coffee cup, but since we spent a pleasant little hour in here this morning, you might have mentioned all this to your faithful lover, mightn't you? Well, I had to promise the story to Myrtle Bell. That way, she was willing to tell the governor she was going to give him a big ride in her column tomorrow, on the likelihood he was going to name a woman to the Senate. Bullshit, Morgan said. You're a lousy liar. She had been pacing the room, the tails of the long robe sailing behind her. She whirled toward him. Well, you'd only have tried to talk me out of it, you know you would. No, I'd just have told you not to be a cold-blooded snatch. The day you buried Hunt I'd have told you to think about it tomorrow. But that might be too late, and everybody was here. Spencer Burns promised him I'd get the best possible committee seats. Even Dun spoke to the governor about it. He said he thought the time had come when a woman could win. God, Morgan said, I'd be the last to doubt you could win anything you went for. Well, why shouldn't I want it then? Why should I wait till tomorrow when the opportunity was today? I sat around these years since Hunt quit. Before that, I played the game with him. I almost made him president, if he'd listened to me. I never once let him down in any way that mattered. Why shouldn't I go for something myself, now? She stopped. Now the way's clear. No reason. But for some things most people don't need reasons. All right, it's cold-blooded if that's the way you want it, but I've got a chance for my life now, Rich, not some echo of Hunt's or something hidden in a dark room with you. You'll leave here and go back to that round-heeled little peach of yours, and what good will that do me? Anne's not round-heeled, Morgan said. She's only reaching like the rest of us. But there was, he conceded, a certain brutal justice in what Kathy was saying. Even if he believed it was mostly Richie, and not Anne, he would keep returning to. Why should Kathy not call it a dark room? 2, 505. Why should it be more to her than something furtive, fleeting? It certainly could not be called a life. And he knew before she sat down on the sofa beside him what she would say next, and what he would answer. The governor admires you. He said you were our leading journalist. Her finger traced a line from his knee to the middle of his thigh. If you'd call him. Better still go see him. The finger moved back to his knee. He looked into her cool blue eyes. And say what? Well, he said he respects your political judgment, and besides, if he thought you were going to write something good in your paper about his appointing a woman. The finger moved again. I'll tell you like one of my first editors told me. In my business, you have to be a prick but not a whore. The blue eyes never faltered. You're so high and mighty. You're like Hunt, you think you're above things. But Hunt didn't think he was above things when you got through with him, did he? She leaned away from him, sinking into a corner of the sofa. A tiny line appeared between her brows. What's that supposed to mean? I've been talking to Dunn about what happened at the convention. Hunt never offered Dunn a deal. He didn't have the guts, Kathy said. When it mattered, Hunt didn't have what it takes. She got up and went to the window, looked out over the meadow. But you told Hunt hell, you told me that Dunn went to Aiken because Dunn thought Hunt was soft and a hypocrite. That's what Hunt was. But that's not what Dunn thought he was, just the opposite. It doesn't matter what Dunn thought. I know what Hunt was. Who should know that better than I do? Morgan got to his feet. He wanted to kick over the coffee table. He wanted to put his hands under the bed and upend it. He went to her, seized her arm, and turned her to face him. So you persuaded him he was what you thought he was. And you let him think Dunn thought so too. You convinced him he'd tried to sell out and botched the job. 506. Take your hand off me, Kathy said, her eyes hard as slate. He did, but he did not move away from her. I didn't have to convince Hunt of anything. Long before I ever talked to Dunn about it, Hunt came blubbering to me in the middle of the night, right here in this room. He was drunk, but he was sober too, and he woke me up and said, I was going to do it, I swear to God I was going to do it. I wanted to do it, and that green-eyed bastard never gave me a chance. I told him to go to bed and sleep it off, but he wouldn't. Instead he sat down on my bed and kept talking. Over and over again he told me he was going to give Dunn anything Dunn wanted for those 98 delegates. I'd have given him the Grand Canyon / that's what Hunt said to me, TD have given him your sweet ass, baby. I wanted those delegates so much, but the bastard never me a chance. His mind was made up. And pretty soon Hunt passed out over the end of the bed there, and slept till morning. It was the only time we were ever in bed together after the convention. I see, Morgan said. Until that moment, he realized, he had believed in his heart that somehow Anderson had been good enough, that it was all a mistake, a misunderstanding. Proper historical research would someday amend the record. So when Dunn told me what he'd thought, it made no difference to me. I knew what had really happened, whatever Dunn thought. Her clenched fists came up in front of his chest, trembling. I could have done it. I could have persuaded Dunn. But the only time it really mattered, Hunt failed. That's what happened. And if you mean I reminded him of it any way I could, all right, that's true. Not so much that he failed himself, Morgan said, but that he failed you. You asked me once, Rich, the first night you were in this room with me, you asked me if I'd ever wanted something that was perfect, that was just right for me to do. A pure vision. And I said yes. Well, mine was what Hunt ruined for me. Mine was winning that nomination, doing what they all said couldn't be done. Beating them, everyone. And something else, Morgan thought, something else you, too, 507. Said that night, nothing's pure in life. What were you going to do with it all? He said. If you'd won. Kathy put her hands on his chest and her head between them. I never thought about that. I just wanted to win. Your heart's beating like a trip hammer. It always does when I'm anywhere near you. Then you're not so high and mighty after all. Because nobody can be, Morgan thought. I'm just wondering, he said, if a reporter is allowed to make love to a senator. Nothing against it in the rules. I've already looked. Even if I don't go to see your goddamn governor for you. I knew you wouldn't all along. Then why'd you ask? I just thought I might persuade you. I just thought maybe I could. And suppose the governor should decide he wants to run in that special election. The first thing's to get the appointment. But I'll bet if he picks me it'll turn out he won't want to run at all. Especially, Morgan said, if it has to be against you. One reason I love you, Kathy said, is you take the trouble to know me so well. They heard Adam and Bobby coming up the stairs and moved apart. You got a real shipbuilder here, Adam said from the doorway. He showed me some things on the lathe. Bobby's voice was excited. Adam's a whiz on the lathe. Adam's a whiz, Morgan said. And I'm going to bum a ride to town with him. Bobby protested. Adam's leaving. Kathy, suddenly looking exhausted, said goodbye to them in her room. Bobby, scarcely polite to Morgan, left them on the front porch, and they went across the lawn. It was dark. From the moonless sky a few stars winked at them, and across the meadow a breeze moved against the treetops. Morgan could smell the earth, the animals in the fields, honeysuckle. He walked slowly. He was not particularly anxious to return to the world of the managing editor. 508, and, Hinman, the Blakey show. And then it occurred to him that he had not quite finished with Anderson. Adam's car was parked on the road, a few minutes * walk from the house. It was a dusty old sedan with a crumpled fender, a cracked window, one door that wouldn't open. The top of the dashboard was littered with maps, paper cups, envelopes. "This old buggy's practically my office," Adam said. "And you're off tonight?" "By breakfast I can be in Asheville, if the mountain roads don't get me. I've got to be in court tomorrow." "Then I hate to ask you, but if you can spare 10 minutes, let's go back to the graveyard." In the dim light from the dash, Adam's face was expressionless. "No problem." He followed Morgan's directions into the road that would take them through the wood. "Bobby only partly wanted to show me his boat, Rich. He told me what's been going on between you and his mother. He knows all about it and it cuts the kid up." Morgan stopped himself from the rapid invention of a cover story. He was going to come out, he told himself, out into the open. "I know it does. I wish it could be some other way. But sometimes things just cut people up." The car nosed into the wood. "That woman poisons what she touches," Adam said. "You don't know her. You don't know anything about her at all." Adam drove cautiously through the brook, and Morgan remembered how the sheet of water had risen above the jeep and fallen in a cool spray on their heads, his and Anderson's. "And to be blunt about it, Adam, no criticism intended, you didn't know much about Hunt either. He was right that you've been lucky. I tried to tell you something like that once. I said you knew who you were. All Hunt knew was that he was Old Bull's boy." Far above them on the hilltop, the lights of the car fell dimly on the trees underneath which the carved and dated stones rose from the earth, vainly marking lives. "Call it luck," Adam said, "but try it sometime." Morgan went on relentlessly, watching the lights brightening on the trees, the fence, the arch. "Call it character if 509. You'd rather you were bomb as practical as a pair of pliers. Or maybe life just put so many practical things in front of you to do, and gave you so many tools to do them with, that if you'd let yourself be pulled off in some other direction, you'd have known you were ducking out, wasting yourself. Anyway, you knew what to do and you could do it well, and you did. I don't think Hunt Anderson had that kind of luck. Or character." The car went on up the hill, through the arch. Its lights shone on the stone effigy of Old Bull, the flower-covered mound under the canopy. Morgan got out and walked between the stones. Adam followed, leaving the engine idling, its whine blending with the whisper of wind in the leaves. Morgan went past Anderson's grave to Old Bull's stone feet, set forever on their solid base. There was a lot of Old Bull in Hunt, Morgan said. It was at war with everything else in him, with what he expected from himself and wanted most. He felt in his inside jacket pocket, where reporter-like he always kept a pencil safe against emergencies. He wanted to show the best in a man rather than the worst. Morgan went down on one knee and began to write on the stone base, under the carved words "Always a man." Maybe that standard was too high, but he said it himself, and better that way than too low. I think he gave Old Bull a run for his money. "What are you doing?" "What Hunt told me once he aimed to do. Only he didn't believe then it was going to include him." Morgan stood up. Under the carved epitaph he had scrawled in thin, wavering letters, "Like you." Should you mark up a man's gravestone like that? "Don't worry," Morgan said, looking up at the stone hands, the marble eyes. "Time will wear it away." Adam dropped Morgan at the bright leaf and drove off with what sounded to Morgan like a disapproving clash of gears. Morgan went straight to his room, called his home office and just before deadline dictated a story that the governor was likely to appoint Hunt Anderson's widow to the United States Senate. Take that, Myrtle Bell, he thought, and slept soundly. 510, he arose early, took a taxi to the airport, and caught breakfast flight north. It was a clear day for flying, but one plane made 2 stops before Washington National, and the time he was on the last leg over Virginia, J stomach and jaw muscles ached from the tension of offs and landings. But he felt ready to cope with the managing editor. He knew he was a professional, a valuable property, he might even get tough, put it on an either-or basis, see how they liked that. Old Barstow had a good fight GOK inside the Pentagon, which was about to break, and mail, he'd put that in the managing editor's eye for good measure. Keller was damn well going to have a raise. As N and Richie, he would take N out to dinner TL night and see if a new leaf could be turned, although knew from countless previous leaves and dinners that 2 prospects were dim. There was a double-header with the Yankees on Sunday. Richie would enjoy that he was only fan in the world who considered the Washington SE Tours a great team. The seatbelt sign went on for Washington. They we coming in from up the Potomac, low over the Key Bridge with the gray spires of Georgetown University on the Theodore Roosevelt Island just below. The classic white pillars of the Lincoln Memorial, pure as dreams, stood at head of the reflecting pool. Beyond it the Washington Monument thrust tall and severe into a clear blue sky. MC Gann could see far down the mall, past the red brick toy cattle of the Smithsonian and the stone sprawl of the National Art Gallery, to the Capitol on its hill, serene beneath its dome and beautiful as hope. The plane trembled a bit in the hot rising current. Directly beneath him, the Jefferson Memorial stood by the tidal basin, and beyond the wingtip he could see the White House and the elliptical park before. For a moment, and from that altitude, it was all in Morgan's window, a pure vision of America, the great stone F.A.8 of the Republic, the romantic ideal of man. It shone in the morning sun, and from the air the grass looked green and fresh. Then the plane dipped lower, and he would see the long gleaming lines of cars on the 14th Street Bridge, carrying humanity to its strivings, peopling the vision with men and women. Morgan had a glimpse, across the fouled brown river, of crowded streets, beehive buildings, demolitions in progress. He had just time enough to see that everything was going on as usual before the plane settled to the earth. With luck in traffic, he could be in his office in time to read the mail before Cockcroft's backgrounder. An acknowledgement. I am indebted for much information about the facts of migrant labor to a brilliant series of articles by Kent Pollock, published October 5 to 12, 1969, in the Palm Beach, Florida, Post, and to the authoritative documents and hearing transcripts of the Subcommittee on Migrant Labor of the Senate Committee on Labor and Public Welfare. There are, however, no such places as Agri-Packers, Inc. and Saugus No. 2, however typical they may be. Both are imaginary. Except for a few historical personages to whom I found it necessary to refer, all the characters in this novel are imaginary. Tom Wicker.